In that fantastical universe where primordial energy flows freely and the cosmos is in constant flux, the 9 grades of primordial energy delineate the realms, presenting breathtaking spectacles that inspire awe. The crown prince of the Great Zhou Yuan, was destined to traverse the world with the auspicious fortune of the sacred dragon. However, he fell victim to the scheming of treacherous individuals, leading to the usurpation of his fortune and plunging his path of cultivation into an abyss of despair, shrouded in darkness and fraught with peril. Yet, the wheels of fate do not cease their relentless motion. Fortuitously, guided by his esteemed mentor, Cang Yuan, and aided by the enigmatic Yaoyao, Zhou Yuan successfully reopened his 8 meridians and embarked upon a fervent journey to defy destiny and reclaim his fate. From rising above the masses within the Xian sect to launching a formidable counterattack in the Hunyuan heaven, gaining widespread renown and enduring the tumultuous trial fortune amidst the blood-soaked conflicts of the various factions, culminating in the treacherous battle within the dragon spirit cavern. Zhou Yuan cleaved through adversity's wit, unwavering determination, continuously transcending his limits. Ultimately, he achieved unparalleled supremacy, ascending to the esteemed position of Yuan Zun and decisively subduing the malevolent deities that plague the world, restoring peace to the realm. Chapter 1. The Python Sparrow Devours the Dragon. Within the brightly illuminated inner hall, resplendent and imposing, long-lasting lamps burned steadily, one of which consumed a piece of azure stone, releasing tendrils of azures smoke that spiraled gracefully throughout the chamber. This was the Qingtan stone, known for its fragrant combustion that calms the mind and centers the spirit, an essential item for cultivation. Its considerable cost, likened to fuel, attests to the high standing of its owner. In the inner hall stood a middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow robe, hands clasped behind his back. His countenance was resolute, emanating an air of authority that suggested his prolonged tenure in a position of power. Behind him, a palpable aura surged, resembling flames and thunder, resonating with a deep, rumbling sound. Yet, upon casting a glance at his right arm, one would discover it was hauntingly empty, a mere remnant of a severed limb. Beside him stood a graceful noblewoman clad in court attire. Her figure was slender, and her beauty was resplendent, yet her countenance bore an unmistakable pallor and fragility. At that moment, this evidently high-ranking pair wore expressions tinged with anxiety as they gazed ahead. There upon the bed sat a youth of approximately 13 or 14 years, his frame appearing somewhat slight, his eyes tightly shut. The visage that should have radiated the exuberance of youth was instead shrouded in an eerie aura of blood energy. This strange, sanguine force writhed beneath his skin, and faintly, one could discern the echoes of a vengeful dragon's roar emanating from him. Accompanying this spectral roar, the veins on the youth's forehead throbbed violently. His body trembled incessantly, and his face contorted in a grimace that suggested he was enduring unspeakable agony. By the youth's side, an aged man with white hair held a bronze mirror, from which a gentle luminescence emanated, casting its glow upon the boy's form. Under the mirror's illumination, the peculiar blood energy upon the youth's face gradually began to subside. Upon witnessing this transformation, the white-haired elder exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned to the anxious middle-aged man and the noblewoman, bowing slightly and proclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty and Your Highness. After enduring this formidable trial for 3 years, the young prince has finally prevailed. The forthcoming 3 years should present no significant obstacles." Upon hearing this, both the middle-aged man and the noblewoman's faces brightened, their once clenched fists gradually relaxing. Master Qin, the young prince has now reached the age of 13. Typically, at this age, most boys have already formed their 8 meridians and can begin their cultivation. What a prince! The imposing man clad in a bright yellow robe gazed expectantly at the elderly white-haired figure before him. Upon hearing this inquiry, the elder's expression dimmed slightly. He shook his head gently and replied, "Your Majesty, once again, I have failed to detect the formation of the 8 meridians within His Highness." The imposing man's gaze likewise fell into shadow at these words that in this world, the path of cultivation begins within the human body, which is home to countless meridians. Among these, the 8 major meridians hold paramount importance. Under normal circumstances, a person's 8 meridians begin to take shape around the ages of 12 or 13. It is at this juncture that one must identify these meridians. Only upon their discovery can one commence cultivation, absorbing the celestial source energy and unblocking the 8 meridians. This is known as the opening of the meridiansa, vital first step in the journey of cultivation. As cultivators draw upon and expel the primordial forces of the universe to transform themselves, they are often referred to as source masters. Master Qin, observing the gloom upon the middle-aged man's face, felt a pang of sympathy and sighed. His Highness is destined to be a holy dragon, meant to astonish the world and Ga. Ze proudly at the heavens. Who could have anticipated such a calamity befalling him? The middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly, while a nearby regal woman, adorned in palace attire, had tears welling in her eyes and coughed violently, covering her mouth. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. You have already sacrificed a great deal of your vitality to nurture His Highness. Do not let your emotions overwhelm you. Master Qin urged urgently. The lady in courtly attire demurred with a wave of her hand, her gaze, tinged with sorrow, fixed upon the youth seated in meditation upon a bed. The toxin within Yuan's body erupts every 3 years, each instance more virulent than the last. Eradicated completely, he must rely solely upon himself. Yet, with his 8 meridians dormant, what hope remains for him 3 years hence? Master Qin paused in somber contemplation before replying in measured tones. In 3 years' time, external suppression will prove ineffective. Should the situation persist, I fear His Highness' life will be in grave peril. His pronouncement cast a pall of silence over the chamber. The middle-aged man clenched his fists, his frame trembling imperceptibly, while the lady in courtly attire stifled a sob. Behind her hand, S.O. My life is limited to a mere 3 years? Amidst the quietude, a voice, youthful yet composed, broke the stillness. The 3 occupants of the hall started, lifting their heads in unison. The young boy on the bed had opened his eyes, his gaze directed towards them. They exchanged glances, taken aback by the swiftness of his awakening. In the past, he would remain unconscious for 2 to 3 days before regaining consciousness. Yuan, the boy, known as Yuan, was named Zhou Yuan. The middle-aged man and the lady were none other than the king and queen of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhou Qing and Qin Yu. Zhou Yuan pursed his lips, his youthful countenance pale. Perhaps due to his frail constitution since childhood, he had devoted himself to scholarly pursuits, lending him an air of refinement. After a moment of silence, he extended his hand. In the center of his palm lay a dark, blood-like mass, an imprint seemingly etched into the very depths of flesh and sign. It writhed slowly, resembling a ferocious blood dragon, exuding a palpable aura of resentment and malice that sent chills down one's spine. Father, mother, this time you must reveal to me what has truly transpired within me, Zhou Yuan implored, his gaze fixed upon the small, dragon-like entity in his palm, his teeth clenched involuntarily. This very thing had subjected him to a torment akin to living hell. Every 3 years, this entity would stir, as if intent on devouring him inch by inch, inflicting boundless agony upon him. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Zhou Qing and Qin Yes' faces drained of color, especially the former, whose fists clenched tightly, regret and self-reproach etched deeply upon his features. A heavy silence enveloped the air, rendering it almost tangible. At last, Zhou Qing inhaled deeply, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "This is the resentful dragon's poison." Resentful dragon's poison? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, bewildered. Zhou Qing, trembling slightly, reached out to touch Zhou Yuan's head. "You must now understand, my son, you are the sacred dragon of the Zhou family." Zhou Yuan could not suppress a bitter smile. Was there truly such a wretched sacred dragon? He could not even locate the 8 meridians within his body. Zhou Qing sat beside Zhou Yuan, his voice low and somber as he spoke. "My dear Yuan, at present, our Great Zhou Dynasty, I be regarded as a mere small nation on this vast and desolate continent. Yet, what you may not know is that 15 years ago, our Great Zhou stood as a towering empire with naughty ons paying tribute, and our influence resonating far and wide, that a look of surprise flickered across Zhou Yuan's delicate face. In this boundless land, where numerous dynasties flourished, the Great Zhou was hardly remarkable. Who would have imagined it once held such a prominent position? Do you know the Great Wu Dynasty? Zhou Qing enunciated the name with a palpable intensity, as if it were etched into his very soul. The Great Wu Dynasty? Zhou Yuan nodded. The Great Wu was indeed one of the preeminent dynasties on this vast continent, enjoying a prosperous fate and boasting countless formidable masters. In comparison to them, the Great Zhou seemed but a dwarf beside a giant. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Qing's eyes began to redden, revealing a profound hatred. But do you also know that 15 years ago, the current imperial family of the Great Wu was merely a vassal of our Great Zhou Dynasty? A glimmer of astonishment finally appeared in Zhou Yuan's eyes. The esteemed imperial family of the Great Wu had once been subservient to their Great Zhou. How astonishing it was to think that their dynasty had been so powerful just 15 years prior. Then how could things have changed so drastically? Zhou Yuan could not help but inquire. During the several hundred years of our Great Zhou's establishment, the Wu family stood steadfastly by our side, engaging in battles across the realms with unwavering loyalty. When we founded our dynasty, recognizing their contributions, we bestowed upon the Wu family the hereditary title of Martial King, granting them immense power. For a century, the Wu family safeguarded the borders of the Great Zhou, instilling fear in all directions. Zhou Qing's body trembled slightly, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes seemed to crawl forth. Yet, no one anticipated that 15 years ago, the Wu family would suddenly incite a rebellion. It was only at this moment that our Zhou royal family realized, after years of obscurity, that the Wu family had amassed an exceedingly formidable power, and many of the lords within the dynasty had been swayed to their side. In less than a year, our Zhou clan was defeated, retreating southward to the ancestral land where our Zhou family once flourished, the very region that now constitutes our Great Zhou. Yet I cannot fathom why the Wu family chose to turn against us. Their standing within our Great Zhou was hardly inferior to that of the royal family. It was not until later that our spies uncovered certain intelligence from the Wu familia prophecy that has been whispered within their ranks for centuries. A prophecy? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Qing clenched his teeth and articulated each word with deliberate weight. The pythons swallow the dragon. The great wudong shall rise. The pythons swallow the dragon. The great wudong shall rise. Zhou Yuan repeated softly, yet failed to grasp its significance. What does this mean? At that moment, Zhou Qing's eyes turned a fierce shade of red. He fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan, his expression laden with profound sorrow. Initially, I too was oblivious to its true meaning, until that fateful day. Our great Zhou faced defeat. I led the remnants of our forces in a continual retreat, with the Wu family relentlessly pursuing us, until they cornered us at the very city of Great Zhou beneath our feet. Yet, the Wu family merely encircled us without launching an attack, as if they were biding their time. Biding their time, for what? Zhou Yuan sensed a wave of unease. Zhou Qing fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan. A semblance of suppressed tears etched upon his face, the despair and fury run. Daring Zhou Yuan's heart quaking with unease. They await your arrival into this world. Zhou Qing's words struck Zhou Yuan like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly unprepared and taken aback. Beside them, Zhou Yuan's mother, Qin Yu, stifled her sobs, her hand pressed tightly against her mouth as her cries echoed with profound anguish. Do you know what transpired at the moment of your birth? Zhou Qing asked, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Zhou Yuan. Yuan, at the instant you entered this world, the heavens bore witness to an extraordinary phenomenon. Purple vapor arose, dragon energy entwined around you, and the roar of dragon reverberated across the cosmos. It was the manifestation of the sacred dragon. You were born with 8 meridians already open even at birth. You transcended the realm of opening the meridians, advancing directly to the realm of nurturing energy. This is the fabled sacred dragon's fortune, a rarity beyond measure, destined for greatness, capable of resonating with the heavens and sharing the longevity of the sun and moon. You are the unprecedented sacred dragon of the Zhou family. Zhou Qing's voice trembled with fervor, his entire being quaking with emotion. One can only imagine the elation he felt upon Zhou Yuan's birth. The heavens had not forsaken the Zhou family, bestowing upon them the arrival of a sacred dragon in their time of peril. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to fathom the extraordinary signs that accompanied his birth. Then why he murmured, his hand trembling slightly as it glided over his own body, if he was indeed born with 8 meridians open, then why was it that he could not find even a trace of them within himself now? Zhou Qing's voice abruptly ceased, and the radiance in his eyes seemed to dissipate in that very moment, replaced by a profound sorrow. With a despondent expression, he said, "For at the very instant of your birth, outside the city, the wife of the martial king also brought forth a son and a daughter. The male infant is enveloped in the aura of a coiling serpent, while the female possesses the essence of a spiritual sparrow, both embodying great fortune. And according to the intelligence we have gathered, the wife of the martial king bore her children after a full 3 years of pregnancy. Yet it was only today that she unexpectedly gave birth. In the past, I remained oblivious to the reasons, but now it has finally dawned upon me. The legends speak of those born on the same day, month, and year, who can devour each other as fortunes. It turns out that the Wu family has schemed for years, and their intentions are not merely to plot against the Great Zhou, but rather to target the very dragon of our Zhou family." Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. This is a conspiracy. What kind of coincidence could exist in this world? This was evidently a plot brewed over a century, specifically aimed at their Zhou clan, and even more so, directly targeting him. Zhou Qing nodded, his voice hoarse. "Indeed, it is a conspiracy. The Wu family has endured in silence for hundreds of years within our Great Zhou, engaging in countless battles. Earn the trust of the populace. However, no one anticipated that their century of restraint was all for you. On that day, the martial king entered the city, using millions of Great Zhou citizens as leverage, intending to seize your sacred dragon fortune before your mother and me." At this point, tears of blood even welled up in Zhou Qing's eyes. Beside them, Master Qin wore a sorrowful expression, his voice heavy with anguish as he spoke. "On that fateful day, why, the king fought valiantly against the martial king at Mount Yaoyao to protect the crown prince. Yet he was defeated and lost an arm. Had it not been for the martial king's fear that others might destroy the crown prince's sacred dragon destiny along with him, the king would have surely perished at his hands. To ensure the successful acquisition of the crown prince's fortune, the martial king swore an oath that for a century, the Great Wu would not set foot in Yaoyao." The horrifying scene from that day surged forth from the depths of memory, and Qin could no longer contain her emotions. She fell to her knees before Zhou Yuan, embracing him tightly as she wept, her cries heart-wrenching. "My dear Yuan, my poor son, mother is so sorry for you." The brutal recollections of that day were violently reopened, as she vividly remembered how newborn Zhou Yuan was placed as the focal point upon the altar laid by the martial king. On that altar, there were also the newborn twins of the martial king. One was taken, while the other 2 were retained. The stripping of destiny felt akin to the tearing away of flesh. Such agony was beyond imagination. At that time, Qin had just experienced the joy of childbirth, yet she could only watch helplessly as her child endured immeasurable suffering upon that cold altar. His tender voice, rendered hoarse from crying. "The despair, mother? What has happened to you?" Zhou Yuan exclaimed, hastily wiping the blood from the corner of Qin's mouth. At that moment, Qin promptly approached, his palm emanating a gentle aura that flowed into Qin's crown, aiding her in stabilizing the turbulent energy within her. He glanced at her pale complexion and sighed as he addressed Zhou Yuan. "Your Highness, do not blame the king and queen for their inability to protect you. The king sacrificed everything back then, nearly losing his life in battle. And the queen, after you were stripped of your fortune, infused her own vital essence into you. Year after year, she has transfused her blood to ensure your survival. However, this has come at a tremendous cost. Each transfusion reduces her lifespan by 3 years. Over the span of 12 years, she has sacrificed 36 years of her life force, leaving her vitality severely weakened. Now, she has less than 10 years remaining." What do you mean?" Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuan felt as though struck by lightning, crimson veins surging in his eyes. Even when he learned of his own fortune being taken, he did not experience such intense emotional upheaval. After all, those events transpired during his early childhood, leaving him with little attachment to the so-called holy dragon's fortune. The revelation of betrayal merely shocked him. Although the Wu family had conspired against him for a century, he managed to suppress the turmoil within. However, the realization that they had driven his beloved mother to the brink of exhaustion ignited an uncontrollable desire for vengeance within Zhou Yuan for the very first time. As Zhou Yuan heard these words from Master Qin, he could no longer restrain his emotions. The torrent of blood surged towards his head, rendering his face a deep crimson. His once delicate and youthful features took on a somewhat sinister aspect. "The Wu family, how dare you harm my mother? You shall pay dearly." Zhou Yuan trembled violently, his eyes bloodshot, a wave of unfathomable rage and murderous intent surging from the depths of his heart. Zhou Qin cradled Qin Yu, gently placing her against the jade couch. In that moment, his hair seemed to lose some of its luster, and the imposing aura he once commanded dissipated entirely. With a voice devoid of emotion, he remarked, "In this world, there exists a concept of destiny. The Wu family's foundation is frail to establish a nation, endure through generations, and instill awe across the lands. They require ample fortune to sustain them. Your sacred dragon's fortune is the most suitable asset. The king of Wu seized your fortune and bestowed it upon his son and daughter. Thus, the great Wu is protected by dragon and phoenix, and its national fortune flourishes. The prosperity of the Great Wu Dynasty stems entirely from the appropriation of your fortune. Moreover, the sacred dragon's fortune within you was forcibly seized by the serpent's decree, thus cultivating a profound resentment. The king of Wu intentionally sealed this resentment within you, giving rise to the poison of the resentful dragon, which voraciously consumes your essence, growing ever stronger. One day, when it matures, it will entirely devour your vitality. Simultaneously, your sacred dragon root has been shattered, and your innate 8 meridians have waned. To this day, the 8 meridians have yet to reappear, rendering the path of cultivation exceedingly arduous." Zhou Qin's voice echoed with desolation, imbued with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It is difficult to fathom the despair that day brought upon the Zhou clan. On that day, outside the city, the python sparrows sang in unison, their cries piercing the radiant glow of dawn, heralding a moment of transformation. Inside the city, however, the sacred dragon lamented, dissipating into ethereal smoke, curling into the air. Thus commenced the tale of the python sparrow devouring the dragon. Chapter 2. The Source Pattern. Within the inner hall, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, heavy enough to stifle one's breath. Zhou Yuan gazed at Zhou Qin, seated beside him. The once imposing visage of his father now bore the weight of helplessness and despair, clearly indicating that the events of yesteryear had inflicted a significant blow upon him. The sight of his own flesh and blood being stripped of fortune and shattered in essence by a bitter enemy, while he remained powerless, was nothing short of a profound humiliation for any father. Zhou Yuan bit his lip in contemplation. He understood his father's character. Well, had it not been for the preservation of the countless lives within the Great Zhou, he likely would have chosen to perish alongside the king of warriors, regardless of the consequences. This king of warriors had seized his fortune and destroyed his sacred dragon's roots, and now he seemed intent on eradicating all remnants of Zhou Qin, relentlessly driving him to an inescapable demise. Most infuriating to Zhou Yuan, however, was the fact that his mother had suffered severe depletion of her vitality, with her remaining lifespan dwindling to less than a decade. Taking a deep breath, he gradually suppressed the surging anger within him. He turned his gaze to Qin Yu, who had fallen into a slumber, her face pale, as if drained of life. His heart ached as he asked, "Father, what shall become of mother? Her lifespan?" Zhou Qin fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. "In this world, there exist rare, celestial treasures capable of extending life. If we could procure one, it might prolong your mother's existence. However." Upon reaching this point, Zhou Qin gave a wry smile and remarked, "Such rare treasures of heaven and earth are exceedingly precious. I have exhausted the manpower of our Great Zhou in search of them, yet still there are no rewards. Our Great Zhou, after all, is not what it once was. Now we are confined to a corner, barely managing to ensure our own survival." Zhou Yuan clenched his fist, and in that moment he fully comprehended the advantages of possessing power. If he could wield such strength, even in the most perilous of predicaments, he could venture forth to seek those extraordinary treasures that could prolong life. However, the 8 meridians within him remained dormant, leaving him devoid of even the ability to protect himself. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yuan spoke in a low voice. "Father, is it truly impossible for me to become a source master?" His mother had sacrificed her vitality for him, shortening her own lifespan. As her son, how could he remain indifferent? Moreover, the Wu family had inflicted such harm upon Great Zhou and upon him. If he were unaware, it would have been one matter, but now that he was aware, this debt could not simple. Why be brushed aside? Yet, all of this must be predicated upon his possessing sufficient strength. In this world, those who wield the most formidable power are undoubtedly the source masters. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Zhou Qing furrowed his brow, as if pondering something. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke softly. "Are you truly unwilling to give up?" Zhou Yuan gently shook his head. The hardships of recent years, though they had subjected him to great torment, had also bestowed upon him a maturity and resilience beyond his years. He understood that when the Wu family rebelled and seized his fortune, a vendetta had been forged that could only end in death for one side or the other. In the present day, the survival of the Great Zhou hinges entirely upon the ancestral vow established by the martial king in years gone by. It is easy to envision that once the centennial mark is reached, the martial dynasty will be the first to enact a bloody purge upon the Great Zhou to eliminate any future threats. Thus, to alter this grim fate, one must possess sufficient strength. Zhou Qing felt a sense of relief at Zhou Yuan's unwavering resolve. After a brief silence, he placed his large hand firmly on Zhou Yuan's shoulder and declared, "Excellent. Your unwillingness to concede defeat is a testament to being my son. Since you harbor such aspirations, your father shall certainly lend his utmost support." "Father, do you have a plan?" Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing Zhou Qing's words. Zhou Qing nodded slightly, then let out a wry smile, saying, "However, do not rejoice too soon, for even I cannot ascertain whether this method will yield any results." "What method?" Zhou Yuan inquired eagerly, finally displaying a youthful vigor. 3 days hence, we shall observe the ancestral rites. This time, you will accompany me to the ancestral grounds," Zhou Qing stated without elaboration, smiling briefly before hissed. One grew serious. "However, I have one condition." "What condition?" Zhou Yuan asked, taken aback and filled with curiosity. Zhou Qing replied earnestly, "Regardless of whether you can open your meridians by then, you must not abandon the study of the source pattern path. You must understand that if your 8 meridians remain closed, the cultivation of source patterns will be your final avenue. Moreover, mastering source patterns to a profound extent may very well suppress the venom of the vengeful dragon within you. In this vast expanse of the world, the source masters reign as the mainstream, yet they are not the sole practitioners. Instead, myriad paths flourish above this foundation, giving rise to various disciplines, with the so-called source patterns being the most profound and extensive among them. During this period when the 8 meridians remain dormant, Zhou Yuan, under Zhou Qing's guidance, diligently studies the art of source patterns. Indeed, it is said that diverse skills do not weigh one down. Many source masters engage in a cursory exploration of source patterns. Zhou Yuan nodded gently upon hearing these words, for he understood the deeper implications within Zhou Qing's remarks. There was a concern that he might remain without the manifestation of the 8 meridians, leading to despair and the relinquishment of his final path should he fail to become a South RC master. Zhou Qing acknowledged this with a nod, a hint of a reassuring smile gracing his face. "Rest for a day. Tomorrow, you shall continue your studies at the Great Zhou Academy. In 3 days, I will take you to the ancestral grounds." "All right." The boy's voice resonated with fervent anticipation. With a gentle smile, Zhou Qing ruffled Zhou Yuan's hair before lifting the slumbering Qin Yu and, accompanied by the nearby Master Qin, exited the inner hall. Zhou Yuan gazed at Zhou Qing's retreating figure, normally exuding an air of authority, now infused with an overwhelming sense of weariness and resignation. He understood that his father, once filled with ambition and aspirations, had been gradually eroded by the harshness of reality. The instigator of it all was none other than the martial king. Zhou Yuan pressed his lips tightly together, a cold glint flickering across his otherwise delicate and youthful visage. The Wu family, the martial king. We shall settle these debts, one by one, in due time. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhou Yuan emerged from the royal palace under the vigilant protection of a contingent of guards, making his way towards the northwestern district of the Great Zhou city, where the esteemed Great Zhou Academy was situated. The Great Zhou Academy was established a few years ago at the behest of Zhou Qing, who personally commanded its creation and summoned adept military instructors to serve as mentors. The Academy's admissions policy was inclusive, welcoming students regardless of their social standings. Even commoners with innate talent were permitted entry to pursue their studi. At the Great Zhou Academy. Over the years, the Academy has nurtured a considerable number of talents for the Great Zhou, thereby elevating its status within the Great Zhou Dynasty. Hence, even a prince like Zhou Yuan was engaged in learning there at the entrance of the Great Zhou Academy. Security was stringent, with armored guards meticulously scrutinizing the identification badges of all entrants. However, Zhou Yuan was exempt from this protocol, for within the confines of the Great Zhou city, it was unlikely there existed anyone unfamiliar with his princely identity. "Greetings, Your Highness." Thus, when Zhou Yuan appeared at the entrance, the guards bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. "Your Highness." Many students of the Great Zhou Academy, bustling to and fro, also greeted him with smiles, their expressions tinged with respect. Within the western courtyard of the Great Zhou Academy, a spacious and well-lit hall housed orderly rows of desks. Before these desks, numerous young scholars knelt in silent contemplation. In the front row, Zhou Yuan knelt serenely at his desk, which bore a polished jade tablet and an elegantly crafted dark red pen resting beside it. This pen, forged entirely of red jade, features a nib crafted from the softest fur found on the belly of a fire rat, its delicate strands glimmering with a subtle radiance, embodying the essence of a source pattern pen. If one were to identify the most vital element in depicting source patterns, the answer would invariably be 3 words: source pattern pen. Every source pattern necessitates the mediation of a source pattern pen to manifest the intricate and profound designs, thereby invoking the vital energies of the universe and unleashing remarkable powers. Thus, the significance of the source pattern pen is self-evident. Without it, no matter how profound one's mastery of source patterns, the potency of the engraved designs would inevitably diminish. Holding the red jade source pattern pen, Zhou Yuan's gaze was fixed ahead, where a middle-aged instructor spoke calmly, delivering his lecture. The so-called source pattern relies on the spirit as a guide, converging at the tip of the pen to delineate the source traces. Each stroke must utilize the spirit as ink, allowing the engraved source pattern to draw upon the energies of heaven and earth. Remember, when inscribing source patterns, your mind must be as tranquil as still water, devoid of any distractions. The source pattern pen must become an extension of yourself, enabling the spirit to gather at the pen's tip, ensuring that the pen moves in harmony with your thoughts, resulting in a seamless creation. Now, let us continue practicing the 3 source patterns I taught you a month ago that I hope that today someone will successfully complete at least one of them. The instructor concluded after his explanation. As soon as these words were spoken, a chorus of lamentation erupted within the confines of the academy, where a multitude of young boys and girls displayed expressions of distress. The practice of these source patterns, though seemingly straightforward, inflicted a toll on their spirits, leaving them fatigued and weary after each session. Why the wailing? The 3 source patterns I have imparted to you, the brute bull pattern, the lightness pattern, and the iron skin pattern, are merely introductory, admonished the middle-aged instructor, his voice laced with disappointment and frustration. The young students, upon witnessing the instructor's ire, instinctively recoiled, silencing themselves as they grasped their source pattern brushes and began to etch upon the jaded tablets before them. Zhou Yuan, however, smiled faintly as he held his brush, his mind settling into a tranquil focus. The surrounding clamor faded into oblivion, leaving his thoughts as serene as a still pond. He gazed intently at the smooth surface of the jade tablet, a faint light glimmering between his brows. Soon, a subtle red glow flickered at the tip of his source pattern brush. With a gentle stroke, Zhou Yuan guided the brush across the jade tablet, leaving behind intricate source marks that resembled the elegant horns of an antelope, exuding an ineffable charm. When these marks coalesced into a complete design, they seem to embody a remarkable power. Each source pattern was formed by an amalgamation of numerous source marks. Generally speaking, the greater the number of source marks that comprise a source pattern, the higher its grade and the more potent its force. What Zhou Yuan is currently depicting is one of the three source patterns known as the iron skin pattern. This is merely an entry-level source pattern possessing over 100 intricate source marks. However, to flawlessly render these complex source marks is evidently a task that requires extensive practice. The tip of Zhou Yuan's brush flows like a gentle stream, gliding effortlessly without the slightest hesitation, embodying an exquisite beauty reminiscent of clouds drifting in Thess. Kentucky throughout this year, due to the dormant state of his 8 meridians, he has devoted nearly all his time to studying source patterns, thus establishing a far more profound foundation in this area compared to his peers. Moreover, a crucial factor is that he senses his spirit essence surpasses that of ordinary individuals. It appears that although his fortune was seized and his sacred dragon root was damaged in the past, fortunately, his spirit essence remained unscathed. It seems that at that tender age, his spirit had yet to fully coalesce, allowing him to evade a calamity. As the brush tip continues to flow, several minutes later, with a gentle diagonal stroke of Zhou Yuan's slender hand, a sudden radiance bursts forth from the jade tablet before him. A complex and resonant source pattern gradually takes shape. Excellent, quite remarkable. The marks are complete, infused with the spirit of the brush. This iron skin pattern can certainly be considered a successful masterpiece. At that moment, as Zhou Yuan completed his work, a voice of admiration accompanied by a joyful laugh emanated from beside him. He looked up to find the instructor had appeared at his side, gazing appreciatively at the source pattern on his jade tablet. Within the church, the other young men and women gazed up at Zhou Yuan with a sense of astonishment. While some had yet to even put pen to paper, Zhou Yuan had already achieved success. The instructor, visibly uplifted, remarked to the numerous students, "How wonderful it would be if all of you could exhibit such remarkable efficiency in your studies." The young ladies and gentlemen exchanged amused glances and shook their heads in unison, acknowledging that His Highness Zhou Yuan evidently possessed a certain talent in this area, making it unreasonable to expect everyone to match his level of productivity. However, amidst the laughter, a peculiar voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. Esteemed instructor, your words are misguided. Our primary focus is predominantly on opening our meridians naturally. We cannot fully devote ourselves to the study of source patterns like His Highness Zhou Yuan. Otherwise, would that not be a case of putting the cart before the horse? This voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, echoed sharply, silencing the church as many turned their attention to its source. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, following the gaze to a young man in resplendent attire, who wore a half-smile, lazily twirling the source pattern brush in his hand, the corners of his mouth curling with a hint of derision.
Chapter 3. The young man, Su Lin, donned in splendid attire, was the son of the governor of the western town in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Though his status was considerably inferior to that of Prince Zhou Yuan of the Great Zhou, it was widely known that Su Lin had the backing of the young Prince Qiyu from the Qi royal residence. Su Lin's ingratiating demeanor towards Qiyu suggested that his father had likely aligned himself with the Qi prince's faction. Zhou Yuan's gaze deepened with contemplation. He had heard his father, Zhou Qing, mention that the Qi prince was supported by the Great Wu dynasty, which had been subtly sowing discord within the Great Zhou for years, evidently intent on undermining their peace. Due to the looming threat of the Great Wu, Zhou Qing was reluctant to confront the Qi prince overtly, yet an undercurrent of rivalry existed between them. This complex relationship also meant that Qiyu, who studied within the Great Zhou Academy, frequently found himself at odds with Zhou Yuan. Noticing Zhou Yuan's silence, Su Lin's smirk widened, and he was about to speak again when the lecturer suddenly cast a sharp glare in his direction, prompting him to silence himself. Within the Great Zhou Academy, expulsion would be a significant setback for him. As both young men settled into silence, the atmosphere in the lecture hall gradually returned to normalcy. The lecturer continued to elucidate the 3 fundamental source patterns until the sound of the bell signaled the end of the class. That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. The lecturer tidied his belongings and exited the hall. As the lecturer departed, the tense atmosphere within the classroom instantly relaxed, and the youthful laughter of numerous boys and girls erupted, brimming with vitality. Zhou Yuan was also haphazardly tidying his desk, preparing to leave. Suddenly, amidst his organization, a gentle voice broke the silence. Zhou Yuan looked up to find a girl standing beside his desk, gazing at him with a warm smile. She was clad in the academic attire of the Dezhou Academy, slightly oversized yet still accentuating her well-developed curves. Her simple trousers showcased her long, slender legs. Her skin was fair and smooth, her nose elegantly defined, and her almond-shaped eyes framed by delicate brows, rendering her a rare beauty. Notably, a teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of her eye added an enchanting touch to her charm. Her rosy lips were gently pressed together. Though devoid of any extravagant jewelry, she exuded an air of understated strength. Her long hair was styled in a ponytail, bouncing with lively energy. Merely standing there, she captured the attention of many young admirers in the hall. Zhou Yuan regarded the bright and captivating girl before him, a smile emerging on his scholarly face. "It's you, Yue." The girl, whose surname was Su and given name Yue, met his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. She then averted her eyes to Zhou Yuan's disordered desk, knelt down, and said softly, "Your Highness, let me help you tidy up." Zhou Yuan smiled in response, not declining her offer, for their relationship was indeed quite special. The young woman busied herself beside Zhou Yuan's desk, tidying his disarrayed belongings with meticulous care. This attracted the fervent gazes of many young men in the church, their eyes burning with undisguised envy towards Zhou Yuan. "Is your grandfather quite recovered?" Zhou Yuan inquired, resting his chin upon his hand as he observed the diligent girl. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Su Yue lifted her fair face and gracefully tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. A gentle smile then graced her cheeks. "He's quite well, thank you. Grandfather mentioned wanting to invite your Highness to our home when time permits, though I fear our humble abode is too dilapidated." "Very well. I shall visit during the next holiday," Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. She vividly recalled the day, a year prior, when she first encountered Zhou Yuan. It was perhaps her most desperate moment, yet it also marked the beginning of hope. On that day, her grandfather, her sole companion since childhood, fell gravely ill. Their already fragile family was on the brink of collapse. Braving the torrential rain, she carried her grandfather on her small back. Lacking the necessary funds, she knelt in the downpour before each pharmacy, weeping and pleading for a physician to save her grandfather. At that time, she was covered in mud, utterly disheveled. Ultimately, all the pharmacies remained coldly shut. Beneath the relentless rain, she felt as though the entire sky had darkened, her heart turning to ice. Just as she was succumbing to despair, she sensed someone approaching her. A hand placed an umbrella in hers, and then, before her unfocused eyes, the figure strode forward and forcefully kicked open the tightly sealed doors of a pharmacy. At that moment, a chilling voice seemed to emanate from within. "Open the door. Save the person." The one who forcefully kicked open the door of the apothecary was none other than Zhou Yuan. At that time, Su Yue stood in a daze, gazing at his retreating figure. In the past, she had harbored a deep disdain for such spoiled young masters. Yet at that moment, she felt that this youth, who had so boldly breached the entrance, might forever linger in her memory. From that day forth, she became acquainted with Zhou Yuan, later discovering his noble lineage as a prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. In a twist of fate, Zhou Yuan recognized her innate talent for cultivation and subsequently recommended her to the Great Zhou Manor, marking the beginning of her extraordinary transformation. Remarkably, within just the first month of entering the Great Zhou Manor, she successfully opened her first meridian, achieving a speed unparalleled since the manor's inception, thereby earning the title of genius among the residents. Suddenly thrust into the limelight from obscurity, Su Yue felt somewhat uncomfortable, and at times, some would cast judgment on her relationship with Zhou Yuan, insinuating that his assistance was merely a result of his attraction to her beauty. However, Su Yue merely smiled in response, for only she truly understood how filthy and frail she had been when she first met Zhou Yuan. "Hey, how high do you intend to stack my books?" Zhou Yuan looked at Su Yue with a hint of exasperation, as she seemed somewhat lost in thought, stacking the books on his desk into a towering column. Her appearance rendered her even more endearing, which elicited a noticeably fiercer gaze from those around her directed at Zhou Yuan. It was apparent that had it not been for their apprehension regarding Zhou Yuan's princely status, they might have rushed to her rescue. Now that she appeared more beautiful, they dared not command her. Sensing their scrutiny, Zhou Yuan could only shake his head and murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Su Yue chuckled gently and remarked, "Should I apply some makeup to make myself look less attractive?" Zhou Yuan could only roll his eyes in response. "By the way," Zhou Yuan tapped the table and inquired, "How many meridians have you opened now?" Su Yue paused for a moment, gazing at Zhou Yuan before cautiously replying, "The third meridian." She was aware that due to certain reasons, Zhou Yuan seemed unable to open his meridians and cultivate. Thus she refrained from bringing up her own progress during their interactions, fearing that mentioning it might inadvertently touch on Zhou Yuan's sensitivities. With the opening of her third meridian at this pace, it was likely that in a year or two, she would achieve the opening of all 8 meridians. Zhou Yuan expressed his admiration. Su You's talent for cultivation was evidently exceptional, having accomplished in less than a year what would take others several years. This filled him with pride, as it seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. In just 2 months, the grand examination would arrive. Strive to open your 4th meridian, and aim for a place in the top 10. That position was one I labored tirelessly to secure for you. As long as you make the top 10, you will receive direct guidance from the governor and his associates, which will be immensely beneficial for you, Zhou Yuan advised. As Su Yue tidied her desk, her delicate hands froze momentarily, and she lowered her head, hesitant to meet Zhou Yuan's gaze. "What's the matter?" Zhou Yuan inquired, sensing her unease. Su You's face seemed to sink into her chest as she murmured, I no longer possess that quota." His tone, though mild, quickened Su You's heartbeat. She bit her red lip, struggling to articulate a response. Meanwhile, a girl nearby, who shared a close bond with Su Yue, interjected, "It's all because of Su Lin. Just the other day, he was spreading slander about you around the estate. When Yue confronted him and demanded an apology, he claimed that if she could defeat him in a duel, he would apologize. However, should she lose, she would have to relinquish her coveted examination quota to him." Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "But Su Lin has only opened 2 meridians. He should not be able to best Yue." The girl pouted. "Yue has only recently opened her 3rd meridian as well, and that Su Lin, so shameless, managed to win only by relying on the advantage of his source weapon." Zhou Yuan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the downcast Su Yue, reproaching her, "Why didn't you inform me sooner?" Su Yue fidgeted with her delicate hands, murmuring, "It's my inadequacy. I didn't want to burden your highness further." Observing her distress, Zhou Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Her stubbornness could be equally exasperating. With a gaze imbued with cold resolve, he turned towards Su Lin, who had been grinning foolishly in the chapel. Zhou Yuan calmly challenged, "Dare you to face me in another match?" Su Lin chuckled, replying, "Not interested." Previously, he had merely relied on luck, but now, with Su Yue having already opened 3 meridians, he would undoubtedly be no match for her. Zhou Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Su Lin and smirked. "I did not mean for you to spar with Yue. I meant for you to engage in a duel with me." With that, he retrieved a jade pendant that shimmered with a faint glow from his bosom and placed it upon the desk, saying, "Should you emerge victorious, this gathering source jade shall belong to you." Within the hall, gasps of astonishment erupted, and numerous eyes glimmered with desire as they fixated on the jade pendant. This gathering source jade was highly beneficial for cultivation. When worn continuously, it could significantly expedite the unblocking of the 8 meridians, making it exceedingly valuable. "Your Highness!" Su Yue exclaimed in distress. Her concern did not stem from the jade itself, but rather from Zhou Yuan's decision to confront Su Lin directly. How could Zhou Yuan, who had yet to open a single meridian, possibly contend with Su Lin, who had already opened 2? Zhou Yuan waved a hand dismissively at Su Yue, idly twirling the jade pendant while casting Su Lin a smile laced with mockery. "Now, do you dare?" Su Lin's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on the gathering source jade, licking his lips before responding to Zhou Yuan with a sneer. "Since your highness insists on bestowing this gathering source jade upon me, I shall graciously accept. However, in the heat of battle, should any harm come to your highness, do not hold me accountable." Though puzzled by Zhou Yuan's actions, Su Lin held firm in his belief that a practitioner with 2 meridians could not possibly lose to one who had not yet opened any. I hope you possess the capability. Zhou Yuan responded non-committally. Chapter 4. The Power of Source Patterns. The Great Zhou Manor Martial Arts Arena. Within the grand estate of the Great Zhou, the popularity of the martial arts arena was palpably vibrant. As Su Lin leisurely ascended the martial platform, the news of his impending duel with Zhou Yuan had, under his subtle orchestration, swiftly permeated throughout the entire arena. What? His Highness Zhou Yuan is set to duel Su Lin. How could this be? His Highness Zhou Yuan has yet to open a meridian, whereas Su Lin has already opened 2. Upon hearing this news, a chorus of incredulous exclamations erupted from the gathered students, with some commoners indignantly defending Zhou Yuan, deeming the duel profoundly unjust. It is well known that for every meridian a practitioner opens, their physical prowess, strength, speed, reflexes, exponentially enhances, far surpassing that of an uninitiated. It could be said without exaggeration that a practitioner with 1 open meridian could easily overpower dozens of their uninitiated peers. Standing upon the platform, Su Lin merely smiled faintly at the cacophony surrounding him. Regardless of the opinions voiced by others, the tale of him soundly thrashing Zhou Yuan would undoubtedly echo throughout the Great Zhou estate after today, inevitably tarnishing the latter's reputation and transforming him into a subject of ridicule among the masses. As Su Lin entertained such uncharitable thoughts, the dense throng encircling the martial stage suddenly parted, revealing a slender youth who approached with a leisurely stride. The youth bore a somewhat gaunt appearance, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, reminiscent of a delicate scholar unaccustomed to hardship. This was none other than Zhou Yuan himself. Amidst the varied expressions of those around, Zhou Yuan made his way directly towards the martial platform where Su Lin stood. Your Highness. Behind him, Su Yue followed with a somewhat anxious expression, evidently still hoping to dissuade Zhou Yuan from engaging Su Lin. At this juncture, retreat is not an option, lest I be branded a prince who flees before battle. Zhou Yuan smiled at Su Yue, stating. Su Yue halted, her pearly teeth gently biting her crimson lips. She understood that if Zhou Yuan were to bear such a reputation, it would inflict a significant blow to his standing. Su Yue raised her delicate face, her beautiful eyes gazing towards Su Lin on the drill ground. In that instant, her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of sharpness. Your Highness, I was remiss this time, causing trouble for you. In the future, I will no longer be careless. Nor will I show mercy, Su Yue murmured softly. The reason she had previously lost to Su Lin was largely because she had not struck decisively. Otherwise, Su Lin would not have even had the chance to use his source weapon. However, this lesson had taught her that failing to strike the vital point of a snake would only result in being bitten. Zhou Yuan paused, blinking at Su Yue, and said, We are friends. It is only natural to resolve some troubles for a friend. As the words fell, he had already stepped onto the drill ground. Su Yue gazed at his back, smiling faintly, a trace of warmth flowing through her heart. Immediately, she lowered her eyes, having made up her mind that if Su Lin dared to injure Zhou Yuan, she would ensure that the latter understood the meaning of a young woman's resentment and retribution. It seems you possess considerable confidence in yourself. Zhou Yuan gently adjusted his cuffs, remarking, I did not expect that even a prince would be moved to anger for a beauty, though it is somewhat imprudent. Su Lin shrugged, evidently interpreting Zhou Yuan's impetuous behavior as a ploy to ingratiate himself with Su Yue. Commence, Zhou Yuan stated, eschewing further pleasantries. He spread his feet, as if ancient trees gripping the earth, and beckoned to Su Lin, proclaiming, I grant you the initiative. Upon hearing this, the surrounding youths exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom Zhou Yuan's intentions. Despite his disadvantageous position, he appeared brazenly audacious. Since your Highness is so eager to be humiliated, I shall oblige. Su Lin, incensed by Zhou Yuan's contemptuousness, sneered. He stomped the ground with force, his figure darting forth like a swift arrow. He clenched his fist, delivering a direct blow towards Zhou Yuan. His punch carried a palpable force, capable of fracturing stone. Observing the incoming fist, Zhou Yuan did not evade, but instead crossed his arms before him in a defensive posture. However, This stance elicited expressions of dismay from the onlookers. Given Su Lin's physical prowess, having opened 2 meridians, this blow could potentially cause Zhou Yuan a fracture. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Su Lin descended like a fierce tiger. His menacing fist landed squarely upon Zhou Yuan's arms with unreserved force. A dull thud reverberated, and as anticipated, Zhou Yuan's feet were dragged across the ground for several meters before he managed to steady himself. Ah! A cry of anguish erupted. However, it was not Zhou Yuan who initiated the attack, but rather Su Lin, who had previously unleashed a powerful punch. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they witnessed the scene unfold. Su Lin, clutching his fists, emitted a series of anguished cries. His entire hand was flushed crimson, as though he had struck solid steel. "What have you concealed within your sleeve? Despicable!" Su Lin shouted at Zhou Yuan, tears of pain welling in his eyes. Amidst the murmurs of disbelief from the crowd, Zhou Yuan slowly rolled up his sleeves. To their astonishment, intricate patterns of light adorned his arms, radiating a faint black glow that spread outward, ultimately enveloping his limbs. It appeared as though his skin had transformed into a sheet of impenetrable black iron. The multitude of students gazed in awe at the complex light patterns, and suddenly, one exclaimed, "That is the iron skin pattern taught by the instructor." Enlightenment dawned upon the onlookers. It was indeed a source pattern. At that moment, Su Yue felt the tension in her heart dissipate, releasing a sigh of relief. So, His Highness has already mastered the ability to inscribe source patterns onto his body. Although she had witnessed Zhou Yuan inscribing the iron skin pattern on a jade tablet earlier in the chapel, the act of engraving it onto one's skin necessitated a profound understanding of the body's acupoints and meridians to prevent harm from the source pattern itself. Thus, inscribing source patterns onto one's body was significantly more challenging than on a jade tablet. However, just when they were unable to etch the source patterns onto the jade tablet, Zhou Yuan had already begun to apply his knowledge. The disparity between them was indeed significant. "Do you truly believe that just because I have not opened my meridians, I am as feeble as a defenseless chick?" Zhou Yuan chuckled. Su Lin's expression darkened, a palpable sense of indignation washing over him as he retorted coldly, "Do you really think that with merely an iron skin pattern, you can triumph over me today? Allow me to demonstrate the gulf between those who have opened their meridians and those who have not." "Open meridians." With Su Lin's thunderous command, a subtle flow of light began to emanate around him, stirring the dust beneath his feet as the source energy of the world surged into his body with each breath he took. His garments billowed, creating a resonant sound, and a faint radiance appeared upon his skin, making it evident to all that Su Lin's aura was escalating dramatically. The expressions of the surrounding students shifted, for within Su Lin, the source energy was now coursing, and as it circulated through his meridians, it would undoubtedly amplify his strength and speed significantly. Amidst the solemn gazes of his peers, Zhou Yuan focused intently on Su Lin, murmuring to himself, "2 meridians opened. Is it? I allowed you to attack previously, but now it is my turn." At the very moment his words fell, Zhou Yuan propelled himself forward, charging directly at Su Lin. "Arrogant, you now possess neither the speed, strength, nor physical prowess that even a fraction of my capabilities could match, and yet you dare to launch an assault?" Su Lin sneered at the oncoming Zhou Yuan. "Is that so?" A faint smile played upon Zhou Yuan's lips. In the subsequent instant, a soft radiance emerged from his ankles, with subtle light patterns discernible as they spread. Swish! Zhou Yuan's physique seemed to lighten considerably at that moment, his velocity surging dramatically as he dashed forth with the agility of a cheetah. That's the light body rune." Someone with keen eyesight spotted the light patterns around Zhou Yuan's ankles, exclaiming in astonishment. Amidst their cries, Zhou Yuan, now in close proximity to Su Lin, abruptly jerked his shoulder, an elusive glow emanating from beneath his garments. Though indistinct, everyone could palpably sense the raw power imbued in Zhou Yuan's fist. "The Raging Bull Rune." Another exclamation arose. Iron Skin Rune, Light Body Rune, Raging Bull Rune. Even Su Yue couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment, her delicate face filled with disbelief. In such a brief span, Zhou Yuan had successively activated 3 origin runes. This implied that Zhou Yuan had mastered all 3 origin runes taught by the instructor and was now applying them to himself. Bang! Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, Zhou Yuan, having consecutively activated 3 origin runes, landed his fist, brimming with formidable power, squarely upon Su Lin in the latter's horrified gaze. Thud. Bolstered by the 3 origin runes, Zhou Yuan's speed, strength, and physical attributes were now clearly on par with Su Lin. Thus, upon impact, Su Lin felt an overwhelming force surge through him, followed by his body being launched outward, crashing heavily onto the ground beyond the training platform. Outside the martial arts arena, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence. Numerous young boys and girls gazed at Zhou Yuan on the stage with incredulous expressions. No one had anticipated that this confrontation would yield such a result. He rubbed his wrist before leaping down from the platform, reaching into Su Lin's embrace to retrieve a jade token, signifying his qualification for the grand examination. If you can't even defeat someone who hasn't opened their meridians, it would be better not to embarrass yourself at the grand examination, Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile directed at Su Lin, who was fixated on him. Upon hearing these words and feeling the multitude of mocking gazes surrounding him, Su Lin's heart sank, and he could no longer suppress the surge of blood, which he ultimately coughed up, followed by darkness closing in as he fainted. He realized that starting from tomorrow, he would likely become the subject of ridicule among the many students at the Great Zhou Academy. Chapter 5. Qiyu, Lu Shi. All right, the show has concluded. Everyone may disperse, Zhou Yuan said while tossing the jade token in his hand, addressing the crowd of young onlookers with a smile. Upon hearing this, they too laughed and began to leave, but as they departed, their glances toward Zhou Yuan carried a newfound sense of wonder. In the Great Zhou Academy, it was well known that Zhou Yuan had yet to open his meridians, leading many to believe that despite his noble status, he possessed no true strength. However, today's spectacle extinguished that notion entirely. Indeed, while Zhou Yuan had not yet opened his meridians, he wielded another form of power, source patterns. With the mastery of source patterns, even Su Lin, who had opened 2 meridians, was no match for him. In this world, while status and identity undoubtedly wield a certain power, the most readily acknowledged strength is that which arises from one's own diligent efforts. This strength remains unaltered by any shifts in status or identity. Do not let it slip away again. Zhou Yuan tossed the jade token to the approaching Su Yue. As the gentle breeze stirred, the fabric of her gown clung to her form, accentuating her delicate curves and igniting the imagination. Su Yue, slightly embarrassed, bit her crimson lip, her bright eyes fixed on Zhou Yuan, and inquired, "Are you all right?" The girl, ever observant, noticed that Zhou Yuan's hand seemed to tremble slightly. "Ah, you caught me." Zhou Yuan chuckled, then raised his palm to reveal that the knuckles were somewhat reddened, a result of the earlier ferocious punch. Lacking the opening of meridians, his physical constitution was still somewhat lacking. Zhou Yuan sighed, reflecting that although he had temporarily augmented his skin's toughness, strength, and speed through the iron skin pattern, lightness pattern, and savage bull pattern, his internal body remained too fragile. The rebound force had penetrated slightly, leaving him feeling somewhat unwell. The instructor had mentioned that certain source patterns could temporarily enhance the overall physique. If one could master them, they would not suffer from the backlash of their own strength. Su Yue pondered for a moment before replying. Zhou Yuan nodded, saying, "Such source patterns are of no low rank. It is rumored that source patterns are divided into 9 ranks. However, Zhou Yuan's current level is still at the entry stage, not even qualifying as first rank, thus rendering the acquisition of such patterns impossible in the short term. You must exert yourself, for the grand examination is merely a month away. Unless you can manifest a first-grade source pattern, it is unlikely that you will secure a position within the top 10. Su Yue gently bit her crimson lip, expressing her concern. Should Zhou Yuan's performance in the examination falter, it would surely invite a torrent of rumors. Zhou Yuan lightly rubbed his palm and reassured her. "Rest assured, I know my limits." His eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on the forthcoming expedition to the ancestral grounds in 2 days, which he believed might aid him in overcoming the challenge of his 8 meridians remaining unactivated. If that were to fail, he might be compelled to dedicate all his efforts solely to the study of source patterns, a prospect that left him feeling quite discontented. Noticing Zhou Yuan's silence, Su Yue swiftly altered the subject, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she playfully inquired, "Your Highness, shall I apply some medicine for you?" Zhou Yuan jested in reply, "Never mind, such fortune might provoke envy, and others may wish to harm me." After all, Su Yue was quite popular within the Grand Zhou estate. In response to his words, she shot him an exasperated glance and said, "Since you are so timid, I shall leave you to your own devices. I must return to the library to organize the collection." This was a part-time position she had secured to earn a little income, as her family circumstances were not particularly affluent, and she had a grandfather to support. Thus, amidst her studies, she sought some additional work within the Zhou estate. Hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yuan remarked, with only a month remaining until the examination, "Time is of the essence. I believe you should focus more on activating your meridians. If you require assistance, Your Highness." Before Zhou Yuan could utter a word, he was interrupted. He turned his gaze towards Su Yue, who at that moment, with her delicate red lips slightly pursed, was earnestly fixing her serious eyes upon him. Her voice, gentle yet imbued with an undeniable strength, resonated. "You have already assisted me greatly. You have brought me to a place that has the power to alter my destiny. I am profoundly grateful to you from the depths of my heart. However, you mentioned that we are friends, did you not?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback, staring at the young girl before him. In the depths of her shimmering eyes, there seemed to lie a trace of tenacity that was hard for others to perceive. It was her steadfast commitment to preserving her last vestige of dignity. She understood that should she express her needs, Zhou Yuan would undoubtedly arrange everything she required. Yet, she feared that such an act might distort the nature of their relationship. She had been meticulously nurturing the bond they shared, recognizing Zhou Yuan as a prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a figure of noble stature, while she herself was merely a commoner. The disparity in their social standings was vast, rendering them susceptible to unwarranted scrutiny. While she harbored no fear of such criticism, she did not wish to be regarded as inconsequential in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Thus, upon entering the Great Zhou estate, she diligently endeavored to cultivate her independence and relentlessly honed her skills to bridge the chasm between their statuses. Her efforts bore fruit, as she emerged as the fastest genius to open her meridians since the establishment of the Great Zhou estate, her exceptional talent compelling the attention of many, including Zhou Yuan's father, Zhou Qing, who had also come to know her name. All right, Zhou Yuan finally conceded, surrendering to the intensity of her unwavering gaze. With a wry smile, he admitted, "Then I shall not interfere." Upon hearing this, Su You's bright eyes curved gently, resembling crescent moons, while inwardly, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that had Zhou Yuan persisted, she likely wouldn't have been able to refuse, but that would have been slightly disappointing. At least now, she perceived that Zhou Yuan, in order to preserve her remaining dignity, would choose to yield, which caused a glint of moisture to flicker in her eyes, filling her heart with a peculiar sense of gratitude. "Your Highness, rest assured, I won't neglect my cultivation," Su Yue said with a radiant and confident smile.
J'assure you.
"During the grand examination, I will rank among the top and enter the A-tier institute." Within the Great Zhou Manor, there were over a dozen branch institutes, among which the A-tier institute was naturally the most prestigious. Zhou Yuan nodded, and after a moment's thought, he retrieved the Yuan jade that he had previously used to wager with Su Lin from his bosom. He then took Su You's jade-like hand and placed it in her palm. "Don't get the wrong idea," Zhou Yuan promptly said, noticing Su You's intention to decline. "It's not a gift. It's a loan. I haven't opened my meridians yet, so I can't use it. I'm leaving," Su Yue retorted softly, pocketing the Yuan jade and brushing past Zhou Yuan. "Such a proud demeanor," Zhou Yuan murmured, shaking his head as he watched the girl's slender figure disappear into the distance. Just as he was about to depart himself, he suddenly sensed something. He raised his head and gazed towards a distant pavilion, where a figure in white robes was looking down, their gaze sharp as a blade. "Chiyu," Zhou Yuan said, his brow slightly furrowing as he observed the figure in white. The figure clad in white was none other than the heir of the Qi royal residence, Chiyu. Upon noticing Zhou Yuan's gaze, a faint smile graced Chiyu's countenance, and he respectfully clasped his fist in greeting towards Zhou Yuan from a distance. Zhou Yuan, stifling a sneer within, maintained a cordial smile on his face, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to depart. On the pavilion, Qi Yu observed Zhou Yuan's retreating silhouette, his expression shifting to one of intrigue as he murmured to himself, "I never expected this prince to have unknowingly made some progress in the realm of source patterns." Behind Qi Yu, a graceful figure emerged, a tall young woman, strikingly beautiful yet with somewhat thin lips that imparted a sense of acerbity. In comparison to Su Yue, she undeniably lacked a certain charm. With a dismissive glance towards the direction Zhou Yuan had vanished, she scoffed, "Source patterns are ultimately a trivial path. No matter how profound one's understanding, it cannot catalyze a transformation of the self. Life is finite, and with a single misstep, even an ordinary person could vanquish him." Her name was Lu Shi, daughter of the Marquis Lu, a prominent figure in the Great Zhou, thus deemed of noble status. It is worth mentioning that there existed a certain connection between her and Zhou Yuan. Some years prior, Zhou Qing had sensed the burgeoning power of the Qi royal residence and sought to establish a balance, intending to place his stakes on Marquis Lu. Consequently, he proposed a marriage alliance, aspiring to unite Zhou Yuan with Lu Shi, thereby deepening the ties between their families. Lu Ho exhibited a degree of hesitation regarding Zhou Qing's proposal. After all, the Zhou royal family appeared to be in decline at that time, and the sole heir, Zhou Yuan, was incapable of opening his meridians. Additionally, Lu Ho held an immense affection for Lu Shi, prompting him to seek her opinion. However, Lu Shi was exceptionally proud and regarded Zhou Yuan as a useless prince, rejecting the idea without a second thought, even going so far as to remark that the worthless prince was akin to a toad yearning for swan meat, a sentiment that became a source of amusement at the time. Although this event had long passed, encountering Zhou Yuan, the very toad she had once spoken of, inevitably stirred unresolved feelings within Lu Shi. Upon hearing this, Qi Yu smiled and nodded, stating, "For this upcoming examination, those students who rank highly have already aligned themselves with me. If our esteemed Zhou Yuan believes he can succeed based solely on his rudimentary mastery of source patterns, he shall only bring shame upon himself." He paused, narrowing his eyes slightly, and continued, "However, Su You's talent is indeed remarkable. Her future holds limitless potential. Should the opportunity arise, we must endeavor to win her over." Upon hearing Qi Yu's words, an expression of displeasure flitted across Lu Shi's face as she scoffed. "She is merely a lowly girl who has opened 3 meridians. If we cannot recruit her, then we should find an opportunity to render her powerless." Lu Shi, hailing from a prestigious background and possessing considerable talent, had once shone as the brightest gem in the Great Zhou prefecture. However, since Su You's emergence, her brilliance had been overshadowed, which undoubtedly fueled her disdain for Su Yue, a mere commoner. Qi Yu, discerning the young woman's aversion towards Su Yue, responded with a smile, refraining from further comment as he fixed his gaze upon the distant, receding figure of Zhou Yuan. It seemed Zhou Yuan had utterly lost faith in himself, thus seeking to elevate a prodigy as a crutch. "Zhou Yuan, oh Zhou Yuan, this sacred dragon of the Zhou family has truly become a crippled dragon. In that case, the Zhou family's demise is nigh." Chapter 6. Ancestral Shrine. As the sun ascended, its warm rays illuminated the Great Zhou city, casting a radiant glow. Within the Great Zhou royal palace, Zhou Yuan arrived at the palace gates after a sleepless night, where a formidable assembly awaited. Thousands of imperial guards, clad in heavy armor and brandishing spears, stood in solemn formation, their military might palpable. Zhou Qing, seated atop a fiery red steed, greeted the hastily approaching Zhou Yuan with a smile, inquiring, "Are you prepared?" Today marked the day of the Great Zhou ancestral sacrifice. Zhou Yuan nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation. He knew that whether the 8 meridians within him could be restored, enabling him to resume cultivation, hinged upon this very day. A guard led forth a crimson steed, its tail ablaze with flames, yet its head bore the visage of a somewhat ferocious lion. This was a fire lion horse, a first-grade source beast, renowned for its exceptional endurance, capable of traversing 1,000 miles without rest. The once temperamental fire lion horse had long been tamed, so when Zhou Yuan mounted it, the beast merely flicked its fiery tail before settling into stillness. "Father, let us depart," Zhou Yuan declared, gripping the reins, his dark eyes seeming to burn with fervor. Zhou Qing smiled gently and nodded. Then with a sweep of his hand, a resounding horn echoed throughout the air. In an instant, thousands of armored warriors transformed into a torrent, encircling Zhou Qing and Zhou Yuan as they surged forth from the palace, their footsteps resonating like thunder, flowing through the streets of the city and heading straight towards the outskirts. The ancestral sacrifice site of the Great Zhou royal family was precisely where the Great Zhou mausoleum lay, situated several hundred miles from the city. However, with their swift pace, they would arrive within 2 hours. Beneath the towering green mountains, Zhou Qing and Zhou Yuan dismounted their steeds. The imperial guards dispersed at this juncture, vigilantly guarding every passage. Even a bird that dared to approach would be met with lethal arrows. This was indeed the resting place of our Great Zhou royal lineage. Observing Zhou Qing's somewhat somber countenance, Zhou Yuan spoke softly. "Father, there is no need for self-reproach. The Wu family harbors intentions unbeknownst to us, and after centuries of scheming, no one could have foreseen this. Thus, the fault does not lie with you." Zhou Qing let out a bitter smile and refrained from further discourse, simply striding towards the stone steps paved with azure stones. "Follow me," he urged. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement and followed closely behind. The stone steps led to the summit of the Green Mountain, consisting of 9,099 steps, ascending towards the heavens. The two ascended at a measured pace, their expressions solemn. After a stick of incense's worth of time, they reached the mountain's peak, where a black ancestral hall stood, ancient and weathered, as if it had withstood the test of time. Standing before the ancestral hall, Zhou Yuan turned around. From this height, as he gazed down, the view suddenly brightened. He beheld 3 mountain ranges standing vertically upon the earth, which, in a subtle formation, resembled a natural character for a river. The 3 mountain ranges meandered and undulated, resembling lurking dragons, guarding the verdant mountain beneath them, akin to 3 dragons supporting a pearl, exuding an imposing aura. "What a formidable presence," Zhou Yuan exclaimed. It seemed their Zhou family's ancestral land possessed excellent feng shui. No wonder it was able to establish a dynasty. There is fortune in the world, and the earth's feng shui is also a part of it. Our Zhou family was able to rise thanks to this ancestral land's feng shui, Zhou Qing said with a smile. Zhou Yuan pursed his lips and said, "The earth's feng shui counts for a portion, but more importantly, it is the efforts of our ancestors. As the saying goes, as heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. As long as one is diligent and self-reliant, even the worst hand can have a chance to turn around. But if one sits back and enjoys the fruits of others' labor, even the best hand can be overturned." Although the young man's voice seemed somewhat immature, the tenacity revealed within caused Zhou Qing to look at him with new eyes, and the smile on his face became even more gratified. It seemed that the experiences of these years were not all bad. Zhou Qing touched Zhou Yuan's head, and then stepped into the ancestral hall. Zhou Yuan followed, and saw in the hall, memorial tablets were enshrined, incense smoke curling around them. Those were the ancestors of the Great Zhou royal family. Under Zhou Qing's guidance, Zhou Yuan offered incense and paid respects to each of the memorial tablets. Finally, Zhou Qing's footsteps stopped in front of a memorial tablet in the deepest part. This was the first founding emperor of their Great Zhou royal family. After Zhou Qing respectfully paid his respects, he reached out and gently turned the memorial tablet. Rumbling sounds immediately followed the turning of the tablet, and Zhou Yuan was surprised to see that on the stone wall behind the tablet, a heavy and hidden stone door slowly cracked open. Within the stone door, a subtle darkness enveloped the space, lending an air of mystery. Zhou Qing gazed beyond the stone threshold, his expression reflecting a tangle of emotions as he remarked, "Whether you can unlock your meridians and cultivate lies in this very place." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of considerable tension. His palms clenched tightly, and his gaze flickered with unease. Despite his youthful wisdom, he remained a mere boy, unable to maintain absolute composure in the face of such a pivotal moment concerning his potential for cultivation. Zhou Qing cast a glance at Zhou Yuan before stepping through the stone door. Beyond lay a long corridor lined with stone walls, illuminated by flickering lamps that cast a dim glow. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the soft sound of their footsteps. After traversing the corridor for approximately 10 minutes, They arrived at its end, revealing a vast ancient cavern. At the far side of the cave stood a stone platform. Zhou Qing approached the platform directly, and it was only then that Zhou Yuan noticed the surface of the stone was intricately engraved with numerous ancient source patterns, forming an enigmatic design. Father. Zhou Yuan turned to Zhou Qing, pondering if this place could hold the key to resolving his issue of the 8 meridians remaining dormant. Zhou Qing studied the ancient source patterns with a grave expression, stating, in our Zhou family, there has always been a secret saying passed down through generations. Within this hidden chamber lies a great opportunity, capable of ensuring our family's enduring prosperity. The key to unlocking this grand opportunity lies within the bloodline of the Zhou family's inheritors. However, despite the emperors of our Zhou lineage coming here through the ages in an attempt to activate it with their blood, they have all, without exception, met with failure. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Zhou Yuan and said, "Thus, I brought you here to see if you possess the ability to unlock this great chance. Should you succeed, resolving your issue with the 8 meridians should pose little difficulty." Oh, Zhou Yuan gazed at the ancient stone platform before him, astonished, clearly taken aback by the existence of such a secret within their family. Go ahead, Zhou Qing encouraged, giving Zhou Yuan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Drawing a deep breath, Zhou Yuan felt a flutter of anxiety within him, yet he mustered his courage and stepped onto the stone platform, settling down amidst the intricate, ancient mystical patterns. He produced a sharp dagger, steeling himself, and made a decisive cut across his wrist. Instantly, blood flowed forth in torrents, spreading along the engraved patterns of the source lines. In mere moments, the intricate designs upon the stone platform transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Outside the platform, Zhou Qing watched the scene unfold, his palm clenching tightly, his eyes filled with apprehension. As Zhou Yuan felt the life force ebbing away, his previously delicate and youthful visage grew even more pallid. He fixated intently on the complex source patterns, his heartbeat echoing like thunder. Is this truly my final opportunity? Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the waves of dizziness that surged in his mind. At this moment, the image of his mother, Qin Yu, spitting blood resurfaced before him, piercing his heart with anguish. My mother suffered grievous harm and diminished lifespan for my sake. My father had an arm severed by King Wu because of me. My own fortune was plundered, my sacred dragon root violated, and venomous fumes gnaw at my life. The Great Zhou is beset by internal strife and external threats, teetering on the brink of collapse. This grand opportunity, I, Zhou Yuan, am determined to seize it. A roar resounded within my heart, and in that instant, Zhou Yuan's body seemed to tremble violently, as if a furious and unwilling dragon's cry echoed from the depths of his being. Buzz! At that very moment, the ancient source patterns on the stone platform, covered in blood, erupted with brilliant light, converging like quicksilver and swiftly enveloping Zhou Yuan. This sudden turn of events startled Zhou Qing, who was outside the stone platform, and he hastily looked towards Zhou Yuan. Then, to his astonishment, he witnessed Zhou Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged within, vanish into thin air as the light gathered. Chapter 7. Mysterious land. Intense light flooded my eyes, followed by a surge of savage tearing force. Zhou Yuan felt dizzy, as if he had fallen into a vortex. Fortunately, this tearing sensation did not last long. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of great force, and then his body was thrown up directly. Bang! Zhou Yuan's body crashed heavily on the ground, filling his mouth with mud. However, he was quick-witted enough to roll away swiftly, disregarding the pain in his body, to avoid the spot where he had landed. At the same time, the iron skin pattern etched upon Zhou Yuan's arm began to shimmer with a faint glow, poised to be activated at any moment. Yet, fortunate enough, the anticipated attack did not materialize, allowing Zhou Yuan's tense body to gradually relax. It was at this moment he found the leisure to observe the changes in his surroundings. Where is this place? Zhou Yuan's eyes widened as he surveyed his environment. The cave he once occupied had vanished, replaced by an ancient and tranquil forest, where towering trees stood majestically, their lush canopies obscuring the sun. Beside him, a crystal-clear stream flowed, producing a melodious sound, creating a scene of serene harmony. What sort of place is this? Zhou Yuan pondered, bewildered, recalling that just moments ago he had been within the secret chamber of his clan. How could he have suddenly found himself in such an unfamiliar locale? Peculiar. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly, casting his gaze around. Could it be that this so-called great fortune lies here? Yet, not a single soul was in sight. Zhou Yuan mused to himself, his eyes darting about, and in the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply, his expression freezing in astonishment, resembling a ghostly apparition. For it was then that he beheld, beneath a great tree ahead, a graceful silhouette that had appeared without his notice. Upon closer inspection, it was a young maiden clad in green, slender and delicate, leaning against the trunk, her bright eyes quietly gazing at him. The moment their gazes met, an inexplicable shiver coursed through Zhou Yuan's scalp. However, Zhou Yuan maintained his composure well, quickly calming his restless heart. A gentle smile emerged on his youthful face as he endeavored to appear harmless. He clasped his fists and inquired, "Miss, may I ask where we are? I am Zhou Yuan, and I seem to have inadvertently trespassed. If I have caused any offense, I hope you will not take it to heart." The young lady before him appeared to be of similar age, yet at such a moment, sweet words would not go amiss. Nevertheless, the enigmatic girl clad in azure paid little heed to Zhou Yuan's respectful demeanor. She delicately tucked a strand of her dark hair behind her ear and gracefully approached him with long strides. As she stepped out from the shade of the trees, sunlight cascaded upon her, and as she drew nearer, Zhou Yuan could not help but gaze in awe. The girl possessed skin as fair as snow, with her dark hair lightly gathered, and her simple azure attire accentuated her enchanting curves. Her features were exquisitely refined, particularly her pair of bright eyes that seemed to harbor an inscrutable mystery, rendering them ethereal and profound. At that moment, she stood amidst dappled sunlight, with an ancient towering tree behind her. A gentle breeze lifted her bangs, revealing an ancient, inscrutable pattern subtly etched upon her fair forehead, exuding an indescribable mystique. This scene was so breathtaking that Zhou Yuan felt slightly breathless. Mississippi. Zhou Yuan smiled. Although the sight before him was extraordinarily beautiful, he remained somewhat on guard, for both the unfamiliar surroundings and the mysterious girl surpassed his understanding. "Miss," upon hearing Zhou Yuan's address, the young girl in blue could not help but allow a faint smile to curve her lips, as though she found the situation rather amusing. With a keen interest, she scrutinized Zhou Yuan before murmuring, "Old Black was indeed correct. Someone would come here today." "What?" Zhou Yuan could not quite catch her words. However, the girl in blue paid him no heed. She simply turned away and ventured into the ancient forest. As she passed by the massive tree, she called out softly. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yuan's gaze fell upon a small, inconspicuous creature nestled at the base of the tree. A small, gray beast that resembled a puppy. A pet dog, perhaps, Zhou Yuan pondered. Suddenly, as if it had sensed his musing, the little creature puffed up its fur and let out a fierce growl towards Zhou Yuan. Yet, due to its diminutive size, the roar lacked any real menace and instead came off as rather endearing. Seemingly aware that its growl had failed to intimidate Zhou Yuan, the little beast perked up its tail, leaped onto a large rock, and opened its mouth wide, taking a decisive bite. Crunch! With astonishing speed, the rock diminished, vanishing entirely within mere breaths, its hard fragments consumed by the beast's tiny belly. Zhou Yuan's expression hardened once more, and he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment as he regarded this puppy-like creature. What on earth was this being? To devour such a massive stone in just a few bites? How formidable its jaws and appetite! Zhou Yuan wiped away a bead of cold sweat, no longer daring to gaze upon the seemingly unremarkable little beast. With its formidable teeth, it could effortlessly devour even stone, let alone his petite frame. No wonder it was named Tunten. Observing Zhou Yuan's astonishment, the creature named Tunten proudly flicked its tail, then cast Zhou Yuan a remarkably human-like roll of its eyes before trotting after the girl in the azure attire. As the girl entered the shaded grove, she slightly tilted her head and gently raised her snow-white chin towards Zhou Yuan. "If you wish to seek your great fortune, then follow me." After uttering those words, she stepped into the depths of the forest, her graceful figure becoming a fleeting shadow amidst the foliage. Zhou Yuan watched the retreating forms of the girl and the little beast, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Everything here appeared profoundly mysterious, eluding his understanding. He could not fathom how he had arrived in this unfamiliar place through the stone platform within their ancestral temple's secret cave. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan resolved to cease his hesitation, stepping forward to swiftly follow the girl and the beast ahead. A man, a woman, and a beast traversed the ancient forest, where verdant greenery flourished. Occasionally, the air would be pierced by the menacing roars of distant beasts. Yet each time, Tunton, who trotted alongside the girl in azure, would emit a low growl. Though not loud, it seemed to silence the entire forest, as if the woodland feared the creature's prowess. This compelled Zhou Yuan to take a closer look at the enigmatic little beast, which resembled a small gray dog, seemingly extraordinary in its own right. The young woman in the green attire evidently had no intention of engaging in conversation with Zhou Yuan, compelling him to remain silent and closely follow her. After a considerable passage of time, approximately half an hour, Zhou Yuan sensed that the young woman had come to a halt. "We have arrived," her voice resonated ahead. Zhou Yuan's heart quivered slightly as he raised his gaze, peering through the verdant canopy of the forest. Before him lay a clearing, in the heart of which stood a humble thatched cottage, serene and still. A few rustic fences encircled the dwelling, but Zhou Yuan's attention was ultimately drawn to a reclining chair positioned before the cottage. There, a venerable elder clad in black rested peacefully, gently swaying. As if sensing Zhou Yuan's scrutiny, the elder opened his eyes and regarded him. The moment their gazes met, Zhou Yuan felt a subtle jolt within, for the elder's eyes were imbued with an ineffable weariness, seemingly shaped by the passage of time. Concurrently, Zhou Yuan perceived a profound aura of decay and dusk enveloping the elder. Yet, in that fleeting exchange of glances, Zhou Yuan experienced an unsettling sensation of being thoroughly seen, as if all his secrets lay bare before the penetrating gaze of this enigmatic figure. Alas, the sacred dragon's fortune has been usurped, and its very root has been corrupted. Is this the curse of the vengeful dragon? How tragic, indeed. Chapter 8. The quest for the 8 meridians. The elder's voice resonated in Zhou Yuan's ears like thunder, sending tumultuous waves through his heart, for it was evident that this elderly man, with but a single glance, had discerned the tumultuous events that had transpired within Zhou Yuan. The young girl in azure approached the elderly man in ebony, casting a glance at the astonished Zhou Yuan. Beside her, the little creature Tunton leapt up, yearning to leap into her embrace. However, in its current disheveled state, it was disdainfully lifted by the girl's delicate fingers and carelessly tossed into a water vat. Tunton, now submerged, appeared exceedingly aggrieved, yet aware of the girl's fastidious nature. It resignedly began to scrub itself clean, presenting a rather comical sight. Despite the absurdity of the scene, Zhou Yuan remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on the enigmatic elder in black. After a prolonged silence, his astonishment faded, replaced by a flicker of hope. If this mysterious elder could discern the troubles within his body at a mere glance, he must be far from ordinary. Perhaps, the issue of his 8 meridians not manifesting could indeed find resolution here. Taking a deep breath to quell the surge of excitement within him, Zhou Yuan clasped his fists respectfully, stating, "I am Zhou Yuan, a junior, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder." The old man nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, you are of the Zhou family." He scrutinized Zhou Yuan, who seemed to struggle with unspoken thoughts, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as if he understood the young man's desires. With a peculiar smile, he remarked, "I know what you are thinking. Yes, I can assist you in resolving the issue of your 8 meridians not manifesting, but tell me, why should I extend my help to you?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback, pausing momentarily to contemplate his words. Finally, he articulated, "I am unaware of this place or your identity, esteemed elder. However, given that the secret cave left by my ancestors of the Zhou family leads here, it stands to reason that you must have had interactions with my forebears." Upon hearing this, the old man remained non-committal. At this moment, Zhou Yuan had completely regained his composure. He fixed his gaze upon the elderly man clad in black and spoke slowly, "In my current state, I have little to offer that might impress you, esteemed elder. However, I perceive that you are perhaps waiting for me?" In the fleeting instant when the black-clad elder first laid eyes on him, Zhou Yuan, guided by an instinctive intuition, discerned a flicker of something unusual deep within the elder's gaze. The rocking chair finally paused slightly, as the elder squinted his eyes, his expression inscrutable, and regarded Zhou Yuan with an air of indifference. "Young one, you certainly have a bold tongue. What makes you believe you possess any merit worthy of my patience?" In response to the elder's words, Zhou Yuan merely smiled and shook his head. "I too do not know the answer to that. Perhaps, esteemed elder, you might have some insight?" The elder's eyes, filled with the weight of ages, remained fixed on Zhou Yuan. Although he did not exude any menacing aura, an undeniable sense of pressure emanated from him, rendering the ancient forest around them eerily silent. Outside the thatched cottage, the lean youth bore a faint smile, his gaze unwavering as he met the elder's eyes, displaying neither fear nor trepidation, reminiscent of a newly born calf. He held firm to the belief that the secret words passed down within his family would not lead him astray. His presence here must surely bear significance, and he had faith in his own instincts. As the oppressive atmosphere rolled like thunderclouds, after a prolonged silence, a hint of resignation appeared on the stoic, aged face of the elder. He reclined in his chair and sighed. "It seems I have truly grown old, unable to intimidate even a mere child." Behind the figure cloaked in black, the young maiden in green cast a glance at Zhou Yuan, her voice clear and gentle as she remarked, "He is merely putting on a facade. In truth, he is terrified." Zhou Yuan's expression faltered momentarily, followed by an awkward smile, for at that moment, his back was indeed drenched in cold sweat. No matter how composed he attempted to appear, facing this singular opportunity, it was impossible to remain entirely unruffled. "Senior." He gazed longingly at the elder in black. "Very well," the elder replied, his demeanor shifting as he turned to Zhou Yuan. "I can resolve your issue of the 8 meridians being unmanifested, but there is one condition." "A condition?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback, then nodded earnestly. "Please, senior, do tell." The elder sighed softly, glancing at the graceful maiden beside him before continuing. "I require you to take Yaoyao away from here and protect her." "Yaoyao?" Zhou Yuan was once again startled, looking at the young maiden, whose name seemed to suit her perfectly, delicate and enchanting. "Grandpa He," the maiden bit her crimson lip, her exquisitely delicate face revealing a hint of reluctance and resistance. The girl named Yaoyao, with her crystal-clear eyes, dimmed slightly as she cast a glance at Zhou Yuan and softly remarked, "Grandpa He is far too weak." Zhou Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, in the eyes of others, he appeared utterly powerless, having yet to awaken even a single meridian. The elderly man in black could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. He cast a glance at Zhou Yuan and remarked, "Though this young lad may be weak now, the future remains uncertain. Grandfather He, will I still be able to see you again?" Yaoyao whispered softly. Being astute, she sensed the undertone of a solemn farewell in the actions of the elderly man, as if he were entrusting her with a significant burden. It was evident that he might soon undertake a perilous endeavor, one that could potentially cost him his life. He then turned his gaze towards Zhou Yuan and smiled. "So, what do you think?" Zhou Yuan's youthful visage bore a serious expression as he respectfully bowed to the elderly man, gradually articulating, "Although I currently possess no strength, I can assure you, senior, that should anyone seek to harm Sister Yaoyao, they must first tread over my lifeless body." The boy's voice, though somewhat juvenile, resonated with an undeniable conviction that drew attention. In response, the elderly man's weathered face broke into a satisfied smile. "Very well then." He chuckled, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Yuan. "Let us address the issue of your 8 meridians remaining dormant." Zhou Yuan's spirit surged with renewed vigor as he looked at the elderly man with fervent anticipation. However, noticing the boy's eager expression, the elderly man's lips curled into a peculiar smile, and suddenly, he waved his sleeve. Boom! The ground trembled as a massive fissure tore open beneath Zhou Yuan's feet, revealing a dark abyss that swallowed the astonished boy whole. Ah! Zhou Yuan's body plummeted uncontrollably, his mouth emitting anguished cries. At the same moment, a viscous black liquid began to spread from the darkness, ensnaring his limbs. The liquid gradually encroached upon him, accompanied by excruciating pain, as if his very skin was being corroded. What terrified Zhou Yuan the most was that this black substance infiltrated through his pores, wreaking havoc within his body. Wherever the liquid flowed, flesh and veins were utterly eroded. The agony, intertwined with fear, gnawed at Zhou Yuan's spirit, and a heavy aura of death enveloped him. He felt that if he allowed the black liquid to continue its assault, he would indeed perish here. In a frenzied struggle, Zhou Yuan summoned the 3 source patterns engraved upon his body without hesitation. However, just as the patterns began to radiate their light, the black liquid surged forward, extinguishing the glow, ultimately eradicating the 3 source patterns in its relentless advance. Zhou Yuan's heart turned to ice, utterly desolate with the shattering of the source patterns. The black liquid spread further, finally shrouding his eyes. Pain surged anew, as if his very sight was being devoured, plunging his world into darkness. In that abyss, Zhou Yuan felt the torment within him intensify, the black liquid relentlessly gnawing away. The scent of death grew ever more potent. This was no mere illusion. If he could not halt the black liquid's encroachment, he would truly meet his end. I cannot perish here. I still have to restore my mother's lifespan. I must avenge my father's lost arm, and reclaim the sacred dragon's fortune that was taken from me. These tasks remain unfulfilled. How can I die here? I cannot perish. 8 beams of light coiled like a lurking dragon. What could this be? The cultivation of the 8 meridians. Zhou Yuan gazed at the 8 rays, his heart jolting with sudden realization. They were the 8 meridians of cultivation that had long remained concealed within his body. Roar! At this moment, when true death loomed near, they seemed to sense the impending peril, slowly beginning to writhe like a coiled dragon, emitting a deep, resonant dragon's roar. Buzz! In that instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from the depths of Zhou Yuan's being, sweeping away the dark liquid with a visibly rapid dissolution. In but a few breaths, the darkness receded entirely. Zhou Yuan's tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open, as bright light flooded his vision once more, causing him to collapse, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water, droplets trickling down his youthful visage. Ha ha! Zhou Yuan gasped heavily, surveying his surroundings. At this moment, he found himself still standing before the thatched cottage. Everything that had transpired felt like an illusion. Was it all merely a fabrication? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. What do you think? A voice, aged and wise, resonated from ahead, revealing the black-clad elder, who regarded him with a gentle smile. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted as he acutely sensed the authenticity of the earlier deathly aura. Slowly, he raised his hand, only to feel his pupils constrict in shock. For he noticed, at the tip of his finger, a faint black mark, quietly vanishing. This black trace bore a striking resemblance to the dark liquid from before. Feel the essence within you, the elderly man in black remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's spirit stirred, and he closed his eyes to attune himself. In that very moment, his heartbeat resonated like thunder, and an expression of incredulity began to emerge on his youthful and pallid visage. For it was at this instant that he could distinctly sense 8 meridians within his body, coiling and swirling like dragons soaring from the abyss. These 8 meridians were, undeniably, the initial 8 pathways of cultivation. Zhou Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, filled with exhilaration, and fixed his gaze upon the elderly man, his voice trembling with astonishment. My 8 meridians they have manifested. Chapter 9. The emergence of the 8 meridians before the thatched cottage. The boy's youthful and somewhat slender face was now suffused with unmistakable excitement. His hands trembled as they caressed his body, and the sensation akin to rebirth compelled even the mature for his age Zhou Yuan to break into a foolish grin. Indeed, this revelation was of paramount importance to him. As the years passed, his peers began to open their meridians and showcase various talents. Although Zhou Yuan had concealed his aspirations well, deep within, he harbored an enduring envy. He too yearned to unlock his meridians, to embark upon the path of source energy, and to wield the omnipotent force of the heavens and earth. This day had been a long-cherished dream of his. From the moment of your birth, the 8 meridians within you were naturally awakened, marking you as a born conduit of energy. Alas, you encountered calamity at the outset of your life, and the 8 meridians within you sensed the impending destruction from the outside world. In a bid for self-preservation, they withdrew deep into the recesses of your being. Consequently, Despite reaching the age when the 8 meridians typically manifest, they have remained elusive all these years. The elderly man in black, observing the agitated countenance of Zhou Yuan, smiled and remarked, though the 8 meridians lie dormant, they remain attuned to danger. To awaken them once more, you must place yourself at the brink of death, for it is only then that they will reveal themselves. With a subtle lift of his eyelids, he continued, do not assume that the deathly aura you sensed earlier was mere illusion. If you fail to invoke the protection of the 8 meridians in that critical moment, then now you would truly perish. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuan felt a chill run through him, staring blankly at the elderly man in black, his complexion paling as he recalled the suffocating aura of death. He harbored a foreboding sense that if he lingered in this moment any longer, he might indeed meet his end. It was clear that the method proposed by the elderly man to awaken his dormant meridians was fraught with peril. What? Do you think it remiss of me not to forewarn you? The elderly man asked with a smile. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, shook his head, and replied slowly, as long as I can cultivate my meridians, I am willing to embrace any risk, so knowing in advance holds little significance. It is merely a fleeting sense of trepidation that I now feel. The elder in black nodded slightly, expressing a hint of admiration as he remarked, you, young one, though still in your youth, possess a commendable spirit. However, despite the resurgence of the 8 meridians, do not rejoice too soon. Your 8 meridians were once opened, yet over the years they have become concealed once more. Thus, you must commence your cultivation anew, diligently unblocking each of the 8 meridians to transcend the opening meridian stage and enter the qi-nurturing realm. Moreover, your situation renders the process of opening the meridians more arduous than that of an ordinary individual. In your case, the 8 meridians were self-sealed to evade calamity, thereby making the task of unblocking them considerably more challenging. The elder in black shook his head and continued. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow for a moment, yet it quickly relaxed as he replied, at the very least, I now possess greater hope than before, do I not? No matter how dire the circumstances may be now, can they truly compare to the time when I could not even locate the 8 meridians? Even if the path to opening them is fraught with difficulty, I finally see a glimmer of hope, do I not? Behind the elder, a maiden clad in green lifted a small creature from the water jar, giving it a gentle shake. Instantly, a faint crimson glow emanated from the creature's body, evaporating the droplets of water entirely, after which she contentedly cradled it in her arms. As she tenderly stroked the small beast, her serene gaze lingered on Zhou Yuan, evidently surprised by his unwavering dedication to the arduous practice of opening the meridians. The inability to cultivate the meridians is not insurmountable. I too am unable to harness the source energy, she spoke softly, her lips parting slightly as she conveyed her thoughts with a calm demeanor. The young girl in the green attire evidently possessed a disposition of serene detachment. She rarely spared a glance at individuals or objects that did not pique her interest. However, at that moment, her words carried a hint of consolation. Zhou Yuan gazed at her in astonishment, realizing that this girl was unable to harness source energy. A chuckle escaped the lips of the elderly man clad in black as he teased Zhou Yuan. Do not underestimate her. Her mastery of source patterns is a true inheritance from me. Despite her youthful age, she possesses the knowledge to be your mentor in this art. Is that so? Zhou Yuan's eyes brimmed with intrigue, discovering that this girl in green had profound expertise in source patterns, a fact that took him by surprise. Yet, do not belittle yourself, the old man continued with a smile. The difficulty you face in opening your meridians is indeed greater, but every sacrifice yields its reward. Thus, each time you open your meridians, the benefits you reap will surpass those of the ordinary. Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened. He understood that with each successful opening of his meridians, his physical prowess would enhance. According to the elderly man, his eventual progress would indeed outshine that of others. While it seemed that the path to unlocking his meridians was fraught with challenges, it was a prospect he found increasingly acceptable. Pondering this, Zhou Yuan suddenly turned to the old man, his expression tinged with frustration. Senior, though I am now able to cultivate by opening my meridians, I am still a step behind. To reach a level where I can protect Sister Yaoyao, it seems I will require considerable time. The elderly man, with a bemused look, fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan and asked, What are you trying to imply, young man? Zhou Yuan chuckled and said, Why not, esteemed elder? Be a benevolent soul and grant me a chance? The elderly man in black exuded an aura of profound mystery. Zhou Yuan surmised that his strength had reached an unfathomable level, one that far surpassed even his father, Zhou Qing. Under normal circumstances, given Zhou Yuan's current standing, he would hardly have the opportunity to engage with such formidable beings. Yet, now that this rare chance presented itself, Zhou Yuan was determined to seize it to the fullest. This indeed was an opportunity. The elder in black chuckled softly and remarked, What a clever lad, so unabashedly greedy. Zhou Yuan keenly sensed that there was no hint of anger in the elder's words, prompting him to respond with a smile. I merely wish to fulfill your expectations to the best of my ability, esteemed elder. Otherwise, should I encounter peril, my feeble limbs would serve little purpose but to perish before Sister Yaoyao. His woeful expression, coupled with his youthful visage, rendered him somewhat comical. Yaoyao, beside him, couldn't help but curve her crimson lips, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Grandfather He, if you wish to avoid being a hindrance to him in the end and instead have him protect you, it would be wise to acquiesce to his request, she gently suggested while caressing Tun Tun with her delicate hand, her lips parting slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan cast a grateful glance in her direction. Yet the young lady remained indifferent, as if she had not heard him at all. The elderly man in black gently stroked his beard, his gaze flickering slightly as he fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly lost in thought. Ultimately, he let out a soft sigh and remarked, You speak truthfully, Yaoyao. If this lad were too weak, it would only bring you trouble. He fixed his penetrating gaze upon Zhou Yuan and slowly continued. However, the methods of this old man are not to be imparted to outsiders. Zhou Yuan, possessing remarkable intellect, immediately understood the implication and promptly bowed down, respectfully declaring, Disciple Zhou Yuan pays his respects to master. Ah, you clever young lad. Indeed, the elderly man in black remarked, impressed by Zhou Yuan's swift and decisive action. He had merely softened his tone slightly, yet this young man had taken the initiative to seek apprenticeship. Such adeptness at seizing opportunities was commendable. The old man shook his head and sighed. Yet, to encounter you here is also a matter of fate. Although you have come seeking my methods, I shall temporarily accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan was filled with joy and bowed deeply in gratitude. The elderly man observed Zhou Yuan, who completed the formalities of apprenticeship with utmost sincerity, and his aged eyes softened somewhat. He spoke, Since you are so resolute, I shall not be stingy. Now that your 8 meridians have manifested, I will impart to you a technique for channeling energy. In the initial stage of opening the meridians, one cannot store source energy within, thus making it impossible to cultivate true techniques. Only the channeling technique can be practiced. Once all 8 meridians are opened and you enter the realm of energy cultivation, you may then formally pursue the art of cultivation. The old man in black exhibited a luminous glow at his fingertips, as if delicate characters were flowing forth. Suddenly, he pressed his fingertip against Zhou Yuan's brow. Boom! The moment his fingertip made contact, Zhou Yuan felt a surge in his mind, followed by an influx of vast information that rendered his head momentarily heavy. However, the heaviness quickly dissipated as Zhou Yuan carefully contemplated the information that emerged in his consciousness. The technique of qi induction known as the dragon absorption technique. Evidently, this particular qi induction technique bore the name of dragon absorption, sounding quite impressive. One could only wonder about its efficacy in practice. Yet it was clear that it was not an ordinary technique, given that it was presented by the old man in black. Zhou Yuan nodded in earnest, stating, The path of source patterns is profound and intricate, deserving of utmost respect. Over the past 2 years, he had devoted himself to the study of source patterns, subtly sensing their profound and formidable nature. The art of source patterns resembled the principle of using a feather to lift 1,000 pounds, employing minimal force to construct mysterious patterns that ultimately unleashed tremendous power. Alas, the source patterns could not facilitate personal transformation, and due to their vast depth, achieving mastery required significant effort. Consequently, many source masters regarded it as a lesser path, choosing not to delve deeply into it. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the old man in black nodded in agreement, stating, The masses are ignorant, dismissing source patterns as a lesser path, deeming it obscure and difficult to master. Yet they fail to realize that the essence of the source path lies within the spirit. With diligent practice, it can complement the path of source masters. Observing the old man's pride while discussing source patterns, Zhou Yuan understood that the old man possessed remarkable expertise in this discipline. I perceive a spirit of vitality and an innate talent for source patterns within you. Allow me to impart upon you a technique for soul forging. The elder in black chuckled, and in the next moment, his eyes suddenly radiated a brilliant light that pierced directly into Zhou Yuan's gaze. The chaotic divine grind visualization. Chapter 10. A fortuitous gift. The resounding echoes within his mind gradually subsided after a considerable duration, and Zhou Yuan could sense that the technique known as the chaotic divine grind visualization had been imprinted in his consciousness. However, this was not the moment for comprehension. Thus, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, respectfully bowing to the smiling elder in black. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this knowledge upon me. He could vaguely discern that both the Qi induction technique and the soul forging technique were extraordinary in nature. The mysterious elder before him had indeed granted him a significant opportunity. The elder in black waved his hand and, after a moment's hesitation, suddenly reached into his robe and produced a black brush approximately a foot in length. This brush, seemingly forged from bronze, bore a mottled hue, as if it had weathered the passage of time, imparting an air of antiquity. Yet, the brush appeared somewhat dull, lacking its former luster, as though it had lost its spirit. The elder caressed the black brush with a hint of reluctance before ultimately handing it to Zhou Yuan, saying, "Consider this a token of our meeting." Zhou Yuan accepted the brush with reverence. It felt somewhat weighty in his grasp. He gazed at the ancient patterns adorning its surface, faintly sensing a formidable aura. Is this a source pattern brush? Zhou Yuan inquired with curiosity. It is both a source pattern brush and a source weapon. The old man in black chuckled. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. The source pattern brush was specifically designed for inscribing source patterns, while source weapons were intended for combat. The two should belong to different categories. How could they converge in one entity? Moreover, this black brush appeared rather fragile. How could it possibly be used to harm an enemy? It seemed he had underestimated it. Observing Zhou Yuan's expression, the old man in black could not help but laugh, saying, "This brush is known as the heavenly source brush. It was once a sacred source weapon." Sacred source weapon? Zhou Yuan gasped, staring incredulously at the mottled, ancient black brush in his hand. In this world, source weapons were classified into 4 grades: ordinary, profound, heavenly, and sacred. As far as Zhou Yuan knew, the most formidable source weapon of the Great Zhou royal family was the 9-flame spear wielded by his father, which was merely a superior profound source weapon. The legendary sacred source weapons, however, possessed indescribable power, capable of incinerating mountains and evaporating seas, evoking both desire and fear among people. Yet now, this seemingly powerless, weathered black brush in Zhou Yuan's grasp was, astonishingly, a sacred source weapon? I mentioned it was once a sacred source weapon. The old man in black sighed lightly. This heavenly source brush has accompanied me through countless battles, but it was severely damaged in a single confrontation. Zhou Yuan then understood that it was a sacred source weapon that had been destroyed. The old man in black, noticing Zhou Yuan's expression, retorted with irritation, "Do you truly believe I am so miserly as to present you with a mere scrap? Although the Tianyuan pen has suffered significant damage, it remains a sacred source weapon, still retaining a semblance of spirit. With diligent nurturing day and night, it may gradually recover." "Oh!" Zhou Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, wondering if this sacred source weapon could indeed be salvaged. The elderly man in black pointed at the pen, saying, "Do you see the 9 source patterns inscribed upon its surface?" Zhou Yuan looked down and noticed 9 ancient, intricate source patterns faintly visible on the pen's weathered body, though they were too dim to discern clearly. These 9 patterns symbolized the power of the Tianyuan pen. If one could illuminate all 9, it would restore the pen to its original strength as a sacred source weapon. How does one illuminate them? Zhou Yuan inquired with keen interest, recognizing that restoring this sacred source weapon would undoubtedly provide him with immense assistance. "It's quite simple," the elderly man chuckled. "The Tianyuan pen possesses spirit. If you can nourish it with the soul of a source beast, its power will gradually be restored. Naturally, the higher the grade of the source beast's soul, the more pronounced the effect. He added, as for how the Cang Yuan pen transforms into a weapon for combat, you will understand once you illuminate the first source pattern. The elderly man smiled warmly. Aware that restoring the Cang Yuan pen to the level of a sacred source weapon would not be an easy task, Zhou Yuan nodded thoughtfully. The pen twirled gracefully at his fingertips, and he smiled at the elderly man again, saying, I am truly grateful for the gift of the pen, but I still do not know your esteemed name, master. The elderly man in black, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and said, Cang Yuan is the name your mentor goes by. Furthermore, I have 2 other disciples, who would be considered your senior brothers. Should fate allow, perhaps you shall meet them in the future. If not, then so be it. Having spoken to Zhou Yuan, Cang Yuan ceased to address him and instead turned his gaze towards the maiden clad in azure. The latter gently bit her moist lips with her pearly teeth. Her bright eyes cast downwards, a hint of sorrow at their impending separation evident within them. Since her earliest memories, she had lived here with Cang Yuan, and to her, he was undoubtedly the closest person in her life. Thus, even with her detached demeanor, she could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Alas, foolish child, after a moment of silence, he suddenly retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom. The pendant emitted a faint glow, upon which a 9-petaled fire lotus appeared to be burning, each petal displaying a different hue. Yaoyao, I am aware you have many questions for me, but now is not the opportune moment. Take this with you, and should the chance arise in the future, perhaps you shall find the answers you seek. Moreover, should the fire lotus on the jade pendant begin to ignite, exercise utmost caution, for it signifies that they are coming for you. Who are they? And why would they seek me out? Yaoyao asked urgently. Her heart was filled with bewilderment. Who were these people? And why had she lived in seclusion with Grandpa He since her earliest recollections, as if evading something? Zhou Yuan's heart trembled slightly as his gaze fell upon the faintly discernible light pattern etched upon Yaoyao's forehead. Turned out to be a seal, which indicated that she was not incapable of wielding source energy, but rather had been sealed. Yet why would such a measure be taken? A sense of confusion lingered within Zhou Yuan, though he wisely refrained from probing further. Both Cang Yuan and Yaoyao exuded an air of profound mystery. There must surely be other stories entwined with their existence. Moreover, the profundity of such tales was likely beyond his current capacity to comprehend. Rest assured, master, I shall remember, Zhou Yuan stated earnestly. Cang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, in the future, should you encounter any difficulties in your training, you may seek Yaoyao's assistance. She has been with me for many years and has thoroughly absorbed my teachings, though it ultimately depends on her disposition. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened as he glanced at the young lady in green attire beside him. Initially, he had harbored concerns about training alone, but it seemed this lady possessed untold depths, prompting him to consider how to curry her favor in the days to come. However, the young lady remained lost in her own sorrow over their impending separation, completely oblivious to his presence. You may depart now. Cang Yuan gently patted the young lady's hand and continued, we must leave at once. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. The urgency was quite unexpected. Right now? Immediately? Cang Yuan's voice took on a stern tone. Yes, we must leave at once. Zhou Yuan fell silent, acutely sensing that Cang Yuan was eager for them to depart, likely anticipating that certain events were about to unfold in this place. With a swift motion of his flowing robe, Cang Yuan summoned a whirlwind of dust from the ground before the thatched cottage, revealing ancient patterns that emerged with an enigmatic allure. Upon closer inspection, these intricate source patterns were unmistakably identical to those found on the stone platform that Zhou Yuan had encountered earlier. Observing Cang Yuan's gaze, Zhou Yuan hastened forward, stepping into the intricate formation composed of the source patterns, while the girl in the green garment, cradling the small creature named Tunton, gazed at Cang Yuan in a daze. Go on. There may yet be a day of reunion. Cang Yuan gestured reassuringly. Although the girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, she refrained from displaying overt sorrow. Instead, she bowed deeply to Cang Yuan before stepping into the array of source patterns to stand beside Zhou Yuan. Upon witnessing this, Cang Yuan promptly pointed his finger, causing the surrounding source patterns to erupt in radiant light, which converged swiftly to envelop both Zhou Yuan and Yaoyao. Zhou Yuan, remember your promise to your master. You must protect her. The brilliance flooded his vision, and as the space around him began to warp, Zhou Yuan heard Cang Yuan's deep voice, imbued with an undercurrent of earnest entreaty. Rest assured, master. I shall bear the weight of your teachings and fulfill the duty of protection. Zhou Yuan murmured inwardly as he closed his eyes. Before the thatched cottage, the brilliance surged forth amidst a tempestuous wind, and in the next instant, the figures of Zhou Yuan and Yaoyao vanished into thin air. Only the source patterns on the ground continued to shimmer momentarily, before ultimately fading away without leaving a trace. Cang Yuan gazed at the place where the two had vanished, a hint of sorrow etched upon his countenance. He murmured, "The Zhou family. Just as that old fellow mentioned, I may yet take on another disciple. Yet the future shall depend on his own fortunes." He shook his head, suppressing his emotions, and reclined slowly in his chair, gently swaying it. The entire world was enveloped in silence. This tranquility persisted for an indeterminate duration until, abruptly, Cang Yuan opened his tightly shut eyes, casting a languid gaze into the void. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunder erupted from the heavens, reverberating with ferocity, as if a deluge of lightning cascaded from the distant sky, tearing the fabric of this realm apart with a savage fury. The earth began to crumble, and the forests fell in disarray. Has it finally arrived? Cang Yuan observed the cataclysmic scene, his aged visage remaining placid as he spoke to himself. So be it, so be it. After years of recuperation, these old bones are on the verge of rusting. It is time for some movement. A smile graced his lips as he gradually rose from the chair. Though his frail form appeared slightly stooped, the moment he stood, his black robe billowed gently, emanating an indescribable aura of terror, akin to a slumbering dragon awakened in full fury. The distant sky was overwhelmed by a torrent of thunder, amidst which three figures, enveloped in crackling lightning, descended slowly. As they materialized, an overwhelming pressure radiated from them, enveloping the entire expanse as if they were divine beings. Their icy gazes were cast upon Cang Yuan from afar. A voice devoid of emotion echoed from above, resonating through the air as the space around it began to collapse. Surrender the person. Otherwise, today, this place shall become the grave of your Black Emperor. Ha! Come. Today, I shall witness whose grave this truly is. With a single step, Cang Yuan's garments tore asunder, revealing a withered physique. Yet upon this form were etched intricate and ancient source patterns, each emanating a terrifying aura. Suddenly, these source patterns erupted in a dazzling display of light, akin to a blazing sun rising majestically. In that instant, Cang Yuan's once desiccated body swelled dramatically. Within mere moments, a colossal figure stood amidst the heavens and earth, exuding an overwhelming and tyrannical presence. He roared towards the sky, his voice reverberating violently, and in the next heartbeat, his foot stomped down, propelling his immense form skyward, colliding with the boundless ocean of descending thunder. Boom! 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 In that instant, the entire space began to shatter. Chapter 11. The appetite of the Qi King within the dim confines of a cavern. Light suddenly coalesced upon a stone platform, causing the space to tremble subtly as two figures emerged from the radiance. After enduring such a transportation once more, Yuan's head throbbed, and he rubbed his forehead to alleviate the discomfort. Yuaner? As the light faded, a voice filled with surprise emerged from the front. Zhou Yuan looked up and saw Zhou Qing standing before the stone platform, his face radiant with joy. "Father," Zhou Yuan exclaimed. "You little rascal, you truly frightened your father." Zhou Qing hurried forward, his eyes brimming with urgency. Earlier that day, he had witnessed Zhou Yuan vanish from the stone platform, leaving him in a state of shock. Observing Zhou Qing's expression, Zhou Yuan understood that his father had likely been worried sick in his absence. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and hurriedly declared, "Father, my 8 meridians have manifested." "What?" Zhou Qing's body trembled, and he swiftly placed his hand on Zhou Yuan's shoulder, channeling a surge of energy into him for assessment. Moments later, upon learning the result, Zhou Qing's hand began to tremble uncontrollably as he excitedly patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder. "Excellent, excellent. Truly, our ancestors have blessed us. Heaven has not forsaken the Zhou family. His voice quivered, and tears welled in his eyes, reflecting the profound excitement within him. The inability of Zhou Yuan to cultivate had always been a source of pain for him, as he believed it was his own inadequacy as a father that allowed Zhou Yuan's fate to be snatched away by the martial ancestor at birth, leading to their current plight. However, it seemed that fate had once again smiled upon the Zhou family. Zhou Qing composed himself, nodding seriously. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a young girl in green standing behind Zhou Yuan, holding a small, scruffy creature and gazing at them with clear, tranquil eyes. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhou Yuan proceeded to recount to Zhou Qing the events he had encountered within that enigmatic realm. Zhou Qing, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Since our ancestral Zhou family has left behind a secret message, it must surely be connected to that venerable figure in black. Given that you have received a boon from this elder, it is only fitting that you fulfill their entrusted task." With that, he turned to the girl in the green attire, offering her a gentle smile, and said, "Dear young lady, should you find yourself without a place to go, you are welcome to stay with us in the Great Zhou. Here we shall ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Yaoyao nodded slightly, her voice soft and composed. "I appreciate your kindness." Zhou Yuan also nodded, eager to share this promising news with Qin Yu. The three of them made their way through the secret passage, emerging from the cave and stepping out of the ancestral hall atop the mountain. Zhou Qing went to instruct the guards to prepare for departure, while Yaoyao, cradling a small creature named Tun Tun, stood at the edge of the cliff, her beautiful eyes gazing vacantly at the unfamiliar world before her. The gentle breeze caressed her garments, accentuating her delicate silhouette, yet also rendering her somewhat solitary and forlorn, with only the comforting sounds of Tun Tun's soft murmurs to ease her. "Yaoyao, you need not worry. My master possesses great power. Nothing will befall him. In the future, we shall surely meet him again," Zhou Yuan said softly as he approached her. He understood that, regardless of how serene and composed Yaoyao appeared, being in an unfamiliar place inevitably brought a sense of discomfort. Yaoyao cast a glance at him, her voice barely above a whisper. "Grandfather He will drive me away. I know it is because a formidable enemy is approaching. Those adversaries must have come for me, and it was Grandpa He who shielded me from their wrath." Although Cang Yuan had never spoken of such matters, she remained acutely aware that the calamities were likely summoned by her own presence. Zhou Yuan scratched his head, uncertain of their identities and backgrounds, leaving him in the dark regarding the stories concealed within. "Sister Yaoyao, perhaps the situation is as you say. However, I believe that you ought not to wallow in self-pity. Otherwise, it would betray the painstaking efforts of our master, rendering all his endeavors devoid of meaning," Zhou Yuan said slowly. Sister Yaoyao gently caressed the soft fur of Tun Tun, gazing into the distance. She then turned to Zhou Yuan, gracing him with a smile as radiant as a fleeting glimpse of a phoenix. With a slight nod of her head, she declared, "Rest assured, I am not one to succumb to despair. I will uncover the truth, and should anything befall Grandpa He, I shall avenge him. None of those responsible shall escape." Her voice was calm and frigid, yet the chill it carried sent a shiver down Zhou Yuan's spine. This young lady appeared ethereal, akin to a celestial fairy, yet when resolute, she exuded an unmistakable air of decisiveness and resolve. At the Great Zhou Palace, upon learning that Zhou Yuan could cultivate due to the awakening of the 8 meridians, Qin Yu was overwhelmed with emotion, embracing Zhou Yuan and shedding tears uncontrollably, leaving him both touched and exasperated. All right, it is indeed a good thing that Yuaner can cultivate. There is no need for such lamentation," Zhou Qing remarked helplessly from the side. "Have you not wept?" Qin Yu wiped her eyes and glared at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing awkwardly touched his nose. When he sensed the emergence of the 8 meridians within Zhou Yuan in that cave, he too was nearly overwhelmed with tears, though he managed to suppress them. "First, please make arrangements for Yaoyao," Zhou Qing said, hastily diverting the topic. Only then did Qin Yu realize there was someone watching nearby, and feeling slightly embarrassed, she wiped away her tears. Turning to Yaoyao, she offered a gentle smile and said, "Yaoyao, from now on, you may stay here without worry. We shall ensure that you suffer no grievances." Qin Yu's demeanor towards Yaoyao was exceedingly warm, stemming largely from their gratitude towards Zhou Yuan's assistance, Yet it was evident that she held a genuine fondness for Yaoyao. After all, who could resist the charm of such a pure and beautiful young girl? Yaoyao, however, found herself somewhat unaccustomed to Cang Yuan's enthusiasm. Having lived in seclusion with Cang Yuan since childhood, she had never interacted with outsiders, and her somewhat aloof nature made social communication challenging for her. Nevertheless, she could sense the heartfelt gratitude and sincerity emanating from Cang Yuan, and thus, she did not exhibit overt resistance. With a glance at Zhou Yuan, she allowed Cang Yuan to lead her away. As Cang Yuan took Yaoyao away, Zhou Qing and Zhou Yuan exchanged a glance, sharing a resigned smile. Just then, a guard reported, "Your Majesty, the Lord of the Chu Manor requests an audience." The Lord of the Chu Manor, Chu Tianyang, was indeed a prominent figure under Zhou Qing's command. "Let him in," Zhou Qing nodded, then turned to Zhou Yuan, who was about to depart, and said, "You should stay. After all, you are a prince of our Great Zhou and ought to be informed of certain matters." Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, offering no further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. At the entrance of the inner hall, a robust figure strode in. It was a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, his countenance resolute, and as he walked, it seemed as though the very wind followed in his wake, producing a low, resonant sound. Upon encountering the king, the man in purple inclined his body and clasped his fists in salute to Zhou Qing, then turned to Zhou Yuan, nodding with a smile, "Your Highness, Lord of the Manor." Zhou Yuan, aware of the weight of the moment, did not dare to be remiss. Chu Tianyang was a high-ranking official, deeply trusted by his father, serving as a crucial ally and the lord of the Great Zhou Manor. Zhou Qing, with a smile, waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyang first glanced at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Qing chuckled and added, "It's fine. Let him listen." Chu Tianyang nodded, then sighed with a hint of despair, "Your Majesty, Su Hong now has his eyes set on my position as the Lord of the Manor." Zhou Yuan's heart tightened at the mention of Su Hong, the current deputy lord of the Great Zhou Manor, who had aligned himself with the Prince of Qi, consistently bending to his will, often engaging in covert disloyalty toward the Great Zhou royal family. Zhou Yuan had long been aware of the Prince of Qi's covetous gaze upon the Great Zhou Manor, seeking to exert control and gradually erode its authority. Su Hong had been strategically placed there by him, aiming to usurp the position of Lord of the Manor. "Your Majesty, according to the intelligence I have gathered discreetly, the young Prince Qi Yu has been relentlessly coercing and enticing the exceptional students emerging from the Great Zhou Manor at exorbitant costs. In this recent examination, more than half of those who managed to secure a position in the top 10 have already been swayed. Once these students pass the grand examination, they will directly choose to enter Su Hong's secondary academy. Following the grand examination comes the provincial test. Over the past 2 years, the overall caliber of the students in the secondary academy has surpassed that of my primary academy. They have already secured the first place in the provincial test twice. Should they succeed again this time, Su Hong would have a pretext to challenge and covet the position of provincial governor. When Zhou Qing established the Great Zhou Prefecture, he implemented a rule to motivate the various academies. The head of any academy that can maintain first place in the provincial test for 3 consecutive years would be eligible to contest for the position of governor. Originally, Chu Tianyang's primary academy was the strongest. However, the emergence of Su Hong, with the substantial financial backing of the Qi Wang, has led to the continuous recruitment of those exceptional students, resulting in the once dominant primary academy being suppressed by the secondary academy for the past 2 years. It is evident that Su Hong is targeting the governorship of the Great Zhou Prefecture. Should he ascend to that position, the Great Zhou Prefecture might fall under the control of the Qi Wang, and the influx of talented individuals would be diverted to him, which would be a grievous loss for the royal family. Most importantly, if Qi Wang's scheme succeeds this time, it would lead many observing forces to believe that the royal family is in decline and incapable of contending with Qi Wang. If those forces align themselves with the Qi Wang, it would spell catastrophic consequences. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhou Qing, who was also slightly twitching his brow. After a prolonged silence, a somber voice slowly emerged from between his gritted teeth. "This Qi Wang truly has an insatiable appetite." Chapter 12. Source of food within the inner hall. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Zhou Qing's countenance was dark and brooding, his eyes swirling with murderous intent, clearly incited by the actions of King Qi, which had ignited within him a fervent desire for vengeance. Nevertheless, Zhou Qing ultimately clenched his teeth and suppressed his killing intent, for the current King Qi was equally formidable, bolstered by the clandestine support of the Great Wu Dynasty. Engaging in an open conflict could potentially render their years of recovery futile, leading to internal strife and external threats that might culminate in the complete annihilation of their nation. The removal of King Qi was imperative, yet it necessitated a cautious, step-by-step approach. The Great Zhou could not withstand excessive turmoil at this juncture. Zhou Qing took a deep breath and slowly inquired, "There remains half a year until the provincial examination. Who, in your estimation, stands the greatest chance of claiming the title of provincial champion?" Chu Tianyang pondered momentarily before responding. "This year, several promising talents have emerged from the Great Zhou, but the most outstanding among them is undoubtedly Qi Yu from the Second Academy. He has already opened the 6th channel." Qi Yu Zhou Qing's expression betrayed no discernible emotion as he spoke in a low voice. Indeed, the two sons of King Qi are remarkable individuals. King Qi had two sons, with Qi Yu being the elder. Thus, it seemed likely that the upcoming provincial examination would see the title claimed by Qi Yu. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyang reflected briefly and replied, "However, this is not an absolute certainty. Our Great Zhou has another genius who surpasses Qi Yu. Should she gain admission to the First Academy, it is entirely possible that she could rival Qi Yu after 6 months." "Oh?" Zhou Qing was momentarily taken aback. "There exists a student within the Great Zhou who is more exceptional than Qi Yu." With a smile, Chu Tianyang turned to Zhou Yuan and playfully remarked, "Has the king perhaps forgotten about his highness's little friend, Su Yue?" Hearing this teasing laughter from Chu Tianyang, Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, his face slightly flushed, "Yue is my friend, not merely a little girlfriend." At this moment, Zhou Qing also grasped the situation and remarked in realization, "Are you referring to the little girl who was recommended to the Dezhou mansion by Yuaner? I have indeed heard that she entered the mansion only a month ago and has already opened her first meridian." Chu Tianyang nodded and said, "Yes, her name is Su Yue. However, she has now opened her 3rd meridian. Although she entered the mansion a bit later, I am certain she will excel in the upcoming examination." "Has she already opened 3 meridians?" Zhou Qing exclaimed in astonishment. "This pace is indeed remarkably swift. If she continues at this rate, she might very well achieve the opening of all 8 meridians within a year, entering the Qi-nourishing realm. This girl named Su Yue is undoubtedly exceptionally gifted, with a promising future ahead. It seems Yuaner has unearthed a genius for our Dezhou." Zhou Qing remarked with a smile directed at Zhou Yuan. Chu Tianyang also chuckled, but then expressed a hint of concern, saying, "However, according to the information I have received, Qi Yu is also in contact with Su Yue and seems keen on recruiting her. If he succeeds, it is likely that Su Yue will join the Second Academy after the examination." He looked at Zhou Yuan and added with a smile, "Thus, I have come to request your highness's assistance, at least to help our First Academy secure Su Yue." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's gaze sharpened with intensity. The audacity of Qi Yu to set his sights on Yue was striking. Zhou Yuan held a firm belief in Su Yue's character, convinced that Qi Yu could not sway her. However, he harbored concerns regarding any potential schemes Qi Yu might devise against her. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have already arranged for individuals to discreetly safeguard Su Yue, ensuring her safety," Chu Tianyang remarked with a knowing smile, seemingly aware of Zhou Yuan's thoughts. Zhou Yuan finally exhaled with relief, nodding gently. "There is no need for the Manor Lord to worry. After the grand examination, both Yue and I will enter the Jia Institute." Chu Tianyang nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. "As long as Your Highness can bring Su Yue into the Jia Institute, I too can make an exception and allow Your Highness entry. According to the established rules, only those who ranked in the top 10 of the grand examination were eligible for the Jia Institute." Given that Zhou Yuan had previously not awakened his meridians, despite his proficiency in source patterns, he likely fell short of the top 10. Therefore, in Chu Tianyang's view, Zhou Yuan would need to navigate some extraordinary measures to gain admission. The fact that you, who regard rules as sacrosanct, are willing to make concessions, suggests that you hold Su Yue in high esteem. Zhou Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Yuan regarded Chu Tianyang with a smile of his own. "It is indeed fortunate for Yue to earn the Manor Lord's regard. However, as for myself, there is no need for you to bend the rules on my behalf. I shall strive earnestly for a top 10 finish in the examination. Previously, when he was unable to awaken his meridians, he had relied solely on source patterns, feeling rather constrained. But now that all 8 of his meridians had manifested, enabling him to formally cultivate, he was no longer apprehensive about keeping pace with others. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianyong initially thought that Zhou Yuan was merely a youth concerned with maintaining his pride, and he intended to persuade him further. However, he decided to let him try his luck. Zhou Qing gestured dismissively towards Chu Tianyong, then smiled and remarked, Yuaner has already manifested the 8 meridians and can officially begin his cultivation. At this revelation, Chu Tianyong was taken aback, and a wave of joy involuntarily spread across his face as he clasped his fists and exclaimed, I see. Then I extend my heartfelt congratulations to your Majesty and your Highness. It was then that he comprehended the source of Zhou Qing's elation. The long-standing cultivation dilemma that had plagued Zhou Yuan for years had finally been resolved. As for my academy, we shall eagerly await your Highness's esteemed presence. Perhaps by the time of the provincial examination in half a year, your Highness will bring glory to our institution, Chu Tianyong added with a smile. Of course, his words were largely flattering, for he believed that although Zhou Yuan could now cultivate, he was still somewhat behind his peers in terms of time. Thus, it would be unlikely for him to compete with the top students of the Great Zhou Academy within the short span of 6 months. With the matter regarding Su Yue seemingly settled, Chu Tianyong felt significantly more at ease. After discussing a few more matters with Zhou Qing, he took his leave. Now that your 8 meridians are manifested, you shall begin your preparations for cultivation tomorrow, Zhou Qing said, watching Chu Tianyong depart, before turning to Zhou Yuan. Understood. Zhou Yuan nodded gently. Though his youthful face appeared serene, there was a fire igniting within his eyes, brimming with anticipation. The following day, at the large table, Zhou Yuan sat on the right side with Yaoyao cradling Tun Tun, while on the left side sat Zhou Qing and Qin Yu. Before Zhou Yuan lay a porcelain bowl, approximately the size of a washbasin, filled with a rich, brown broth that shimmered with a hint of luminescence. The intoxicating aroma wafted upwards, causing his cheeks to flush with desire at the mere thought of tasting it. This was the 9-beast soup, crafted from 9 exquisite source beasts, harmonizing their essences into a potent elixir. For a novice cultivator like him, it was a remarkable tonic. Previously, he had been unable to consume source beast meat, fearing that his body could not withstand it. However, now the time had come. Zhou Qing smiled at Zhou Yuan, who nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that this 9-beast soup was a royal secret, a bowl of which held immense value, far surpassing the expenses of an ordinary family over 6 months. Such was the nature of cultivation resources. Furthermore, you shall no longer partake in ordinary rice, Zhou Qing declared, gesturing for a maid to present a silver bowl containing a serving of rice. Yet this rice was unlike any other. It was crystalline, each grain perfectly plump, with intricate patterns faintly visible, emanating a gentle wave of pure source energy. This was Shenjing rice, a second-tier source food, imbued with exceptionally mild and pure source energy, easily absorbable and beneficial for accelerating the opening of meridians with prolonged consumption. Zhou Yuan gazed curiously at the crystalline grains of rice before him. He had long heard of Shenjing rice, as it was considered a strategic resource of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The mysterious crystal rice, perhaps in terms of medicinal efficacy, pales in comparison to the previous 9-beast soup. However, the crystal rice excels in its gentle nature, and with prolonged consumption, it can enhance one's constitution and accelerate the opening of meridians. Thus, the cultivation of crystal rice has always been under the control of the royal family, serving as a reward for those who have rendered service and as a means of winning hearts. Therefore, despite being merely a second-tier source food, its exceptional properties render its value almost indescribable. Zhou Qing gazed at Zhou Yuan, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and could not help but smile, for he knew that the former Zhou Yuan had long coveted this crystal rice. Yet at that time, with his 8 meridians still unfurled, he was unable to partake in it. Once, within the imperial family of Dezhou, there existed a 4th-tier source food known as blood flood dragon barley, which possessed even more formidable effects. Long-term consumption could even strengthen the physical body, leading to the growth of blood flood dragon scales, endowing one with formidable defensive capabilities. Zhou Qing sighed. Fourth-tier source food. Blood flood dragon barley? Zhou Yuan licked his lips. This second-tier crystal rice was already impressive, and he could only imagine the strength of the fourth-tier blood flood dragon barley. Zhou Qing nodded, but soon his expression darkened as he lamented. Alas, during the great turmoil of the Wu, these strategic treasures of our Zhou imperial family were seized by the martial king. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, unable to suppress his gritted teeth. That accursed martial king had indeed stripped them of the treasures that rightfully belonged to Zhou. You may eat first, and once you're done, prepare to cultivate, Zhou Qing said, regaining his composure as he addressed Zhou Yuan. Before Yaoyao, there was also a bowl of 9-beast soup and crystal rice. Yaoyao, you can try it and see if you like it. If you do, I shall make it for you often, Qin Yu said gently, smiling at Yaoyao. Yaoyao could sense the goodwill emanating from Qin Yu, and with a slight inclination of her head, she took a gentle sip of the 9-beast soup. However, it seemed that her interest in this nourishing concoction was rather tepid. Instead, she opted to lift the bowl of mysterious crystal rice, savoring it delicately with measured bites. Meanwhile, in her embrace, Tun Tun gazed at her with longing, wagging its tail and emitting pitiful sounds. After casting a glance at it and contemplating for a moment, Yaoyao decided to bring the 9-beast soup closer. Ah, Yaoyao, the potency of the 9-beast soup is too strong. Ordinary pets cannot consume it. Zhou Qing interjected with a smile. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Tun Tun abruptly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the entire bowl of soup in one go. After gulping down the 9-beast soup, Tun Tun let out a burp, patted its belly with its paws, and squinted its eyes, seemingly craving more. Zhou Qing stared in astonishment at the unfazed Tun Tun. Father, Tun Tun is an extraordinary beast. Unlike any other, Zhou Yuan remarked, unable to stifle his amusement at the scene before him. This creature can devour boulders in just a few bites. What is a mere bowl of 9-beast soup to it? Zhou Qing could only manage a wry smile and nodded in acknowledgement. He then picked up a jade vial nearby and poured himself a bowl of liquor as green as jade, the rich aroma wafting through the air. As the fragrance spread, Yaoyao, who had been quietly enjoying her crystal rice, suddenly raised an eyebrow and turned her clear, bright eyes towards Zhou Qing. Could you spare me some of that? Zhou Yuan and Qin Yu looked at Yaoyao in astonishment. At that moment, her usually serene and exquisite face displayed an unprecedented intensity of interest. Zhou Qing was momentarily taken aback, particularly when he caught the glance of Qin Yu, who reproached him for indulging in excessive drinking before the younger generation. Embarrassed, he remarked, "This is jade brew, a strong liquor, ill-suited for a young lady." Yet, with unwavering determination, Yaoyao continued to fix her bright and clear eyes upon him. This prompted Zhou Qing to let out a wry smile, ultimately instructing a maid to place a bottle of jade brew before Yaoyao. With delicate hands, she grasped the bottle, tilting her head slightly, revealing her slender neck akin to that of a swan. Without hesitation, she took a generous sip of the jade brew, and instantly, a rosy blush graced her porcelain-like face. Delicious, Yaoyao chuckled, her laughter resonating like the enchanting chime of silver bells. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Qing, who, scratching his nose, immersed himself in drinking. He had not anticipated that this enigmatic young woman, who always appeared disinterested in everything, would possess a fondness for alcohol. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan observed with keen interest. Yaoyao, while drinking, exuded an even more captivating charm, brimming with vivacity. After finishing the entire bottle of jade brew, her crystalline eyes glistened with moisture. She let out a light laugh, reached into her sleeve, and soon a glimmer of soft light emerged, landing before Qin Yu. "Aunt Qin, I perceive your energy is waning. It seems your health has suffered greatly. Consider this little token as my payment for the drinks," Yaoyao smiled. The radiant light gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized emerald lotus. Within the lotus, 8 lotus seeds shimmered with a jade-like glow, exquisitely carved. "What is this?" Qin Yu gazed, entranced, at the verdant lotus flower before her. Zhou Qing's expression shifted imperceptibly, revealing his astonishment as he exclaimed, "This is the Qingyu lotus seed, an exceedingly rare material capable of nurturing one's essence and revitalizing the body." His demeanor was complex as he continued, "This substance will be immensely beneficial for you. Your physique is too frail, and the Qingyu lotus seed can aid in retaining the essence that has been lost." The Qingyu lotus seed is indeed quite rare. Even within the grand treasury of the Zhou imperial family, it is seldom encountered. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu promptly shook her head, stating, "Yaoyao, a bottle of jade brew is hardly worth such a treasure." Yaoyao merely smiled softly, cradled Tun Tun in her arms, and sauntered out, leaving the three at the table staring at each other in surprise. Zhou Yuan scratched his head and suggested, "Mother, you should accept it for now. We can find an opportunity later to repay Yaoyao." He felt a deep sense of gratitude for Yaoyao's gesture, as he understood that Qing Yu's frailty was entirely due to his actions. Qing Yu exchanged a glance with Zhou Qing and could only nod in agreement, her affection for Yaoyao growing stronger in her heart. Zhou Yuan smiled and then lifted the nine-beast soup, bringing it to his lips and drinking it down in one go, leaving not a single drop behind. After finishing the nine-beast soup, he took up the Shenjing rice, chewing it into pulp within just a few bites before swallowing. "Delicious," Zhou Yuan praised, as the Shenjing rice was plump and tender, each grain fragrant. After a few minutes, he set down the bowl and exhaled deeply, the breath manifesting as a mist before him, while his face flushed with warmth, his body radiating a heat akin to that of a furnace, with a fiery essence coursing throughout. Feeling the surges of fervent energy within him, Zhou Yuan licked his lips, his gaze ablaze with intensity. At long last, he was poised to embark on the formal practice of his cultivation. Chapter 13. Opening the meridians within the floral garden. A myriad of blossoms vied for fragrance, stone pavilions towered above, and a gentle stream flowed, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and coolness. Zhou Yuan sat cross-legged within the stone pavilion, his eyes gently closed, as the techniques of the heart flowed through his mind. Specifically, the qi induction technique known as the dragon absorption technique, imparted to him by Cang Yuan. In the realm of opening the meridians, one is unable to cultivate traditional powers. Instead, the focus lies solely on the qi induction technique, which draws the elemental energy of heaven and earth into the body, cleansing the blocked 8 meridians and gradually unblocking them. Thus, for those at the stage of opening the meridians, the significance of the qi induction technique is indisputable. A profound qi induction technique can yield remarkable results for its practitioners. Although the royal family possessed their own qi induction techniques, Zhou Yuan, after careful consideration, chose the dragon absorption technique taught by Cang Yuan. The depth of Cang Yuan's knowledge was enigmatic, and the fact that he chose to impart this technique suggested its extraordinary nature. The dragon absorption technique, as its name implies, mimics the dragon's inhalation and exhalation, causing the winds and clouds to quieten. To emulate the dragon with a human form necessitates an intricate mastery of technique, achieving a resonance between flesh and blood that produces a dragon's roar, thereby allowing the absorption of the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Zhou Yuan meticulously contemplated the dragon absorption technique, ultimately uncovering the most crucial method of cultivation hidden within the 98 forms of dragon play. To achieve the human form's imitation of the dragon's absorption, one must refine the flesh and blood within, and this 98 forms of dragon play, concealed within the dragon absorption technique, is the most vital component. A series of peculiar movements flashed through Zhou Yuan's mind. These actions, 98 in total, were bizarre, vaguely resembling a dragon frolicking. Zhou Yuan meticulously memorized these movements, and then stepped out of the stone pavilion, raising his hands to begin the first posture slowly. Undoubtedly, the initial practice was exceedingly awkward. By the time Zhou Yuan had sluggishly completed all 98 movements, he was drenched in sweat, his body akin to a furnace. However, to Zhou Yuan's slight dismay, he had not absorbed even a trace of origin energy from the world around him. "Feels like something is missing," Zhou Yuan murmured to himself. He wiped away the perspiration and continued to practice the 98 forms of the dragon forging play. After a quarter of an hour, Zhou Yuan halted, drenched in sweat. He had executed the entire dragon forging play 3 more times, yet he still had not drawn in any origin energy from the world. This gave him the sensation of practicing a counterfeit. Without a master's guidance, self-exploration is indeed somewhat troublesome. Zhou Yuan sighed ruefully. It seemed he would have to practice a few more times to discover the mysteries within. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to continue practicing, the corner of his eye caught sight of a graceful figure standing in the flower garden. His eyes lit up instantly, and he approached with a beaming smile. "Sister, it's fortuitous that you're here. I'd like to ask for some guidance." The comely figure was, in fact, Yaoyao. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's voice, she tilted her head. Her ethereal and exquisite face graced with a smile as she gazed at him, cradling Tun Tun. Extending 5 slender, jade-like fingers, she proposed, "Assure me of 5 bottles of emerald brew daily, and I shall instruct you." Zhou Yuan paused, then furrowed his brow, retorting, "5 bottles are excessive. The liquor is too potent and detrimental to one's health. Therefore, I can only offer you 1 bottle each day." Yaoyao was about to retort, "No more than that." Zhou Yuan interjected sternly, "Or I shall endeavor to decipher it myself." He maintained a firm countenance, lest Cang Yuan discover Yaoyao's newfound penchant for inebriation under his tutelage, which would likely result in his banishment from the sect. Observing Zhou Yuan's resolve, Yaoyao reluctantly wrinkled her delicate nose, emitting a soft humph, and tossed Tun Tun forth, instructing, "Observe closely." "Observe what?" Zhou Yuan inquired, puzzled, as Yaoyao appeared to have no intention of demonstrating the dragon forging art. "Observe it, of course," Yaoyao retorted, her jade finger pointing towards Tun Tun on the ground, her tone laced with exasperation. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched, but before he could utter a word, his pupils dilated abruptly, his countenance reflecting astonishment. On the ground, the rotund Tun Tun had risen onto its hind legs and commenced executing a series of profound movements, unmistakably the 98 stances of the dragon forging art. This Tun Tun is capable of cultivating the dragon forging art, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, dumbfounded. Under Zhou Yuan's astonished gaze, Tun Tun flawlessly executed all 98 movements in one fluid sequence. As the final stance concluded, Tun Tun's body quivered, its mouth agape, emitting a faint draconic roar. The ambient origin chi surged forth, coalescing into a streak of white that funneled into Tun Tun's maw. Having consumed the potent chi, Tun Tun patted its belly contentedly and cast a disdainful glance at the astonished Zhou Yuan. "Did you observe clearly?" Yaoyao's ethereal voice inquired. The dragon inhalation art emulates the respiration of a true dragon, characterized by its protracted and continuous nature. Tun Tun initiates each movement with an exhalation and concludes it with an inhalation. Only through this integration can the dragon inhalation be invoked. Yaoyao's luminous eyes flickered with surprise as she regarded Zhou Yuan, offering a rare commendation. "Your comprehension is commendable." To discern the crucial aspect after merely observing Tun Tun's rendition of the dragon forging play underscores an exceptional aptitude, explaining Old Black's favor. In the flower garden, the youth's body swayed, his chest rising and falling as his breath deepened, resembling a fledgling dragon stretching its form. The 98 movements flowed seamlessly, and Zhou Yuan's eyes shone with increasing brilliance. He could sense the subtle tremors resonating within his flesh and bones. A sensation coursed through his being, ascending through his flesh until it reached his throat. As the final movement came to an abrupt halt, Zhou Yuan's face flushed crimson, and his lips parted. "Roar!" A faint draconic murmur emanated from within him, escaping through his throat. Meanwhile, as Zhou Yuan drew in his chest, it resembled a colossal dragon drinking water. Instantly, the elemental energy within the flower garden was stirred, morphing into a visible white line that surged forward, piercing directly into Zhou Yuan's body. The influx of this energy caused his skin to become feverishly warm. At that moment, the energies from the 9-beast soup and the Shenjing rice he had previously consumed began to rise, amalgamating with the pure energy that had entered his body, resembling a tidal wave crashing against the obstruction in his first meridian. As the energy surged into the blocked meridian, it triggered an intense stinging sensation, prompting Zhou Yuan to emit a muffled groan. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he propelled the waves of energy, ceaselessly assaulting the blockage in his first meridian. The energy relentlessly battered and cleansed the meridian for a duration comparable to half a stick of incense, only ceasing when the energy was finally depleted. Zhou Yuan's face glistened with sweat, yet his eyes sparkled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "What an extraordinary dragon-sucking technique!" Though he had not practiced any other energy-attracting techniques, He understood that the more profound the technique, the more substantial the energy absorbed into the body. To his knowledge, the royal family's technique, known as the Zhou Yuan technique, could only sustain about half a stick of incense worth of energy before it was entirely consumed. In contrast, the energy drawn by his earlier dragon-sucking technique lasted a full half stick of incense, nearly tenfold that of the Zhou Yuan technique. Although the 9-beast soup and Shenjing rice contributed to this effect, it was evident just how formidable the dragon-sucking technique truly was. You are merely at the threshold of mastering the dragon absorption technique. Should you delve deeper into its mysteries, the need for the auxiliary dragon play would become obsolete. At that juncture, it would transform into an instinctual ability. Even without consciously invoking the dragon absorption technique, your very breath would embody it, effortlessly drawing in the primordial energies of the universe at any given moment. Beside him, Yaoyao's voice floated lightly through the air. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be moved. To think that one's normal respiration could be transformed into dragon absorption, continuously inhaling and exhaling the world's essence. What astonishing efficiency that would imply. Having previously unlocked a small portion of the first meridian at this rate, he mused, it might not be long before he could completely unblock it within a month. His palms clenched tightly, a swell of excitement coursing through him. Such remarkable efficacy was undoubtedly attributed to the dragon absorption technique, with the 9-beast soup and mystic crystal rice contributing a fraction of its power. Continue your practice. Zhou Yuan thought to resume practicing the dragon play after a brief respite. Yet, he was halted by Yaoyao, who cast him a sidelong glance and said gently, "You truly are reckless. The process of unblocking meridians can cause damage, and thus most individuals can only perform it once a day, waiting until the next day for their meridians to recuperate before attempting again. Otherwise, they risk injuring their channels." Zhou Yuan paused, aware of this fact, yet he hesitated before replying, "But I feel as though my meridians can still endure." This time, it was Yaoyao who appeared momentarily taken aback, her glistening eyes narrowing in skepticism as she gazed at Zhou Yuan. "Are you truly certain?" Zhou Yuan nodded earnestly. Upon witnessing this, Yaoyao pondered momentarily and remarked, "Could it be that your innate ability as a natural meridian opener, despite the meridians being once again obstructed, still bestows upon you a strength superior to that of an ordinary novice? Then, do give it another attempt." Yaoyao, with her delicate hands clasped behind her, was enveloped in a gown of azure that accentuated the alluring contours of her figure, causing a gentle rise and fall at her chest. However, Zhou Yuan dared not gaze for long, for Yaoyao's bright eyes were fixed intently upon him. "I am eager to see how many times you can channel your energy." In the gaze of Yaoyao's luminous eyes, Zhou Yuan's form moved once more, executing the 98 forms of the dragon play with a calm yet assured grace, displaying a marked improvement in proficiency. In harmony with his breath, there emerged a semblance of fluidity akin to flowing clouds and running water. With a roar, as the final movement was completed, Zhou Yuan opened his mouth in a swallowing gesture, a faint dragon's roar resonating from within him. Instantly, his body trembled as the essence of the world converged, transforming into a white thread, which he inhaled deeply. Boom! As the essence entered his body, he felt as if he were a furnace. With a flicker of thought, he guided the incoming energy like surging waves, relentlessly crashing toward the first meridian. This cleansing continued for the duration of half an incense stick. Zhou Yuan's body began to emanate a faint red glow, radiating heat that evaporated his sweat. He sensed the loosening of the first meridian within, a smile gracing his lips. After a brief moment of recuperation, he continued to perform the 98 forms of dragon play under Yaoyao's watchful gaze. In the ensuing moments, 2 faint dragon-like roars resonated in succession, signifying that Zhou Yuan had once again executed 2 pulse activations. This, combined with the previous 2, amounted to a total of 4. For pulse activations, typically, one who has yet to open a pulse can only perform this once a day, for the meridians would struggle to bear such strain. Yet Zhou Yuan had accomplished 4. How remarkably resilient his meridians must be. At this moment, Yaoyao's eyes finally reflected a ripple of emotion. However, Zhou Yuan, engrossed in his own experience, paid little heed to her expression. He sat on the ground, his body ablaze with heat, acutely aware of a slight sharp pain coursing through his meridians, indicating that after 4 pulse activations, The endurance of his internal pathways was nearing its limit. As he sensed the first pulse, a smile of joy involuntarily graced his lips. The previously blocked first pulse, after these 3 activations, was evidently beginning to loosen. At this rate, it seemed he would require no more than 10 days to completely open the first pulse. The mere thought of such speed, even for Zhou Yuan, who was typically composed, stirred a surge of excitement within him. Originally, Cang Yuan had suggested that reactivating his pulse would prove more challenging than for others, prompting him to prepare for a prolonged effort spanning several months. Yet, with the formidable power of the dragon absorption technique and the tenacity of his meridians, this timeline had been significantly reduced. Once, Zhou Yuan had taken a month to open her first pulse, earning her the title of the fastest in the Great Zhou prefecture. What level of prowess might he achieve in merely 10 days? Certainly, Zhou Yuan was well aware that Zhou Yuan's opening of her meridians in January was a genuine testament to her innate talent and personal effort. After all, she lacked advanced techniques for channeling energy, as well as the 9-beast soup and the mystic crystal rice. Hence, it was indeed difficult to ascertain who was superior. Nevertheless, one thing could be confirmed. Due to the second opening of the meridians, when Zhou Yuan opened his first meridian, it would inevitably be more formidable than Zhou Yuan's initial one. As for the extent of this superiority, only time would reveal the truth. Even Old Black underestimated your second meridian opening. A light and airy voice of Yaoyao chimed in with a hint of surprise. Zhou Yuan chuckled and replied, "Perhaps there aren't many who have suffered as much as I have." Upon hearing this, Yaoyao nodded in agreement, a delicate smile gracing her porcelain-like cheeks. That is indeed true. To be a natural meridian opener yet have 8 meridians sealed later in life is quite rare. Nearby, Tunton pointed at Zhou Yuan, its eyes gleaming with mockery. Being ridiculed by a small creature, Zhou Yuan clenched his teeth and picked up a stone, hurling it at Tunton. Ow! However, Tunton effortlessly swallowed the stone whole and then provocatively bared its teeth and waved its paws at Zhou Yuan. Amused, Zhou Yuan shifted his gaze and reached into his robe to retrieve a piece of dried meat, meticulously roasted from the flesh of source beasts, which he used to replenish his stamina. The moment Tunton spotted the meat, its eyes fixated upon it, its pink tongue lolling out as it drooled. Zhou Yuan smiled at it with a light chuckle, then stuffed 2 or 3 pieces into his mouth. "Little creature, let us engage in a contest," he exclaimed. "Awoo!" Upon witnessing this, Tunton became instantly furious, emitting a low growl. Yaoyao, observing Zhou Yuan teasing Tunton, suddenly spoke, "If it truly becomes enraged, it might swallow you whole. Would you like to witness what lies within its belly? I have never seen anything emerge alive from Tunton's insides." Zhou Yuan's chewing came to an abrupt halt as he noticed Tunton, its tail erect and glaring at him in anger. He managed a strained smile at Yaoyao and asked, "You can restrain it, right?" Yaoyao's lips curled into a slight smile, ambiguous yet teasing, as she replied, "Perhaps." "You are quite ruthless." Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth and decisively pulled out all the source beast jerky he had been carrying, presenting it to Tunton with a broad smile. "Here, feast to your heart's content." Tunton immediately lunged towards him, its tongue flicking out to devour the pile of jerky in one swift motion. It chewed vigorously, clearly pleased with the taste, its tail wagging joyfully. After indulging in the jerky, Tunton seemed to regard Zhou Yuan with a hint more favor, standing upright and placing a paw gently on his shoulder, as if to say, "Well done." Zhou Yuan's lips twitched slightly. This little creature was almost becoming sentient. "Sister Yaoyao, what tier of source beast is Tunton?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued, for he had never encountered a source beast with such high intelligence. This creature, resembling a small dog, certainly held an extraordinary lineage. Upon hearing this, Yaoyao displayed a contemplative expression and, after a moment, shook her head and said, "I do not know. Since I can remember, Tunton has always been by my side. However, Grandfather He once mentioned that if Tunton were to fully mature, there would likely be very few things in this world that it could not consume." Zhou Yuan secretly marveled. Could it be that Cang Yuan has bestowed such a high regard upon Tunton? It seems this little creature is indeed extraordinary. "Sister Yaoyao, I recall Master mentioning that your proficiency in source patterns is quite commendable," Zhou Yuan remarked, gently flicking away Tunton's claws from his shoulder before looking up at Yaoyao with a smile. Yaoyao raised her delicate brows and replied, "Do you wish to learn about source patterns? I have been studying source patterns all along, for if I am unable to open my meridians, that may be my last hope," Zhou Yuan admitted earnestly. Yaoyao slightly bent down, her slender fingers lifting Tun and cradling it in her arms, gently caressing it. Tun nestled comfortably amidst her soft, fragrant embrace, subtly nuzzling against her, which caused Zhou Yuan's eyes to twitch in silent envy, inwardly cursing the little creature's fortunate fate. With graceful steps, Yaoyao glided into the stone pavilion, elegantly taking a seat upon the stone bench. Resting her jade hand on her fragrant cheek, she lazily gazed at Zhou Yuan and said, "Teaching is quite exhausting. I have little desire to do so." Zhou Yuan, climbing onto the adjacent stone bench, promptly proposed, "While the emerald brew may be considered fine wine, there are many that surpass it. I will assist you in finding something better." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile instantaneously graced Yaoyao's jade-like visage. In that fleeting moment, her allure rendered the myriad blossoms in the flower garden pale in comparison, causing Zhou Yuan's heart to skip a beat. She smiled softly and remarked, "You truly have discerning taste." Zhou Yuan smiled as well, then remarked, "But still, I can only drink 1 bottle a day." However, Yaoyao's smile faded, and she glared at him with a hint of annoyance. Seeing Zhou Yuan's reluctance to relent, she bit her silver teeth in frustration, ultimately casting him a resentful glance. "Since you have studied source patterns, you should naturally understand what is most crucial in the realm of source patterns, right?" Yaoyao managed to calm her irritation, her tone turning placid as she spoke. "The soul," Zhou Yuan replied. Yaoyao nodded slightly, then continued, "Do you know the distinctions in the realms of the soul?" Chapter 15. The chaotic divine grinding method. The soul encompasses 4 realms: the void realm, the substantial realm, the transformative realm, and the wandering soul. Only those with a powerful soul can inscribe high-level source patterns. Your innate talent for the soul is commendable, yet you have yet to reach even the void realm. In the stone pavilion, the gentle voice of the young girl resonated, as sunlight cascaded down, illuminating her jade-like, flawless visage, rendering her extraordinarily enchanting. To cultivate a formidable soul, there are 2 approaches. One is to await the gradual enhancement of one's own strength, which will in turn fortify the soul, though this method is rather slow and offers limited improvement. The second approach involves the practice of soul-forging techniques, yet such techniques are exceedingly rare in the world, possessed only by certain formidable forces. At this juncture, Yaoyao glanced at Zhou Yuan and said, "The chaotic divine grinding method imparted to you by Grandpa He is an exceptionally advanced soul-forging technique. However, mastering this method requires immense courage to overcome profound fears, a truth you will come to realize in your practice. With your current state of consciousness, you are unable to inscribe a first-grade source pattern. I suggest you diligently cultivate the chaos divine grinding visualization method to elevate your soul to the ethereal realm. Once your spirit transcends into this ethereal state, I shall impart to you the technique for inscribing a first-grade source pattern." Zhou Yuan nodded. He had long desired to attempt the chaos divine grinding visualization. Taking a deep breath, he seated himself on the stone bench and gradually closed his eyes. As he shut his eyes, the world around him was enveloped in darkness, and his heartbeat began to slow, allowing his mind to enter a state of absolute tranquility. In the obscurity, Zhou Yuan activated his soul, attuning himself to the imprint transmitted from the abyss, within which lay the essence of the chaos divine grinding visualization. As Zhou Yuan focused, a flicker of light emerged from the darkness, slowly rotating, harboring depths unfathomable, as if concealing something formidable. However, just as Zhou Yuan's spirit hesitated, the flicker of light suddenly erupted with a powerful allure, drawing his essence into its core. A brief sensation of dizziness washed over him, and Zhou Yuan soon perceived the surroundings shifting. The darkness receded, replaced by a boundless chaotic void. In this chaos, time and space seemed to be consumed, rendering the scene akin to an era before the formation of the heavens and the earth. Zhou Yuan's formless soul stood amidst this vast chaotic expanse. A wave of insignificance overwhelmed him, leaving him at a loss. Boom! As Zhou Yuan's spirit gazed into the seemingly endless chaotic void, a thunderous sound echoed through the chaos. Zhou Yuan turned his gaze, and in the next instant, A shuddering sensation surged forth, causing his soul to tremble uncontrollably. In the midst of chaos, he beheld an immense shadow slowly materializing, a silhouette reminiscent of a black hole, incessantly consuming all that existed. Yet it was not merely a black hole. Rather, it resembled an endless, colossal mill. The mill, weathered and marked by the passage of time, bore a dark hue, akin to the essence of crushed divine and demonic blood. With a thunderous rumble, the great mill stood amidst the chaos, gradually rotating, and in its motion, all things were annihilated. Zhou Yuan's spirit stood before this mighty mill, insignificant as a speck of dust. At that moment, a mysterious message began to flow within his heart. The cultivation method of the chaos divine mill's visualization. Within the chaos, there existed the divine mill. As it turned, both gods and demons were extinguished. Visualizing the divine mill, guided by the spirit, subjected to its grinding. With each of the 9 rotations of the divine mill, a new realm was unveiled. Zhou Yuan's spirit quivered slightly. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Yaoyao had spoken of the need to conquer profound fear when cultivating this visualization method. For anyone's spirit, standing before this boundless, world-crushing mill, would inevitably be engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Zhou Yuan's spirit trembled as he gazed at the divine mill within the chaos. Merely standing there required immense courage. How much more daunting was the prospect of surrendering his own spirit to be ground within it. Had it not been for Zhou Yuan's relatively resilient nature, he might have turned and fled long ago. Death, it seemed, was a preferable fate. The tremors persisted relentlessly, yet in the end, Zhou Yuan managed to retain a fragment of his rationality. With a sudden clenching of his teeth, his soul surged forth, plunging directly into the boundless and inexorable giant mill. Boom! At the very moment Zhou Yuan's soul entered the colossal grinder, he beheld the encroaching shadows of darkness, swiftly followed by an excruciating pain erupting from within his spirit. In mere moments, Zhou Yuan's essence was ground into nothingness beneath the relentless motion of the divine mill. In the chaos, a subtle quiver emerged as formless ripples coalesced, forming Zhou Yuan's soul. If his spirit bore a countenance, it would surely reflect a pallor of utter despair, his eyes brimming with terror. For in that fleeting instant, the sensation of annihilation was starkly vivid. Yet, despite being paralyzed by fear, amidst the crushing and remolding, his essence seemed to subtly refine itself. What a grotesque art of soul forging! Zhou Yuan trembled internally. Had he possessed a weaker constitution, he would have succumbed to the overwhelming dread by now. Once the indelible mark of fear from the divine and demonic was etched upon one's heart, the chaotic divine mill, inscribed by the depths of the abyss, would dissipate, and the cultivation of this chaotic visualization would inevitably culminate in failure. The concept of the chaotic divine mill revolves around the continuous immersion of the soul into its depths, undergoing countless cycles of obliteration and reformation, ultimately leading to profound transformation and empowerment. According to the principles outlined in the mind technique, this chaotic divine mill visualization comprises 9 revolutions, with each revolution representing a distinct realm. The term 9 revolutions signifies the complete operation of the divine mill through 9 cycles. Should the soul manage to endure a full cycle, it shall experience a metamorphosis. Zhou Yuan gazed upon the divine mill amidst the chaos, which was structured in 2 layers, with a dim golden vertical line discernible between them, resembling a scale of sorts. However, upon his soul's initial entry, it was swiftly annihilated after merely a few breaths, indicating that enduring a complete revolution of the divine mill was no simple feat. Nevertheless, the chaotic divine mill visualization proved to be remarkably sophisticated. Even a brief attempt had subtly enhanced his soul, truly living up to the reputation bestowed by Sister Yaoyao as the pinnacle of soul-forging techniques. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan endeavored to suppress his inner trepidation towards the chaotic divine mill. With resolute determination, he propelled his soul once more into the slowly rotating, modeled mill. Boom! The mill turned, and Zhou Yuan's soul was once again crushed into nothingness. Formless waves emanated, and his soul was reforged amidst the chaos, vibrating intensely as it struggled to stabilize its emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and plunged back into the mill. Boom! Within the chaos, the divine mill continued its relentless revolutions, obliterating every speck of dust that entered its realm. Amidst this continual annihilation, the ever-reforming soul gradually transitioned from formlessness to a subtle, translucent hue. 88 times. After the 88th obliteration and reconstitution of his soul, Zhou Yuan finally paused, for he sensed a profound weariness and a piercing pain surging from within his spirit. This realization informed him that his practice had reached its limit. Any further exertion would be counterproductive. Yet, despite the fatigue of his soul, Zhou Yuan's heart brimmed with elation, for after these arduous 80 trials, his once formless spirit had been completely transformed into a translucent essence. Virtual realm. The transition of his soul from formlessness to a virtual shape indicated that he had stepped into the realm of the intangible. What an extraordinary visualization technique! Zhou Yuan marveled anew. Merely through this initial practice, his spirit had approached the threshold of the virtual realm. While he acknowledged that this was likely due to the robustness of his soul's foundation, it nonetheless highlighted the remarkable nature of this visualization method. Within the stone pavilion, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Though his countenance appeared pallid, the excitement in his gaze was undeniable. I have entered the virtual realm. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's declaration, Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, her voice tinged with skepticism. So soon? How many trials of the soul have you endured? 88 times. Yaoyao's slender, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a peculiar gleam flickering within them. Typically, an ordinary individual practicing this chaotic soul refinement visualization could endure at most a dozen trials on their first attempt. However, Zhou Yuan had withstood 88, far surpassing the average. Truly, it is fitting for one once blessed with the luck of a sacred dragon. Compared to your battle-worn physique, your spirit remains unscathed. Yaoyao lightly praised and then said, "Today, your spirit is exceedingly weak. Once you have recovered, I shall teach you the first source pattern." She cradled Tun Tun and rose gracefully, then glanced at the mottled black pen at Zhou Yuan's waist and remarked, "This celestial origin pen, gifted by Grandfather He, must be nurtured with care. You should endeavor to illuminate its first source pattern as soon as possible." Zhou Yuan lowered his gaze, drawing the celestial origin pen from his waist, skillfully rotating it in his palm, smiling as he nodded. Cang Yuan had mentioned that one could utilize the souls of source beasts to restore the pen's spirit, which was not a challenge for him given his status as a prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, allowing him to easily acquire some source beast souls. Moreover, Zhou Yuan was greatly eager for the changes that would occur once the first source pattern of the celestial origin pen was illuminated. After all, he was quite curious about what transformations this pen, appearing to be merely a foot in length, would undergo to evolve into a source weapon. Chapter 16. Digging corners. The following day, in the early morning, Zhou Yuan consumed a bowl of 9-beast soup and a serving of Shenjing rice before resuming his practice of the 98 dragon forging technique, absorbing source energy and striving to open his meridians. After spending a small part of the morning, Zhou Yuan undertook 4 more attempts to open his meridians. Though drenched in sweat and experiencing sharp pains in his meridians, the sensation of his first meridian loosening within filled him with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. A maid approached with a towel, and once Zhou Yuan had wiped himself clean, she respectfully announced, "Your Highness, the items you requested have been delivered." "Oh?" Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuan was instantly filled with joy. He hastily entered the room and, indeed, discovered a jade plate placed upon the table, which was adorned with 10 crystals of varying hues. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint, shifting shadows within the crystals, forming various beastly shapes that emanated an otherworldly glow. These were beast soul crystals, formed from the souls of beasts after their demise, coalescing into crystalline form to safeguard their essence. Zhou Yuan sought these beast soul crystals, clearly intending to nourish the Cang Yuan brush with them. All of them were of the first-grade variety. A glance revealed that these crystals originated from first-grade source beasts. However, this was fortuitous, as crystals of higher quality would likely overwhelm the Cang Yuan brush in its current state. Zhou Yuan drew forth the Cang Yuan brush from his waist, his fingers caressing its body. The weathered surface rendered it somewhat coarse to the touch, and the bristles at the tip appeared slightly dull. Yet the ancient and mysterious patterns etched upon it hinted at its remarkable past. He retrieved a small iron hammer and, without hesitation, struck one of the beast soul crystals, shattering it to reveal a small cavity. He then inserted the tip of the Cang Yuan brush into the crystal. As soon as the brush made contact with the soul within the crystal, it trembled slightly. The bristles at its tip stirred, ensnaring the soul with a swift motion. With a soft sound, the soul vanished, drawn directly into the Cang Yuan brush. As the essence dissipated, a faint radiance emerged from the brush, and the first ancient source pattern upon its body gleamed with renewed brilliance. Indeed, it was effective. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of delight and continued the process, shattering each beast soul crystal in turn, using the Cang Yuan brush to absorb the souls within. As the beast souls were absorbed by the Cang Yuan pen, the brilliance emanating from its body grew ever more resplendent, with the first ancient source pattern emitting a faint glow. However, upon the absorption of the eighth beast soul, the process abruptly ceased. No matter how fervently Zhou Yuan tried, the Cang Yuan pen refused to continue its intake, and its luminescence gradually subsided. Was it satiated? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the absurdity of the situation, and he couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. This insufferable Cang Yuan pen, which had been so eager to absorb beast souls to regain its spirit, now seemed to be complaining of gluttony. Yet the Cang Yuan pen, exhibiting a rather obstinate temperament, would not partake any further. Zhou Yuan found himself at a loss, ultimately resigning to store it away, planning to resume its nourishment the following day. However, this meant that illuminating the first ancient source pattern would require additional time. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan was in no hurry. He secured the Cang Yuan pen at his waist and stepped outside. Today, he intended to visit the Great Zhou mansion. Though he was confident that Su Yue would not be swayed by Qiyu, it was prudent to keep a close watch to prevent any potential trouble from that fellow. At the Great Zhou mansion, Zhou Yuan wandered around, yet he could not find Su Yue. After inquiring, he discovered that she had gone to the library to work. Previously, the library had been a seldom visited place within the Great Zhou mansion, but ever since Su Yue began her part-time job there, it had transformed into a bustling hub, with people frequently passing through under the guise of borrowing books, merely to get closer to her. Zhou Yuan entered the library, only to find that Su Yue was absent from the counter. After taking a brief tour, he finally paused, his gaze directed towards the towering bookshelves ahead. There, a slender young girl stood atop a high stool, meticulously organizing the collection and delicately dusting the volumes. Sunlight streamed through the window in scattered beams, casting motes of dust into the air. The girl's crystalline visage shimmered in the golden glow, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, lips slightly curled as she hummed a soft tune, radiating youthful exuberance. Ahem. Zhou Yuan cleared his throat, reluctantly shattering this enchanting scene. Startled, Su Yue hastily looked down, and upon recognizing Zhou Yuan, her charming face instantly lit up with joy. As Zhou Yuan approached the high stool, he was momentarily taken aback. Clad in the academy's uniform, the flowing skirt revealed her long, fair legs, smooth as jade, igniting an impulse to reach out and touch. Your Highness! Su Yue, aware of Zhou Yuan's gaze, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Embarrassed yet indignant, she shook the thick tome in her hands, causing a cloud of dust to descend and obscure Zhou Yuan's view. Oh, my eyes! Zhou Yuan quickly shielded his eyes with his hands. Su Yue gracefully leapt down from the stool, placing the books upon the shelves. With a rosy complexion, she shot an indignant glance at the feigning Zhou Yuan and retorted, "Pervert." Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, a look of helplessness on his face as he replied, "It was an accident." With a light huff, Su Yue remarked, "How does a prince so occupied with affairs of state find time to come here?" If I don't come, I fear my dear Yue might be whisked away by someone else." Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. "Ah, how utterly embarrassing. Do not call out like that." Su Yue's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, and she cast an annoyed glance at Zhou Yuan, her lips slightly pouting as she expressed her vexation. "You know about it too? That Qiyu has sought me out several times. It's utterly exasperating. Is he requesting you to join the second academy after your major examination?" Zhou Yuan squinted his eyes, realizing how audacious Qiyu was to encroach upon his territory. Su Yue nodded, somewhat oblivious to the ongoing power struggle within the Great Zhou mansion. However, she was acutely aware of the discord between Zhou Yuan and Qiyu, Thus she had been dismissive of Qi Yu's various overtures. What offer did he extend to you? Su Yue shot Zhou Yuan another glare, finding his inquiry rather unpalatable. Yet, she understood his intentions were benign, so she responded, without delving into the riches and glory. He promised me that once I enter the Qi-nourishing realm, he would provide me with a technique capable of cultivating third-tier source energy. Quite generous indeed, Zhou Yuan remarked with surprise. To acquire a technique for third-tier source energy is no trivial matter. The highest-tier techniques within our royal family are merely at the 4th tier. Nonetheless, I turned him down, Su Yue said, her eyes shimmering with a glistening light as she chuckled softly. He was quite displeased, asking what you had given me. I replied that your highness had not bestowed anything upon me. You merely helped me kick open a door. Her voice grew increasingly softer, yet it elicited a bitter smile from Zhou Yuan. He recalled that fateful day when he had simply passed by and witnessed a young girl kneeling in the pouring rain, desperately pleading outside the pharmacy. In a moment of righteous indignation, he had kicked open the tightly shut door. Unbeknownst to him, that seemingly trivial act had left an indelible mark on Su Yue's heart. That Gai Qi you will probably be infuriated, remarked Zhou Yuan. That has nothing to do with me, Su Yue replied, stifling a giggle behind her hand. Zhou Yuan nodded, yet inwardly mused that once Su Yue entered the Qi-nourishing realm, he ought to prepare for her a cultivation technique of considerable quality. Otherwise, her talent would be squandered. How has your meridian opening been progressing? Zhou Yuan inquired. Quite well, actually. I should be able to open the 4th meridian before the major examination, Su Yue casually responded. Zhou Yuan clicked his tongue in admiration. Indeed, Su Yue's aptitude was remarkably outstanding. If she were to have the same advantages as him, drinking the 9-beast soup and consuming mystic crystal rice daily, she would likely surpass even Qi Yu. However, Zhou Yuan dared not suggest bringing her the 9-beast soup and mystic crystal rice, as she was sensitive and rather stubborn, and would never accept such assistance from him. The Lord of the Chu House had previously told me that I must ensure your admission into the Armor Academy, Zhou Yuan said, looking at Su Yue. She pondered for a moment before cheerfully replying, then tell him that if you are also admitted, I will go. Though her words were light-hearted, there was a flicker of concern in her eyes, for entrance into the Armor Academy required a position within the top 10 of the major examination. Given that Zhou Yuan had yet to open his meridians, relying solely on those entry-level source patterns, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to secure a top 10 finish. As she understood it, the Lord of the Chu House was quite strict about rules. Should Zhou Yuan fail to place within the top 10, even his status as a prince might not earn him any leniency. Zhou Yuan cast her a glance, fully aware of her worries, and felt a twinge of emotion. Do not fret for me. I am certain I will gain admission to the Armor Academy, he reassured her. Seeing Zhou Yuan so resolute, Su Yue refrained from saying much, merely nodding in agreement. The two shared light-hearted banter as they emerged from the bookshelf, but just as they turned the corner, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was a somewhat tall young man, strikingly handsome. He gazed at Zhou Yuan and Su Yue, his expression shifting slightly before he revealed a restrained smile, addressing Zhou Yuan as Your Highness. Then his gaze turned to Su Yue, softening as he asked, Yue, have you finished your tasks? Do you have time today? I would like to invite you to dinner. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the handsome youth. Lin Feng, a prominent figure among the new students of the Great Zhou residence, was rumored to be a strong contender for the top position in the forthcoming grand examination. However, Zhou Yuan was aware that this individual had already been courted by Qi Yu. As Zhou Yuan squinted, Su Yue also caught sight of the elegant young man before her. Her delicate brows furrowed momentarily before she offered a smile and replied, Ah, it's young Master Lin, but I'm afraid I don't have time today. Detecting the gentle refusal in Su Yue's tone, Lin Feng displayed no sign of disappointment. Instead, he nodded with a smile, saying, In that case, it will have to wait until next time. He did not press the matter further, maintaining a demeanor of politeness. Yet, it was precisely this kind of attitude that made Su Yue sigh inwardly, recognizing that such individuals were often the most difficult to deal with. Zhou Yuan said nothing more, merely offering Lin Feng a faint smile before he and Su Yue continued on their way. Lin Feng gazed at the receding figures of the two, his gentle countenance darkening ever so slightly. Ah, It seems your hopes are rather dim. A light chuckle floated from behind him. Turning around, he beheld Qi Yu, clad in white garments. Your Highness, Lin Feng composed himself and inclined his body slightly. Standing beside Lin Feng, Qi Yu's gaze was directed towards the departing figures of Zhou Yuan and Su Yue, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Our esteemed prince, though unable to cultivate due to his sealed meridians, still possesses a distinguished status. Moreover, he has once extended his favor to Su Yue. I fear your chances are rather slim. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, clearly displaying his reluctance. So you have truly taken a liking to Su Yue? Qi Yu remarked with a laugh, observing Lin Feng's expression. Although Su Yue is merely a commoner, she holds the potential to alter her destiny. Her future undoubtedly promises elevation beyond the mundane, drawing the attention of many. Lin Feng's gaze intensified with fervor as he declared, "Thus, I shall never yield." A faint smile played upon Qi Yu's lips as he replied, "In comparison to our prince, you are not at all inferior. He merely possesses the title of a prince. Without it, he would lack even the qualifications to garner your attention." Lin Feng remained silent, yet a hint of pride flickered across his features. For in his heart, he believed that were Zhou Yuan not the prince of the Great Zhou, given his inability to cultivate, he would scarcely merit Lin Feng's regard. I genuinely hope you attain Su Yue. That would alleviate one significant trouble for me. Qi Yu smiled and remarked, I previously sought her out, presenting numerous conditions, yet none were sufficient to persuade her to join the second academy after the grand examination. It appears her loyalty to His Highness Zhou Yuan is indeed profound. Lin Feng's expression darkened somewhat. However, I do possess a strategy, Qi Yu continued, pausing momentarily. In just a month, the grand examination will take place, and Zhou Yuan will also participate. Should he suffer a dismal defeat, it would undoubtedly tarnish his noble aura. Lin Feng's gaze flickered. The Great Zhou, renowned for its martial prowess, upheld its sovereignty through strength. Even if Zhou Yuan were a prince, a lack of accomplishments would inevitably invite scrutiny. At that juncture, Su Yue should come to realize that a diminished prince is hardly a reliable ally. What is the implication of the young prince's words? With a faint smile, Qi Yu replied, during the examination, I shall orchestrate certain circumstances to ensure Zhou Yuan encounters you. You are well aware of how to diminish his noble standing. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng hesitated momentarily before responding. After all, he is a prince. If we act too ruthlessly in the realm of competition, strikes are blind. No one can voice a complaint, Qi Yu interjected, shaking his head. Since your Lin family has allied with our Qi Wangfu, we shall provide protection regardless of the situation. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with determination. After a brief pause, he clenched his teeth and murmured, All right, I understand. Should we cross paths during the grand examination, I will ensure that our esteemed prince suffers the most humiliating defeat. He lifted his head and gazed at the receding figure of Zhou Yuan, a malevolent glint flickering in his eyes. A mere discarded prince dares to covet Lin Feng's woman? If that is the case, then he shall surely face some hardship in due time. Qi Yu smiled faintly. Should Zhou Yuan find himself in a state of disgrace, he could once again pursue Su Yue. This girl ought to discern the balance of power. As long as she could secure a place in the E Academy, then during the upcoming provincial examination, no one would pose a threat to him. Thus, the Grand Zhou estate would inevitably fall into the hands of their Qi royal family. In the future, all the graduates from the Grand Zhou estate would bear the mark of the Qi royal family, and by then, it seemed that the Grand Zhou Dynasty would undergo a transformation. It appears that Lin Feng has already conspired with Qi Yu. Zhou Yuan and Su Yue strolled through the courtyard, and he remarked, it could very well be Qi Yu's scheme. Unable to win you over openly, he resorts to employing a beauty trap. Upon hearing this, Su Yue could only shake her head in annoyance and replied, Rest assured, Your Highness, the beauty trap holds no sway over me. After a brief pause, she expressed her concerns, however, Your Highness must exercise caution. Many of the outstanding newcomers have been courted by Qi Yu, and I fear they may sabotage you during the grand examination. Given Zhou Yuan's strength, achieving a place among the top 10 in the examination was already a formidable challenge, and with potential saboteurs, it would become even more arduous. Zhou Yuan chuckled and said, Do not worry, I know my limits. He exhaled gently and remarked, "The strength of the Qi royal family is indeed formidable." Qi Yu sought to recruit individuals, offering terms that were nearly impossible to refuse. His financial prowess rivaled that of royalty, affirming the validity of the king's words. Behind the Qi royal mansion, indeed lay the formidable De Wu. At this thought, a glint of cold light flickered in Zhou Yuan's eyes. The Qi royal mansion was truly a malignant tumor for their Dezhou. They harbored ambitions of encroaching upon the Dezhou mansion, and should it fall under the control of the Qi royal mansion, the repercussions for the royal family would be catastrophic. Thus, it was imperative to thwart their ambitions. However, the more pressing matter at hand was to swiftly open his meridians in preparation for the impending great examination of the Dezhou mansion. In the ensuing days, Zhou Yuan remained within the palace, diligently practicing the 98 forms of the dragon play in the early mornings, engaging in 4 rounds of meridian opening, and in the evenings, he immersed himself in the chaotic divine grind visualization technique to refine his spirit. Within this brief span, Zhou Yuan made significant strides. The first meridian in his body became increasingly pliable, nearing complete unblocking, while his spirit firmly established itself in the realm of minor success. These advancements filled Zhou Yuan with exuberance, motivating him to pursue his cultivation with even greater fervor. On yet another day, with a clang, Zhou Yuan shattered a beast soul crystal with his small iron hammer, extending the Tianyuan brush into the remnants, where fine hairs stirred to absorb the beast soul within. Suddenly, as he prepared to break another beast soul crystal, the Tianyuan brush emitted a subtle vibration, accompanied by an unusual light gradually emanating from its body. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming joy. He observed that the first ancient source pattern on the brush had now fully illuminated, radiating a mysterious brilliance. Evidently, after days of nurturing, the Tianyuan pen has finally regained some of its essence and power. Both Master and Sister Yaoyao stated that one must wait for the first source pattern of the Tianyuan pen to illuminate before comprehending its mysteries. I am eager to discover what peculiarities this once sacred source weapon possesses. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he fixed his gaze upon the Tianyuan pen in his hand. Grasping the pen firmly, he gently closed his eyes, and a surge of radiance emanated from it, accompanied by an obscure piece of information flooding into his mind. Tianyuan pen. First pattern, named WNW Chapter 18. WNWWNW? Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance dancing within them. In that moment, he comprehended why Cang Yuan referred to the Tianyuan pen as both a source weapon and a source pattern pen. It was due to this source pattern called WNW that endowed the Tianyuan pen with 2 distinct forms. Martial form. With the Tianyuan pen in hand and a thought crossing his mind, Zhou Yuan uttered a soft incantation. Buzz! A brilliant light erupted from the Tianyuan pen, and then, Zhou Yuan beheld with astonishment as the pen, no longer than a foot, suddenly expanded before him. In mere moments, a hefty black pen, approximately 10 feet in length, manifested in his grasp. The black pen stood nearly at his height, its body mottled and shimmering with a subtle luster, particularly at the tip. The once soft and snowy white bristles now tightly converged, glinting with a chilling sheen, resembling the sharp point of a spear. The weight is quite substantial. Zhou Yuan gazed at the oversized black pen in his hand. Its heft caused his arms to sag slightly. Testing its power, he stepped out of the house and into the expansive courtyard. With a mere thought, the Tianyuan pen trembled faintly, and the energies of the universe rippled around him, quietly surging into the pen. These source weapons are capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, unleashing formidable might. As the source energy flowed in, a luminous glow began to emanate from the pen's body, particularly at the tip, formed from pristine white bristles, where a flickering radiance could be discerned, sharp and fierce. Gripping the pen's end, Zhou Yuan wielded it as if it were a heavy spear, abruptly swinging it. Though he had never employed such an unusual weapon before, he managed to generate considerable force, and as the pen's shadow whistled through the air, it exuded an aura of vigor. With a swift motion, he directed the pen towards a nearby bronze cauldron, resulting in a crisp sound as the pen's tip punctured through the cauldron, emerging from the opposite side. Indeed, it was sharp enough. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Such a degree of sharpness could easily rend the body of someone with 2 open meridians. It could be considered to have barely reached the level of a mid-grade source weapon. Satisfied with this, he reflected that if he continued to nurture it, allowing the Cang Yuan pen to absorb beast souls, it would not be long before it attained the level of a profound source weapon. Using a pen as a weapon possessed an element of surprise, yet despite its form, it shared commonality with a spear, suggesting that he could learn some spear techniques in the future. Zhou Yuan mused, his gaze fixed upon the Cang Yuan pen, a fervent intensity igniting within him. This was merely the first source pattern, yet such a transformation had already occurred. One could only imagine the formidable power the Cang Yuan pen would wield when all 9 ancient source patterns were fully restored. With a renewed flourish, he wielded the pen in its martial form, reveling in the experience. Then, with a mere thought, he invoked its literary form. Suddenly, the once towering Cang Yuan pen diminished to approximately a foot in length, resting delicately within Zhou Yuan's palm. The previously sharp tip, capable of piercing through fine iron, softened and gently swayed like fine hair. With a flick of his fingertip, the Cang Yuan pen pirouetted gracefully in his palm, its supple tip radiating a luminous glow. In this form, the Cang Yuan pen became a source pattern pen, designed for inscribing source patterns. What a marvelous blend of literary and martial source patterns! Zhou Yuan marveled. The ability to alter an object's form was no ordinary feat achievable by common source patterns. This literary and martial source pattern was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Had he finally activated the first pattern of the Cang Yuan pen? As Zhou Yuan continued to experiment with the 2 forms in the courtyard, a voice, tinged with surprise, broke through his concentration. He looked up to see the graceful figure of Yaoyao standing outside the courtyard, a curious creature trailing closely at her feet. Just completed, Zhou Yuan acknowledged with a nod. The Cang Yuan pen, now in its literary form, lay in his palm as he eagerly inquired, "Sister Yaoyao, my source pattern pen is ready. When will you teach me about source patterns?" Yaoyao glided towards him, her delicate steps bringing her closer, as she extended her pristine hand towards him. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yuan's lips curled slightly as he instructed a nearby maid and handed her a jade vial, saying, "This is Qi Hu Jiu, a potent liquor that I pilfered from my father's private treasury." Yaoyao accepted the jade vial, gracefully tilting her swan-like neck as she took a delicate sip. Instantly, a rosy hue blossomed upon her fair face, and her sparkling eyes gleamed with delight as she remarked, "Not bad, you haven't merely gone through the motions." It was evident that she was quite pleased with the exquisite wine Zhou Yuan had procured. Seeing her satisfaction, Zhou Yuan also felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he found Tun Tun nibbling at his trousers, tongue lolling out and paw extended. Just like its master, Zhou Yuan's eyelid twitched, muttering a curse under his breath. Yet, he could only instruct the maid to bring a plate of source beast jerky and place it by his feet. Upon seeing this, Tun Tun released Zhou Yuan, contentedly lying down and devouring the delectable jerky piece by piece, eyes squinting in delight. Zhou Yuan crouched down beside Tun Tun, caressing its soft fur with fervor. In response to his actions, Tun Tun merely cast a fleeting glance, choosing to ignore this disrespectful creature. As long as the source beast jerky was in play. "All right then. Today we shall commence your lessons in the first-grade source patterns." After sipping a few more mouthfuls of Qi Hu Jiu, Yaoyao nodded in satisfaction and stepped into the stone pavilion, where the stone table was already adorned with jade plates for practicing source patterns. Standing poised before the stone table, she cast a glance at Zhou Yuan and declared, "I shall write first. You observe." With her slender jade-like hand clasped, a delicate azure source pattern pen materialized in her grasp. This pen emanated a faint azure glow, within which numerous luminous patterns surfaced, rendering it extraordinarily mystical. Yuan's heart stirred slightly. It was evident that this source pattern pen belonging to Yaoyao was far from ordinary. As Yaoyao held the pen, her charming visage assumed a serious demeanor, and an unusual aura radiated from her. The pen's tip gently descended upon the jade board, moving in accordance with her thoughts. Standing nearby, Yuan couldn't help but admire Yaoyao's graceful hand as it glided effortlessly. He thought to himself, what a beautiful hand it is. Her small hands, slender and elongated, shimmered with a jade-like luster, captivating enough to hold one's gaze. However, he dared not linger too long, quickly redirecting his attention to the jade board. When Yaoyao completed her final stroke, a radiant light surged forth from the board, revealing a complex source pattern that seemed to resonate with the roar of a tiger. This was the tiger roar pattern, a first-tier source pattern that could be inscribed at the throat. Once activated, it could unleash sound waves akin to a tiger's roar, capable of subduing enemies at close range. Sound wave source pattern? Yuan was taken aback. Such types of source patterns were quite rare and could be life-saving or even turn the tide of battle in critical moments. Take a closer look. How many source traces does this pattern possess? Yaoyao remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Yuan understood that Yaoyao intended to assess his foundation in source patterns. After all, regardless of the quality of a source pattern, it is composed of various source traces, and discerning these traces is the fundamental skill in learning about source patterns. Zhou Yuan scrutinized the tiger's roar pattern on the jade tablet with meticulous attention. After a moment, he slowly remarked, "I have discerned 437 lines." Previously, the entry-level source patterns Zhou Yuan studied comprised merely a little over 100 lines, whereas this particular grade of source pattern boasted a staggering fourfold increase. Yaoyao, with a slight nod of her delicate head, corrected him, saying, to be precise, there are 448 lines. However, your ability to identify 437 indicates a commendable foundation. In the days to come, she instructed him to thoroughly master this first-grade source pattern by simulating the tiger's roar. Upon hearing her words, a spark of eagerness ignited in Zhou Yuan's eyes. If he could successfully learn this first-grade source pattern, it would significantly enhance his capabilities. With the grand examination approaching, he aspired to secure a position among the top 10, necessitating strength capable of rivaling those who had opened 4 meridians. Thus, he was determined to seize any opportunity to bolster his power. Chapter 19. Opening the meridians. Mastering a source pattern in its entirety is no trivial feat, as it demands more than mere depiction. Each source line must be inscribed with the essence of one's spirit. At times, if the spirit infused into the brushwork is even slightly too potent, the line may falter, rendering it utterly useless. The failure of a single source line equates to the entire source pattern being deemed a failure. Therefore, achieving a flawless rendition and ultimately forming a source pattern necessitates extensive practice. Consequently, during the subsequent days, in addition to honing the 98 forms of dragonplay and the chaos divine grind visualization, Zhou Yuan diligently carved out time to repeatedly practice the tiger's roar pattern. Following this meticulously orchestrated series of events, Zhou Yuan's days became exceedingly full, yet he remained acutely aware of the pressing nature of time, diligently persevering in his cultivation without respite. This assiduous practice soon brought him to a pivotal juncture. On this particular day, as Zhou Yuan cultivated within the floral garden, his countenance was solemn, his eyes betraying a subtle yet palpable excitement and anticipation. He could discern that the first meridian within his body had grown increasingly pliant through the days of his attempts to unblock it. If all went according to plan, it was highly probable that it would be completely open today. This long-awaited day had finally arrived. Zhou Yuan clenched his fists tightly, for in recent years, he had dreamt of this very day of opening his meridians. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan composed himself, allowing his emotions to subside. Then, raising both palms, he executed the 98 forms of the dragon forging play with seamless grace. Roar! As the final form concluded, the qi and blood within Zhou Yuan's body surged, his bones vibrated, and his spine undulated, faintly creating the subtle sound of a dragon's roar emanating from within him. Whoosh! With a sharp intake of breath, Zhou Yuan drew upon the surrounding heaven and earth origin qi, which, stirred into motion, transformed into a wisp of white mist that he inhaled in one gulp. Once inside his body, the origin qi, guided by Zhou Yuan, fiercely assaulted the last remaining obstruction in his first meridian. The final vestige of blockage posed no significant resistance, and with only a faint sound, as if an imperceptible membrane had been breached, Zhou Yuan sensed that his first meridian had been completely and irrevocably opened at that very moment. Zhou Yuan felt as if the surroundings had fallen into a profound silence. Within him, the vital energy surged and bubbled, while the first meridian seemed to awaken, slowly writhing as if it had been starved for ages, voraciously consuming the source energy that flowed into his body. The meridians absorbed this energy and swiftly nourished his physical form. Zhou Yuan sensed waves of sharp pain radiating through him, yet rather than panic, his face radiated ecstasy. For he could perceive that alongside the pain came a sensation of clarity that enveloped his being, rendering his entire body lighter, while the flesh, bones, and skin within him tingled with a delightful numbness. This was the manifestation of his physical enhancement. This sensation persisted for approximately 10 minutes, after which Zhou Yuan's gently closed eyes gradually opened. He then detected a peculiar odor emanating from his body. Looking down, he saw his skin covered in grime, a residue of the impurities expelled during the enhancement process. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's eyes appeared to gleam with newfound brightness, and the world around him became remarkably clearer. Is this the opening of the meridians? He slowly clenched his fingers, feeling the surge of enhanced power within, his eyes brimming with joy. This long-cherished scene had finally come to fruition. Go inform father and mother. Zhou Yuan instructed the maid beside him as he entered the room to cleanse himself. Once he had thoroughly washed away the remnants, he emerged to find Zhou Qing and Qin Yu already waiting, their faces alight with astonishment. Yuaner, you have opened the first meridian. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan emerge, Qin Yu hurriedly approached, her gentle visage alight with excitement. Zhou Qing also stepped forward, his gaze fixed fervently on Zhou Yuan. Observing the fervor on their faces warmed Zhou Yuan's heart, prompting him to nod slightly. With a mere thought, he felt the subtle tremor of the first meridian within him, which began to exude a force of attraction. Instantly, the primordial energy from the surrounding world surged through his pores, causing his skin to emanate a soft, radiant glow. Indeed, he had opened his meridian. Zhou Qing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. In that moment, even he found himself somewhat unrestrained, laughing heartily. Excellent, truly deserving of the Zhou family's sacred dragon title. In just 10 short days, you have unblocked your first meridian. Such speed has never been achieved in our Zhou. Qin Yu, with tears welling in her eyes, embraced Zhou Yuan, exclaiming, My dear Yuaner, now that you can cultivate by opening your meridians, you will be able to suppress the vengeful dragon poison in 3 years. Zhou Yuan gently patted Qin Yu's back, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry, mother. I will certainly resolve the vengeful dragon poison. Come, Yuaner, let your father see how much your physique has been enhanced since opening your meridian. Zhou Qing beckoned Zhou Yuan, explaining that each time a meridian is opened, the cultivator's physical abilities are significantly strengthened, far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Zhou Yuan nodded in anticipation. As Cang Yuan had mentioned, although the difficulty of opening a meridian for him was greater than for others, the benefits gained would likewise be more substantial. Now, he was eager to ascertain just how profound this enhancement could be. Zhou Qing stood casually, beckoning Zhou Yuan with a mere gesture of his hand. Even in his nonchalant stance, an aura of authority emanated from him, causing Zhou Yuan to momentarily lose his breath. Truly, his father was a formidable force, having broken through the celestial barrier and entered the primordial realm. The path of the Source Master begins with the opening of the meridians. Once all 8 are opened, one can establish the Qi Palace and ascend to the Qi-nourishing realm. Achieving perfection in this realm allows one to breach the celestial barrier, at which point they can separate their source energy from their body, wielding the power to move mountains and part seas, their might immeasurable. The so-called primordial realm lies beyond the celestial barrier. The stages of a Source Master consist of the 4 grand realms: Meridian Opening, Qi-Nourishing, Celestial Barrier, and Primordial. Currently, Zhou Yuan had merely opened his first meridian, rendering him awestruck in the presence of a formidable being from the primordial realm. Let us first test your strength. Unleash your full power, Zhou Qing instructed, extending his hand. Zhou Yuan nodded, exerting force through his feet as he propelled himself forward like an arrow. His body twisted, the energy within him surged, converging entirely into his fist. Instantly, a fierce wind arose, carrying with it immense force as it struck Zhou Qing's outstretched hand with a resounding impact. The earth beneath Zhou Yuan's feet was sent flying, yet Zhou Qing remained utterly unmoved, his hand unwavering. However, a glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Father, how was that? Zhou Yuan inquired, lifting his gaze towards Zhou Qing. With a swift motion, Zhou Qing rotated his hand, causing dozens of pebbles on the ground to spin within his palm. In an instant, He flung them forth, unleashing a barrage of stones that descended upon Zhou Yuan like a torrential rain. Each pebble flew forth with the precision of arrows, accompanied by a faint whistling sound as they cut through the air. With the tip of his toes barely grazing the ground, Zhou Yuan swiftly retreated, evading most of the stones that were hurled at him. However, a few were launched at such peculiar angles that evasion was impossible. Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed, and in that moment, a surge of spirit coursed through his brow, heightening his senses to an extraordinary degree. The trajectories of the stones became strikingly clear to him. Suddenly, he extended his hand, and with two swift sounds, he deftly captured the stones within his grasp. The force of the stones jolted his palm, causing a slight sting, and he grimaced, shaking his hand as he turned to Zhou Qing, exclaiming, "I nearly failed to catch them." "Father," Zhou Yuan suddenly noticed Zhou Qing staring at his hand, which held the stones with a dazed expression. He could not fathom how Zhou Yuan's eyesight had proven so astute, discerning the trajectories of the stones and seizing them. Was it mere coincidence or something else entirely? Zhou Qing shook his head, casting a glance at Zhou Yuan before suddenly flicking his fingers. A bolt of crimson lightning shot forth from his fingertip, striking Zhou Yuan squarely in the chest in the blink of an eye. Bang! Zhou Yuan's body convulsed as he was sent flying, crashing into a sturdy tree, groaning as he clutched his chest. Qin Yu hurriedly rushed to assist him, her expression filled with anger as she glared at Zhou Qing. "Why did you resort to using the flame thunder qi again?" Zhou Qing offered an awkward smile, approaching to inspect Zhou Yuan's chest. Although it bore a slight bruise, it was evidently just a superficial injury. Yet, his eyelids twitched. How could one with only a single lineage possess such extraordinary resilience? "How do you feel?" Zhou Yuan inquired, rubbing his chest with a grimace. Zhou Qing cast a peculiar glance at Zhou Yuan and inquired, "Are you certain you have merely opened one meridian?" Zhou Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Could one possibly open two meridians at once? Qin Yu also sensed Zhou Qing's unease and anxiously asked, "What is it? Is there something amiss with you, honor? Something amiss?" Zhou Qing let out a wry smile and replied, "Indeed, something is amiss. This lad's physical prowess, be it strength, speed, or resilience, surpasses that of anyone who has merely opened one meridian. I have never encountered anyone with such formidable physical capabilities from just a single meridian." Chapter 20, Source Techniques. Stronger than those who have opened two meridians. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, both Zhou Yuan and Qin Yu widened their eyes in astonishment. "Master Cang Yuan certainly did not deceive me. Although my path to opening meridians has been somewhat arduous, the benefits I reap are indeed greater." Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to his father's assessment, his current physical condition far exceeded that of a typical one-meridian opener, rivaling even that of two meridians. Moreover, when combined with the source patterns he had mastered, in terms of combat prowess, even those with three meridians would likely struggle against him. If I were to master the tiger roar pattern as well, I believe that as long as I do not encounter a four-meridian opener, victory would be virtually assured. Zhou Yuan mused to himself, filled with joy, for the diligent training over time had indeed yielded delightful results. Moreover, and of utmost significance, this bestowed upon Zhou Yuan a glimmer of hope, a hope that he could ascend ceaselessly until one day he could effectuate a profound transformation. Zhou Qing gazed intensely at Zhou Yuan, extending his remaining arm to firmly pat Zhou Yuan's shoulder. In his eyes, Zhou Yuan discerned an unmistakable fervor and anticipation. "You honor, you have performed admirably." Zhou Qing's voice, resonant yet trembling, was tinged with emotion, and his eyes reddened. The martial king believed that by stripping you of your sacred dragon's fortune, he could cast my Zhou family's sacred dragon into an abyss of irretrievable despair. Yet, it appears he has underestimated you. Observing Zhou Qing's tumultuous emotions, Zhou Yuan felt a surge within himself. He understood that during the years he had not opened his meridians, his father's ambitions had gradually been eroded by the harsh realities of life, and perhaps despair had begun to take root in his heart. For the stark truth rendered Zhou Qing blind to any semblance of hope. The Great Zhou Dynasty was barely surviving, while the Great Wu was growing ever more formidable. He knew that once the martial king's vow expired, their Great Zhou would inevitably face annihilation. Yet now, at the moment Zhou Yuan opened his meridians, the despondent Zhou Qing finally glimpsed a sliver of dawn. Presently, the Great Wu was embroiled in conflict with two neighboring dynasties, unable to spare any effort to attend to the Great Zhou, thus providing Zhou Yuan with the perfect opportunity for growth. All that remained for him was to enter the Jia Academy through the grand examination and ultimately thwart the Qi Wangfu's covetous ambitions toward the position of the Lord of the Great Zhou. Those who rank among the top 10 in the grand examination are predominantly of the fourth pulse caliber, while I find myself unperturbed by those of the third pulse. Encountering someone of the fourth pulse would indeed diminish my chances of success. A glimmer of determination sparked in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Thus, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he must strive for further advancement and unlock his second pulse before the examination. Once he achieves this, he will be emboldened, confident enough to face even Lin Feng, who is reputed to be the foremost contender for the top position in the grand examination. Clearly, to gain entry into the prestigious Jia Academy, he must not allow himself to slacken. Yuaner, now that you have unlocked your first pulse, you should delve into some source techniques to maximize your potential, Zhou Qing advised. Having composed himself, the so-called source techniques are methods that enable one to wield their source energy with greater potency. In the realm, source techniques, akin to source weapons, are categorized into 4 tiers: ordinary, profound, celestial, and sacred. However, the higher the grade of the source technique, the greater the demands it places on the practitioner. Most individuals at the pulse opening stage can only cultivate ordinary grade source techniques. Zhou Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Although he had opened his pulse, he could merely be described as possessing latent power without the means to fully harness it, largely due to his lack of training in source techniques. Consequently, his daily regimen of cultivation would need to be augmented. Zhou Qing was highly efficient, and soon several source techniques were placed in Zhou Yuan's hands. In the stone pavilion, Zhou Yuan perused these techniques, among which the most formidable were the Hunyuan Palm and the Suikong Tongming Fist, both classified as mid-grade source techniques. Zhou Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the 2 techniques before him. While these techniques could not be deemed particularly profound, they certainly surpassed inferior skills. Nevertheless, given his current state at the meridian opening realm, his source energy was not yet robust enough to unleash the full potential of even the most advanced techniques. As Zhou Yuan immersed himself in contemplation of these 2 intermediate techniques, a sudden waft of fragrance reached his senses, causing him to slightly raise his head. He found Yaoyao standing beside him, her delicate features casting a fleeting glance at the techniques he held. Merely ordinary intermediate techniques, he mused with a hint of resignation. What depth could one truly expect? Are you intending to practice these techniques? He inquired, receiving a nod in response. His gaze remained fixed on the illustrations as he explained. Having opened a meridian, I can finally wield some source energy. It is only natural that I learn these techniques to bolster my combat prowess. Without the practice of techniques, would I merely rely on my formidable physical attributes in battle? Yaoyao regarded him with a hint of curiosity. You possess extraordinary abilities. Why then do you concern yourself with such commonplace skills? Zhou Yuan's expression sharpened as he met her gaze, frowning. What do you mean by that? Observing his reaction, Yaoyao pouted slightly, her lips forming a playful smirk. Simpleton. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Zhou Yuan retorted, have I wasted so many fine wines in vain? With a languid gesture, Yaoyao propped her chin on her delicate hand and replied, after practicing the dragon forging dance for so many days, do you not feel anything yourself? Zhou Yuan fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he abruptly rose, exiting the stone pavilion. He raised his hands, gradually executing a sequence of 98 movements of the dragon forging dance. This time, he did not finish quickly. Instead, he proceeded with a deliberate pace, methodically executing each move. By the time he completed the set of dragon forging techniques, half a stick of incense had passed. He stood still, slightly shifting, as if savoring something profound. After a considerable while, his pupils abruptly contracted, and a look of astonishment surfaced on his youthful countenance. He then lifted his gaze toward Yaoyao within the stone pavilion, his voice tinged with disbelief. Is there a source technique hidden within this dragon forging technique? A gentle smile graced Yaoyao's exquisitely delicate face, reminiscent of the autumn moon. Though a bit slow, you are not beyond redemption, she replied, extending her slender jade fingers and adding, To be precise, within the 98 forms of the dragon forging technique, there are 2 source techniques concealed. 2 source techniques. Zhou Yuan's heart trembled, and he gazed at Yaoyao with fervent eyes. The profound intricacies of the dragon absorption technique imparted by Master Cang Yuan were evidently extraordinary, and the 2 source techniques embedded within it were surely not simple either. These 2 techniques are known as Dragon Step and Dragon Tablet Hand. Yaoyao softly elaborated while caressing the creature in her arms. Dragon Step? Dragon Tablet Hand? Zhou Yuan pondered, sensing that indeed, the 98 forms of the dragon forging technique concealed certain mysteries. Yet, he could not distinctly discern them, for Master Cang Yuan had merely entrusted him with the dragon absorption technique. Relying solely on his own exploration, his progress was bound to be somewhat sluggish. Thus, he turned his inquisitive gaze toward Yaoyao for guidance. With a light and playful smile, Yaoyao winked at him. Zhou Yuan, understanding her intent, waved his hand, prompting a maid to present a jade bottle of fine wine. Satisfied, Yaoyao lightly nodded her head. Then, with a delicate finger, she tossed the creature named Tun Tun outside the stone pavilion. Observing her action, Zhou Yuan felt a jolt of apprehension, wondering if Tun Tun could indeed do something unexpected. Yaoyao's crimson lips curled into a teasing smile as she remarked, "Back when Grandpa He had nothing to do, he taught Tun Tun, so if we were to be precise, Tun Tun could be considered your senior." Zhou Yuan's lips twitched, his inner turmoil nearly erupting. Was Tun Tun truly a creature capable of cultivating source techniques, disguised in beast skin? What kind of species was this? Regardless of his inner outcry, he knew he had to learn, so he turned to Tun Tun, gently stroking its head with an exceedingly tender smile. "All right, Tun Tun, show me your skills in the Dragon Step and Dragon Tablet technique." However, having just been tossed by Yaoyao, Tun Tun was filled with displeasure and merely cast Zhou Yuan a lazy glance, remaining sprawled without a hint of movement. Zhou Yuan poked at Tun Tun's plump belly, causing ripples of fat to roll, yet the creature lay still as if lifeless, unresponsive to his prodding. Noting the little beast's act of feigning death, Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow and beckoned for a maid to bring over a plate of source beast jerky. Upon catching the enticing aroma, Tun Tun's eyes sparkled, and it instantly sprang to life, letting out a cry as it lunged toward the plate. With a swift motion, Zhou Yuan withdrew his hand, snatching away the plate, leaving Tun Tun to lunge at empty air, immediately baring its teeth in a fierce snarl. "First, let me show you a few moves and then you can eat," Zhou Yuan said with a cheerful smile. Tun Tun glanced at Zhou Yuan, then at the tantalizing plate of source beast meat, ultimately conceding to the allure of the delicacy. It then stood upright on its hind legs, its claws poised at an angle, executing a series of peculiar steps. The movements were bold yet ethereal, causing its form to blur, evoking the image of a true dragon soaring through clouds, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. This scene, where a small beast displayed such enigmatic agility, might have seemed comical, yet Zhou Yuan wore an expression of utmost seriousness, his gaze fixed intently, unblinking. This is the Dragon Step, where the dragon conceals itself within the clouds, elusive and unseen. The Dragon Step embodies an air of ethereality, impossible to decipher. A faint voice echoed from the stone pavilion. "You may attempt to strike Tun Tun." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan clenched his hand, the Tian Yuan brush falling into his grasp. Martial form, the brush, approximately a foot in length, suddenly expanded as he gripped its body tightly. His figure propelled forward with great speed. The sharp tip of the brush whistled through the air, aiming keenly at Tun Tun. Zhou Yuan had been diligently practicing fundamental spear techniques over the past few days, and as he wielded the Tian Yuan brush now, a certain momentum had developed. The tip shot forth with ferocity, yet just as it was about to pierce Tun Tun, its claws slashed at an angle, causing its body to momentarily blur, deflecting the brush's point off course. Zhou Yuan, witnessing this, felt a surge of disbelief, and with his arms channeling power, he unleashed a barrage of fierce strikes with the Tian Yuan brush. Nevertheless, Tun Tun maintained a leisurely pace, its form occasionally becoming indistinct. No matter how fervently Zhou Yuan attacked, he could not land a single blow. Eventually, Zhou Yuan, panting heavily, came to a halt, his eyes gleaming with realization. He had discerned the profound intricacies of the dragon step. Such an ethereal movement technique was capable of bewildering an opponent to the point of disorientation, clearly indicating it was no ordinary source technique. Observing Zhou Yuan's pause, Tun Tun also slowed down, then playfully patted its plump belly and pointed at Zhou Yuan with a mocking gesture. Mastering the dragon step allowed one's source energy to resonate with the air, creating an effect akin to an illusion, which accounted for its vague appearance. This meant that while one seemed to be attacking directly at the throat, in reality, the strike deviated by 3 inches from the true target. The dragon step, therefore, revealed its mystique in this subtle displacement. Next came the dragon tablet strike. Yaoyao, she called out languidly. Zhou Yuan looked up at Tun Tun, who suddenly lunged forward. Its beastly claws struck and grasped with great force, resembling a dragon's talon, exuding an aura of might and weight, as if a colossal dragon were shattering mountains with its grasp. With a resounding crash, the claw shadows manifested, crashing heavily against a massive boulder, which instantly shattered into countless fragments. Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted. The power of this technique was indeed formidable. What was even more noteworthy was that he could sense Tun Tun had not expended a significant amount of source energy, implying that even he, if he were to master it, would wield comparable strength. This dragon tablet strike was evidently more potent than the mixed origin palm and the shattering void clear fist. Yaoyao, Tun Tun bounced before Zhou Yuan, its claws pointing toward a plate of source beast jerky, eagerly calling out for it. Zhou Yuan set down the jerky, his eyes reflecting a contemplative hue. Throughout these days of practicing the dragon play, he had achieved a modest level of mastery, allowing him to discern that both the previous dragon steps and the dragon tablet technique were fundamentally derived from this very art. Standing still for a considerable time, he suddenly lifted his foot and stepped forward at an angle. His movements were remarkably enigmatic, reminiscent of a soaring dragon. Simultaneously, the first meridian within him began to absorb the ambient source energy of the universe, which then radiated throughout his being. At the moment when the flow of source energy within Zhou Yuan synchronized with his steps, his foot shifted laterally, and his figure momentarily became indistinct, elusive, and extraordinary. In the stone pavilion, Yaoyao noticed this and her beautiful eyes sparkled, soon revealing a smile of admiration on her delicate face. Clearly, Zhou Yuan had grasped the essence of the dragon steps. He persisted in his practice, and after the duration of a fragrant incense, his previously awkward movements transformed into a fluid grace. What appeared to be a nonchalant shift in his steps rendered his figure occasionally nebulous, ethereal, and hard to perceive. Upon halting his movements, Zhou Yuan was filled with delight and exhilaration. The dragon steps were truly remarkable. The momentary indistinctness was a result of a peculiar reaction between his source energy and the surrounding air, obscuring his true position, creating a blend of reality and illusion, rendering it difficult to fathom. With a newfound understanding of the dragon steps, he turned his thoughts once more to the dragon tablet technique. This source technique resembled a colossal dragon lifting a tablet to crush mountains, exuding a fierce and weighty force, with an explosive potential that was evidently astounding. The source technique is not overly complex. It is merely the sensation of a colossal dragon smashing a stone tablet at the moment of execution that evokes the feeling of a cataclysmic upheaval. The source energy flows through the meridians within, and with a fierce resolve one strikes. Zhou Yuan's fists and palms shift, appearing somewhat sluggish, yet they exude an aura of weightiness, as if he were cradling a massive stone tablet, building momentum. Within him, the source energy courses along the meridians, ultimately converging into his palms. At a certain moment, Zhou Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his youthful visage transformed into one of intensity. His hands moved abruptly, as if drawing and beckoning, reminiscent of a dragon swooping down, the stone tablet held within its claws crashing down upon the undulating mountain ranges. Boom! Zhou Yuan's fist struck heavily against a sturdy tree trunk nearby, unleashing a violent force that erupted from the epicenter of his fist, sending with splinters flying. The entire trunk was penetrated by Zhou Yuan's blow. Sweat streamed down his face, yet his eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance, for he understood that with the dragon step and the stone tablet strike, his combat prowess would experience a significant elevation. Next, as long as he could clear the second meridian, he would face the upcoming grand examination without fear. Chapter 22. The grand examination approaches as time flowed onward. The day of the grand examination drew ever closer. During the nearly half-month leading up to it, Zhou Yuan did not allow himself a moment's respite, diligently practicing the dragon play daily, continuously breaking through the meridians, while each night, he envisioned the chaos divine mill to sharpen his spirit. In the intervals, he sought guidance from Yaoyao on source patterns, while steadfastly honing the dragon step and the stone tablet strike. Faced with such rigorous and intense training, even Zhou Yuan found himself aching all over and utterly exhausted by the end of each day. However, he was fortunate that after practicing the chaotic divine mill visualization each night, he would awaken the next day vibrant and full of energy. At that moment, Zhou Yuan began to perceive the benefits bestowed by the chaotic divine mill visualization. Although the arduous training was grueling, the fruits of perseverance brought him immense joy, for with only 2 days remaining before the great examination, he had finally opened the second meridian. In the flower garden, Zhou Yuan moved with an ethereal grace, seemingly nonchalant, yet his speed was remarkably swift, covering several paces in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, his fists and palms shifted with precision. Each punch was slow and heavy, yet when it landed, a faint sound of wind being pierced could be heard, evidently infused with formidable strength. This was clearly the dragon step and dragon tablet fist in action. The dragon step was light and ethereal, while the dragon tablet fist was grounded and powerful. The amalgamation of the two was indeed extraordinary. With a resounding thud, Zhou Yuan's fist, glimmering with a faint sheen, struck heavily against a rock formation in the courtyard, causing it to tremble. Cracks rapidly spread across the surface, culminating in a thunderous crash as the formation collapsed entirely. Exhaling a plume of white mist, Zhou Yuan gazed at the scattered rubble with satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The dragon tablet fist comprises 3 levels. The first is Shatter Mountain, the second is Split Earth, and the third is Break Sky. At present, with the strength of my second meridian, I can only execute the Shatter Mountain technique, Zhou Yuan mused to himself. After enduring over half a month of rigorous training, he has gained a deeper understanding of the dragon tablet technique. This art comprises 3 layers, and naturally, the name of this realm was coined by Zhou Yuan himself, serving purely as a facade. After all, with his current dual meridians, even if he were to master the dragon tablet technique to its utmost perfection, he would still be incapable of shattering a mountain. Indeed, no matter how profound the source techniques may be, they require a robust source energy to manifest their true power, and his own source energy remains rather insubstantial. Should he attain the celestial gate realm, his source energy would become formidable, capable of shattering mountains with a mere breath. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan is quite content with the power of the dragon tablet technique, for the adversaries he faces at his current level are not insurmountably strong. With the grand examination approaching, it is imperative that he secures a position within the top 10 to gain entry into the first academy. Otherwise, relying solely on Yu Wei may prove insufficient to counterbalance Qiyue. Zhou Yuan's gaze flickers, aware that the Qi royal house covets the position of the Grand Chancellor of the Great Zhou, with Qiyue as their cornerstone in this endeavor. The position of the Grand Chancellor is of utmost significance. Should it fall into the hands of the Qi royal house, it is certain that the Qi king would initiate a purge, covertly transforming the Great Zhou into the Great Qi. Such a shift would deliver a catastrophic blow to their royal family, and Zhou Yuan would never allow this to come to fruition. Thus, in the upcoming year-end examination, he must secure the top position, ensuring his place in the first academy. Taking a deep breath, his eyes gradually sharpen, though before that, he must first ensure his successful passage through the forthcoming grand examination. As the day of the grand examination dawns, with the first light breaking upon the horizon, the atmosphere of the Great Zhou is charged with fervor and excitement. Every newcomer entering the Great Zhou mansion undergoes a rigorous examination after a year of cultivation, allowing them to select their respective academies based on their performance and continue their profound training. Thus, the significance of this examination within the Great Zhou mansion is unequivocal. When Zhou Yuan arrived at the martial arts arena for the examination, the atmosphere was already charged with excitement, with a throng of young men and women engaged in animated conversations, each displaying a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. Amidst the bustling crowd, Zhou Yuan spotted Su Yuwei, undeniably the focal point of attention, akin to a celestial body surrounded by admirers. She was not only strikingly beautiful but also possessed astonishing talent, coupled with an indomitable spirit, making her the most prominent figure among this cohort of newcomers. Observing this scene, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile. He recalled the first time he met Su Yue a year ago when she was merely a scruffy little girl. Yet now, she had undergone a remarkable transformation, radiant and exuding confidence, captivating the hearts of many young admirers. This metamorphosis was solely attributable to her own efforts, with Zhou Yuan merely guiding her along the path. In the midst of the crowd, Su Yue, who was engaging with others with a smile, seemed to sense his presence. She lifted her delicate face, her gaze locking onto Zhou Yuan's, and her smile blossomed fully, illuminating the surroundings and causing the young men nearby to catch their breath in awe. However, before they could shower her with further admiration, Su Yue politely acknowledged them with a smile, gracefully stepping away from the crowd. With her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes gleamed like crescent moons, and a gentle smile graced her lips as she sauntered toward Zhou Yuan. "Have you opened your 4 meridians?" Zhou Yuan fixed his gaze upon Su Yue, sensing a subtle yet potent surge of source energy emanating from her. The thought struck him, and he remarked, "It has indeed been activated, but you haven't visited the Great Zhou Mansion these past few days, so you remain unaware." Su Yue blinked her bright eyes, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy as she replied. Noticing the intensity of her gaze, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile awkwardly and said, "I have also been diligently cultivating." "How confident are you?" Su Yue inquired, her eyes reflecting a trace of concern. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Yuan had already opened his meridians, leading her to believe he could only rely on source patterns. Zhou Yuan nodded with a reassuring smile, declaring, "Rest assured, I am certain of securing a position within the top 10. Observing his confident demeanor, Su Yue felt a sense of relief and gently nodded in acknowledgement. As Zhou Yuan and Su Yue exchanged banter, several pairs of eyes nearby were fixed upon them with insidious intent. "It appears our esteemed prince is quite audacious in participating in the grand examination," Qiyu remarked with a grin that bore a hint of mockery. "To think he has become arrogant after learning a few source patterns. Such presumption is truly unbecoming." Beside Qiyu stood a young lady named Lu Shi, whose beauty was striking, her lips thin and disdainful as she cast a scornful glance at Zhou Yuan. Her gaze occasionally flickered towards Su Yue, revealing a glimmer of jealousy. Previously, within the Great Zhou Mansion, Lu Shi had been the center of attention, but with Su Yue's arrival, the tides had shifted. Not only did Su Yue enjoy immense popularity among the newcomers, but even the young men from various academies often spoke of her, an acclaim that clearly set her apart from the rest. This incited great anger in Lu Shi, who regarded Su Yue merely as a lowly commoner, her status starkly contrasting with Lu Shi's own nobility. The excessive attention bestowed upon Su Yue was truly infuriating. Lin Feng stood beside Qiyu, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed Zhou Yuan and Su Yue engaged in light-hearted banter, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Qiyu could not help but chuckle as he patted Lin Feng's shoulder, assuring him, "Do not fret. Everything has been arranged for today. For each match, I have secured the finest opponents for our esteemed prince." His eyes, filled with a teasing gleam, were fixed on Zhou Yuan in the distance as he continued. "Since he has the audacity to appear, I shall ensure he is thoroughly humiliated, such that he will never dare to set foot in the Great Zhou Mansion again." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Lu Shi exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, sensing that today's grand examination promised to be quite an entertaining spectacle. Chapter 23, Initial Emergence of Talent. Clang. As more and more new students gathered at the martial arts arena, a resonant voice echoed from the high platform, prompting everyone to look up and behold an invigilating teacher standing above. This grand examination would determine opponents through a draw, with all participants stepping forward to select their numbers, those with matching numbers becoming adversaries. The teacher's robust voice reverberated throughout the arena. As the instructor's words settled, numerous newcomers advanced to draw their numbers, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. On the western side of the arena, the observation platform was also filled with high-ranking officials from the Great Zhou Mansion, and in the center seat sat the lord of the mansion, Chu Tianyang. Beside him sat a middle-aged man clad in purple robes. His gaunt face and deeply set eyes imparted an air of cold severity. Leaning back in his chair, he held a teacup, his demeanor utterly indifferent. This man was Su Hong, the deputy chief of the Great Zhou Prefecture and the dean of the Second Academy. Master Chu, it seems that your first academy will have to select candidates from beyond the top 10 this time, Su Hong remarked with a faint smile, his gaze fixed upon the martial arts arena. Chu Tianyang's expression remained inscrutable, for he was fully aware that many of the outstanding newcomers had already been courted by Qiyu. Following the grand examination, they would undoubtedly gain admission to the Second Academy. Deputy Chief Su, your hubris is unwise, Chu Tianyang replied coldly. Unfazed by Chu Tianyang's words laced with ire, Su Hong's lips curled into a scornful smile. His Second Academy had triumphed in the prefectural examination for 2 consecutive years, and should they secure victory once more, he would be in a position to contest for the role of chief prefect, a title he aspired to claim. The other deans present, witnessing the verbal sparring between the two, chose to remain silent, fully cognizant that the rivalry between Chu Tianyang and Su Hong was but a reflection of the larger power struggle between the Great Zhou royal family and the Qi princely house. Although Chu Tianyang harbored considerable resentment toward Su Hong, he found himself powerless, for the conditions offered by Qiyu to attract talent were beyond what he could provide. At this moment, he could only hope that Su Yuwei would perform admirably. Her exceptional talent, if nurtured within the First Academy, might enable her to contend with Qiyu by the end of the year's prefectural examination. With a soft sigh, Chu Tianyang's gaze shifted unexpectedly towards Zhou Yuan, revealing a hint of concern in his eyes. Although he was aware that Zhou Yuan had managed to open his meridians, it had only been a month since then. Even if Zhou Yuan's talent rivaled that of Su Yuwei, he had likely only just begun to unlock his potential. Such a level of strength would hardly secure a place in the top 10. In fact, it was probable that he would struggle to win even a few matches today. As the prince of the Great Zhou, Zhou Yuan's noble status inevitably drew attention, and a poor showing could tarnish the reputation of the imperial family. I hope the prince can endure a few more rounds, Chu Tianyang mused, shaking his head. Meanwhile, within the martial arena, Zhou Yuan and Su Yuwei had drawn their numbers, Zhou Yuan with number 18 and Su Yuwei with 47. At least we didn't draw the same number, Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile. Su Yuwei chuckled lightly before adopting a serious tone, saying, if we do meet, I won't hold back. Zhou Yuan could only roll his eyes in response. As they exchanged banter, the arena was already alive with the presence of supervisors taking the stage, followed by a series of booming announcements. Number 1, Qinya, Lu Ying. Number 2, Chang Yu, Zhao Qingshan. With each agile figure leaping onto the platforms, the entire martial arena erupted in fervor, surrounded by eager youths cheering and chanting. Zhou Yuan and Su Yuwei, however, chose to remain at a distance, observing the excitement unfold. As time progressed, the results on the martial arts stage swiftly emerged, with victors rejoicing and the vanquished shrouded in gloom. However, the grand examination would not cease due to anyone's defeat. Thus, fierce battles continued to unfold upon the arena. Soon enough, it was Zhou Yuan's turn. Number 18, Zhou Yuan. Pei Yun. With the announcement echoing through the air, a ripple of excitement surged among the youthful spectators, their attention drawn towards the stage, for Zhou Yuan's identity was well known throughout the Great Zhou Prefecture. What astonished them even more was Zhou Yuan's opponent, Pei Yun. Among the newcomers, Pei Yun had garnered quite a reputation, having already opened 3 meridians and standing as a paragon among them. Zhou Yuan encounters Pei Yun in his first match. How unfortunate! Pei Yun is indeed a standout among the 3 meridians. Although His Highness Zhou Yuan was adept in source patterns, defeating a practitioner of the 3 meridians seemed a daunting task. Could it be that Zhou Yuan would face elimination in his very first contest? Whispers began to circulate throughout the arena, lamenting Zhou Yuan's predicament, as he held a respectable reputation within the Great Zhou Prefecture. Pei Yun, really? Su Yuwei's delicate features reflected her concern. She was undoubtedly aware of Pei Yun's formidable strength. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, and sensing something amiss, glanced towards the high platform not far away. There, Qiyu wore an unusual smile as he regarded him, prompting a stir within Zhou Yuan's heart as he murmured to himself, what a twist of fate to encounter such an opponent in the very first match. His gaze flickered slightly, and it seemed that Qi Yu's involvement was likely. However, the fact that this individual could reach such a point indicated a significant infiltration of the Qi Wangfu into the Dezhou government. To trouble me, they were even willing to expose some of the Qi Wangfu's hidden agents. A thought crossed Zhou Yuan's mind, and then he smiled at Su Yue, whose eyes were filled with concern. Rest assured, a mere 3 veins cannot hinder me. It is hardly sufficient. With that, Zhou Yuan waved goodbye to Su Yue and swiftly made his way to the martial arts stage. On the high platform, Qi Yu observed this scene and could not help but smile at Lin Feng and Lu Shi beside him, saying, "The show begins. I hope our esteemed prince can endure long enough for us to relish the spectacle." Lin Feng and Lu Shi, upon hearing this, exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude, grinning as they gazed at the martial arts stage. On the observation platform to the west, Chu Tianyang also noticed this development, his brow furrowing slightly as he sighed in resignation. Zhou Yuan faced such an opponent in his first match. It would be difficult for him to emerge victorious. Amidst the many sympathetic gazes, Zhou Yuan ascended the martial arts stage with a calm demeanor, lifting his gaze to the front, where a young man clad in blue stood proudly, his eyes filled with mockery as he regarded him. "I never expected to encounter your highness in the very first match. If I strike too hard later, I hope your highness will not take offense," Pei Yun remarked with an odd smile. "Was this arranged by Qi Yu?" Zhou Yuan replied coolly. Pei Yun's expression sharpened for a moment before he replied with a smile. "I am unaware of what your highness is referring to." Zhou Yuan adjusted his sleeves and remarked, "To recklessly stick one's neck out may lead to a dire outcome." Pei Yun, slightly irritated, coldly retorted, "Your highness should focus on your own affairs. Today, do not tarnish your reputation." As their conversation unfolded, a referee's stern voice rang out, "Begin." With an icy glint in his eyes, Pei Yun, like a cheetah, darted forward the moment the command was issued. His fingers clenched tightly, and with a powerful punch aimed squarely at Zhou Yuan, he unleashed the full force of his 3 meridians, the energy swirling around his fist, creating a sound akin to the tearing of the wind. This was undoubtedly a formidable and domineering strike. Even those who had opened 3 meridians would not dare to underestimate it. The onlookers surrounding the martial arena shook their heads in disbelief, fearing that Zhou Yuan would surely be defeated by such a blow. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the fierce wind of the punch rushed towards him. Gazing at Pei Yun's somewhat menacing visage, Zhou Yuan suddenly extended his palm, reaching out to grasp the incoming fist. Seeking death, Pei Yun, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter filled with rage. Did Zhou Yuan truly lose his senses? This punch could shatter rock, and yet he dared to meet it with his bare hand? Was he not afraid of having his arm broken? Bang! In the midst of Pei Yun's fierce gaze, the punch, imbued with a violent wind, collided heavily with Zhou Yuan's palm, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of Pei Yun's mouth. However, in the next instant, that smile abruptly froze. As he beheld Zhou Yuan's outstretched hand, motionless, his violent power surged forth, yet it seemed to plunge into a black hole, eliciting no response whatsoever. How could this be? Pei Yun's heart sank in horror, and his expression transformed drastically, sensing the impending doom. Zhou Yuan, observing Pei Yun's pallor, could not help but smirk coldly. Having opened 2 meridians, his physical prowess had significantly increased, surpassing even those who had opened 3. He tightened his grip on Pei Yun's fist, his hand as unyielding as an eagle's claw, the overwhelming strength causing Pei Yun to feel as if his fist might be crushed. Opening 3 meridians, Pei Yun's face was filled with dread as he gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. The 3 meridians within him suddenly vibrated, drawing in the essence of the heavens and earth, and a formidable force erupted from within him. However, just as he attempted to break free from Zhou Yuan's grasp, Zhou Yuan swiftly retaliated, not with his hands, but with a kick. His leg moved with fierce velocity, the foot enveloped in strands of essence, striking Pei Yun squarely in the chest with the speed of lightning. Go flying! Bang! A deep sound resonated, and Pei Yun felt an indescribable force surge toward him. Even with the activation of his 3 meridians to absorb essence, he found himself utterly powerless to withstand it. Consequently, His body was sent hurtling off the martial stage, crashing heavily to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the surrounding sounds faded into silence, as all eyes widened in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The encounter between Zhou Yuan and Pei Yun transpired with astonishing rapidity. They had barely witnessed Pei Yun charging towards Zhou Yuan when, in the blink of an eye, Pei Yun was sent tumbling off the martial stage by a single kick from Zhou Yuan. What formidable force must that kick possess? Those surrounding the martial stage regarded Zhou Yuan with expressions akin to encountering a specter, for they were acutely aware that Zhou Yuan had not summoned any source pattern's power this time. Thus, that kick was entirely propelled by Zhou Yuan's physical strength. Such physical prowess, could it be that even those who had opened 3 meridians could not rival it? When had this prince, rumored to be incapable of opening meridians, attained such extraordinary strength? Su Yue also covered her lips with her delicate hand, her fair face filled with disbelief. She had previously been puzzled by Zhou Yuan's unwavering confidence, but at this moment, the truth dawned upon her. Zhou Yuan had been concealing his true abilities all along. On the high platform, Qi Yu, Lin Feng, and Lu Shi, who had initially anticipated a splendid performance, now wore frozen expressions, their faces paling in unison. This sudden turn of events was profoundly beyond their expectations. Chapter 24. Display of might. How could this be possible? Lin Feng and Lu Shi's faces were etched with shock as they fixated on the slender figure on the martial stage, exclaiming in disbelief. He actually kicked Pei Yun, who had opened 3 meridians, off the stage. Qi Yu's countenance also twitched at that moment, his gaze darkening ominously as he remarked, "It seems we have all been outmaneuvered by Zhou Yuan. That kick he executed earlier must have utilized source energy, indicating that he has indeed opened his meridians." Lin Feng and Lu Shi's pupils contracted, both aware of the fact that Zhou Yuan's 8 meridians had not manifested. Yet, how could he suddenly open his meridians now? Zhou Yuan had concealed his capabilities so well. Qi Yu inhaled deeply, a somber expression crossing his face. He must have just recently opened his meridians. The extent of his mastery cannot be too high. Previously, Pei Yun was caught off guard, failing to employ his source technique, which led to his swift defeat. If he had been prepared, Zhou Yuan may not have triumphed. Lin Feng nodded slowly, initially intending to wait for Zhou Yuan to embarrass himself in front of Su Yue, but was unexpectedly infuriated by Zhou Yuan's unexpected display of skill. Qi Yu's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Yuan's figure, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, Chu Tianyong watched the scene with astonishment, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. How could His Highness Zhou Yuan possess such formidable strength? He was acutely aware that Zhou Yuan had only begun to open his meridians a month prior, yet the power of that earlier kick surpassed that of an average 3-meridian practitioner. After pondering for a long time, he could not fathom the reason, only shaking his head in silence. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Zhou Yuan was indeed confident about participating in the grand examination. No wonder he claimed a month ago that he would gain admission to the top academy. It turned out he truly possessed such ability. Beside Chu Tianyong, Su Hong observed Zhou Yuan's victory, his brow furrowing slightly, though he refrained from voicing any concerns. While Zhou Yuan's earlier display of strength was indeed impressive, entering the top 10 seemed improbable, rendering any worry unnecessary. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhou Yuan, upon hearing the referee's verdict, gracefully descended from the martial stage and approached Su Yue. "You have concealed your abilities remarkably well," Su Yue remarked, her lips slightly pouting, for even she was unaware that Zhou Yuan had opened his meridians, leaving her in a state of anxious uncertainty. Zhou Yuan quickly replied, "I have been diligently honing my skills and simply did not have the opportunity to mention it." With a light huff, Su Yue fixed her serious expression upon him and inquired, "Then speak candidly, how many meridians have you opened?" "2." Zhou Yuan responded with a smile, not concealing the truth, for he knew that after today, this information would soon be common knowledge. Su Yue furrowed her delicate brows, skepticism evident in her gaze as she scrutinized Zhou Yuan. That kick you executed just now was not something a mere 2-meridian practitioner could achieve. You sent Pei Yun, who has opened 3 meridians, tumbling off the stage with such ferocity. It utterly defied the capabilities of one with only two. Zhou Yuan could only manage a resigned smile in response. His physical prowess, having opened 2 meridians, was nearly comparable to that of individuals who had opened 4. Thus, it was indeed feasible for him to send Pei Yun flying. However, he refrained from elaborating on the specifics, as doing so might invite unwanted attention. Fortunately, Su Yue did not linger on this topic. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she remarked, "With your 2 meridians opened, coupled with your proficiency in source patterns, you may very well have a chance to break into the top 10. Zhou Yuan nodded with a smile. As they conversed, the grand examination continued in an orderly fashion, the martial stages ablaze with fierce battles, eliciting cheers of encouragement from the surrounding youths. Soon enough, it was Su Yue's turn to take the stage. The opponent of Su Yue was merely a newcomer from the 2nd lineage, whose complexion turned pale upon encountering her, as the disparity between them was overwhelmingly vast. After several more rounds, it was finally time for Zhou Yuan to take the stage. "Zhou Yuan, sure you." As this call resonated through the martial arena, numerous gazes were drawn towards the scene. In the previous match, the battle had concluded too swiftly, leaving many spectators puzzled about Zhou Yuan's victory. Thus, their curiosity for this contest was palpable. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhou Yuan ascended the martial platform, facing the robust youth named Shi Yu, who regarded him with heightened vigilance and caution, clearly having learned from the lesson of the previous competitor. "Begin." Upon the referee's command, Shi Yu sprang into action. "Activate the 3rd lineage." With a powerful shout, a torrent of elemental energy surged into his body, causing his robes to billow and visible streams of light to coil around his form, creating an impressive spectacle. Feeling the explosive force coursing within him, the apprehension in Shi Yu's eyes diminished significantly. He fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Yuan, and in the next moment, he propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his foot. His figure materialized directly before Zhou Yuan, fingers curling slightly like the talons of an eagle, as the energy at his fingertips surged, emanating a fierce aura capable of rending stone. Shi Yu's assault was exceedingly swift, aimed directly at Zhou Yuan's neck, and just as the strike was about to land, Zhou Yuan's footwork shifted abruptly, rendering his form momentarily indistinct. The hand claw, entwined with a stream of source qi, tore downwards, but to Shi Yu's consternation, the attack that was originally certain to hit landed as if upon emptiness. Not good. A chill ran through his heart. Before he could retract his claws for defense, a figure flashed before his eyes, and Zhou Yuan swiftly closed the distance. Simultaneously, a slender palm pierced through Shi Yu's defenses, gently landing on his chest. The palm appeared soft, yet it contained astonishing power. Bang! Shi Yu barely managed to surge source qi to his chest for defense, and then he felt a formidable force erupting from his chest. His body was directly blasted away by that force, landing awkwardly on the platform. He hastily steadied himself, rolling swiftly to evade Zhou Yuan's subsequent attacks. However, just as he came to a stop, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure tailing him like a shadow, causing him to nearly lose his wits. Before he could react, he felt a hand gripping the crown of his head. The power faintly surging in the palm caused his body to freeze instantly, daring not to make any further movements, because once that power erupted, his head might be crushed. "I concede." Shi Yu, drenched in cold sweat, shouted without hesitation. Upon hearing his concession, Zhou Yuan released his hand from the crown of his head, then cast his gaze around, and once again, the entire martial arts arena fell silent. Everyone stared at the decisive conclusion on the stage with gaping mouths. Bravo! Is this still the prince who, according to rumors, was unable to cultivate? Not far away on the high platform, Qi Yu, Lu Shi, and Lin Feng fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions fluctuating between light and shadow. Such incredible speed. Lin Feng remarked slowly, a serious glint finally appearing in his eyes. As outsiders, they were able to discern clearly that previously, Shi Yu had been utterly defeated by Zhou Yuan's swift prowess. No matter how desperately he attempted to retreat, Zhou Yuan followed him relentlessly like a shadow. Lu Shi, biting her silver teeth in frustration, muttered a harsh epithet toward Shi Yu. What a useless fool. Qi Yu maintained a stoic demeanor, his palm gently stroking the railing as he spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. His physical prowess is formidable, practically rivaling that of a practitioner with 4 meridians. He turned to Lin Feng, his tone growing significantly colder. Those with 3 meridians cannot contend with him. It seems we must rely on you. Lin Feng's eyes shimmered with cold determination as he nodded slightly, asserting, "Rest assured, he shall not pass my threshold. I will demonstrate to him just how powerful a true 4-meridian practitioner can be." On the martial observation platform, Chu Tianyang also exhibited surprise, murmuring to himself, "This physical condition is comparable to that of a 4-meridian practitioner, yet the fluctuations of his source energy are not as potent. How peculiar." Zhou Yuan leaped down from the martial stage, acutely aware of the gazes directed toward him, which seemed to carry a newfound respect. This was not merely due to his status, but rather the strength he had displayed. In a world where cultivation was the prevailing pursuit, one who could not open their meridians, even with Zhou Yuan's noble title, would still evoke sympathy and pity from others. Zhou Yuan harbored a deep aversion to such gazes, which fueled his unwavering dedication to cultivating source energy. However, now, the expressions directed at him had lost all traces of those emotions. Remarkable. Su Yue, observing Zhou Yuan approach, wore a face filled with astonishment. As a practitioner of 4 meridians, she could easily discern the ferocity of his assaults on the martial platform, particularly noting his speed, which even she dared not underestimate. Zhou Yuan smiled and then turned his gaze towards the distant high platform, where Qi Yu had also cast his eyes in his direction. In their mutual glance, the chilling hostility brewing within each was unmistakable. Qi Yu's cold stare fixed on Zhou Yuan. He grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, and provocatively gestured a throat-cutting motion towards Zhou Yuan, laden with taunt. Zhou Yuan regarded Qi Yu's provocation with a chuckle, softly murmuring to himself, "Such audacity! Wait until the year-end provincial examination, and see how I shall vanquish you." Chapter 25. Battle with Lin Feng within the martial arena. Excitement surged as the fierce clashes on each combat platform drew forth deafening cheers from the throngs of young spectators, igniting a fervent atmosphere. As time progressed, an increasing number of newcomers faced elimination. However, those who remained became increasingly formidable, resulting in battles of even greater spectacle. In the subsequent rounds, Zhou Yuan fought through 2 more matches, and as expected, his opponents, each wielding 3 meridians, met their defeat at his hands. Consequently, his ranking ascended into the top 20. Before a martial arts platform, Zhou Yuan gazed at the scene before him, where 2 figures swiftly intertwined. Streams of elemental energy coiled around them, and with each collision of fists and feet, the air resonated with a piercing sound. On the platform stood Su Yue, her opponent equally adept, having opened all 4 meridians. A victory in this contest would propel Su Yue into the top 10, granting her eligibility for entrance into the prestigious Jia Academy. Su Yue's graceful figure moved with the agility of willow catkins in the wind, while her adversary was a robust young man, employing a brutish and forceful approach, akin to a ferocious ape. In the face of her opponent's ferocity, Su Yue opted not to engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, she deftly evaded, skillfully utilizing the strength of his strikes. After a prolonged exchange, the young man's fierce assault began to wane. With a glint in her eye, Su Yue shifted her strategy, closing the distance with sudden swiftness. However, at that moment, a spark ignited in the young man's eyes. His previously waning momentum surged explosively. With a mighty roar, his iron fist, entwined with streams of elemental energy, surged forth with astonishing power, accompanied by a subtle sonic boom, aimed directly at Su Yue. The fierce wind from his punch rushed towards her, causing her hair to dance wildly. Yet, within her enchanting gaze, there was no hint of panic. Her fingers curled into the form of a sharp sword, thrusting out with precision to strike first, landing on the young man's chest. The force of the punch came to an abrupt halt. The robust youth's eyes widened in fury as his body trembled slightly. His face flushed with rage, and through gritted teeth he exclaimed, "You have actually mastered the Jade Breaker finger?" Su Yue smiled gently, extending her delicate hand to give a light push, causing the robust youth to tumble down with a thunderous crash. At that moment, the onlookers finally beheld the exquisite hue of her slender fingers, resembling the luster of jade crystal clear, yet emanating an icy, piercing aura. Around the martial arts platform, the crowd of young boys and girls erupted in a cacophony of exclamations. Is that the jade-shattering finger? A mid-grade source technique notoriously difficult to master. Who would have thought Zhou Yuan had attained its proficiency? This technique, known for its ability to strike with precision and devastating force, had allowed her to exploit Zhao Feng's momentary lapse in defense and decisively defeat him. Impressive. Truly deserving of the title as the fastest genius to open meridians in our Great Zhou prefecture. The youths were left in awe, their gazes towards Zhou Yuan filled with fervor and admiration. Amidst the throng of passionate looks, she gracefully descended from the platform and approached Zhou Yuan, her charming smile a stark contrast to the ruthless demeanor she had just displayed in combat. Well done. Zhou Yuan playfully lifted her snow-white chin, akin to a child showcasing a prized candy. Remarkable indeed. The power of the jade-shattering finger is astonishing. Even a body with 4 open meridians would struggle to withstand it, Zhou Yuan remarked sincerely. He realized that had that strike landed on him, he would likely have been unable to endure it. Receiving Zhou Yuan's praise, Zhou Yuan's rosy lips curled into a slight smile, ready to respond, when suddenly a referee's voice rang out from the martial arts platform. Zhou Yuan, Lin Feng. As the sound of the announcement resonated, the previously bustling training arena fell into a brief silence, only to be followed by an eruption of fervent cheers, with nearly everyone converging towards the performance stage. Following a series of victories, Zhou Yuan had undoubtedly emerged as the most dazzling dark horse in this grand examination. Yet this time, he was set to face none other than Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a figure of considerable renown among newcomers, rumored to be a strong contender for the top position in this assessment. Among this cohort of freshmen, Lin Feng's prowess was indisputable, ranking amongst the very best. The outcome of this battle piqued everyone's curiosity. Would Zhou Yuan continue his remarkable ascent, or would Lin Feng thwart him from breaking into the top 10? At this moment, Zhou Yuan's delicate features underwent a significant transformation, clearly taken aback by the unexpected confrontation between Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng. It was well understood that even she would face a formidable challenge against Lin Feng. How could Zhou Yuan, who had only unlocked 2 meridians, hope to prevail? Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, lifting his gaze towards the elevated platform where Qiyu flashed him a smile. He then reached out and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. The latter turned to Zhou Yuan, his expression impassive, yet a glint of cold disdain flickered in his eyes. Lin Feng exchanged a few words with Qiyu before launching himself gracefully onto the performance stage, his agile form eliciting a wave of applause. Lu Shi observed this scene with a smirk, proclaiming, "This time, I shall see how he manages to win." Qiyu nodded in agreement, aware that Lin Feng's strength was formidable, even among those who had unlocked 4 meridians. Defeating Zhou Yuan should not prove overly challenging. Upon the martial platform, Chu Tianyang gazed at the collision between Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he summoned a guard, stating coolly, "From this day forth, the overseers of this examination shall be expelled from the Great Zhou mansion." Previously, he had found it peculiar that Zhou Yuan repeatedly encountered formidable opponents. Now, witnessing Lin Feng's appearance, he was no longer oblivious to the underlying schemes. A surge of indignation welled within him. How dare they conspire against Zhou Yuan in his presence? Beside him, Su Hong, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Isn't the Lord's action somewhat excessive?" Chu Tianyang responded with a derisive smile, "You are well aware of your own actions. Furthermore, as the Lord, my decisions are not for you to question." Su Hong's eyes flared with anger, yet he merely snorted in response, refraining from further comment. Although Qiyu had exposed some individuals aligned with the Qiwang mansion, it did not alter the larger scheme. Amidst the numerous regretful gazes from the audience, Zhou Yuan ascended the martial platform. Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. He regarded Zhou Yuan with a sardonic smile, stating, "Your Highness, I must say, your progress to this point is quite astonishing." Zhou Yuan cast a casual glance at Lin Feng and replied, "You shall be even more astonished soon." Lin Feng chuckled coldly, saying, "I shall look forward to it." Their dialogue crackled with tension, akin to the clash of sharp blades. The match commenced. The referee's voice rang out, interrupting their exchange. On the martial platform, Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng locked eyes, both emanating a fierce glimmer of resolve. Bang! In the next moment, Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng's figures surged forth almost simultaneously. Lin Feng's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, propelling him into the air. His leg whips slicing through the air with a resounding crack, imbued with astonishing power, akin to a whip, forcefully aimed at Zhou Yuan's head. This kick could shatter even rock. Zhou Yuan, with a swift motion of one arm, intercepted the incoming leg, the sheer strength causing his arm to tremble violently, while his other arm shot forward, fingers clenched into a fist, targeting Lin Feng's chest. With a sharp twist in midair, Lin Feng's palm met Zhou Yuan's fist, which propelled forward like a javelin. A cacophony of sounds erupted on the training platform as the fierce winds swirled, stirring up dust. Both Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng staggered back from the impact. Below the platform, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The spectators regarded Zhou Yuan with renewed admiration. Previously, their confrontation had relied solely on their physical prowess without the aid of source energy. However, Lin Feng, who had opened 4 meridians, found himself unable to gain any advantage over Zhou Yuan. This revelation left the onlookers in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the source of Zhou Yuan's formidable physical prowess. The commotion from the crowd caused Lin Feng's expression to darken. A glimmer of coldness shone in his eyes as he inhaled deeply, shedding any remaining reservations. Open the 4 meridians. As Lin Feng's voice resonated, a torrent of source energy surged from the heavens, flooding into his body. In an instant, luminous streams of source energy entwined around him, causing the stone tiles beneath his feet to crack slightly, radiating an impressive aura. Bang! With a forceful stamp of his foot, Lin Feng shattered the stone tiles beneath him, his speed surging dramatically as he appeared before Zhou Yuan in an instant. A fierce gust of wind accompanied his strike, sweeping towards Zhou Yuan with tremendous force. The oncoming, piercing wind sent a shiver down Zhou Yuan's spine, affirming Lin Feng's formidable prowess, one of the best among the new students. Zhou Yuan deftly sidestepped, executing a dragon step, his ethereal form momentarily blurring. Lin Feng's palm wind grazed past him, veering off into the distance. Such an enigmatic technique. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. He had previously witnessed Zhou Yuan's peculiar agility, which made it seem as though any attack would inevitably miss when he became indistinct. Utilizing a mid-grade source technique, the bull demon tread, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he stomped down, causing the stone bricks to explode, unleashing a visible shockwave that surged forth. The sweeping force of the shockwave threatened to engulf Zhou Yuan, and despite his extraordinary agility, he was momentarily unsettled, his body jolting as he faltered. "Get out of my way!" Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng roared, his fingers coiling into a fist, resembling an enraged lion as he launched a powerful punch towards Zhou Yuan's chest. The rushing wind left Zhou Yuan no room for complacency. He stamped his foot, invoking the 2nd meridian. At that moment, the source energy of the heavens and earth surged into Zhou Yuan, streams of luminous energy manifesting around his form. He crossed his arms to form a defensive barrier. Bang! Lin Feng's fist collided forcefully with Zhou Yuan's arms, the overwhelming power cascading forth, causing Zhou Yuan's feet to tremble as he was propelled backward, narrowly halting at the edge of the arena. Gasps erupted from the crowd below, while Su Yuwei covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her face betraying her anxiety. Truly tenacious, Lin Feng remarked with a cold smirk. Zhou Yuan gently shook his numbed arms and remarked, with all 4 meridians open, "It is indeed impressive." The sudden surge of power he had just experienced could have easily sent him crashing down if not for his stable stance. "Next time, you shall be the one to fall," Lin Feng declared coldly. Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, a sharp glint emerging within them. He stepped forward, his body slightly bent, resembling a lion poised to unleash its fury upon its prey. A menacing aura emanated from Zhou Yuan as he flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming teeth that sent a chill down one's spine. "I believe you won't have another chance." In that instant, Zhou Yuan launched himself forward with unbridled force, initiating his counterattack. Chapter 26. The Rise of Power Swish. As Zhou Yuan's voice fell, He darted forward with the swiftness of a leopard, strands of elemental energy intertwining around his form, causing his strength and speed to surge dramatically. The ferocity of his presence was palpable. Seeking death, Lin Feng responded, his confidence unwavering. Since you are so self-assured, I shall shatter your confidence before the eyes of all. Slowly, Lin Feng clenched his fist, and streams of elemental energy erupted from his body. His robes billowed, and the flesh beneath his skin trembled as explosive power rapidly coalesced. A formidable aura radiated from Lin Feng, showcasing the full extent of his strength with all 4 meridians opened. The aura emanating from Lin Feng was palpable even to the crowd below the martial arts stage, causing a subtle shift in their expressions. Even Su You's beautiful eyes narrowed, her delicate hands clenched, a trace of worry flitting across her fair countenance. Lin Feng's strength was considerable, even among those who had opened 4 meridians. Zhou Yuan, too, sensed the imposing aura, yet he remained undeterred. Instead, he stamped his foot, causing the source patterns around his ankles to emit a radiant glow. Light body pattern. His velocity experienced an immediate and significant augmentation. Iron skin pattern. His arms were suffused with a dark luminescence, akin to polished steel. Raging bull pattern. Zhou Yuan's shoulders quivered, a faint bellow resonating, imbuing him with formidable power. The simultaneous activation of these 3 source patterns amplified Zhou Yuan's momentum, his imposing presence signaling a fierce counterattack, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the young spectators below. However, upon the platform, Qi Yu and the maiden named Lu Shi exchanged cynical smiles. Qi Yu, his fingers interlaced, observed Zhou Yuan's aggressive advance towards Lin Feng, remarking with a sneer, "It appears our esteemed prince is unaware that Lin Feng's forte lies not in offense, but in defense. Within the realm of those who have opened 4 meridians, none can breach Lin Feng's defenses. Thus, the more ferocious his attack, the more humiliating his defeat will be. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate the spectacle." Under the intense scrutiny of numerous anxious eyes, Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng stood in close proximity, with a subtle smirk gracing the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. In an instant, he took a decisive half-step forward, his body leaning in. Medium-grade source technique, Iron Demon Wall. He bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully. Streams of radiant source energy erupted from his body, coalescing into a faint black membrane before him. Although the membrane was exceedingly thin, its dark hue emanated an indomitable solidity. Observing the black membrane that had manifested around Lin Feng, Su You's delicate features shifted dramatically, for she understood that this Iron Demon Wall was among the finest in medium-grade source techniques. Not only did it possess formidable defensive capabilities, but it could also rebound a portion of incoming attacks. Thus, if it could not be obliterated instantaneously, the more ferocious the assault, the more devastating the retaliation would be for the attacker. Even Su Yue doubted her absolute confidence in dismantling this Iron Demon Wall in a mere heartbeat. "You shall be vanquished by your own might, Your Highness Zhou Yuan. Your disgrace will soon echo throughout the Great Zhou Prefecture." Lin Feng mused as he gazed at the approaching Zhou Yuan, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Amidst the throng of spectators, Zhou Yuan's eyes also caught sight of the black membrane enveloping Lin Feng's form, the pulsating energy causing his brows to furrow slightly. "So he relies on his turtle shell." With a cold smirk, Zhou Yuan's gaze sharpened. "Since you hold such unwavering confidence in that turtle shell, I shall revel in shattering it before your very eyes." His figure shot forth, appearing directly before Lin Feng. In the next instant, he took a deep breath, and everyone beheld luminous patterns emerging at his throat. "There are source patterns?" Lin Feng's pupils instantly constricted upon witnessing this. Roar! Just as his heart quaked, Zhou Yuan's mouth suddenly opened, unleashing a thunderous tiger's roar that formed sound waves, violently sweeping through the air. A first-grade source pattern, the tiger roar pattern. The resounding roar echoed, and those surrounding the martial platform hastily covered their ears, feeling their internal energies quiver in response, their faces turning pale with terror. The power of such a source pattern was certainly not that of a novice. While others were affected by the shock, Lin Feng, being at the forefront, felt his head throb from the sheer force of the roar. The black light membrane enveloping his body quaked violently, emitting ripples as if it had momentarily faltered. At that very moment, Zhou Yuan closed in on Lin Feng. His fingers clenched tightly, and with an incredibly heavy stance, he swung his fist, causing the air to shatter beneath its force. Dragon tablet strike, shattering mountains. The source energy coiled around his fist collided with the black light membrane. Buzz! The source of that overwhelming power was undeniably Zhou Yuan's fist. How could his strength be so formidable? Lin Feng's heart trembled, astonishment evident in his eyes. Break for me! Zhou Yuan's cold command rang out at that moment. Bang! Just as his voice fell, everyone was horrified to witness the layer of black light membrane surrounding Lin Feng shatter in response. I acknowledge. Lin Feng's face was a mask of sheer horror as he hurriedly exclaimed. However, before Zhou Yuan's voice could fade, a singular punch, imbued with immense power, struck Lin Feng squarely in the chest. With a splutter, a mouthful of blood erupted forth as Lin Feng was sent hurtling through the air, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. He soared over several martial platforms before crashing down heavily, leaving a long trail upon impact, ultimately losing consciousness. As Lin Feng lay on the ground, the arena fell into an eerie silence, with everyone left in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Su Yuwei covered her delicate lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes round with astonishment. How could this be? Everyone murmured in disbelief, their faces reflecting their incredulity. Moments ago, they had marveled at Lin Feng's formidable defense, yet in an instant, that seemingly indestructible iron wall was shattered by Zhou Yuan's fist. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Could this truly be within the capabilities of one who has opened 2 meridians? Good.
Chu Tianyang Edgerlim, Rising Abeli.
His eyes gleaming with brilliance, his face etched with astonishment and shock. The force behind Zhou Yuan's punch was undeniably beyond the reach of a mere 2-meridian practitioner. It seemed that their prince, after years of obscurity, was finally ready to reveal his prowess, which was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the Great Zhou. Meanwhile, Su Lin's face twitched slightly, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he regarded Zhou Yuan's figure. On the high platform, the smiles of Qi Yu and Lu Shi had also frozen in place. With a sharp crack, Qi Yu's hand clenched tightly, crushing the railing before him, as his handsome visage darkened with an ominous pallor. How could he possibly shatter Lin Feng's iron demon wall? Lu Shi's delicate face turned pale as she gritted her teeth. Lin Feng's iron demon wall was a formidable barrier that few with 4 meridians could break. Yet now, it had been shattered by Zhou Yuan, who had barely opened 2 meridians. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Was this truly the same wasteful prince they all knew? Qi Yu fixed his gaze intently on the youthful figure on the martial arts platform, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Previously, he had always regarded Zhou Yuan as a mere joke, but at this very moment, he felt a palpable sense of threat. Qi Yu clenched his fingers tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds, as his eyelids twitched and he muttered hoarsely, "Could it be that this wasteful dragon of the Zhou family is truly about to rise from the ashes?" Chapter 27. The conclusion of the provincial examination, the silence beyond the martial arts platform lingered for a considerable time before it was finally shattered by an ear-splitting chorus of applause. Young men and women gazed ardently at the slender figure upon the stage, astonished that the prince, previously rumored to be incapable of meridian cultivation, would today deliver such an almost miraculous performance. At this moment, they all evidently believed that Zhou Yuan had merely been concealing his true abilities. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Zhou Yuan smiled and clasped his fists in response to the audience before descending from the platform to approach Su Yuwei. Noticing her enchanting eyes fixed upon him, unblinking, he couldn't help but chuckle and tease. "What's the matter? Have you been captivated by my charm?" Su Yuwei's face flushed slightly, and with a light snort, she retorted, "You certainly know how to hide. At present, even Lin Feng is no match for you. It seems that among the new students you undoubtedly reign supreme." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan merely smiled indifferently, for he held little interest in the title of being the top newcomer. His purpose for participating was solely to gain entry into the A-class academy, thereby assisting the lord of the Chu family in solidifying his position. After all, the Dazhou prefecture holds immense significance for the Dazhou royal family. Initially, his ambition was to secure a place within the top 10, a goal he has now achieved. Consequently, he felt little enthusiasm for the upcoming contests, especially since he had already bested Lin Feng. The remaining battles seemed devoid of suspense. As Zhou Yuan contemplated these thoughts, he suddenly raised his gaze towards the distant platform, where he caught sight of Qi Yu's exceedingly gloomy expression. He immediately offered a slight smile in the latter's direction. Witnessing Zhou Yuan's smile only darkened Qi Yu's countenance further. With a fierce grip, he crushed the railing anew. Today, he had exerted considerable effort with the intention of humiliating Zhou Yuan, but unexpectedly, his actions had instead enhanced Zhou Yuan's reputation, which was undeniably infuriating. What an arrogant fool! Truly believing that defeating Lin Feng would grant him license to be reckless within the Dazhou prefecture. Beside him, Lu Shi gritted her silver teeth and spoke resentfully. She and her family, the Lu clan, were aligned with the Qi Wangfu. Observing Qi Yu's setback, it was only natural that she harbored animosity towards Zhou Yuan. Presently, this was merely a preliminary examination. Even if he claimed the top spot, he would still be regarded as merely average among the various academies. Did he not realize that even Lin Feng, in his presence, lacked the courage to strike? Lu Shi cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Yuan, attempting to soothe Qi Yu. Qi Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him, his expression returning to indifference. Rest assured, even if he enters the first court, it will be of no consequence. As soon as the provincial examination arrives at the end of the year, I shall personally ensure that he is plunged back into the mire. By then, the entire Great Zhou prefecture will also fall under the dominion of my Qi Wangfu. Seeing Qi Yu regain his composure, Lu Shi nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts about his words. Although Zhou Yuan's displayed prowess today was astonishing, it was essential to recognize that Qi Yu had already opened 6 meridians, and would undoubtedly grow even stronger by the year's end. Thus, compared to Qi Yu, Zhou Yuan still lacked significantly in maturity and strength. While the reasons behind Zhou Yuan's sudden rise remained unclear, Lu Shi firmly believed that Qi Yu was the true prodigy, and that the seemingly ineffectual royal Zhou Yuan, like the great Zhou imperial family, would ultimately be trampled underfoot by Qi Yu and his estate. With such thoughts in mind, she found herself anticipating their future encounters, wondering whether Zhou Yuan would still wear that smug smile when he found himself beneath Qi Yu's heel. In the martial arts arena, the grand examination persisted, yet following the intense battle between Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng, the remaining fights appeared rather lackluster. Fortunately, after the final round of combat, the grand examination came to a close. On the observation platform, Chu Tianyang surveyed the conclusion of the competition, nodding with satisfaction. This time, both Zhou Yuan and Su Yuwei had secured positions in the top 10, which filled him with immense joy. After all, he had initially only been optimistic about Su Yuwei. However, he had not anticipated that Zhou Yuan would suddenly be so valiant, even defeating Lin Feng. Moreover, he was keenly aware that Zhou Yuan had only been practicing cultivation for a mere month. To have opened 2 meridians in a month of cultivation, and to possess combat prowess surpassing even Lin Feng, who had opened 4 meridians, indicated a talent that likely exceeded Su Yuwei's. Such an exceedingly unexpected gain filled Chu Tianyang with immense delight, instilling in him a sliver of confidence regarding the previously hopeless year-end government examination. The grand examination has concluded. Next is the division of academies. Provided the conditions are met, one may choose their own academy, Chu Tianyang proclaimed, his resonant voice echoing in the ears of every young boy and girl in the martial arts field. His gaze first fell upon the freshmen who had entered the top 10. Those in the top 10 may enter the Alpha Academy. Are you willing? At this moment, Su Hong approached Chu Tianyang, his expression a teasing smile. If you wish to enter my Beta Academy, that is also permissible. You should know that my Beta Academy has been the premier academy of the Great Zhou Prefecture for the past 2 years. Chu Tianyang's eyes flashed with anger, but what Su Hong said was true, and he could only grunt in displeasure. I wish to enter the Beta Academy. I also wish to enter the Beta Academy. As Su Hong's voice faded, several voices rang out in unison. Of the top 10, a full 7 declared their intention to enter the Beta Academy. Clearly, these individuals had long been won over by Qi Yu with generous offers. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Tianyang, despite his prior expectations, could not help but exhibit a slight pallor, for in years past, nearly all of the top 10 candidates would invariably opt for the first academy. Yet now, Only 2 or 3 had chosen it. Su Hong, observing Chu Tianyang's discomposure, let out a hearty laugh and declared, "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be members of my second academy. I shall enter the first academy." At that moment, Zhou Yuan's calm voice interrupted Su Hong's mirth. "I too shall enter the first academy," he stated decisively. Su Yue followed suit without hesitation. The last candidate hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to join the first academy as well. Seeing that the 2 most outstanding individuals from this examination had opted for the first academy, Su Hong's expression softened somewhat, and he huffed disdainfully. Chu Tianyang, noticing this, relaxed his demeanor and addressed Zhou Yuan and Su Yue, saying, "In that case, you 3 shall henceforth be members of my first academy. Esteemed heads of the other academies, you may now commence your selections." Chu Tianyang turned his gaze towards the heads of the other academies, knowing that the finest talents from the top 10 had been claimed, and the remaining candidates would be distributed among the other institutions. The training grounds buzzed with activity, gradually settling down after a while, as all new students were allocated to their respective academies. The examination concludes today. From now on, you shall diligently pursue your studies in your assigned academies, the head of the Chu family solemnly proclaimed. The gathered youth responded respectfully. Once all matters were concluded, the head of the Chu family glanced toward Zhou Yuan and Su You's direction, offering them a slight nod before turning to depart. Within the martial arena, a vibrant atmosphere prevailed as throngs of young aspirants rejoiced in their transition from mere novices to full-fledged disciples of the Great Zhou Institute. The privileges afforded to these established students were markedly superior to those of the newcomers. Zhou Yuan beckoned to Su Yue, intending to depart, but paused, sensing a presence. Upon the distant dais, Qi Yu cast a frigid gaze upon him, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, before turning away. Zhou Yuan watched his retreating figure, his own gaze hardening. His slender fingers drummed lightly as he acknowledged that his conflict with Qi Yu would not conclude with the great examination, but rather intensify as he entered the prestigious Alpha Institute. However, Zhou Yuan remained undaunted, aware of the Qi King's machinations to seize control of the Great Zhou Institute. As a prince of the Great Zhou, he would not allow their ambitions to be realized. While he could not yet confront the Qi King directly, he resolved to engage Qi Yu in a spirited contest. Chapter 28. Entrance to the Alpha Institute Royal Palace. Excellent, excellent. Yuaner truly embodies the dragon spirit of our Zhou lineage. At the head of the banquet table, Zhou Qing's face was flushed with elation, his usually stern countenance softened by undisguised joy. He beamed at Zhou Yuan, exclaiming, "You wouldn't believe it, but Chu Tianyang himself came to the palace, lavishing praise upon you in my presence." Evidently, he was well informed of Zhou Yuan's performance at the Great Zhou Institute's examination. Qin Yu, seated beside him, gazed at Zhou Yuan with a joyful expression, her eyes brimming with maternal pride. Zhou Yuan dined quietly, a modest smile gracing his lips in response to the praises of Zhou Qing and Qin Yu. "It is merely a significant examination," he remarked. "What truly matters is the final imperial examination at year's end." Zhou Qing nodded in agreement, a look of satisfaction on his face. "To triumph yet remain humble. Your years of toil have not been in vain. Indeed, the forthcoming examination is of utmost importance." He continued with a grave tone. "The Qi royal house has long coveted the Great Zhou's authority, secretly plotting for quite some time. Should they seize the first position in the year-end examination, they may very well initiate their schemes." A glint of coldness flickered in Zhou Qing's eyes, revealing his deep-seated animosity towards the Qi royal house. However, Qi Yu, now possessing 6 meridians, would undoubtedly emerge even stronger in the upcoming imperial examination, and Zhou Yuan, having started his journey later, faced an uphill battle. Qin Yu gazed at Zhou Yuan with concern, her voice tinged with hesitation. It was clear that to bridge this gap, Zhou Yuan would need to exert tremendous effort. Yet, Zhou Yuan remained remarkably composed, offering a reassuring smile to Qin Yu. "Father, mother, rest assured, I shall not allow them to prevail." In the past, he had been unable to open his meridians, relegating him to the protection of his father's wings. Now, with the ability to cultivate, he was determined to exert himself to alleviate some of his father's burdens. He was acutely aware of the precarious situation that the Great Zhou faced. Observing Zhou Yuan's understanding demeanor, Zhou Qing and Qin Yu felt a mix of relief and sorrow. Regret washed over them. Had they discovered the schemes of the martial king earlier, perhaps the great Zhou would not have fallen so low, and Zhou Yuan would not have to shoulder such weight at his tender age. Zhou Yuan, perceptive of the somewhat subdued sentiments of Zhou Qing and Qin Yu, promptly steered the conversation elsewhere, remarking, "My triumph in the recent grand examination is largely attributable to Mrs. Guidance, who was quietly partaking in the meal while cradling." Cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Yuan upon hearing this, seemingly displeased that he had drawn her into the discussion. Zhou Qing nodded in response, smiling as he said, "Indeed, Miss has been a benefactor to us. Allow me to propose a toast." Before he could finish, Qin Yu interjected with a disapproving look. In her eyes, was merely a juvenile, and Zhou Qing's gesture was akin to corrupting a child. However, before she could voice her concerns, who had previously remained silent, brightened visibly, gracefully raising her glass and emptying it in one go, displaying an unexpected boldness. Zhou Qing was taken aback. Noticing Qin Yu's disapproval, he offered an awkward smile and hastily finished his drink, refraining from further toasts. Within a study in the Qi King's manor, an oil lamp cast a dim, yellowish glow as its wick burned. Seated behind a desk was a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe. His expression was indifferent as he perused a book, his brows conveying a sense of sternness. A subtle yet palpable aura of pressure emanated from him, discouraging any form of disrespect. Before his desk, Qi Yu stood with hands respectfully clasped. "You mentioned that the deposed prince is now capable of cultivation?" After a prolonged silence, the yellow-robed man finally averted his gaze from the book, inquiring in a measured tone. "Yes, father. He defeated Lin Feng, who had opened 4 meridians, despite only having opened 2 himself," Qi Yu promptly replied. The middle-aged man clad in yellow robes was none other than the prince of the Great Zhou, Cang Yuan. His eyes narrowed slightly, akin to the menacing gaze of a venomous serpent, as he spoke slowly, "Truly, one cannot help but admire someone who once possessed the divine fortune of the sacred dragon. Even reduced to this state, they still manage to rise. What a resilient life they lead." A flicker of murderous intent passed through Qi Yu's eyes as he inquired, "Father, shall we convey this news to the Wu dynasty?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan nodded slightly. The severity of Zhou Yuan's downfall had been such that it was indeed a daunting task for him to regain his former strength. Furthermore, even if he were to rise again, would I, Qi Yuan, fear a mere inexperienced youth? With a cold laugh, Qi Yuan remarked, "I have prepared for many years. Even Zhou Qing would not dare to challenge me now. What can a boy who has merely opened 2 meridians do to alter the situation? If we were to inform the Great Wu about a mere discarded prince, it would only invite their contempt. In the future, even if we were to plot against the Great Zhou, they might very well seize the opportunity to benefit from our efforts." Qi Yuan cast aside the book he held onto the table and declared, "As long as you secure the top position in the provincial examination at the end of the year, the Great Zhou will fall into my grasp. That is of utmost importance. Therefore, you must achieve first place in the examination." Observing Qi Yuan's conviction, Qi Yu nodded without hesitation, exuding confidence as he replied, "Rest assured, father, in the upcoming provincial examination, no one in the Great Zhou can compete with me. As for Zhou Yuan, should he prove to be unwise, I shall render him powerless once more, and we shall see if he can rise again." At this juncture, a sinister smile crept across Qi Yu's lips. The following day, in the early morning hours, Zhou Yuan diligently practiced the 98 styles of the dragon play, followed by completing his daily meridian exercises. After finishing these tasks, he cleansed himself and departed from the royal palace, heading straight to the Great Zhou Academy. Now that he had entered the Jia courtyard, he could no longer afford to skip classes as he had in the past. Within the expansive teaching hall of the Great Zhou Academy, dozens of figures congregated, creating a lively atmosphere. As Zhou Yuan, Su Yuwei, and another new student arrived, a multitude of curious and expectant gazes were cast upon them, momentarily leaving the trio in a state of astonishment. While they stood there, 2 figures approached from within the hall, a young man and a young woman. The young man was robust, with a slightly dark complexion and a rugged, yet amiable expression that conveyed a sense of sincerity. The young woman, though not as striking as Zhou Yuan, possessed an alluring charm with her long, graceful legs that drew attention. "Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Yang Zai, the head of the Jia courtyard," the affable young man greeted with a smile. "I am Song Qiushui," the charming young woman chimed in, playfully winking at the trio. "We learned yesterday that Your Highness Zhou Yuan and your companions had chosen the Jia courtyard. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your arrival today." Her captivating gaze shifted to Zhou Yuan, and with a teasing smile, she remarked, "Of course, many are particularly excited to see the most beautiful lady of the Great Zhou Academy." At her playful banter, Zhou Yuan's fair cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red, her exquisite beauty rendering many of the young men in the hall momentarily spellbound. Yang Zai chuckled, observing Zhou Yuan, and remarked, "Your performance in yesterday's grand examination has swiftly spread throughout the Great Zhou Palace. With your addition to the Jia Academy, I am certain our institution's prestige will be significantly enhanced." Zhou Yuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied with a smile, "Here, there is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Zhou Yuan." Taken aback by Zhou Yuan's composed demeanor, Yang Zai blinked momentarily before breaking into a hearty grin and nodding. "Since you insist, I shall not stand on ceremony." The group engaged in mutual introductions, swiftly becoming acquainted with the students of the Jia Academy. These senior students, being youthful and warm-hearted, exhibited no airs of superiority. After getting to know one another, camaraderie blossomed quickly. At this juncture, Zhou Yuan realized that Yang Zai was the foremost figure in the Jia Academy, having been appointed as the academy head due to his mastery of 5 meridians, while Song Qiushui, though slightly less formidable, also possessed the same level of prowess. Such strength was indeed inferior to Qiyu, which explained why Chu Tianyang was perpetually concerned about the impending provincial examination at year's end. As the students became more familiar with one another, Chu Tianyang entered the hall. With a soft cough, the lively chatter of the young men and women ceased, and they respectfully greeted, "We greet the dean." Chu Tianyang nodded and stated, "From today onward, our Jia Academy welcomes 3 new members. You should now be acquainted with them." The youth responded in unison, "Very well, from this day forth your training will be intensified." With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Tianyang spoke in a calm tone. The proclamation elicited a chorus of groans from the assembled students. Chu Tianyang emitted a disdainful snort, suppressing the clamor, and exhorted, "The year-end prefectural examination is imminent. You should all diligently cultivate yourselves. If none of you can attain the 6 meridians by the year's end, you will lack the qualifications to contend with others. Should the A division be relegated to the B division, what face will you have in the future?" The assembled youths, both male and female, upon hearing this rebuke, displayed expressions of shame and promptly lowered their heads. Yang Zai and Song Qiushui, the most formidable among them, could only offer wry smiles. The B division was currently a force to be reckoned with, and they had been striving to catch up, but Qiyu was indeed too formidable, consistently keeping them suppressed. Observing that the crowd dared not speak, Chu Tianyang's countenance gradually softened, and he declared, "Make your preparations. The Jade Spirit Waterfall will be open today. Do not delay." Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the youths within the academy suddenly lit up, their faces filled with fervent anticipation. The Jade Spirit Waterfall. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's heart stirred slightly, a hint of intrigue and curiosity flickering in his eyes. He had long heard from his father that within the Great Zhou Manor, there existed a treasured cultivation ground, and that ground was precisely the Jade Spirit Waterfall that Chu Tianyang had mentioned. This was also one of the primary reasons why Zhou Yuan was unwilling to miss classes after entering the A Division. Chapter 29. The Jade Spirit Waterfall behind the Great Zhou Manor, upon a verdant and lush mountain peak. A waterfall resembling a silver river cascaded down, its thunderous roar reverberating throughout the mountain range, creating an imposing spectacle. Zhou Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and all the other A Division students stood beneath the waterfall, where a vast lake lay, its waters as clear as a mirror. Is this the Jade Spirit Waterfall? Zhou Yuan's fair eyes gazed at the cascading waterfall, her cheeks flushed with curiosity, indicating she had heard of it before. Song Qiushui, standing beside her, nodded and cheerfully said, "This is our Great Zhou Prefecture's treasured cultivation ground, the Jade Spirit Waterfall. It is said that a patch of purple jade marrow grows at the top of the waterfall, and each time the water rushes down, it carries a trace of extremely gentle jade marrow aura. When the waterfall's powerful impact strikes the body, the jade marrow aura is forced into the body by that force, aiding us in opening up the major meridians. Of course, more importantly, because the jade marrow aura is extremely gentle, it does not damage the meridians. Therefore, even if one reaches the limit of meridian opening each day, they can still use the jade spirit waterfall to cultivate meridian opening. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled with brilliance. Because the meridians have a limit to their endurance. Everyone has a limit to the number of meridian openings they can perform each day. However, this jade spirit waterfall can still help with meridian opening without damaging the meridians, even after the meridians have reached their limit. This alone is enough to demonstrate the value of the jade spirit waterfall. Zhou Yuan also smiled and nodded. This was the reason he valued the jade spirit waterfall. After completing his daily meridian opening attempts, his meridian endurance would reach its limit, but with the help of this jade spirit waterfall, he could continue to open his meridians. This would undoubtedly accelerate the efficiency of his cultivation. However, this purple jade marrow needs to absorb the source energy between heaven and earth in order to continuously create jade marrow aura, so the jade spirit waterfall only opens once every 2 days. Yang Zhichong chuckled at Zhou Yuan and Zhou Yuan, saying, "You are quite fortunate to encounter this upon entering the Jia Academy." Zhou Yuan gazed contemplatively at the waterfall, which faintly shimmered with a hint of purple, and inquired, "How is the allocation for the Yuling Falls determined?" There exists but a single Yuling Falls, yet the Great Zhou Prefecture comprises 5 academies, with hundreds of students in total. It is evidently implausible for all to simultaneously enter the Yuling Falls for cultivation. Thus, a distribution must ensue. Zhou Yuan nodded in realization, then remarked, "So, there are only 3 hours?" Yang Zhe chuckled lightly, responding, 3 hours is quite ample, though it may not be feasible to endure for that long." "Oh?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Yang Zhe chuckled again, opting to remain reticent, merely stating, "You shall find out shortly. Enough of the idle chatter. Prepare to enter and inscribe the source patterns." At that moment, Chu Tianyang clapped his hands, interrupting the conversation and gesturing towards the nearby lakeside, where 2 large bamboo huts stood. "We still need to inscribe source patterns?" Zhou Yuan and Zhou Yuan exchanged glances of surprise. Indeed, every time we come to the Yuling Falls for cultivation, the Great Zhou Prefecture dispatches instructors well-versed in source patterns to inscribe a gathering source pattern for each student. This is a first-tier source pattern, which significantly enhances the body's ability to absorb the jade essence from the waterfall, explained Song Qiushui. As they conversed, they reached the bamboo huts, which were separated by gender, with students lining up to enter. However, the male students occasionally cast furtive glances towards the female hut as they waited in line. Soon it was Zhou Yuan's turn. Upon entering the bamboo house, a teacher, wielding a source pattern pen, gestured for him to remove his upper garments and lie down on the couch. As the pen's tip descended, it gradually etched a source pattern upon Zhou Yuan's back. When the final stroke was complete, a faint radiance emanated from his back, only to fade shortly thereafter. However, as the source pattern took shape, Zhou Yuan felt an enhanced sensitivity to the source energy surrounding him. This gathering source pattern was somewhat akin to the gathering source jade, albeit its effects were fleeting. After donning his clothing, Zhou Yuan respectfully bowed to the teacher before exiting. Reflecting upon the source pattern jade, he glanced at the cool jade pendant hanging around his neck. Ever since Zhou Yuan learned of his ability to channel energy, she had insisted on returning it to him, leaving him quite exasperated. Yet, understanding Zhou Yuan's stubborn nature, he did not press the matter further. Upon leaving the bamboo house, he noticed Zhou Yuan emerging at that very moment. Approaching her, he discreetly scrutinized her back, his gaze piercing through her fair neck to catch a glimpse of faint luminous patterns. "What are you staring at?" Zhou Yuan, sensing his gaze, blushed and shot him a glare. Zhou Yuan chuckled softly, glancing at the stream of girls exiting the bamboo house, unable to resist commenting, "Surely you don't have male teachers over there as well? If so, that would be rather unfair." In response, Zhou Yuan playfully kicked Zhou Yuan, her silver teeth biting her lip in mock annoyance as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Of course they are female. To inscribe the source marks, It is necessary to disrobe the upper garment. If a male instructor were to undertake this task, it would be quite inappropriate. Zhou Yuan chuckled wryly. As they conversed, all the students from Class A congregated. Chu Tianyong cast a glance at them, then turned, leading the group toward the cascade. Roaring thunderously, the immense waterfall descended like a hydra of water, its torrent crashing into the lake below, creating colossal waves and a mist-laden atmosphere. Chu Tianyong retrieved a sizable incense stick, ignited it, and inserted it into a crevice in the nearby stone. With a solemn countenance, he addressed the assembly, saying, "Prepare to commence. You have but 3 hours at your disposal. I trust you shall not squander this opportunity." Turning his gaze towards Zhou Yuan, Su Yuwei, and another neophyte, he added, "For the nonce you shall observe." Zhou Yuan and his companions nodded in unison, their attention fixed upon Yang Zai, Song Qiushui, and the others. Their expressions were a mixture of anticipation and trepidation as they regarded the Jade Spirit waterfall. Finally, with a profound inhalation, they gritted their teeth and plunged into the training platform situated amidst the cataract. Boom! The torrential waters ceaselessly roared downward. As Yang Zai and the others surged into the waterfall, their feet tenaciously clung to the rocks, enduring the onslaught of the surging stream. The force exerted by such a prodigious waterfall was undeniably immense. Despite their utmost exertions, their frames quivered incessantly. Their jaws clenched. The force of the cascading water buffeted their bodies as if they were being repeatedly struck with great force, contorting their visages. The source glyphs on their backs emanated a faint luminescence. Subtly, wisps of violet essence seemed to infiltrate their bodies, propelled by the cascade's force. Boom! After enduring the waterfall's relentless assault for approximately 10 minutes, numerous students began to falter. Eventually, with cries of anguish, they were successively swept into the lake below. Yang Zai and Song Qiushui persevered the longest, yet even they succumbed after a mere 20 minutes, plunging into the lake. Upon emerging from the water, their skin was tinged with cyan, as if they had suffered a severe beating. Their grimaces and disheveled appearances betrayed the intense pain coursing through their bodies. It was at this juncture that Zhou Yuan comprehended the students' ambivalent sentiments towards the Jade Spirit waterfall. While the Jade Marrow essence within could indeed aid in opening the meridians, each session subjected them to a torrent of water, leaving them bruised and battered, as if they had been subjected to a brutal assault. "The three of you proceed next," Chu Tianyong instructed Zhou Yuan and Su Yuwei.
Hehe, good luck.
The initial attempt is always swift, Yang Zai chuckled, offering encouragement to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan and Su Yuwei exchanged glances before stepping forward. Halting before the waterfall, they gazed upon the thunderous cascade before steeling their resolve and venturing into its embrace. The instant Zhou Yuan entered the waterfall, his skin tightened, his feet gripping the ground like the roots of an ancient tree. In the ensuing moment, he felt an immense force, carried by the water, crash down upon him, enveloping his entire being. So painful, the torrential water struck with unrelenting force, causing Zhou Yuan to gasp sharply. The sheer power was so formidable that it nearly propelled him directly into the lake. Yet, under the relentless assault of the currents, Zhou Yuan could discern a subtle suction emanating from the Genesis rune on his back, drawing a stream of exquisitely cool air into his being. The advent of this soothing essence brought a modicum of relief to the acute pain coursing through his body. Could this be the Jade Marrow Qi? A realization dawned upon Zhou Yuan, as he perceived a slight easing within his third meridian. Spurred by this revelation, Zhou Yuan's spirit soared. He gritted his teeth, enduring the torrential onslaught, greedily imbibing the minute tendrils of Jade Marrow Qi. Alas, amidst Zhou Yuan's steadfast perseverance, a cry of anguish pierced the air. A fellow neophyte had succumbed, swept away by the overwhelming currents into the lake's depths. Zhou Yuan's gaze flickered to the periphery, where he glimpsed the precarious silhouette of Su Yuwei, teetering amidst the cascading waters, yet tenaciously holding her ground. Verily, this Jade Marrow Qi proves efficacious, albeit its potency is somewhat diluted. Zhou Yuan mused that a more concentrated influx of Jade Marrow Qi would likely assuage the corporeal agony inflicted by the torrential forces, thereby prolonging his endurance. However, given the expansive breadth of the Jade Spirit waterfall, the currents impinging upon him could only contain scant traces of Jade Marrow Qi. To aspire for more seemed an unattainable prospect. A moment of contemplation led Zhou Yuan to a realization. While other disciples might remain oblivious to the presence of Jade Marrow Qi, he possessed a unique advantage. His spirit had already transcended into the nascent stage of the ethereal realm. In terms of perception, none within the Qi cultivation stage could rival him. A trial is in order. Zhou Yuan, without a hint of hesitation, gently closed his eyes. In an instant, the spirit within his brow stirred to life, and his perception expanded. The thunderous sound of cascading water fell into silence, and amidst the continual torrent of the waterfall, Zhou Yuan could distinctly sense wisps of purple energy rushing down with the flow. Indeed, he could perceive the essence of jade marrow. A flicker of joy surged within Zhou Yuan's heart. With a single thought, he activated the spirit in his brow, and an otherworldly light emerged, faintly revealing the ethereal silhouette of his spirit seated in meditation. From this spectral essence, a subtle yet targeted pull emanated, specifically directed towards the swirling purple energy. As Zhou Yuan summoned his spirit to absorb the purple currents, the relentless water crashing against his body began to shimmer with a faint purple glow, continuously surging into his being. In that moment, Zhou Yuan, with his eyes still closed, suddenly opened them wide, filled with exhilaration and joy, for he realized that the jade marrow essence flooding into him had surged tenfold in a mere instant. It truly was effective. Feeling the loosening of his third meridian within, Zhou Yuan could not contain his excitement and leapt into the air. However, this leap propelled him away from the ground, and with a thunderous crash, the waterfall, in a tumultuous roar, plunged him into the depths of the lake below. Chapter 30. Opening the third meridian. Splash. Emerging from the lake, Zhou Yuan's face was flushed with elation. His gaze burned with fervor as he beheld the colossal jade spirit waterfall. He had not anticipated that employing the power of his divine soul would genuinely enable him to draw in the surrounding jade marrow essence. While others could only passively absorb the jade marrow essence from the water surging against their bodies, he was capable of actively drawing it in and over a broader area. The disparity between these two was self-evident. At this rate, I should be able to unblock the third meridian in a matter of days. Originally, Zhou Yuan had estimated that it would take him about half a month to unblock the third meridian, but now that time had been reduced by more than half. This demonstrated the potency of the jade spirit waterfall. This is the advantage of a void realm divine soul. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Other students had not cultivated soul-forging techniques, and their divine souls could not be as formidable as his. Naturally, they could not sense the jade marrow essence, let alone draw it in. Splash. As Zhou Yuan was musing, a figure plunged into the water beside him, then surfaced. It was Su Yue. At this moment, her fair face was somewhat pale, and her alabaster wrists were covered in bruises. Zhou Yuan's gaze continued to drift downwards, and he found it difficult to tear his eyes away, feeling a warmth rising in his nose. Due to being submerged, Su Yue's garments were drenched, clinging tightly to her delicate form, instantly accentuating her exquisite and alluring curves. Glimpses of her fair skin were revealed, radiating a captivating allure. Before Zhou Yuan could fully observe, he was splashed in the face with water. Raising his gaze, he saw Su Yue, her cheeks flushed, glaring at him. Zhou Yuan chuckled dryly. Su Yue gritted her pearly teeth. This fellow truly never missed an opportunity to take advantage. Had it been anyone else, she likely would have slapped them already. But facing Zhou Yuan, she couldn't bring herself to feel disgusted, only a sense of bashful anger. Rascal! Su Yue pushed out with her jade palm, stirring up a wave of water that crashed over Zhou Yuan's head. Using the momentum, she gracefully leaped out of the lake, nimbly landing on the shore. Simultaneously, streams of Genesis Qi flowed around her lithe form, swiftly evaporating the moisture from her garments. Drenched and looking like a drowned rat, Zhou Yuan shook his head helplessly and also emerged from the lake, landing on the open ground. Commendable, both of you persevered for over 10 minutes. As first-timers enduring the Jade Spirit Waterfall, that duration is quite impressive. Chu Tianyang gazed at the two, a look of gratification in his eyes as he spoke. Previously, among the numerous students of Class A, aside from Yang Zai and Song Qiushui, most of the veteran students of Class A had only lasted around 10 minutes or so. Therefore, as newcomers experiencing the Jade Spirit Waterfall for the first time, Zhou Yuan and Su Youwei's performance could be considered quite remarkable. Yang Zai, Song Qiushui, and the other veteran students on the side also stared at the two with astonishment. They weren't too surprised by Su Youwei's performance, considering she had opened 4 meridians after all. However, Zhou Yuan was different. He had only opened 2 meridians, yet his endurance was in no way inferior to someone with 4 meridians. Indeed, to deem this brief duration as commendable would be a gross underestimation of the potential of the Jade Spirit Waterfall. Amidst their exclamations, a derisive snicker pierced the air, immediately silencing the A-class disciples, who then directed their indignant gazes towards the source of the sound. However, their expressions faltered upon recognizing the speaker. Zhou Yuan's brow furrowed as he raised his gaze, noticing a sizable group had gathered not far away. At the forefront stood Qiyu, hands clasped behind his back, exuding a handsome and dignified air. Beside him, Lu Shi, equally captivating, cast a scornful glare upon the A-class disciples, her disdainful voice having been the one to break the silence. The remaining B-class disciples mirrored her contempt, seemingly unimpressed by the A-class's efforts. As the B-class Yang Zai seethed, his countenance flushed with anger. The other disciples shared his resentment, feeling that the B-class had gone too far by interfering with their training. Zhou Yuan's gaze swept over Lu Shi, a chilling glint in his eyes. "May I inquire how long you persevered during your initial exposure to the Jade Spirit Waterfall?" he asked calmly. Lu Shi's face faltered, and she fell into a resentful silence. Qiyu interjected with a sardonic smile. "Your Highness, there is no need to quarrel with a young lady. I am uncertain of Lu Shi's initial duration, but I recall enduring for a full 30 minutes upon my first attempt." Though aware that Qiyu's intention was to demoralize them, Yang Zai, Song Qiushui, and the other A-class disciples found themselves speechless and disheartened. He had managed 30 minutes on his first try, while they, even now, struggled to exceed 20. In the second academy, there exists an anomaly named Qiyu. Can the first academy still hope for redemption? For a moment, the morale among the members of the first academy plummeted. "Do you still wish to pursue your training?" Just as they fell into silence, Chu Tianyong's stern voice suddenly resounded, and then he cast a stoic glance at Qiyu and the others, stating coldly, "If it is not yet your turn for the second academy, do not disturb the training of others here. Otherwise, you shall face the customary penalties." Upon witnessing Chu Tianyong's frigid gaze, the other students from the second academy instinctively recoiled. Only Qiyu remained unfazed, offering a nonchalant smile as he replied, "There is no need for the governor to be angered. We are merely gathering here in advance to await the Yuling Falls. If our presence here is a disturbance to your training, then it seems the students of the first academy are rather delicate." Hearing the underlying sarcasm in his words, many students from the first academy gritted their teeth in frustration. Yang Zai and the others turned away, heading once more towards the Yuling Falls, yet the atmosphere remained somewhat oppressive. "This fellow is truly insufferable," Su Yuwei muttered softly. Originally, everyone had been immersed in their training, but with Qiyu's arrival, the spirit of the group had been thoroughly dampened. Zhou Yuan lightly flicked his slender fingers and glanced at Qiyu, saying, "Half an hour. Does that feel like an eternity?" "Humph, such stubbornness. It seemed he was intent on matching wits with you." Lu Shi cast a disdainful smile at Zhou Yuan's retreating figure, clearly interpreting his words as mere bravado. While Zhou Yuan had performed admirably in the grand examination, it was essential to consider against whom he was measuring himself, and presently, Qiyu stood as the most formidable student within the Great Zhou Prefecture. Qiyu chuckled, a smile laced with intrigue. "I am quite keen to observe this, and I sincerely hope he will attempt to show off. The one who will ultimately suffer will be him." The other students from the second academy nodded in agreement, equally oblivious to the fact that Zhou Yuan, having opened his second meridian, possessed no qualifications to be compared with Qiyu. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers from the academy, Zhou Yuan approached the magnificent Jade Spirit Waterfall once more. He gazed at the thunderous torrents cascading down with relentless force, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped boldly into the fray. With a resounding crash, his form was engulfed by the waterfall. Zhou Yuan bent his knees slightly, anchoring himself to the ground, and as the powerful currents surged toward him, he closed his eyes, allowing the spirit within his brow to resonate. An imperceptible force emanated from him, drawing forth wisps of jade essence from the curtain of water, which, in tandem with the crashing waves, enveloped his body. The gathering patterns on his back radiated brilliance, continuously absorbing the jade essence into his being. A gentle, cool current coursed through Zhou Yuan's body, alleviating the excruciating pain inflicted by the relentless assault of the waterfall. His form, once unsteady, gradually solidified, standing firm like a boulder against the onslaught. Simultaneously, within him, the jade essence surged forth, persistently impacting his third meridian, loosening it further with each passing moment. Thump, thump. Within the lake, students were repeatedly plunged into its depths. Perhaps due to a decline in morale, many exhibited even poorer performances than before, with their endurance waning. On the shore, Chu Tianyang's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene, while Qiyu and Lu Shi, alongside others from the Second Academy, wore increasingly broad smiles. Plop! Su Yue also tumbled down, managing to hold on for approximately 20 minutes, which astonished the students from the First Academy. This duration nearly rivaled that of Yang Zai and Song Qiushui. Su Yue's achievement brought a slight easing to Chu Tianyang's demeanor. Following her, Yang Zai and Song Qiushui fell into the water, both sighing quietly, as they too had failed to reach the 30-minute mark. The group ascended to the shore in silence, the atmosphere heavy with disappointment, when suddenly Su Yue exclaimed, "Is Zhou Yuan still up there?" The others were taken aback, their gazes darting towards the Jade Spirit Falls, where indeed a faint silhouette could be discerned. "Is Zhou Yuan about to last 30 minutes? Song Qiushui gasped, covering her lips with her delicate hand. Yang Zai scratched his head, incredulity etched on his face. Su Yue, however, furrowed her brows, concern evident in her eyes. She feared that Zhou Yuan might be pushing himself too hard, risking injury and hindering his meridian opening. How intriguing! Qiyu observed the unfolding scene with a subtle smile, his gaze fixed on the indistinct figure amidst the waterfall, filled with contempt. To him, Zhou Yuan's display of endurance was merely a prelude to self-damage. "I am eager to see how long he can maintain this facade." Lu Shi let out a cold laugh, her beautiful face brimming with schadenfreude. Consequently, all eyes turned toward the figure in the waterfall, while Su Yue and the others found themselves devoid of any desire to climb back up, fixated on Zhou Yuan. Time swiftly passed under their intense gaze. 30 minutes, 40 minutes. An hour. When the clock struck 1 hour, a profound silence enveloped the riverbank. Even Qiyu's eyes flickered, his brow furrowing as an unsettling feeling began to take root. The students from the Second Academy exchanged glances. No one, apart from Qiyu, could withstand such a duration, and it was crucial to note that Qiyu possessed the strength of 6 meridians. And Zhou Yuan? Merely 2. Could it be that something had gone awry with him? Lu Shi bit her silver teeth, unable to restrain herself. Boom! Just as her words fell, a sound emerged from the waterfall, and Zhou Yuan's body finally plummeted into the lake. He surfaced, yet his eyes remained tightly shut. Upon witnessing this, Lu Shi sneered. "It seems he has suffered quite a blow." Just as her mocking grin appeared, Zhou Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, and everyone beheld a stream of source energy swirling around him, stirring the surrounding waters into a vortex. His robes billowed as a faint rumble emanated from within him, with torrents of celestial source energy continuously flooding into his body, causing his aura to surge dramatically in that instant. What is this? Qiyu, Lu Shi, and the others found their pupils constricting in disbelief. How could this be possible? Su Yue, Yang Zai, and Song Qiushui also inhaled sharply, taken aback. Chu Tianyang was visibly moved as well, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan, articulating each word with emphasis. He has actually opened the 3rd meridian? Chapter 31. Establishing authority within the lake, Zhou Yuan's body was suffused with surging source energy, luminous currents swirling across his skin, emanating an intangible aura that churned the surrounding waters, preventing them from settling. On the shore, everyone stared in utter astonishment at his figure, for they were intimately familiar with this spectacle, the unmistakable sign of meridian opening. Opening the 3rd meridian? How could it be? Lu Shi's countenance alternated between pale and flushed, a stinging sensation washing over her. Just moments prior, She had derided Zhou Yuan for his bravado, only to witness him not only emerge unscathed but also successfully open his third meridian on the spot. Qi Yu's gaze, too, turned utterly somber, his fingers clenched tightly, his eyes fixed on Zhou Yuan with a cold, serpentine intensity, his heart seething with vexation. He, too, had not anticipated such an outcome. Moreover, what he found unfathomable was how Zhou Yuan, with his mere 2 opened meridians, could endure an hour within the Jade Spirit Waterfall. How could this fellow accomplish such a feat? The other Class B students exchanged glances, rendered speechless, clearly awestruck by the scene unfolding before them. Within the lake, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within them. He lowered his gaze to the source energy currents enveloping his body, and as he sensed the complete opening of his third meridian within, an irrepressible surge of elation welled up within his heart. To his surprise, he managed to directly open the third meridian at this moment. Initially, he had estimated that it would require several more days of cultivation, but it seemed he had underestimated the essence of jade in the Jade Spirit Waterfall. After absorbing a substantial amount of this jade essence, he unexpectedly opened his third meridian today. However, this was likely his first experience absorbing jade essence, which accounted for such remarkable results. In the future, once accustomed to it, he would not achieve such immediate effects. A look of astonishment brightened Zhou Yuan's face as he pondered to himself. Nevertheless, even so, the opening of the third meridian brought him immense joy, especially since it had only been a few days since he had opened the second meridian. With a light chuckle in his heart, Zhou Yuan lightly pressed off the ground with his toes, leaping onto the shore. Upon raising his head, he noticed that everyone was staring at him, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, applause erupted, and he saw Chu Tianyang's previously stern face now adorned with a warm smile, his eyes fervently fixed on Zhou Yuan as he clapped his hands. Earlier, they had been daunted by Qi Yu's time, which had dampened their spirits, yet unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuan had shattered Qi Yu's record and left him far behind. To persist for an hour in the Jade Spirit Waterfall with merely 2 open meridians was unprecedented in the Great Zhou Prefecture. The applause left Zhou Yuan momentarily stunned. He smiled back at them and then turned his gaze toward Qi Yu and the others from the B Institute. Upon noticing Zhou Yuan's gaze, the members of the E Academy instinctively recoiled, their faces flushed with embarrassment, for they had previously indulged in mockery. In an instant, their derision had backfired spectacularly. Lu Shi's countenance turned a deep shade of discontent, rendering her speechless as she clenched her silver teeth in frustration. In contrast, Qi Yu's expression darkened ominously. His voice, laced with a chilling coldness, seeped through his gritted teeth. Well, the prince truly is full of surprises. If you wish to watch, do so quietly from the sidelines. We have no desire to entertain you. Zhou Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Qi Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qi Yu's eyes twitched in irritation, yet he ultimately inhaled deeply, suppressing his simmering anger, though his gaze towards Zhou Yuan grew increasingly foreboding. Let us continue. Time is of the essence, Zhou Yuan remarked, choosing to disregard Qi Yu's presence and turning his attention to Su Yuwei, Yang Zai, and Song Qiushui, offering them a warm smile. 3 hours or 6 short hours had already slipped away with nearly half the time elapsed. Good. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, all the students of the Jiao Academy responded with fervor, their spirits soaring, and their gazes towards Zhou Yuan transformed significantly. Previously, they harbored a somewhat condescending attitude towards the newcomers, but Zhou Yuan's display had not only intimidated Qi Yu and his cohorts, but had also earned him a measure of respect from them. Standing nearby, Chu Tianyang observed the rejuvenated morale of the Jiao Academy students and secretly exhaled in relief. His gaze towards Zhou Yuan increasingly filled with satisfaction. Throughout this year, Qi Yu has loomed as an insurmountable monolith in the minds of all students at the Jiao Academy, casting an indelible shadow over them. However, today, Zhou Yuan has made it abundantly clear that Qi Yu is not truly invincible. Beyond the mountains, there are higher peaks. Beyond the people, there are others. The previous inability to contend with Qi Yu was merely due to the absence of such a formidable rival. And now, perhaps that rival has finally emerged, thought Chu Tianyang to himself as he gazed at Zhou Yuan. Beneath the cascading waters of the Yuling waterfall, the morale of the Jia Academy students was rejuvenated, and they resumed their training. The thunderous roar of the waterfall enveloped them, and the figures standing amidst its torrents appeared to have gained a newfound vigor. Over the ensuing hours, Zhou Yuan consistently maintained his rigorous training for approximately an hour, astonishing all who witnessed. They could not fathom how he achieved such endurance. Most remarkably, even after an hour of relentless exertion, Zhou Yuan remained lively and agile, showing no visible signs of bruising or injury, as if the force of the waterfall had inflicted no harm upon him. Consequently, the gazes directed at Zhou Yuan became increasingly reverential. As 3 hours of training swiftly came to a close, the students of the Jia Academy, under Zhou Yuan's leadership, strode forth with newfound confidence, passing by their counterparts from the E Academy. Watching their retreating figures, the E Academy students fell into a contemplative silence. What was there to be smug about? Was it merely a matter of enduring a bit longer? Did they truly believe that merely opening 3 meridians would elevate them to the heavens? She ground her teeth in frustration, declaring, "Qi, you cannot be allowed to continue this arrogance." With an expression devoid of emotion, Yu replied coolly, "What is there to rush about?" He turned his gaze towards the immense jade spirit waterfall, a chilling glimmer flickering in his eyes. Moments later, he let out a cold laugh and remarked, "It seems that the jade spirit waterfall serves him quite well." He then looked at Lu Shi, his gaze icy as he inquired, "Do you not feel that the time the First Academy has occupied this jade spirit waterfall for 3 hours is rather excessive?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened as she asked, "Are you suggesting?" Yu smiled, the gloom on his face dissipating, and replied, "I happened to overhear Dean Su mention that the time allocation for the Jade Spirit Waterfall is rather inequitable, and the other academies have voiced their discontent regarding this. If the First Academy had continued to look down upon the other academies as they had in the past, then no one could have contested their privilege. However, does the First Academy still possess such a right now? After being suppressed by our Second Academy for 2 consecutive years, do they still have the audacity to consider themselves the foremost among the academies?" Yu's gaze followed the direction in which Zhou Yuan and the others had departed, a growing chill evident in his eyes, his smile laced with sarcasm. "Thus, I believe, the allocation of time for the Jade Spirit Waterfall should indeed be reconsidered." Chapter 32. The Convergence of Ice and Fire Patterns. Time in the Great Zhou Prefecture seemed to pass particularly swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. In the past fortnight, Zhou Yuan gradually acclimated to the rigorous training regimen at the Jia Academy. However, he felt a twinge of regret. After successfully opening the 3rd meridian, the efficacy of the Jade Spirit Falls had not been as formidable as on the first day. Yet, with the assistance of the Jade Essence, Zhou Yuan was steadily making progress in breaking through his 4th meridian. It was merely a matter of time before he achieved complete mastery. On this particular day, after enjoying a hearty breakfast, Zhou Yuan stepped out of the inner hall and caught sight of a graceful figure amidst the flower garden not far away, stirring his heart. Today, the Jade Spirit Falls would once again be activated. Nevertheless, the impact of the falls on Zhou Yuan had diminished, likely due to his body gradually acclimating to the Jade Essence. To enhance its effects, he needed to devise a new strategy. Each time he entered the Jade Spirit Falls, he would inscribe the Gathering Source Pattern, a first-grade source pattern. Sister Yaoyao possessed exceptional mastery of source patterns, far surpassing the instructors at the Great Zhou Academy. Zhou Yuan pondered whether she might hold knowledge of a more effective first-grade gathering source pattern. If so, it could significantly elevate his efficiency in absorbing the Jade Essence. With this thought, Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickened his pace, making his way into the stone pavilion within the flower garden. Inside the pavilion, Yaoyao stood poised, her delicate hand grasping a source pattern brush, gracefully maneuvering it across the canvas on the stone table. Her exquisite, fair complexion radiated a unique charm as she immersed herself in her work, exuding an alluring magnetism in her focused state. Zhou Yuan quietly approached her side, his gaze drawn to the canvas, which appeared to depict a breathtaking landscape, with mountains undulating like a hidden dragon and rivers flowing with shimmering reflections. Gazing upon the imposing tableau, Zhou Yuan's countenance gradually grew solemn, a hint of trepidation even flickering in his eyes. He subtly discerned the presence of primordial traces concealed within the painting. The entire artwork, astonishingly, harbored a profound source matrix. The grade of this source matrix was undoubtedly considerable. At the very least, Zhou Yuan experienced a chilling sensation upon perceiving it, as if confronting a formidable entity. An astonishing undulation emanated slowly from the scroll. This source matrix. It likely attains the third grade, Zhou Yuan mused inwardly, aghast. Even experts at the heavenly passage realm would not dare to underestimate a third-grade source matrix. Moreover, what astounded Zhou Yuan most was that Yaoyao could integrate the source matrix into a landscape painting. This feat underscored the depth of her source matrix attainments. Your current source matrix skills have not yet reached such a level. Overly intensive observation could harm your spirit. Yaoyao's serene voice drifted into his ears. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan indeed felt a slight dizziness in his mind. He swiftly averted his gaze, exclaiming in admiration, "Yaoyao Jia's source matrix skills are truly remarkable." He turned to Yaoyao, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "I wonder what is the highest grade of source matrix that Yaoyao Jia can currently inscribe?" Generally speaking, a third-grade source matrix could rival experts at the heavenly passage realm. If it were a fourth-grade matrix, even Zhou Yuan's father, King Zhou, would likely maintain a degree of apprehension. Regrettably, throughout the entirety of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the most accomplished source matrix masters Zhou Yuan knew of were incapable of inscribing a fourth-grade source matrix. With a delicate motion, she rolled up the painting before her, remarking casually, "For the moment I can only inscribe third-grade origin runes, though with adequate preparation, a fourth-grade attempt isn't beyond the realm of possibility." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but grimace. Third-grade origin runes possessed power comparable to experts in the heavenly passage realm. Despite her seemingly fragile appearance and inability to wield spiritual power, with the aid of origin runes, even those in the heavenly passage realm would find it difficult to subdue her. "Master tasked me with protecting her." He mused inwardly with a wry smile. But who is truly protecting whom? As if sensing his thoughts, she cast a sidelong glance at him, stating, "Grandpa He isn't relying on your present self. He's looking towards your potential." Zhou Yuan's heart stirred as he recalled the urgency in Cang Yuan's demeanor when he sent them away. It was as though an impending crisis, one that even he couldn't confidently handle, was on the horizon. "Sister," he inquired tentatively, "do you know Master's origins?" Cang Yuan's unfathomable strength and the unknown crisis that even he couldn't control were undoubtedly terrifying. Zhou Yuan sought to learn more to better prepare himself. Upon hearing this, a trace of bewilderment flickered in her beautiful eyes. She retrieved an ancient jade pendant from her bosom, upon which a lifelike, seven-colored fire lotus was engraved. Caressing the pendant, she gently shook her head and murmured, "Grandpa He never spoke of it to me." Zhou Yuan chuckled wryly. Both Cang Yuan and were shrouded in mystery, leaving him unable to fathom their depths. Observing the slight melancholy in Yaoyao's demeanor, Zhou Yuan refrained from further inquiry and promptly shifted the subject, asking Yaoyao Jia, "Are you proficient in the Gathering Source Rune?" The Gathering Source Rune is a commonplace first-grade source rune. "Naturally, I am," Yaoyao responded casually. "Is there a Gathering Source Rune with optimal efficacy that I can withstand?" Zhou Yuan inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Yaoyao. Source runes cannot be inscribed arbitrarily. Given Zhou Yuan's physical constitution, attempting to inscribe a third-grade source rune upon him, even if he could activate it, would inflict severe harm upon his body. Upon hearing this, Yaoyao deliberated for a moment before sketching a source rune in the space before her, asking, "Is this the Gathering Source Rune you were previously using?" Zhou Yuan nodded in affirmation. The source rune Yaoyao had conjured was indeed the most rudimentary Gathering Source Rune, the same kind inscribed upon them by the instructors of the Great Zhou Prefecture. Yaoyao, her jade hand clasping the Celadon Source Rune brush, tapped its tail lightly against her delicate chin and mused, "There exist various iterations of the Gathering Source Rune. Naturally, I am acquainted with those that surpass this one in potency." Zhou Yuan's spirit soared, and he gazed expectantly at Yaoyao. "Could you assist me in inscribing one?" Noticing Zhou Yuan's eager expression, Yaoyao clenched her petite fist and, resting it against her chin, appeared deep in thought. Zhou Yuan, understanding the unspoken message, promptly retrieved a jade vial from his sleeve, saying, "100-flower brew," which I procured with considerable effort. Yaoyao accepted the vial, inhaled its fragrance appreciatively, and then smiled contentedly. Twirling the Celadon Source rune brush in her jade hand, she instructed, "Remove your upper garment." Zhou Yuan, with unwavering resolve, removed his shirt. After a period of rigorous training, his physique had become notably robust, exhibiting well-defined contours. This source pattern I am about to inscribe is known as the Icefire Convergence Pattern. Among the first-tier convergence patterns, it ranks among the finest, albeit it comes with its share of tribulations, said Yaoyao, her tone measured. "No worries, proceed," Zhou Yuan responded nonchalantly. Yaoyao nodded slightly, casting aside any hesitation. The tip of her source pen gleamed with a faint luminescence before descending onto Zhou Yuan's back. As the pen glided across his skin, intricate source lines began to emerge. With each new line manifesting on his back, Zhou Yuan gradually experienced an unusual sensation. It felt as if both searing heat and frigid cold were simultaneously manifesting upon him, subjecting his body to an alternating onslaught of temperatures, accompanied by intense piercing pain. Hiss! Zhou Yuan inhaled sharply, acutely aware that the dual sensations of ice and fire were decidedly uncomfortable. All done. Within mere minutes, Yaoyao retracted her hand. With a deft flick of her pen, a complex source pattern took shape on Zhou Yuan's back, its design seemingly alive with flowing ice and fire, an extraordinary sight. As the pattern solidified, Zhou Yuan distinctly sensed the surrounding source energy beginning to converge towards him. Its potency far surpassed that of a typical convergence pattern. Indeed impressive. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with astonishment, realizing that the efficacy of this ice-fire convergence pattern exceeded that of ordinary patterns by more than double. With this newfound ice-fire convergence pattern, the energy he would absorb from the Jade Spirit waterfall would be significantly augmented. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of excitement. After all, the Jade Spirit falls only allowed them 3 short hours. He could not afford to waste time, so he resolved to absorb as much Jade Marrow energy as possible within this limited time frame. Regrettably, 3 hours proved to be exceedingly brief. If only he had more time, he could significantly shorten the duration required to open the 4th meridian. Zhou Yuan lamented this fact. The ice-fire convergence pattern was exceptionally effective. If he could also provide one for Su Yue, she would likely be able to swiftly unlock her 5th meridian. Contemplating this, Zhou Yuan's thoughts shifted to Su Yue's remarkable cultivation talent, and he was determined not to let her lag behind. "Sister Yaoyao." Zhou Yuan approached Yaoyao with a flattering demeanor and inquired, "Is there any possibility that you could inscribe a pattern for a friend of mine as well?" Upon hearing this, Yaoyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she replied without hesitation, "Don't even think about it." She had a penchant for cleanliness, and had it not been for her prolonged acquaintance with Zhou Yuan, she would have never agreed to inscribe a source pattern for him. Zhou Yuan quickly added, "She is a girl." Upon learning that it was a girl, Yaoyao's expression softened somewhat. "Since you've been cooped up in this palace for so long, it must be rather dull for you. Why not accompany me to the Great Zhou mansion for a stroll?" Zhou Yuan seized the opportunity eagerly. After a moment of hesitation, Yaoyao considered that she had indeed spent over a month in the palace and was feeling somewhat bored. "Very well, I shall accompany you, but I will only assist one person." Yaoyao nodded slightly, still issuing a precautionary warning to herself. She hoped Zhou Yuan would not bring 10 or 8 girls to her at once, or she might truly lose her temper. Zhou Yuan nodded eagerly, a wave of relief washing over him. One was evidently sufficient. His intent was solely to assist Su Yue. As for the others, once he mastered the ice-fire gathering pattern, he might consider extending his aid to those with whom he had forged a favorable rapport. Chapter 33. The Meeting of 2 Women at the Great Zhou Mansion. As Zhou Yuan strode alongside Yaoyao, he could distinctly sense the atmosphere quieting in their wake, as if the surroundings had succumbed to an enchanting stillness. Astonishing gazes emanated from all directions, yet these were not directed at him, but rather at the poised Yaoyao beside him. At that moment, she remained clad in her simple azure attire, her lithe figure accentuated by long, slender legs and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand. In her arms, she cradled the languorous Tun-Tun, whose occasional wriggles would inadvertently emphasize her curves, inciting envy and ire among onlookers who wished to take her place. Adorning her elegant, fair neck was a visage as exquisite and cool as snow, with faint glimmers of light patterns subtly tracing her brow, imbuing her with an aura of elusive mystery. In terms of beauty, both Yaoyao and Zhou Yuan possessed their unique charms. However, Yaoyao exuded an ethereal quality that was tantalizingly out of reach, compelling a desire to pursue her despite the impossibility. Thus, when Yaoyao graced the Great Zhou mansion with her presence, the youths passing by were captivated by her beauty and demeanor. Although their eyes shone with admiration and their gazes followed her, none dared to approach her. Zhou Yuan, unfazed by these stares, continued to escort Yaoyao directly towards the armored courtyard. As the two departed, whispers of curiosity erupted among the students of the Great Zhou Academy. What a beautiful girl! Who could she be? Is she also a student of our Great Zhou Academy? Yet, none had heard of such a figure within their ranks. In terms of beauty, perhaps only Zhou Yuan could rival her. However, I feel this young lady is even more breathtaking. I still prefer Zhou Yuan. She is not only beautiful but also approachable, while this one seems too aloof and difficult to engage with. Meanwhile, at the Great Zhou Academy, Qiyu and Lu Shi gazed at the retreating figures of Zhou Yuan and Yaoyao, their expressions markedly different. This guy may lack strength, but his ability to attract attention is certainly impressive, Lu Shi remarked, her beautiful eyes following the two. Years ago, she had nearly been betrothed to Zhou Yuan but ultimately declined, leading her to hold a dismissive view of him. Little did she expect that the girls now surrounding Zhou Yuan would be so extraordinary, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Qiyu's gaze lingered on Yaoyao's enchanting silhouette, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Although both Yaoyao and Zhou Yuan possessed their own unique charms, given Qiyu's status, he found himself drawn to the enigmatic and lofty allure of such a girl. What others cannot attain is precisely what he desires. However, he had never heard of her before. Why was she so close to Zhou Yuan? What was her background? Qiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled faintly. It seems our prince has been enjoying himself quite well lately, having the chance to frolic amidst the flowers. What has become of what you mentioned earlier? Lu Shi bit her silver teeth, unwilling to witness Zhou Yuan's nonchalance. Qiyu's lips curled slightly as he responded, preparations are nearly complete. The other three academies have raised objections regarding the 3 time slots that Academy A has dominion over, making today an opportune moment for action. As he spoke, he gazed in the direction Zhou Yuan had departed, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. To walk with beauty is indeed a splendid affair. However, today, you have chosen the wrong moment. Beware of losing face. At Academy A, when Zhou Yuan entered alongside Yaoyao, all eyes instantly gravitated toward them, captivated particularly by the enchanting young lady in azure beside him. Zhou Yuan, engaged in conversation with Song Qiushui and others, first noticed Zhou Yuan and was about to greet him when her graceful figure froze, her luminous gaze fixated on Yaoyao. A tremor coursed through her heart as she gently bit her red lip, clearly perplexed by the nature of Zhou Yuan's relationship with the azure-clad maiden. Our prince truly has a penchant for entanglements, mused Song Qiushui, empathizing with Zhou Yuan. Over time, Zhou Yuan had become the most adored figure in Academy A, possessing both beauty and remarkable talent, yet devoid of any airs of superiority. Qiushui, refrained from speaking carelessly. Zhou Yuan hastily tugged at Song Qiushui's sleeve. Oh, you! Song Qiushui cast her a helpless glance and whispered, You're doomed, utterly ensnared. We are merely friends, Zhou Yuan protested, her cheeks flushed. Song Qiushui scoffed. What are you two discussing? Zhou Yuan approached with a smile. Your Highness. Zhou Yuan smiled at Zhou Yuan, her beautiful eyes seemingly glancing casually at Yaoyao, and softly inquired, Who is this? Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, This is my junior sister. Yaoyao shot him a glance but did not dispute his words. After all, as a disciple of Cang Yuan, it was quite fitting for him to refer to her as such. Zhou Yuan was somewhat astonished, as she had never heard of Zhou Yuan having a junior sister before, but since he had stated it, she chose to accept it. Come, follow me, she said, ignoring the curious gazes of others. Zhou Yuan waved to Zhou Yuan and led Yaoyao towards a nearby quiet room. Although Zhou Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion, she still followed suit. Upon entering the quiet room, Zhou Yuan closed the door and promptly removed his outer garment. Your Highness, what are you doing? Zhou Yuan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stamped her foot in distress, her eyes darting about in uncertainty. Zhou Yuan, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and turned around to reveal the ice-fire convergence pattern on his back, saying, "I wanted you to see this." At this, Zhou Yuan finally directed her gaze towards him, though her cheeks remained aflush. She stared at the pattern on Zhou Yuan's back and, after a moment, gasped in surprise. "Is this a convergence pattern?" Zhou Yuan donned his clothing again, nodded, and explained, "This is the ice-fire convergence pattern that my junior sister inscribed. Its efficacy surpasses that of an ordinary convergence pattern. That is why I invited her here, to assist in inscribing one for you as well. It will enhance your cultivation efficiency at the Jade Spirit Falls." Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Yaoyao, who stood nearby cradling Tun Tun. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Yaoyao possessed such remarkable expertise in the realm of source patterns. It was evident that even the instructors of source patterns within the Great Zhou Prefecture seemed incapable of depicting this peculiar gathering source pattern. Yet, amidst her surprise, a warm sentiment flowed within her heart, stirred by Zhou Yuan's actions. "The inner room is available for you. I shall remain here." Zhou Yuan smiled at Yaoyao and Zhou Yuan. Yaoyao inclined her head slightly and stepped inside first, followed closely by Zhou Yuan, who cast Zhou Yuan a glance before hastening after her. Upon entering the inner chamber, Yaoyao scrutinized Zhou Yuan from head to toe. Though her fair visage remained impassive, she secretly admired the girl before her. Intelligent and captivating, her eyes radiated a certain ethereal charm, resembling a stunning masterpiece yet to be unveiled. "Your name is Zhou Yuan, correct?" Yaoyao's voice softened, for who could remain unaffected in the presence of such a bright young lady? Zhou Yuan nodded gently, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "What is your name, elder sister?" "I am called Yaoyao." "Then I shall address you as Sister Yaoyao." Yaoyao nodded slightly and said, "Please, remove your outer garment." At these words, Zhou Yuan's cheeks flushed anew. Although they were both young women, the notion of undressing in another's presence elicited a sense of shyness. However, she was not one to dawdle. After a brief moment of steeling herself, she bit her lip and proceeded to remove her outer garment. As the garments fell away, the entire inner chamber seemed to brighten, revealing a form as exquisite as white jade, gracefully outlining alluring curves. Zhou Yuan, her delicate visage flushed crimson, turned away, exposing her smooth, alabaster back. Her jade arms encircled her chest, subtly hinting at the fullness of her silhouette. In such a moment, it is likely that any man present would find himself captivated. What a bewitchingly soft girl she is. Yaoyao couldn't help but marvel inwardly, then retrieved a jade brush, cautioning this may cause a bit of discomfort. Zhou Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The jade brush descended, glimmering with ethereal light, and then traced delicate lines upon Zhou Yuan's back. Each stroke resonated with a subtle ripple of spirit. The sensations of heat and coolness radiating from her back caused Zhou Yuan to bite down on her silver teeth, yet she emitted not a whisper of pain. Observing this, Yaoyao nodded approvingly. Within the tranquil atmosphere of the chamber, after a brief interval, Yaoyao set down her brush. On Zhou Yuan's back, a swirling pattern resembling entwined fire and ice gradually emerged, exuding an extraordinary energy that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, as the ice-fire pattern took form, Yaoyao gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes fixated on the swirling design. For in that instant, she sensed that the effectiveness of this pattern seemed to have been significantly amplified. "Do not move," Yaoyao instructed abruptly, extending her delicate hand to gently rest upon Zhou Yuan's back, exploring and sensing for a moment, her pretty face reflecting a contemplative expression. Deep within her being, there seemed to be a sensation akin to the duality of yin and yang, reminiscent of the legendary yin-yang source root. Yet, why did it appear so feeble? Was it still in the process of maturation? Yaoyao pondered to herself. The so-called yin-yang source root is an exceptionally rare essence. Much like the sacred dragon root once possessed by Zhou Yuan, distinguished from ordinary ones. However, Zhou Yuan's yin-yang source root was remarkably faint, perhaps still not fully developed, leaving Yaoyao uncertain for the moment. "Yaoyao, what is the matter?" Zhou Yuan inquired, observing Yaoyao's contemplative demeanor. After a moment of reflection, Yaoyao shook her head, realizing that she could not ascertain anything definitive, thus deeming it unnecessary to voice her thoughts. Instead, she remarked, The effect of the ice and fire gathering source pattern on you is even more pronounced than it was on Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, taken aback by this revelation, did not dwell on it too much, acknowledging that the effects of certain source patterns could indeed vary from person to person, making such differences quite normal. Once they had completed inscribing the gathering source pattern, the two emerged from the chamber. Upon seeing them, Zhou Yuan smiled and asked, "Have you finished?" Both Yaoyao and Zhou Yuan nodded in affirmation. "That's good." Zhou Yuan sighed in relief before pushing open the door to the quiet room. As soon as he stepped outside, he felt a barrage of heated gazes directed at him. Numerous youths from the academy were gritting their teeth, their animosity palpable, as Zhou Yuan's actions had invited their ire by ushering two stunning beauties into a small room. In response to their stares, Zhou Yuan could only roll his eyes in exasperation. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside, none other than Yang Zai, who was sweating profusely. Upon seeing everyone, he exclaimed in haste, "The Lord of the Chu Manor has instructed us to hurry to the Yuling Falls. Something has happened. What has transpired?" Zhou Yuan asked, momentarily taken aback. The others from the Jia Academy also cast puzzled glances in his direction. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yang Zai gritted his teeth and replied, "Damn that Chiyu. Their E-Academy has actually allied with several other academies, claiming that the allocation of training time at Yuling Falls is unfair and demanding that our Jia Academy reduce our time." At these words, an uproar ensued, with all present expressing their indignation, fiery gazes directed at the speaker. The Yuling Falls was a treasured training ground for the Great Zhou Manor, of utmost importance to them. Any reduction in their allotted time would inevitably slow the progress of all their cultivation. Chiyu's actions were nothing short of an attempt to obstruct their Jia Academy's path. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flickering within. Chiyu's maneuver was indeed dastardly. Chapter 34. The scheme at the falls. When Zhou Yuan, Yaoyao, and Su Yue arrived at the Yuling Falls, they found it already teeming with people. Students from all 5 academies of the Great Zhou Manor had gathered, creating a cacophony of voices and an atmosphere of fervor. As Zhou Yuan and his companions waded through the throng to the center, their eyes swept across the scene, landing on the grim visage of Chu Tianyang. In front of Chu Tianyang stood Su Hong, and behind him were Qi Yu and Lu Shi. Upon noticing Zhou Yuan's arrival, Qi Yu couldn't help but flash a smile, though it was laced with mockery. Chu Tianyang also noticed Zhou Yuan, yet at this moment he refrained from uttering much, merely staring at Su Hong with a face as dark as thunder, his fists clenched tightly, creaking ominously. Coldly, he remarked, "Su Hong, do not overstep your bounds. The usage time of the Yuling waterfall has long been established. How can you unilaterally decide to alter it?" "Ha! What an absurd statement from the Lord of the Manor," Su Hong replied. "The Yuling waterfall is indeed the most vital cultivation site of our Great Zhou Manor, and it is only reasonable that we maximize its benefits." Su Hong scrutinized Chu Tianyang and slowly continued, "In the past, the Jia Academy was the strongest among our Great Zhou Manor, rightfully claiming 3 hours at the Yuling waterfall. We had no objections then. But what of the present? The Jia Academy has been suppressed by our E-Academy for 2 consecutive years. Thus it can no longer claim the title of the foremost among the academies. Given this, it seems rather unreasonable for the Jia Academy to still monopolize 3 hours at the Yuling waterfall. Does it not?" A flash of cold light flickered in Chu Tianyang's eyes as he retorted, "The schedule for the Yuling waterfall was established by the king himself. If you have any objections, take them up with the king." Upon hearing this, Su Hong chuckled dismissively, saying, "Since the establishment of the Great Zhou Manor, matters within have always been decided freely, and even the king would not interfere. Thus, there is no need for the lord of the manor to use the king as a shield. His allegiance to Prince Qi had long since diminished any fear he held for Zhou Qing." Chu Tianyang's fury ignited. A fierce glint surged in his eyes as he stepped forward with a sudden intensity, causing his form to tremble as a crimson aura erupted from the crown of his head, soaring skyward. The crimson aura, akin to a vast expanse of scarlet clouds, radiated an intense heat as it spiraled above Chu Tianyang. In the midst of this crimson haze, the very air between heaven and earth became extraordinarily sweltering. A formidable sense of oppression swept through the surroundings, causing the expressions of all the students to shift dramatically, their heels trembling. Is this the might of a cultivator at the heavenly gate realm? Indeed, it is terrifying. The energy unleashed is capable of moving mountains and rending the earth asunder. The gazes of numerous students were filled with reverence, recognizing that the source energy they could wield at the meridian opening realm was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to that of a formidable figure like Chu Tianyong. Zhou Yuan, standing behind Chu Tianyong, also cast a startled glance at the overwhelming crimson aura. His heart stirred. Is this the source energy cultivated by the Mansion Lord? The third grade Scarlet Sun energy? With 9 grades of source energy, the higher the profundity of the cultivation method, the loftier the grade of the source energy produced. Even the most advanced techniques of the Great Zhou royal family could only yield 4th grade source energy. Humph! Do you think I fear you? Su Hong, witnessing the spectacle before him, felt a chill in his gaze. Stepping forward, he unleashed a robust source energy that surged forth like a stream of light from the crown of his head. This source energy resembled a silvery torrent, imbued with an icy chill that spread outwards, causing frost to creep across the nearby ground. 3rd grade source energy, the silver frost energy. As the 2 heavenly gate realm powerhouses faced off, the palpable sense of pressure enveloped the area, instilling a deep-seated dread among the gathered students, who feared being caught in the crossfire. Indeed, once the formidable beings of the celestial realm take action, it transcends mere skirmishes characteristic of the meridian opening stage. It is akin to the earth trembling and mountains crumbling. Master Chu, Dean Su, this is not the venue for conflict. However, as the imposing auras of Chu Tianyong and Su Hong clashed, a voice resounded, shattering the tension of their standoff. The speaker, a man cloaked in black, was none other than Dean Qin Shao of the 3rd Academy. The other deans promptly echoed his sentiments. For if Chu Tianyong and Su Hong were to engage in combat here, it would yield no favorable outcome for anyone involved. You seek to alter the time allocation for the Yuling Falls. I shall never acquiesce to such demands today, Chu Tianyong retorted coldly. Su Hong's eyes flared with fury, poised to respond, when suddenly, Chi Yu beside him offered a slight smile and interjected, Master Chu, today's proposal is not aimed at targeting the 1st Academy, but rather for the benefit of all students within the Great Zhou Academy. The significance of the Yuling Falls to our students is well known to you. The previous time allocation was predicated on the 1st Academy being the foremost among the institutions, hence it monopolized 3 time slots without protest. However, given the current decline of the 1st Academy, retaining such an extensive allocation would be somewhat unjust to the students of other academies. Therefore, the redistribution of training time reflects the collective will of the people. Chi Yu's voice rang with righteous vigor, and his words resonated with many students surrounding the Yuling Falls, as they silently nodded in agreement. Everyone understood the remarkable efficacy of the Yuling Falls in facilitating meridian opening, and the prospect of a more equitable distribution of time would undoubtedly enhance their progress in this endeavor. In the pursuit of personal gain, it is a universal truth that everyone harbors a hint of selfishness. Chi Yu observed the approving nods of the crowd, secretly amused, as he turned his gaze to the increasingly grim-faced Chu Tianyong. Though you hold the esteemed position of the Dean of the 1st Academy, do not forget that you are also the Lord of the Great Zhou. Should you fail to uphold impartiality, you risk losing the trust of the people. Chu Tianyong's expression shifted drastically. Chi Yu's words struck at the very core of his integrity. To deny them would be to alienate the other students. Chu Tianyong's jaw twitched slightly. Behind him, the students of the 1st Academy fell silent, their faces etched with discontent. After all, Chi Yu had astutely highlighted their academy's current lack of excellence, rendering them incapable of countering his argument. According to the established rules, to strip the 1st Academy of its leading position among the academies, it would require 3 consecutive years of failing to achieve 1st place in the provincial examination. Yet, with this year's examination still pending, was it not somewhat hasty to dethrone the 1st Academy from its esteemed rank? Just as the atmosphere grew tense among the students of the 1st Academy, a calm voice unexpectedly broke through the silence. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a slender youth with an air of scholarly grace standing behind Chu Tianyong. It was none other than Zhou Yuan. Observing Zhou Yuan speak, Chi Yu offered a faint smile and replied, "The 1st Academy has already been without 1st place in the provincial examination for 2 years. This year will surely follow suit." Hence, the title of leading academy has long since become a mere formality. Why must your highness feign strength with mere words? Rules are rules, and I do not believe that our institute will lose its top position this year. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly, his tone unruffled. Qiyu narrowed his eyes, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, retorting sharply, Your Highness, such a notion is rather naive. With only a few months remaining until the year-end imperial examination, the outcome is already evident. Why should our institute occupy the 3 hours of the Yuling waterfall, thereby squandering such invaluable resources for cultivation? Zhou Yuan shook his head, asserting, I do not consider our time spent at the Yuling waterfall as a waste of cultivation resources. Qiyu scoffed, If you insist on being obstinate, are you willing to let facts speak for themselves? Oh, Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, I do not propose a contest of fists. That would be too much of an imposition. Qiyu's smirk carried an air of disdain, causing many students from the institute to turn pale with indignation. Qiyu gestured towards the cascading waters of the Yuling waterfall, a sharp glint in his eyes, declaring, If you are unconvinced, let us each send forth a representative to enter the Yuling waterfall and see who can endure the longest. This will clearly determine who is squandering cultivation resources. At that moment, he revealed his true intentions. You have already opened 6 meridians, and your physical prowess is formidable. Who could possibly compare with you in enduring the Yuling waterfall? Chu Tianyang spoke solemnly. While Zhou Yuan had indeed excelled within the Yuling waterfall, with his endurance time increasing, it must be acknowledged that Qiyu, with his superior physical constitution, could achieve similar feats. Qiyu calmly remarked, If the Lord of the Chu Manor finds this unfair, then it is only to blame your Academy A for its lack of capable individuals who have yet to achieve the 6 meridians. Chu Tianyang's eyes flashed with anger, ready to retort, but Zhou Yuan interjected first. What shall be the wager? Zhou Yuan perceived that Qiyu had come prepared today and would not relent easily. Thus, it seemed inevitable that a contest would ensue. As for the wager, if our Academy B emerges victorious, we request that Academy A relinquish 1.5 hours of training time. 1 hour shall be ours, while the remaining half hour will be distributed among the other 3 academies. What do you say? Qiyu fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as though he had spotted prey destined for capture. 1.5 hours. The other students of Academy A were immediately incensed, realizing that their 3 hours of training would be halved. A significant blow indeed. The students from the other academies remained silent. It was evident that a rivalry was brewing between Academy B and Academy A. However, should they ultimately gain additional training time at the Jade Spirit Falls, they would find themselves quite satisfied. Thus, most students chose to observe Qiyue's aggressive stance with cautious interest. Zhou Yuan, gazing at the smiling Qiyu with narrowed eyes, finally spoke. 1.5 hours, you say? Very well. But should you lose, Academy B must also surrender 1.5 hours of training time at the Jade Spirit Falls. Should a direct confrontation arise, the uninitiated Zhou Yuan, who has yet to unlock the 4 meridians, might find himself at a disadvantage against the formidable Qiyu, who has already opened 6. However, when it comes to cultivating within the ethereal waters of the Jade Spirit Falls, Zhou Yuan is filled with confidence, unperturbed by any of the students from the Great Zhou Academy. He understands that Qiyu must be prepared, yet he too should not be underestimated. Moreover, Qiyu covets the 3 hours of cultivation time at the Jade Spirit Falls allocated to their academy, and Zhou Yuan, likewise, perceives these 3 hours as insufficient. Yet, he has lacked a proper opportunity to express this until now. With Qiyu unexpectedly presenting a significant proposition, he has no reason to decline. At that moment, Qiyu's expression faltered slightly, taken aback by Zhou Yuan's prompt acceptance. However, he quickly recalled his own trump cards, and a glimmer of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Excellent. Should we falter, our academy shall concede an additional half hour. As soon as Qiyu's words fell, a low murmur of astonishment erupted among the surrounding students, quickly transforming into an atmosphere of exhilaration. It seemed that, even before the year-end examinations, a fierce contest between the 2 academies was about to unfold. Nonetheless, the odds appeared to favor the second academy, for it boasted Qiyu, the only student in the Great Zhou Academy to have successfully unlocked 6 meridians. his prowess eclipsing all others. In contrast, Zhou Yuan had only opened 3 meridians. How could he possibly rival Qiyu? Zhou Yuan, who is typically composed, seemed remarkably unsettled today. Chapter 35. The battle at the Jade Spirit Falls. Before the Jade Spirit Falls, as Zhou Yuan and Qiyu established their wager, the atmosphere immediately ignited with fervor. An increasing number of students from the Great Zhou Academy gathered, blocking the area to the point of saturation. After all, the stakes of their bet were exceedingly high. A mere hour and a half of training time at the Jade Spirit Falls was no trivial matter. Aside from the first and second academies, the others possessed only a single hour each. The bait had been set. Lu Shi, with her enchanting gaze, observed the scene, and a satisfied smile graced her lips, as if she could already envision Zhou Yuan's disheveled appearance following his impending defeat. Beside her, Su Hong's eyes flickered with a chilling intent. Zhou Yuan truly believed that his commendable performance at the Jade Spirit Falls granted him the audacity to challenge Qiyu, Hao Navi. Many students from the Second Academy, though initially startled by Qiyu's acceptance of the wager, soon felt a surge of excitement, for they were well aware of Qiyu's formidable strength. This contest, albeit not a genuine battle, would pose little challenge for him. Thus, they regarded the hour and a half of training time from the First Academy as already secured. In stark contrast to the unyielding confidence of the Second Academy, the atmosphere on the First Academy side was considerably heavier, with numerous students appearing despondent. After all, Qiyu's previous reputation was undeniably formidable. Zhou Yuan, do you have confidence? Chu Tianyang inquired softly, concern evident in his eyes. I shall do my utmost, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. As Chu Tianyang observed his composed smile, he felt a slight easing of his own mood. It was evident that his opponent was well prepared and would not relent until their objective was achieved. Thus, agreeing to the wager was the only course of action available. Let us go, Su Yue encouraged, raising her small fist in support of Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, the future of our academy relies on you. Song Qiushui gazed at Zhou Yuan with hopeful yet anxious eyes. Currently, in the competition with Academy B, they were already at a disadvantage. Should they lose an additional hour and a half of training time at the Jade Spirit Falls, it would be nearly impossible for anyone from Academy A to reach the 6th meridian by the time of the provincial examination. Therefore, this wager was indeed pivotal for the future of all the students in Academy A. Noticing the eager yet apprehensive gazes from his fellow students, Zhou Yuan said nothing further, merely nodding gently. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Zhou Yuan and Qiyu stepped forward simultaneously, advancing toward the Jade Spirit Falls. Your Highness, should you have any regrets, it would be wise to concede now to avoid unnecessary suffering, Qiyu remarked casually. That sentiment applies to you as well, Zhou Yuan replied, not even casting a glance in his direction, his tone equally nonchalant. It appears you are determined to face the consequences, Qiyu retorted with a hint of disdain, not elaborating further as he propelled himself lightly towards the opposite side of the falls. Standing on either side of the waterfall, Zhou Yuan and Qiyu exchanged a distant glance, both feeling the chill emanating from the other's eyes. With a deep breath, they inhaled in unison, and then, under the watchful gaze of the multitude, they stepped into the cascading waters of the Jade Spirit Falls. The mighty torrent surged forth, bearing an indomitable force that crashed fiercely against the bodies of the two individuals. Yet, they stood resolute and unwavering as if they were hewn from stone, their feet firmly anchored to the ground, impervious to the onslaught of the rushing waters. Zhou Yuan, with his eyes gently closed and his brow furrowed in concentration, emitted wisps of spiritual awareness, drawing in the ethereal essence of jade marrow from the nearby currents, alleviating the excruciating pain inflicted upon his corporeal form. Meanwhile, behind him, the ice-fire convergence pattern began to emanate a subtle glow, intertwining coolness and searing heat, swiftly absorbing the jade marrow essence at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary convergence patterns. Indeed, the ice-fire convergence pattern proved its efficacy. A sense of admiration welled up within Zhou Yuan as he perceived this transformation. The roaring waters cascaded downwards, rendering Zhou Yuan and Qiyu's figures somewhat ethereal within the waterfall, while outside, all eyes were fixated upon them, unblinking. Zhou Yuan's previous limit appeared to be 1 hour, yet Qiyu could endure for 1 hour and 50 minutes. Lu Shi gazed intently at the two silhouettes within the waterfall, a cold smile gracing her lips. Thus, after 1 hour, the victor will emerge. It seemed that Zhou Yuan, having navigated the earlier trials with such ease, had begun to swell with arrogance, mistakenly believing Qi Yu to be akin to the worthless adversaries he had encountered during the examinations. In Qi Yu's eyes, he and those defeated foes were perhaps indistinguishable. Su Hong also nodded slightly, harboring great confidence in Qi Yu, for his physique, having opened 6 meridians, would undoubtedly allow him to navigate the Jade Spirit waterfall with remarkable finesse. In the vicinity of the A Academy, numerous students wore smiles, exuding an air of ease. After all, Qi Yu's reputation within the Dezhou mansion was unparalleled, rendering Zhou Yuan's standing inconsequential in comparison. Conversely, the atmosphere in the B Academy was fraught with tension. Glancing at Su Yue, whose delicate hands were tightly clenched, Yaoyao gently spoke words of reassurance. There is no need for concern. Zhou Yuan will not falter. Her formidable spirit was likely unmatched among those present, allowing her to perceive that Zhou Yuan was harnessing the strength of his spirit to absorb the essence of the jade mist in abundance. Furthermore, with the assistance of the ice-fire convergence pattern, Zhou Yuan was able to persist in the Jade Spirit Falls without any depletion of energy. In stark contrast, Qi Yu relied solely on his superior physical prowess. However, even the mightiest body would inevitably be worn down by the relentless onslaught of the Jade Spirit Waterfall, ultimately reaching its limits. Thus, the outcome of this contest was evident from the outset. Although Su Yue could not fathom the basis of Yaoyao's unwavering confidence, she too felt a degree of relief, albeit her beautiful eyes remained fixated on the waterfall. Under the collective gaze of the audience, time began to pass swiftly. 10 minutes, half an hour, 50 minutes approaching the 1-hour mark. The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment as Zhou Yuan's figure appeared undeterred, seemingly at ease, devoid of any indication of nearing his limits. Su Hong furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged a glance with Lu Shi, who, with gritted teeth, remarked, "It's merely an act. Let us see how long he can maintain it." Thus, another 10 minutes slipped by, marking the passage of 1 hour. A faint murmur arose from the riverbank, as the onlookers noticed that, after an hour had elapsed, Zhou Yuan still showed no signs of being swept away by the waterfall, remaining as steadfast as a rock. Su Hong's gaze began to waver with uncertainty, while Lu Shi felt a burning flush on her cheeks, her expression shifting as she hesitated to speak further, acutely aware of the peculiar glances cast upon her by numerous students from the secondary academy. This young man is still persevering? Within the depths of the Yuling waterfall, Qi Yu also discerned Zhou Yuan's unwavering stance, his brow furrowing. Having endured to this point, even he began to feel excruciating pain throughout his body, albeit still within tolerable limits. Let us observe a little longer to see if he is merely putting on a fade. As Qi Yu waited, another half-hour slipped by. Zhou Yuan remained unperturbed. At this juncture, even Qi Yu's expression had darkened, for he sensed that he was nearing his own limits. This young man, no wonder he agreed so readily. It appears he had some reservations. Qi Yu's eyes glinted ominously as he cast a glance towards Zhou Yuan. However, do you think I would propose such a wager without adequate preparation? With his eyes half closed, he awaited the passage of time. Another 20 minutes passed, bringing the total to 1 hour and 50 minutes, reaching the limits of Qi Yu's endurance. He opened his eyes, a chilling light gleaming within them. Zhou Yuan, since you refuse to show appreciation, do not blame me for what follows. As his words fell, he flicked his tongue, and a dark red pill rolled into his mouth, which he swallowed in one swift motion. Chapter 36. Underhanded tactics. As the dark red elixir was swallowed, a sudden chill surged within Qi Yu, rushing straight to his brow. At that moment he was oblivious to everything else. His spirit expanded, and a faint glow emerged between his brows, transforming into an ethereal silhouette. His soul, evidently stepping into the realm of the void under the influence of the elixir's potency. With his soul entering this mystical state, Qi Yu immediately became aware of phenomena that had previously eluded him. He sensed that within the Jade Spirit Falls, wisps of jade-like essence were actively flowing towards the direction of Zhou Yuan. So it was, the reason you could endure in the Jade Spirit Falls for so long was due to your soul. Qi Yu's pupils contracted, as he finally uncovered Zhou Yuan's secret to enduring longer than himself. Humph, thankfully I was prepared today. Otherwise, I would have truly met with disaster. With a grim expression, Qiyu's brow gradually revealed a source pattern known as the soul needle pattern, a first-grade source pattern that he had specially commissioned. Its purpose was to condense the soul into a needle-like form to execute an attack. Generally speaking, using the soul as a means of attack requires at least reaching the mid-stage of the void realm, but Qiyu, relying on the elixir, had only barely attained the early stage. Hence, he needed to utilize this external force to launch a soul attack. In this waterfall, he could not engage in direct combat. Thus, he opted for the covert method of soul attack. Whoosh! As the soul needle pattern surged forth, a flash of light erupted from the center of Qiyu's brow, revealing a spectral needle forged from divine essence that shot forth with remarkable velocity, piercing through the torrents of water and hurtling directly towards Zhou Yuan. The instant this spiritual needle approached, Zhou Yuan sensed its presence, his expression darkening with alarm. Was this a soul attack? How could Qiyu's spirit be so formidable? Even Zhou Yuan, in his current state, could not muster such a powerful spiritual assault. A sense of unease gripped him, yet he dared not exhibit any hint of complacency. Although the soul attack appeared to lack physical force and posed no immediate threat to his corporeal form, its potential to inflict severe damage upon the spirit was profound. Once the spirit was harmed, recuperating would prove far more arduous than recovering from physical injuries. Thus, Zhou Yuan promptly abandoned his efforts to absorb the essence of jade marrow, retracting his spirit to fortify his brow with layered defenses. A faint sound pierced the air, as a wisp of spiritual energy infiltrated his eye, revealing a soul needle emerging from the water's depths, aimed directly at his brow. He felt a sharp sting at the center of his forehead, his countenance growing increasingly grave, for the needle's piercing edge had breached his spiritual defenses with alarming ease. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you. Zhou Yuan's gaze flickered, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If it came to a physical confrontation, he would surely be no match for Qiyu. However, in a contest of spiritual prowess, Qiyu had truly underestimated his opponent. He focused his spirit, steadily diminishing the needle's razor-sharp potency. Moments later, with a decisive thought, he dispersed his defenses. Success! As Qiyu witnessed the scene, a sinister grin emerged upon his face. However, at that very moment, a deafening roar echoed in his ears, and his vision abruptly transformed, plunging him into an endless, chaotic starry void. The sudden shift left Qiyu's countenance pale with shock, and as he lifted his gaze, he was horrified to discover an immense, seemingly endless grinding mill materializing within the chaos, casting a shadow that blotted out the heavens as it bore down upon him. An overwhelming sense of dread surged within Qiyu's heart. The colossal mill descended relentlessly, leaving him with no room for resistance, and he felt his very soul begin to shatter. Crack! Zhou Yuan heard a faint sound of shattering emanate from his brow, realizing it was the sound of Qiyu's soul needle fracturing. He smirked coldly. Within his brow resided the mark of the chaotic divine mill left by Cang Yuan, rendering him unafraid of such soul attacks. Any intrusion into his spirit would be effortlessly crushed under the imagery of the chaotic divine mill. Ah! Just as Zhou Yuan shattered the soul needle, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air nearby. The shriek caught the attention of everyone outside the Yuling Falls, who were then struck with horror as they beheld Qiyu trembling violently before being swept away by the torrential waters, plummeting into the frigid lake below. How could this be? Su Hong's face turned ashen, his expression darkening as he gazed at Qiyu, who had fallen into the lake, his body shaking uncontrollably. Beside him, Lu Shi gaped in disbelief, her delicate features awash with astonishment. The other students from the secondary academy trembled, rendered speechless, their faces pallid. Not only they, for even the likes of Chu Tianyang and Su Yuwei among the primary academy students wore expressions of utter shock, clearly taken aback by this unforeseen outcome. The area around the Jade Spirit Waterfall fell into a profound silence, everyone bearing the visage of someone who had seen a ghost. Amidst this stillness, a figure emerged from the waterfall, lightly touching the water's surface with his toes before gracefully alighting on the shore. Standing tall, it could be none other than Zhou Yuan. He regarded Su Hong, Lu Shi, and the others, whose faces were contorted in distress, and spoke in a calm tone. The victor has been determined. What more is there to discuss? At that moment, a fellow student dragged Qiyu from the lake, revealing his pallid complexion and the fear evident in his eyes, as he trembled in a state of utter disarray. This left everyone bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend how he had come to such a state. Was it a spiritual injury? Su Hong's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Qiyu's condition. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, pointed accusingly at Zhou Yuan, exclaiming, "You resorted to trickery. Despicable." A multitude of students turned their incredulous gazes toward Zhou Yuan. Trickery? Zhou Yuan let out a cold laugh, gesturing toward the glimmering patterns fading from Qiyu's forehead. "If I am not mistaken, this appears to be the mark of a first-grade source pattern soul needle. Does it not? Had he not attacked me with that soul needle earlier, he would not have met such a fate." Upon the utterance of those words, an uproar ensued among the crowd, all eyes gravitating towards the center of Qiyu's brow, where the remnants of the source pattern lingered. Those well-versed in such arcane symbols swiftly discerned its nature. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes, Lu Shi's face turned ashen, her eyes ablaze with fury, yet she found herself at a loss for words, for the undeniable truth lay bare before them. If Qiyu had not intervened, what purpose did that soul needle pattern serve? Any further attempts at justification would surely drown her in a tide of public scorn. Amidst the clamor, the students of the E Academy exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The reverence they once held for Qiyu had dissipated, replaced by a hint of reproach. After all, Qiyu's defeat in this wager meant the loss of an hour and a half of precious training time at the Jade Spirit Falls for their academy, reducing their remaining practice to a mere half-hour. This was a grievous blow for E Academy. With no absolute certainty of victory, they had dared to challenge their opponents, and now they found themselves stripped of their dignity. Some could not help but murmur their discontent. Lu Shi, hearing the whispers, cast a furious glance in their direction, yet found no one to confront, her teeth clenched in frustration. Director Su, our Jia Academy shall graciously accept the hour and a half of training time at the Jade Spirit Falls that belongs to E Academy. Chu Tianyang laughed heartily at that moment, reveling in Su Hong's grim countenance. Little did Su Hong expect that what began as a scheme to trouble Jia Academy would result in E Academy's complete and utter loss. Su Hong's heart brimmed with seething rage, yet he could not unleash it. Instead, he forced a smile that barely concealed his disdain. Casting a glance at Chu Tianyang and Zhou Yuan, he remarked, "Do not celebrate too prematurely. The provincial examination is not far off, and should our second academy secure first place again, all that you have gained now will be repaid in double measure." With that, he made no further delay, dramatically sweeping his sleeve as he turned to depart. Lu Shi and the other members of the second academy could only follow in a dispirited manner, utterly defeated. As they left, the first academy erupted in jubilant cheers, surrounding Zhou Yuan as if they wished to lift him into the air. Zhou Yuan quickly sought to quell their exuberance and, with a smile directed at the students from the other academies, declared, "The hour and a half that we have won today will be shared, with half of it granted to the third academy, as a token of gratitude for your support." Upon hearing this, the students from the other three academies were momentarily taken aback, then expressions of shame washed over their faces, for they had, in truth, sought to take advantage of the first academy's misfortune, but Zhou Yuan, far from harboring resentment, chose instead to share his victory. This act of virtuous repayment left them both humbled and in admiration. "Thank you, Your Highness," the many students expressed, clasping their fists in gratitude. Observing this scene, Chu Tianyang could not suppress a hint of admiration in his eyes. Zhou Yuan's maneuver was nothing short of masterful, winning the hearts of those around him. From this moment forth, it was likely that Zhou Yuan's reputation within the Great Zhou Prefecture would eclipse that of Qiyu. Moreover, having benefited from Zhou Yuan this time, no one will heed any future antics from the Second Academy. The three deans, including Qin Xiao, exchanged complex glances with Zhou Yuan, feeling a profound sense of trepidation. At that moment, they truly realized that their esteemed prince was indeed extraordinary. It seemed they could no longer afford to offend him. Chapter 37. Dual Breakthroughs Bang. In the room, Qiyu's eyes were aflame as he smashed everything within reach into smithereens. After a long while, he finally ceased his rampage, panting heavily, his face twisted in a grotesque expression. Zhou Yuan. Qi Yu's fist struck the table with such force that it left a deep indent, his teeth clenched in fury. Once he had vented his frustration, Lu Shi approached to offer solace, saying, Qi Yu, there is no need for anger. This time, Zhou Yuan was merely fortunate. In a true confrontation, he would be no match for you. He is merely relying on a minor success in his spiritual cultivation. Qi Yu gritted his teeth, fully aware that in a real fight, Zhou Yuan would indeed be outmatched. However, he had undeniably lost this wager, and in front of all the students of the Great Zhou Academy, he had suffered a most humiliating defeat. It was easy to foresee that his hard-won reputation, cultivated over many years at the academy, would be severely tarnished by this incident. Particularly distressing was the fact that he had squandered a significant portion of the 2-hour training period for the Jade Spirit Falls, dedicating a full hour and a half to the second academy. One could only imagine the silent resentment brewing within the students, even if they dared not voice their grievances. The thought of their disapproving gazes made the proud Qi Yu feel a surge of indignation, as if he might expel a mouthful of blood in frustration. However, this young man is rather peculiar, and I cannot afford to relax. Henceforth, I shall intensify my training, ensuring that he has not the slightest chance of a comeback. Upon hearing Qi Yu's words, Lu Shi nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat reassured. Qi Yu had not succumbed to rage but instead began to regard Zhou Yuan as a rival. She believed that with Qi Yu's innate talent, as long as he did not underestimate Zhou Yuan as he had in the past, Zhou Yuan would stand no chance against him. At the year-end imperial examination, Qi Yu would undoubtedly shine the brightest. Furthermore, her earlier remark likening him to a toad was not without merit. Qi Yu gradually relaxed his grip, his eyes narrowing, glinting with a fierce intensity. Zhou Yuan, remember this, in the subsequent days, the students of the A Academy experienced an extraordinary sense of ease. Their time spent at the Jade Spirit Falls had increased from 3 hours to 4, significantly enhancing many students' meridian opening speed, with some even embarking on the journey of opening their meridians. Previously arrogant students from the B Academy now avoided them, refraining from any derisive remarks, which brought them immense satisfaction. Students from other academies, having softened under Zhou Yuan's influence, displayed extreme friendliness upon encountering the A Academy students. In a brief span, the morale of the A Academy soared, and their respect for Zhou Yuan deepened. Amidst the thunderous roar of the falls, Zhou Yuan sat with his eyes gently closed, allowing the powerful water flow to wash over him while continuously drawing in the streams of jade essence into his body. Just as Zhou Yuan was immersed in his tranquil cultivation, he suddenly heard cheers erupting from the riverbank. Wow, Yue, you are truly remarkable. You have swiftly opened the 5th meridian. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan was slightly taken aback, opening his eyes to catch a glimpse of Su You's silhouette amidst the flowing water, surrounded by numerous students from the Jia Academy. Oh, Yue has actually opened the 5th meridian? How astonishing! Zhou Yuan couldn't help but express his admiration. Su You's talent was indeed exceptional. Despite the scarcity of cultivation resources, she still demonstrated such outstanding prowess, truly admirable. Well done, Yue, you have performed admirably. On the shore, Chu Tianyang gazed at Su Yue with a beaming smile, his expression filled with joy. With this achievement, their Jia Academy now boasted 3 students who had opened the 5th meridian. Su Yue offered a gentle smile, her beautiful eyes glancing towards the Yuling waterfall, where she faintly discerned a familiar figure seemingly giving her a thumbs up. Consequently, the smile on her lips deepened, becoming even more enchanting. Since Yue has opened the 5th meridian, I cannot lag behind. Fortunately, I am making progress as well. Zhou Yuan quickly regained his composure, sensing within himself. Through these days of cultivation, he felt the 4th meridian within him loosening, drawing ever closer to complete opening. Zhou Yuan's eyes slowly closed once more, accelerating his absorption of the jade essence from the Yuling waterfall. He remained in this meditative state for a full hour. As the sun began to set, the dusk light illuminated the Yuling waterfall, casting it in a shade of dark red. In the depths of the Jade Spirit waterfall, Zhou Yuan's body began to tremble slightly, his teeth clenched as if he were enduring excruciating pain. Within him, streams of jade-like energy surged forth under his guidance, fiercely assaulting the last remnants of obstruction in the fourth vein. A faint, peculiar sound echoed as Zhou Yuan's eyes suddenly widened, and at that moment, the source energy of the world rushed in torrents, flooding into his being. Crackling sounds erupted as the energy rolled within him, his flesh seemingly boiling, while his bones emitted subtle vibrations akin to firecrackers. Under the relentless onslaught of this source energy, Zhou Yuan's physical prowess ascended once more. A torrent of warmth coursed through his limbs and bones, and finally, the fourth vein was unblocked. Threads of luminous source energy enveloped Zhou Yuan's exterior, preventing even the mighty waters from intruding. As he felt the surging power within, a satisfied smile graced his lips. After more than a month of arduous cultivation, he had finally unsealed the fourth vein. With this breakthrough, he felt emboldened to confront Qi Yu directly. However, he recognized that by the end of the year's examination, Qi Yu would likely reach the seventh vein, making the competition for the top position in the examination uncertain. Zhou Yuan mused to himself. At last, he was beginning to catch up to Qi Yu's pace. Yet he remained acutely aware that securing victory over Qi Yu in the upcoming examination was not guaranteed. For as he grew stronger, Qi Yu was not stagnant either. He could very well unlock his seventh vein soon. However, what troubles Zhou Yuan now is that as he has managed to open the fourth meridian, he has begun to notice a diminishing effect from the Jade Spirit waterfall. It seems that his body has absorbed an excess of Jade essence, resulting in some resistance. Therefore, if he wishes to open the fifth meridian, he cannot rely on the Jade Spirit waterfall any longer. Zhou Yuan, frustrated, rubbed his forehead and murmured to himself, "It appears I must seek alternative methods. Otherwise, even with the upcoming provincial examination, I may not have succeeded in opening the fifth meridian." Chapter 38. The Black Forest Mountains. As the sun rose, its rays enveloped the entire Zhou royal palace. Indeed, it is no surprise that our Zhou family's sacred dragon has managed to open 4 meridians in such a short span of time. At the dining table, Zhou Qing gazed with satisfaction at Zhou Yuan, who was voraciously consuming a bowl of 9-beast soup. Zhou Yuan finished the soup in one go, feeling the warmth rising within him. After savoring the taste, he picked up a bowl of mystic crystal rice, devouring it alongside the meticulously prepared source beast meat on the table. With his physical prowess growing stronger, his diet increasingly included various nourishing source beast meats to replenish the energy expended during his daily cultivation. Once he was thoroughly satisfied, Zhou Yuan looked up and smiled at Zhou Qing, then shook his head in regret, saying, "However, the effect of the Jade Spirit waterfall on me has diminished significantly. To hasten the opening of the fifth meridian, I must devise other strategies." His challenge in opening the meridians is greater than that of others, and thus, relying on conventional methods would likely prove to be a lengthy endeavor, which he clearly wishes to avoid. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing exhibited a contemplative expression. He was now acutely aware that Zhou Yuan faced a far greater challenge due to the need for a second meridian opening. "I do have a method to expedite the meridian opening," suddenly proclaimed Yaoyao, who had been quietly savoring her mysterious crystal rice. "Oh!" Both Zhou Yuan and Zhou Qing turned to her in astonishment. Under their gaze, Yaoyao maintained her calm demeanor and continued, "I possess a technique known as the 36-beast meridian opening pattern, which utilizes the blood of 36 first-tier source beasts as a catalyst, inscribing it onto the body to harness the ferocity within the source beast's bloodline for meridian opening. However, this method carries certain dangers, as the blood of the source beasts harbors malevolent energy. Those with weak will may find their intellect scattered by this malevolence. In simpler terms, it could lead to a state of dementia." At her words, both Zhou Qing and Qin Yu's expressions shifted slightly. However, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhou Yuan's eyes, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his willpower. After all, he had endured the venom of the vengeful dragon. There was no reason to fear the malevolent energy of mere first-tier source beasts. "Sister Yaoyao, let us proceed with the 36-beast meridian opening pattern," Zhou Yuan declared without hesitation. Qin Yu was about to interject, but Zhou Yuan flashed her a reassuring smile, saying, "Mother, rest assured, I will be fine." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu refrained from further objections and merely nodded gently. "Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not stand in your way. I will arrange for the collection of blood from the 36 first-tier source beasts, Zhou Qing said, nodding thoughtfully. Zhou Yuan's determination brought him a sense of comfort and pride. The path of cultivation is undeniably arduous. Without immense courage and fortitude, it is indeed challenging to progress significantly. Yaoyao shook her head and softly remarked, as for the blood of the 36 first-grade source beasts, he should gather it himself. Currently, he is woefully lacking in practical combat experience, and his battle awareness is rather feeble. If he does not engage in some training, he will merely become a brute with power but no skill. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, then his eyes reflected a contemplative light. Yaoyao's words rang true. He had encountered far too few battles, resulting in a deficiency in combat instinct. This shortcoming had hindered his progress in mastering the Dragon Tablet technique, as he had been unable to advance to the second level. If this situation persisted, even if his strength were to increase, he might find himself in peril should he face life and death confrontations. The Black Forest Mountain Range, a majestic mountain range near the Great Zhou city, teemed with countless source beasts and posed significant dangers. To survive there, one must be prepared to engage in fierce struggles. Zhou Qing pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Your thoughts are indeed commendable. Without experiencing some skirmishes, one will always appear rather naive. However, you may go, but I will have Lu Taizhan accompany you with a few individuals. Rest assured, they will not interfere with your affairs, but merely ensure your safety. Lu Taizhan, the commander of the royal guard of the Great Zhou Palace, was a formidable expert of the Heavenly Gate realm and held Zhou Qing's trust. Observing Zhou Qing's expression, Zhou Yuan understood that there would be no compromise, so he nodded in acceptance. On the following day, early in the morning, when Zhou Yuan and Yaoyao arrived at the palace gates, they were greeted by a figure, dark and robust as an iron tower. Your Highness, the newcomer appeared with a countenance as frigid as ice, exuding a subtle yet palpable aura of iron and blood, unmistakably a battle-hardened veteran. He was none other than Lu Taizhan, the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Great Zhou Palace. Commander Lu, we are in your debt. Let us proceed, Zhou Yuan remarked with a slight nod, eschewing any delays. Lu Taizhan acknowledged this with a nod of his own and, with a wave of his hand, summoned 10 agile figures who swiftly surrounded Zhou Yuan, escorting him through the palace gates and into the throng of people, where they quickly vanished from sight. The Highland Mountain Range lay several dozen miles beyond the Great Zhou city. Due to its rugged terrain, it was home to countless source beasts and a plethora of rare natural treasures, making it a popular destination for adventurers. Numerous source masters flocked from all directions, eager to seize opportunities amidst the dangers of the mountains, hoping to alter their fates and ascend to greatness. At the entrance to the mountains, many source masters sought companions or teams. However, Zhou Yuan and his party did not linger, pressing directly into the mountains. With Lu Taizhan, a formidable force at the Heavenly Gate realm, in their midst, they felt secure unless they encountered a third-tier source beast, which posed little threat. After delving approximately 50 miles into the mountain range, Zhou Yuan and his companions paused. This location marked the outer layer of the Highland Mountain Range, where the majority of source beasts encountered were of the first tier. In a sunken valley, they casually erected 2 tents, after which Lu Taizhan withdrew with his men, leaving the area to Zhou Yuan and Yaoyao. As Lu Taizhan and his companions departed, Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply, gazing at the shadowy forest while inhaling the faint, lingering scent of blood in the air. His hand gradually clasped the Tianyuan pen that was sheathed at his waist. In the Qi Wangfu, Qi Yu's countenance was icy as he regarded a middle-aged man before him, slowly articulating, Zhou Yuan has ventured into the Highland Mountain Range? Yes, and he was personally escorted by Lu Taizhan and his men. It appears he intends to undergo training within the Highland Mountains, the middle-aged man replied, his eyes sunken and his skin a sallow hue, akin to stone. He was none other than Qi Wangfu's steward, Qi Ling. Upon hearing this, Qi Yu could not help but let out a cold chuckle, his eyes glinting with malice as he muttered to himself, if you had remained in the city, I would have had no means to deal with you, yet you foolishly ventured into the Highland Mountains, utterly unaware of the peril that awaits. Is the second young master planning to take action against him? Qi Ling inquired, his brow furrowing. If discovered, it may provoke a backlash from the royal family. With a nonchalant smile, Qi Yu replied, Thus, we must devise a meticulous plan. I have no desire to eliminate him entirely. A mere near-fatal encounter will suffice to relieve my frustrations. He pondered for a moment before speaking in a detached tone. Fetch 2 individuals to stage a nocturnal burglary at the Qi Wangfu. Subsequently, you shall lead the pursuit, driving them into the vicinity of the Highland Mountains where Zhou Yuan resides. At that juncture, seize the opportunity to delay Lu Taizhan. The rest will be left to them. Should any complications arise, it will be attributed to those 2, absolving us of blame. After all, the Qi Wangfu will have suffered losses as well, and you must ensure that any loose ends are tied up swiftly. No one will be able to voice dissent. Qiling was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it is a rather clever method." Qi Yu let out a cold chuckle and retrieved a jade slip from his bosom. The slip emitted a faint glow, as if inscribed with ancient characters. However, if we are to put on a performance, we must do so thoroughly. To minimize suspicion, you shall hand this item to those 2 individuals tasked with the job. Upon receiving it, Qiling glanced at the slip, his expression instantly shifting. The Xuanmong technique? It is one of the most esteemed source techniques of our Qi royal household, acquired from the Great Wu. This indeed provides some justification. After all, our Qi royal household nearly lost such a treasure. The imperial family would have no grounds for complaint, left only to silently endure their plight. Qi Yu's voice was chilling, and the ruthless scheme made Qiling involuntarily nod in agreement. Very well, second young master, your foresight is commendable. Qiling grinned wickedly, following the Qi king. It was evident that they no longer regarded the Great Zhou imperial family with any respect. Even now, as they planned to strike against Zhou Yuan, they displayed no trepidation. Qi Yu smiled faintly, lifting his gaze toward the direction of the Black Forest Mountains, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Zhou Yuan, you have caused me to lose face in the Great Zhou court. This time, I shall take half of your life. You are still too inexperienced to contend with me." Chapter 39. Encountering an enemy within the dimly lit forest, towering trees stood sentinel, their withered yellow leaves carpeting the ground. Beneath the thick layer of foliage, shadows flickered ominously, replete with impending danger. In a clearing amidst the woods, Zhou Yuan crouched low, his body taut and his gaze fixated ahead. There, a creature cloaked in darkness, adorned with silver horns, was fixating him with its frigid eyes. This was the silver horn beast, a first-tier source beast. With a roar, the silver horn beast began to crawl forward slowly, but in the next instant, it lunged forth like a shadow, reeking of blood, charging directly at Zhou Yuan. Dragon step. The beast's speed was astonishing, and Zhou Yuan dared not be negligent. He shifted his stance, his form becoming indistinct. Swoosh! The beast's sharp claws grazed Zhou Yuan's face. Clenching his fists tightly, the energy coursed around his knuckles, and he delivered a powerful blow to the beast's back. Thud! The silver-horned beast let out a mournful wail as it crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. However, as it fell, its tail whipped around like an iron whip, striking Zhou Yuan's arm. He was swept aside, his feet skidding across the ground for several paces before he stabilized himself. Ignoring the searing pain in his arm, Zhou Yuan charged forward again, his palm poised for a strike, channeling all his internal energy through his meridians into his hand. Dragon tablet hand, shattering mountain. His deep bellow echoed, the sound of wind breaking resonating, as if accompanied by a faint sonic boom. Bang! Before the silver-horned beast could rise, Zhou Yuan's fierce punch landed heavily upon its skull, shattering its tough bone structure, and the creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. Having slain the silver-horned beast with a single blow, Zhou Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, his tense body finally beginning to relax. However, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, a shadow suddenly darted forth from behind the towering tree, its sharp fangs glinting with a chilling light as it lunged ferociously towards Zhou Yuan's throat. Martial form. A low voice suddenly resounded. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of brilliance in his hand, and a mottled black pen, measuring about a foot in length, materialized before him. The pen's tip, composed of pristine white bristles, gathered tightly together, resembling the razor-sharp point of a lotus bud spear, entwined with strands of primordial energy. With a swift motion, it pierced through the air, thrusting into the cavernous mouth of the shadowy figure, impaling it thoroughly and firmly pinning it against the tree trunk. Grasping the tail of the Cang Yuan pen, Zhou Yuan looked up and beheld a robust black serpent, impaled and bleeding profusely against the bark. This was the shadow python, a first-grade source beast. Still want to come for more? Zhou Yuan chuckled at the lifeless serpent. In the beginning, he had suffered considerable setbacks. Had it not been for his soul's entry into the ethereal realm, allowing him heightened perception, he likely would have been devoured during their first encounter. Upon hearing the commotion, Yaoyao turned her head and remarked that was quite decent, at least no injuries this time. Zhou Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward, discarded the carcasses of the two source beasts onto the ground. It had been 5 days since he entered the Black Forest mountain range, and he had barely adapted to the brutal skirmishes with source beasts. Yet on his first day he had been riddled with wounds, a claw mark on his chest deep enough to reveal bone. It was then that Zhou Yuan truly comprehended the stark difference between sparring and life-and-death combat. These source beasts have survived through numerous challenges, each possessing a cunning and ruthless nature. Should one regard them as mere livestock to be slaughtered at will, it would likely spell disaster for Zhou Yuan, preventing his escape from this mountainous terrain. However, through the relentless battles of recent days, despite the grave dangers, Zhou Yuan has undergone a significant transformation. In the past, he bore a hint of scholarly demeanor, resembling a frail scholar. Yet now, when he enters combat, he exudes a fierce and formidable aura. Let us collect the beast's blood, specifically the heart's blood, which is imbued with the most potent ferocity, Yaoyao suggested as she tossed forth 2 jade vials. Zhou Yuan caught them, nodding in acknowledgement before deftly using a small knife to slice through the flesh of the 2 source beasts, gathering the heart's blood into the jade vials. As of now, you have slain 15 source beasts, leaving 21 more to go. Yaoyao rose gracefully, her bare jade feet poised upon the rock, her skin as pale as snow, casting a dimming effect on the surrounding light. He could sense that each day spent here has subtly strengthened him, not in terms of raw power, but rather in psychological fortitude. At the very least, he felt confident that if he were to confront the version of himself that had entered the Black Forest mountain just days prior, he would emerge victorious with ease. Meanwhile, as Zhou Yuan hunted down source beasts within the Black Forest mountain, events were unfolding back into Zhou City, most notably the incident at the Chiwang Manor, which had been burglarized. It was reported that significant items were stolen, prompting a thorough search throughout the manor and a citywide manhunt for the thieves, causing quite a stir. However, this matter ultimately pertains to the residents of the Qi King. Thus, everyone merely observed from a distance, relishing the misfortune for a moment before turning their attention elsewhere. On the second day following the theft at the Qi King's residence, the steward Qi Ling set forth from the city with a contingent of men, heading directly towards the Black Forest Mountains, as reports indicated the discovery of the thieves' trail. At the entrance of the Black Forest, Qi Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, fixated on the mountainous expanse. Master Qi, they have entered the Black Forest and are converging on the target's location. A voice reported softly from behind. Qi Ling nodded slightly and instructed, prepare to search the mountains, create a commotion, and we shall proceed towards Lu Taizhan. Understood, came the quiet reply, followed by a swift motion as a dozen figures darted forth, making their way directly into the mountains. Half a day later, within the mountains, Lu Taizhan, seated before a grand tree, suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on the forest ahead. Who goes there? He called out, his companions behind him gripping their blades, their internal energies swirling in preparation. Do not be alarmed, my brother Lu. It is I. A voice echoed from the forest as Qi Ling emerged with his men. Qi Ling? Lu Taizhan was taken aback, furrowing his brow. What brings you here? The royal residence has been burglarized, and it appears the thieves have taken refuge in the Black Forest. I have come with my men to pursue them, Qi Ling replied, a note of resignation in his voice. Lu Tieshan's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He had heard about the affairs of the Qi Wangfu in recent days. Although he appeared as robust as a bear, his mind was astutely cautious. Otherwise, he would not have attained the position of commander of the Imperial Guards. Thus, while he feigned a relaxed demeanor verbally, he discreetly turned to the guards behind him and instructed, send 2 men to protect His Highness. The two guards promptly acknowledged his command and quietly retreated. Qi Ling watched this scene with a smile, approaching Lu Taizhan with a grin, while subtly gesturing with his hands behind his back, signaling for shadows to withdraw as well. In the valley, Yaoyao sat upon a rock, her long legs curled beneath her, cradling Tun Tun. Her flowing hair cascaded down, and behind her stood an ancient cypress, with withered yellow leaves falling around, a scene that appeared as picturesque as a painting. Suddenly, Tun Tun, who had been languidly resting in her arms, abruptly opened its beastly eyes, gazing into the darkness not far away, and emitted a low, rumbling growl from its throat. Yaoyao's delicate brows knitted slightly as she lifted her charming face toward that direction. Well, who would have thought that, in this secluded mountain, I would encounter such an exquisite beauty? A voice, laced with malice, echoed from the shadows, and two figures slowly emerged. Both figures were broad-shouldered and imposing. The leader bore tattoos on his face, and his eyes glinted with ferocity as he fixated on Yaoyao's graceful silhouette, as if he intended to devour her whole. Luo Tong, you go after that target. She is not far away. The tattooed man gestured toward the nearby forest while speaking, yet his gaze remained riveted on Yaoyao, unable to look away. The young man must have opened 4 meridians. With your capability of 6, you can easily handle this. The man named Luo Tong, though somewhat reluctant, dared not defy the tattooed man's words, for the latter had already entered the realm of qi nourishment. Boss, such exquisite beauty must be reserved for me. I have never encountered a woman so enchanting in my life, Luo Tong said, licking his lips. Very well, he replied, nodding in satisfaction, and then he swiftly darted into the forest. My little beauty, come and play with me. I shall cherish you dearly. The tattooed man felt no trace of energy fluctuations from Yaoyao, so he held no apprehension, his gaze brazenly roving over her delicate form, a grin spreading across his face. Yaoyao cast him a fleeting glance, her bright eyes revealing no hint of emotion. Her serene demeanor startled the tattooed man, who sensed that something was amiss. However, before he could make any further move, Yaoyao slightly parted her crimson lips, her melodious voice now imbued with an icy chill. As her words echoed, the tattooed man's pupils abruptly constricted, and he was horrified to witness the creature, which had been nestled like a pet in Yaoyao's arms, begin to swell. Its fur dissipated, replaced by scarlet scales, and a pair of crimson beastly eyes glimmered with boundless ferocity. From its slightly parted maw, a faint black light emerged, as if it could consume all things. In a fleeting moment, the once adorable little pet transformed into a fearsome and enigmatic beast, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure that gradually seeped from its being. Chapter 40. Only this remains. A sudden roar of a tiger reverberated through the forest, as an iron fist, entwined with wisps of primal energy, unleashed a ferocious force that shattered the air, delivering a devastating blow that crushed its skull, blood splattering everywhere. Observing the gradually stiffening carcass before him, Zhou Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, casually wiping the blood from his fist onto the treacherous fur. This was a wind tiger, renowned for its swiftness, and considered a challenging foe among first-grade source beasts. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan possessed the dragon step technique, allowing him to deftly outmaneuver it. Thus, this marked the 36th first-grade source beast he had vanquished. With a smile, Zhou Yuan bent down to hoist the beast upon his shoulders. Suddenly, from the darkness, a glimmer of cold light shot forth, aimed ruthlessly at Zhou Yuan's heart. Just as the chilling light was about to strike him, he shook his arm, causing the tiger's corpse to tilt and fortuitously shield his heart. The cold light pierced straight into the tiger's body, embedding the dagger deeply within its flesh, revealing the intensity of the attack. A gasp of surprise emerged from the shadows. Who goes there? Show yourself. The sudden vicious assault caused Zhou Yuan's expression to shift, and with a swift motion, he hurled the tiger's corpse towards the darkness. In response, a figure darted out, lightly landing before Zhou Yuan after deftly using the tiger's body as a springboard. Who are you? Zhou Yuan gazed at the imposing figure before him, a man whose fierce eyes radiated menace, and furrowed his brow as he inquired. The one who sought his life was none other than Luo Tong. With a contemptuous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he coldly declared, "Boy, surrender to your demise. That lovely maiden over there awaits my indulgence." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Though Yaoyao appeared delicate and incapable of defending herself, Zhou Yuan understood that this was merely a fade. Moreover, by her side lay the enigmatic guardian, Tun Tun. He believed that even in the presence of a formidable adversary from the Heavenly Gate realm, Yaoyao would remain unharmed. After all, those of the Heavenly Gate realm were the elite among the Great Zhou and would not appear casually. Despite feeling reassured, Zhou Yuan's eyes glimmered with cold determination. These scoundrels dared to lay hands on Yaoyao. They were truly deserving of death. I assure you, you will not leave the Black Forest Mountains alive today, he asserted, his fingers gradually curling into a fist. You underestimate yourself, brat. Witness as I crush you with a single blow. Luo Tong sneered, his expression twisted with malice. In an instant, he shot forward, his fingers clenched into a fist, energy swirling around him, creating a sonic boom. Luo Tong possessed the strength of 6 meridians, and the force behind his punch was indeed formidable. However, in the face of Luo Tong's ferocious assault, Zhou Yuan maintained an air of tranquility. With a swift motion, he unleashed his own powerful strike. You dare to challenge me with 4 meridians? Luo Tong's malevolent grin widened, dismissing Zhou Yuan as merely a naive youth. He intensified his power, intending to shatter Zhou Yuan's arm with a single blow. Bang! However, when their fists collided with a resounding force, the malevolent grin on Luo Tong's face momentarily faltered. He sensed that the power transmitted through Zhou Yuan's fist was not in the slightest inferior to his own, which was derived from the mastery of 6 meridians. How could this be? A tremor of realization surged within Luo Tong, acknowledging that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Immediately, he cast aside any semblance of disdain, transforming his fist into a claw. The air was cleaved by the sharp wind of his fingers, glinting with a frigid light as they aimed towards Zhou Yuan's throat. Zhou Yuan executed a sidestepping maneuver, his dragon step causing his figure to shimmer, appearing somewhat elusive. The fierce gust of wind barely grazed the space 3 inches before him, and in that instant, Zhou Yuan unleashed a powerful punch, directed straight at Luo Tong's face, fierce and unrelenting, devoid of mercy. The rapidly enlarging fist within his line of sight startled Luo Tong, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. The mastery of 6 meridians. Boom! The essence of the world surged forth, flooding into Luo Tong's being, causing his garments to tremble. Waves of essence radiated from his pores, forming faint halos that enveloped him. Thud! Zhou Yuan's fist struck the shimmering essence surrounding Luo Tong's face but could not penetrate. Instead, it was repelled by the rippling waves of energy. To compel me to invoke the mastery of 6 meridians against you, I have no regrets in death. Luo Tong gritted his teeth, infuriated that he had nearly faced defeat at the hands of a mere practitioner of 4 meridians. Whoosh! Luo Tong surged forth once more, this time with even greater velocity. His fingertips began to emanate a sinister dark hue, subtly releasing a faint metallic scent. Mid-grade source technique, Black Ghost Palm. Zhou Yuan gazed intently at the approaching Luo Tong, his eyes narrowing slightly as his hand extended outward, moving slowly and heavily as if burdened by an immense mountain. Yet, with the slightest motion of his hand, even the air emitted a piercing sound. Open the 4 meridians. The channels within Zhou Yuan trembled, exuding a magnetic force that continuously drew in the source energy from the surroundings, transforming it into a surging power that flowed into his palm. A faint aura of authority emanated from within him. Dragon Steel Hand, split the earth. The words escaped his lips softly. With a thunderous bang, Zhou Yuan unleashed a punch, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble violently, while the air before him was violently torn apart, releasing a fierce punch that shot forth like a projectile. Source energy breaking through the body. Luo Tong's expression turned grave. To achieve such a feat required the strength of a qi-nourishing realm practitioner or mastery of the advanced source arts. Yet, how could a mere boy who had only opened 4 meridians possibly have cultivated the advanced source arts? Regardless of his astonishment, the fierce wind from Zhou Yuan's punch, now glimmering with a faint light, surged toward him before he could evade, crashing into his chest. With a resounding thud, Luo Tong's figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his grievously injured body, he scrambled to his feet and fled. After this series of encounters, he had come to realize that this youth, despite only having opened for meridians, possessed terrifying combat prowess. As Zhou Yuan noticed Luo Tong attempting to escape, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A source pattern manifested at his throat, and he opened his mouth to unleash a thunderous roar. Roar! First grade source pattern. Tiger's roar pattern. The roar of the tiger resonated through the air, its sound waves spreading far and wide, causing Yaoyao to freeze momentarily, his mind clouded and his internal energy in turmoil. However, as he reached the valley, he was taken aback. The surroundings remained eerily tranquil. Yaoyao sat gracefully upon a green rock, delicately sipping from a jade vial, while beside her, Tun Tun lounged lazily, yawning. This scene left Zhou Yuan in a state of bewilderment, for there was no trace of battle to be found. "Yaoyao, are you all right?" Zhou Yuan approached, breathless and anxious. Observing Zhou Yuan's disheveled appearance and palpable concern, Yaoyao couldn't help but smile gently, her expression imbued with warmth. "I am perfectly fine," she reassured him. After a brief pause, she added, however, "An unfortunate individual has encountered some trouble." Zhou Yuan hastily inquired, "Where are they?" Yaoyao pointed with her delicate finger towards Tun Tun, who wagged his tail and opened his mouth to reveal a piece of jade slip. With a playful smile, Yaoyao remarked, "This is all that remains." Chapter 41. The Art of Mysterious Radiance. Is this all that remains? Zhou Yuan stared blankly at the jade slip spat out by Tun Tun, gradually comprehending that the ill-fated individual had been consumed by Tun Tun. What a tragically unfortunate demise. A flicker of sympathy crossed Zhou Yuan's face. Truly, that individual had suffered greatly, and one could only imagine the extent of their psychological trauma. Bending down, Zhou Yuan picked up the jade slip, and upon glancing at it, he was astonished to see radiant light emanating from it, revealing an array of faintly inscribed characters. "It must be a record of source techniques," Yaoyao casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes instantly brightened. Ordinary source techniques of common rank hardly merit such documentation. Could it be that these two ruffians possessed something of value? Grasping the jade tablet, Zhou Yuan channeled his source energy into it, causing the tablet to illuminate brilliantly, casting shimmering light that revealed flowing, legible characters in the air before him. As Zhou Yuan's gaze swept across the words, it momentarily paused in contemplation. A low-grade Xian source technique, the Xuanmong technique? Remarkably, it is indeed a Xian source technique. Zhou Yuan felt a stir within. To attain the level of a Xian source technique is no trivial matter. Even within their royal treasury, it would be considered a treasure, typically reserved for rewarding those of significant merit. The name Xuanmong sounded vaguely familiar. After a moment's reflection, he recalled hearing it somewhere before. Ah, the Qi Wang Mansion. This Xuanmong technique is renowned as the pinnacle source technique of the Qi Wang Mansion, allegedly granted to them by the Great Zhou Dynasty. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted. Could it be that these two ruffians hail from the Qi Wang Mansion? Yet, given their capabilities, how could they possibly wield such a prestigious source technique? Shaking his head in confusion, Zhou Yuan, despite his perplexity, let out a cold chuckle and tucked the jade tablet into his robe. He remembered that Zhou Qing had once mentioned to him that the Xuanmong technique was exceedingly formidable. Although it is merely a low-grade Xian source technique, its power rivals that of a mid-grade Xian source technique. Since such a treasure has now come into his possession, there is no way he would relinquish it. However, why has Commander Lu not yet arrived? Zhou Yuan lifted his gaze towards the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. A strong presence at the Tianguan realm should have sensed the commotion here by now, shouldn't they? Half an hour prior, Lu Taizhan dispatched 2 guards to protect Zhou Yuan. However, shortly thereafter, he sensed some commotion emanating from the nearby forest. "Let us go." Lu Taizhan furrowed his brow and abruptly rose, choosing not to engage in conversation with Qi Ling beside him. His vital energy surged, transforming into a streak of light that shot swiftly toward the source of the disturbance. Minutes later, Lu Tieshan's figure materialized, and he beheld an open space ahead where 4 individuals were locked in combat. Among them were the very 2 he had sent earlier to safeguard Zhou Yuan. "What are you doing?" Lu Taizhan exclaimed, sweeping his sleeve to unleash a torrent of vital energy that forcefully separated the 4 combatants. Upon seeing Lu Tieshan's arrival, The two guards quickly responded, "My lord, we were on our way to His Highness when these two ruffians intercepted us. Are you seeking death?" Lu Tieshan's chilling gaze fell upon them. "Commander Lu, please refrain from anger. These are members of the Qi Wangfu. I had previously instructed them to scout for the nefarious assailants, and they may have mistakenly identified your men as such." Qi Ling, arriving from the rear, wore an apologetic expression and then chastised the two guards. "Get out of the way, you nuisances!" Lu Tieshan's icy stare remained fixed on the scene, then turned resolutely towards Qi Ling. "Qi Ling, what exactly are you plotting?" Roaring laughter escaped Qi Ling just as a fearsome tiger's roar echoed from the depths of the forest. The tiger roar pattern. "This is troublesome. It's His Highness." Upon hearing the roar of the tiger, Lu Tieshan's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had come to a realization. His face twisted into a menacing glare directed at Qi Ling. "Qi Ling, you possess incredible audacity." "Ha! I am unaware of what Commander Lu is referring to," Qi Ling replied with a slight smile. "At this moment I presume those two ruffians have succeeded, have they not? Should anything happen to His Highness, I shall not spare you." Lu Tieshan snarled, and with a sudden explosion of energy, he stamped his foot, causing the ground to crack. His figure shot upward like a beam of light, racing towards the valley. Observing Lu Tieshan's hurried departure, Qi Ling's lips curled into a cold smirk. He waved his hand, and his companions swiftly followed suit. The group hastened their way and soon arrived at the valley. Qi Ling, stepping out of the forest with a beaming smile, gazed towards the valley, anticipating the scene of chaos that would greet him. Surely, Zhou Yuan must be in a dire state by now? The thought intensified the smile upon his lips. However, in the next moment, his sweeping gaze caught sight of a tall, lean youth not far away, who bore a smile and was fixated upon him. Qi Ling's smile faltered, unable to maintain its facade. "Zhou Yuan? How is it that he remains unscathed?" A twitch of anger flickered in Qi Ling's eyes, reverberating with disbelief within him. "Your Highness, I have arrived late to atone." Lu Tieshan, upon seeing Zhou Yuan unharmed, let out a sigh of relief, kneeling on one knee and speaking solemnly. "Commander Lu, please rise." "I am perfectly well," Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Lu Tieshan rose to his feet, his eyes glinting with malice as they turned towards the unconscious Luo Tong beside him. His voice dripped with cold disdain. "Is this the wretch who dared to attack your Highness? Indeed, a vile scoundrel." Yet, before Zhou Yuan could respond, an irate voice pierced through the tension. Qi Ling approached swiftly, seizing Luo Tong and delivering a resounding slap. "Where have you disposed of the items stolen from my Qi royal residence?" The unconscious Luo Tong stirred, his eyes fluttering open to behold Qi Ling's fearsome visage. In a desperate attempt to speak, he stammered, "Qi." However, before he could finish, Qi Ling's gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion, he crushed Luo Tong's throat. Luo Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, fixed on Qi Ling, unable to comprehend his fate. Yet, Qi Ling paid no heed to the dying man's gaze. He tore at Luo Tong's garments, searching frantically. Moments later, his expression soured as he paused. "Qi Ling, are you resorting to murder to silence him?" Lu Tieshan's eyes darkened as he waved his hand, summoning 10 elite soldiers to encircle them silently. Qi Ling remained unfazed, replying with a calm demeanor. "What do you mean, Commander Lu? This villain dared to strike against His Highness and deserves his fate. Moreover, they have stolen the Xuanmong technique from our Qi royal residence." "The Xuanmong technique?" Lu Tieshan was taken aback, realizing that the Qi royal residence's prized technique had been pilfered. Qi Ling turned to Zhou Yuan, clasping his fists in respect. "Your Highness, there are 2 culprits involved. Do you know the whereabouts of the other miscreant? The Xuanmong technique should be in his possession." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuan smiled lightly and replied, "I cannot say for certain. I only saw one person. The other, perhaps, has fled with treasures." Qi Ling's face twitched as he adamantly declared, "Impossible." Zhou Yuan, with a hint of a smile, inquired how Qi Butler could be so certain that he would not escape. A jolt ran through Qi Ling, his expression shifting unpredictably. "Indeed, I have never encountered that individual. Qi Butler should continue sending people to search." Zhou Yuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is rather chaotic here. There is no need for Qi Butler to remain. Although Qi Ling was oblivious to the exact events transpiring, he sensed that the Xuanmong technique had likely fallen into Zhou Yuan's possession. Yet, what could he surmise from this suspicion? Could he forcibly search Zhou Yuan? Did he not see how Lu Taizhan looked at him, as if he wished to devour him whole? His thoughts raced, and ultimately, Qi Ling could only grit his teeth in frustration, clasp his fists in salute, and without uttering a word, he turned to leave with his men, retreating in disgrace. He understood that this time the Qi Wangfu had suffered a significant loss. Chapter 42. The 36 beasts open the pulse patterns, Your Highness. Lu Taizhan observed Qi Ling's departure, convinced that today's events were undoubtedly orchestrated by the Qi Wangfu. The ease with which they let them go was indeed unsatisfactory. Zhou Yuan gestured with his hand and remarked, "They are quite astute, having prepared an excuse long ago. Now that those two are dead without a trace, they will never admit to it unless we declare war on the Qi Wangfu at this moment." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Lu Tieshan's heart stirred slightly. It seemed that the other notorious villain had indeed met his demise here. However, he was perplexed, for it was said that this criminal possessed the strength of the Qi-nourishing realm. Yet, here stood only Zhou Yuan and the seemingly unremarkable Yaoyao, devoid of any aura fluctuations. How then did the Qi-nourishing villain perish? Lu Taizhan was filled with questions but refrained from asking, merely stating, "Your Highness, I shall dispatch someone to inform the king of the happenings here. Such a significant event warrants that Zhou Qing be made aware, so appropriate precautions can be taken." Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, and Lu Taizhan took his leave. However, this time they did not retreat too far, instead dispersing to encircle the valley in a protective formation. Within the valley, Yaoyao gazed at the 36 jade vials arranged before her, each containing the vital essence of a first-grade source beast. After examining them, she gently nodded and remarked, "Indeed, all the materials are in order. I shall prepare the concoction, and tomorrow I will assist you in inscribing the 36 beast channeling patterns." Zhou Yuan nodded, filled with anticipation, and then inquired, "Sister Yaoyao, what grade are these 36 beast channeling patterns?" Zhou Yuan had never encountered a source pattern capable of aiding in channeling. It was evident that such a technique was exceedingly rare throughout the entirety of the Great Zhou. "They are second-grade source patterns," Yaoyao replied casually. "Once your chaos divine grinding method reaches the second level, I shall teach you." Zhou Yuan scratched his head and asked, "Am I permitted to impart this knowledge to others?" The 36 beast meridian opening pattern holds considerable value, particularly for their Dezhou. Although this technique carries inherent risks, selecting individuals with unwavering determination would likely yield a significant success rate. Consequently, if it were possible to impart this knowledge to the military, it would undoubtedly enhance the capabilities of numerous individuals at the meridian opening stage, thereby strengthening Dezhou. However, this source pattern rightfully belongs to Yaoyao, and any dissemination must await her consent. Yaoyao idly toyed with the jade vial and remarked, "Once I teach you, you need not consult me about whom you wish to pass it on to. These teachings were imparted to me by Grandfather He, and as his disciple, you naturally possess the authority to manage them." "Thank you, Sister Yaoyao," Zhou Yuan exclaimed with great joy, feeling immensely grateful. While a second-tier source pattern may hold little significance for Yaoyao, it possesses tremendous value for Dezhou at this juncture. "You should rest now. Tomorrow we shall test the efficacy of the 36 beast meridian opening pattern." "Very well." "What? The Xuanmong technique is missing?" In the Qi Wangfu, Qi Yu sprang to his feet upon hearing Qi Ling's words, his expression darkening and flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Witnessing Qi Yu's ferocious demeanor, Qi Ling could only muster a nod and said, "By the time I arrived, Luo Tong had already been captured, yet Luo Hao was nowhere to be found. Luo Hao possesses the strength of the Qi-nurturing realm. Zhou Yuan would stand no chance against him. That girl named Yaoyao exhibited no fluctuations of source energy. Thus Luo Hao must still be alive." Qi Yu gritted his teeth. Could it be that he escaped with the treasure? Qi Ling pondered hesitantly. The mere thought of that scene sent a chill down Qi Yu's spine. Qi Yu's facial muscles twitched, and after taking a deep breath, he lifted the teacup beside him. Yet, unable to contain the raging fire within, he smashed the cup onto the floor with a resounding crash. "Zhou Yuan, I will not let you off." In the room, Qi Yu's voice roared with the ferocity of a wild beast. He had initially intended to teach Zhou Yuan a lesson, but the situation took an unexpected turn, transforming him into a benefactor instead. How could the proud and lofty Qi Yu accept such a fate? In the early morning, a chilling mist enveloped the forest, delicate frost clinging to the lush green leaves. Yaoyao gently swayed the translucent jade vial in her hand. Within it, a viscous scarlet liquid filled half the container. As she shook it lightly, a menacing aura surged forth, accompanied by the faint echoes of beastly roars. "Is that all you obtained from so much essence blood?" Zhou Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "That's the heart's blood of 36 first-grade source beasts, and yet only half a vial remains. Indeed, I only extracted the most refined portion," Yaoyao replied. "The fierce energy contained within the blood of the 36 source beasts converges, resulting in an explosive surge of malevolence. This half vial should suffice for 5 uses." With a graceful flick of her jade source pattern brush, Yaoyao lifted her pristine chin and said, "Now, please remove your upper garment." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan promptly shed his shirt, revealing a strong physique. Though not overly muscular, his form was well-defined and exuded a masculine vigor. "Not bad," Yaoyao remarked casually, her expression composed, while Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yaoyao's rosy lips curled slightly, and then her delicate face grew serious as she admonished, "Guard your spirit closely. Do not allow that malevolent aura to corrupt your intellect, lest it inflict wounds upon your soul." Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yuan did not dare to be negligent. He took a deep breath, centering his mind as if facing a formidable adversary. Observing his demeanor, Yaoyao dipped her jade source pattern pen into a viscous crimson essence, allowing it to descend slowly. As the tip of the pen glided across, Zhou Yuan could not suppress a gasp of cold air. It felt as though molten lava swept by, instilling an intense, searing sensation. Mysterious source markings began to manifest on his back, and after several minutes, Yaoyao gently flicked her snowy wrist, completing the final stroke. "Prepare yourself." At that moment, her sharp command resonated in Zhou Yuan's ears. Buzz! Just as her voice faded, a burst of bloodlight erupted behind Zhou Yuan, accompanied by a cacophony of beastly roars that echoed in succession. Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, for he sensed an overwhelmingly violent aura surging from behind him, crashing into his body with ferocity. Roar! 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 Fortunately, Zhou Yuan was prepared. The essence at his brow trembled slightly as he envisioned the chaotic divine mill. As the mill whirled, those fierce beastly roars were utterly obliterated. His muddled consciousness gradually began to clear. Then, Zhou Yuan felt a torrent of heat arise within him, a tumultuous and savage force rampaging through his being. He realized that this surge of heat was indeed the power of the 36 beast meridian patterns. As he pondered, he guided the surge of heat to weave through, directly plunging into the obstructed 5th meridian. Upon this incursion, the previously stagnant 5th meridian began to exhibit subtle movements. Sensing this transformation, a flicker of joy ignited within Zhou Yuan, prompting him to concentrate further on manipulating the flow of heat, incessantly striking forth. After a considerable duration, as the stream of heat finally dissipated, a small portion of the once tightly sealed 5th meridian had been breached. This advancement filled Zhou Yuan with elation, reminiscent of the efficacy he experienced during his initial encounter with the Jade Spirit Falls. With a deep breath, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, expelling a foul breath that escaped his lips. He paid no heed to the unpleasant odor. Instead, his gaze radiated with renewed brilliance. The effects of the 36 beast meridian opening pattern surpassed his expectations. At this rate, he was confident that he could completely open the 5th meridian within a month. Chapter 43. Cultivating the profound radiance technique in the ensuing days. Zhou Yuan diligently employed the 36 beast meridian opening pattern each day to break through the meridians. It must be noted that while this pattern harbored its dangers, its effects were indeed astonishingly remarkable. Within just a few days, the 5th meridian exhibited even greater looseness, with its obstructions continuously being cleared. Given this pace, the complete opening of the 5th meridian was now merely a matter of time. However, progress was slightly hindered by the troublesome materials required for inscribing the 36 beast meridian opening pattern. The precious heart's blood Zhou Yuan had painstakingly gathered could only be utilized 5 times before it was entirely depleted. This predicament compelled him to allocate considerable time each day to hunt first-grade source beasts in order to procure more heart's blood. Thus, time in this woodland has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days have elapsed. Bang! Within the forest, a colossal beast, entirely drenched in crimson, charged directly towards Zhou Yuan, who had just slain a source beast. The ferocity of its demeanor was so intense that Zhou Yuan could only leap onto a tall tree to evade the onslaught of the blood-red creature. Unfazed by Zhou Yuan's furious glare, the beast, known as the flame-armored rhinoceros, lowered its head to gnaw at the carcass of the source beast that Zhou Yuan had dispatched. "Curse that wretched creature," Zhou Yuan muttered under his breath as he observed this scene from his perch on the tree, feeling utterly helpless, for he had no means to contend with the formidable flame-armored rhinoceros. This beast, a first-grade source beast, was notoriously troublesome. Its strength was comparable to a human who had opened 6 meridians, yet its defensive capabilities rivaled those of a 7-meridian practitioner, rendering it a minor overlord of this region. Faced with such a tenacious creature, even Zhou Yuan's dragon tablet technique yielded little effect, and employing the heavenly origin brush merely inflicted superficial wounds, failing to deliver a significant blow. Consequently, Zhou Yuan had taken to circumventing this flame-armored rhinoceros during their encounters in recent days. However, it appeared that the beast had grown increasingly audacious, now audaciously seizing food from him. Clearly, Zhou Yuan had become a target for the flame-armored rhinoceros due to his frequent hunts in this area. Being bullied by a mere beast, having his sustenance pilfered by a flame-armored rhinoceros, Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he caught a glimpse of Yaoyao's gaze. Upon hearing this, Yaoyao could not help but chuckle softly, remarking, "The flame-armored rhinoceros possesses formidable defenses. Even those who have opened 7 meridians would find it quite troublesome to subdue it. However, if your Tianyuan brush could reach the caliber of a high-grade source weapon, it might indeed breach its defenses." Zhou Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. He nurtured the Tianyuan brush daily, yet he still could not illuminate the second ancient source pattern. If you do not devise a strategy to deal with this flame-armored rhinoceros, you may find it impossible to hunt source beasts here in the future, unless you choose to relocate, Yaoyao added with a slight smile. Zhou Yuan grimaced. Being driven away by a mere rhinoceros was a humiliation he could hardly bear. Thus, he resolved to find a way to eliminate it. Although the dragon's steel hand was powerful, it was indeed somewhat inadequate against such a tenaciously defensive source beast. Zhou Yuan's expression grew contemplative. He needed to cultivate some source techniques that could enhance his offensive capabilities. At that moment, an idea sparked within him. He reached into his robe and produced a jade slip, the very one containing the Xuanmong technique he had obtained earlier. The fact that the Qi Wang manor held it in such high regard warranted further exploration. Zhou Yuan seated himself beside Yaoyao, grasping the jade slip. As he infused it with source energy, light and shadows emanated from the slip, casting a radiant glow upon the void before him, where flowing characters began to materialize. Zhou Yuan focused intently on the script, which detailed the cultivation methods and descriptions of the Xuanmong technique. This Xuanmong technique is rather intriguing, he mused. While Zhou Yuan was engrossed in deciphering the cultivation methods of the Xuanmong technique, a sudden gasp caught his attention. Turning his head, he found Yaoyao standing beside him, her clear and luminous eyes also fixated upon the illuminated screen of light. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, having grasped the principles of the mystical radiance technique after a moment of contemplation. This technique, in essence, involves a unique method of compressing and refining source energy within the meridians. Through continuous compression, the source energy becomes highly concentrated, thereby possessing astonishing lethality and penetrating power. Truly, the mystical radiance technique is profound, far surpassing ordinary source techniques. Zhou Yuan marveled. Yaoyao, her expression contemplative, remarked, "This technique is intriguing. It appears simple yet takes an extreme approach, honing the source energy to its utmost sharpness. The mystical radiance technique must be of a higher grade than the lower-tier mystical source techniques, albeit with some deficiencies." Deficiencies? Zhou Yuan pondered. This technique was bestowed upon the Prince of Qi by the Great Zhou Dynasty. Perhaps they were not given the complete version. Yaoyao nodded in agreement, saying, "You might indeed consider attempting to cultivate it. However, the heightened compression of source energy within the meridians demands a significant level of endurance, as a single misstep could lead to severe injury to the meridians. Zhou Yuan chuckled at her words, for when it came to the resilience of his meridians, he found it difficult to believe anyone of his caliber could surpass him. After all, he had once possessed the innate ability of 8 open meridians, and though they had later closed, their strength remained. I shall give the mystical radiance technique a try, Zhou Yuan murmured to himself, clearly intrigued by the prospect. Resolving to act, he bid farewell to Yaoyao, settled into a cross-legged position, and with a focused thought, drew upon the source energy from the surrounding environment, absorbing it into his body. The primal energy surged into the meridians, and with but a thought, Zhou Yuan deftly employed the compression technique detailed within the mysterious luminous art. He skillfully commanded wisps of primal energy to swirl gently within his meridians. This method of compression, known as the vortex refinement technique, required the manipulation of primal energy to form a vortex that spun rapidly, continuously refining the energy. Ultimately, when the vortex dissipated, it would yield a strand of ethereal radiance. While the concept seemed straightforward, the execution proved to be exceedingly challenging. Mastering the precise degree of force was no small feat. Excessive force could result in the tearing of the meridians, while insufficient force would render the refinement impossible. Initially, Zhou Yuan encountered numerous failures, as the vortex of primal energy within his meridians frequently dissipated. Fortunately, his formidable spirit allowed him to perceive intricacies with great acuity, and after a series of setbacks, he gradually gleaned valuable insights. By the end of a day's labor, Zhou Yuan was able to manipulate the vortex refinement technique with relative success within his meridians. As 5 or 6 days passed, the sun ascended, casting its blazing rays over the endless expanse of the Black Forest Mountains, enveloping the world in a golden veil. Perched upon a rock in a secluded valley, Zhou Yuan sat in quiet meditation. Within his meridians, however, a different spectacle unfolded. A vortex of primal energy spun at high velocity, emitting a hissing sound as the tearing force emanated, causing his meridians to twitch subtly. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan's meridians were robust. Had he been an ordinary practitioner with 4 open meridians, they would likely have been torn asunder. Nevertheless, a sharp pain coursed through him, which he resolutely endured. A faint humming resonated within his meridians, hinting at the delicate vibrations of energy at play. As the vortex spun ever faster, the tearing force intensified, amplifying the sting that coursed through Zhou Yuan. His brows knitted in concentration, yet he resolved not to yield. Instead, he steeled his heart and urged the vortex to accelerate further. Boom! As the vortex reached an even greater velocity, strands of source energy entwined within were compressed toward its very core, and in the next instant, the vortex shattered explosively. With the vortex splitting apart, Zhou Yuan's eyes flew open, not with despair, but rather with a glimmer of ecstatic joy illuminating his countenance. He extended his hand, curling his fingers together, and with a mere thought, a gossamer veil of pale azure light gradually materialized at his fingertips. This ethereal glow fluctuated, appearing exceedingly fragile. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan's fingers sliced through the massive rock beneath him, producing a sharp tearing sound. To his astonishment, the rock yielded like tofu, cleaved effortlessly, its fractured surface as smooth as a mirror. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his breath becoming labored. Is this the Xuanmang technique? Such terrifying sharpness and astonishing penetrative power. He marveled, realizing that with just a single gesture, he could severely wound anyone below the 7th pulse, and even those at that level would need to evade its edge. With this Xuanmang technique, should that beast dare to appear again, I shall dispatch it with a mere fingertip. Chapter 44. The progress of Su Yue. This Xuanmang technique comprises 2 tiers, known as the Qingmang and the Zimang. Present, what you possess can barely be considered the threshold of Qingmang. Beside him, Yaoyao observed Zhou Yuan mastering the Xuanmang technique and spoke up. Zhou Yuan nodded, gazing at the faint azure glow that flickered at his fingertips. The lethality of the Xuanmang technique is indeed astonishing. However, its drawback lies in the complexity of its refinement and the excessive consumption of source energy. Were it not for my application of the dragon absorption technique, which allowed me to draw in a substantial amount of the world's source energy, I fear I would still be struggling to condense this slender thread of azure light. With my current strength, having opened 4 meridians, I can only manage to refine this much. Thus, if it is to be used in battle, it must achieve a decisive strike. Otherwise, if the fight drags on, the Xuanmong will dissipate. How I long to step into the qi-nourishing realm. Zhou Yuan sighed, realizing that only upon entering the qi-nourishing realm could he truly be considered adept, having established a qi palace within himself to store the refined source energy, far surpassing the meager and impure strands he currently extracts from the world. With sufficient source energy within, the true power of these Xuanmong techniques could be unleashed. Yet, after a moment of reflection, Zhou Yuan resolved to remain focused. After all, the journey must be taken step by step. His immediate goal was to open all 8 meridians, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Very well, I shall first slay that beast. To dare impede my training is utterly unforgivable. Rising to his feet, Zhou Yuan called to Yaoyao and swiftly darted toward the forest, eager to test the might of the Xuanmong technique. Entering the forest, Zhou Yuan advanced deeper into the woods. After a while, he found himself perched atop a massive tree, settling into a meditative posture. He understood that the flame-armored rhinoceros was exceedingly sensitive to fluctuations in aura. Thus, upon his entry into the depths, it likely detected his presence. Therefore, all he needed to do was wait patiently for the beast to approach. With his eyes gently closed, Zhou Yuan sat in stillness. After approximately 10 minutes, he sensed the ground beginning to tremble beneath him. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the forest, where he observed the great trees being violently uprooted. A blazing crimson figure surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The towering silhouette, nearly several zhang in height, eventually halted in the clearing, its scarlet beastly eyes locking onto Zhou Yuan, emitting a series of irritable snorts. It was indeed the flame-armored rhinoceros, its body enveloped in a fiery armor, both searing and formidable. As it arrived, Zhou Yuan, looking down from his elevated position, smiled faintly. Instead of retreating as he had in the past, he leaped down to the ground. "Come forth, beast," he beckoned with a casual gesture of his finger. Sensing Zhou Yuan's disdain, the rhinoceros' crimson eyes blazed with fury. In an instant, it stomped its massive foot, causing the earth to fracture, and its colossal form transformed into a streak of fire, charging directly at Zhou Yuan with formidable momentum. Simultaneously, the thick layer of fiery armor on its body radiated a fierce glow, as if igniting in flames. The air crackled and exploded under the sheer force of its assault. In the face of such a lethal charge from the flame-armored rhinoceros, even those of the 7th meridian could only seek refuge from its lethal onslaught. However, Zhou Yuan remained utterly unmoved, showing no inclination to retreat. His gaze lowered. A swirling vortex of source energy began to compress and condense within his meridians. After a few breaths, Zhou Yuan slowly extended his palm, revealing a layer of faint azure radiance that gradually emerged. This ethereal glow ebbed and flowed, and in that moment, Zhou Yuan's figure surged forward, colliding head-on with the formidable flame-armored rhinoceros. At the very instant of impact, Zhou Yuan's hand transformed into a blade, cleaving downwards with the force of a mountain's might, striking the beast's fearsome head. With a soft yet piercing sound, a decisive blow was delivered. In the next heartbeat, blood erupted forth as the once mighty flame-armored rhinoceros was cleaved in two. The sheer inertia of its massive form propelled the severed halves forward for quite a distance before they finally collapsed, staining the ground crimson. Zhou Yuan stood his ground, immobile, maintaining the posture of his descending strike. Blood mist descended upon him, lending an eerie distortion to his visage. The faint azure glow gradually dissipated from his palm, and Zhou Yuan swayed slightly, ultimately sinking to the ground, completely drained of power from that singular strike. He turned his head to glance at the bisected flame-armored rhinoceros, unable to suppress a grin. The lethality of this azure radiance technique was truly terrifying. And thus, the small tyrant of this forest would rightfully be Zhou Yuan. In the mountains, there are no cycles of years, and the cold persists without the passage of time. Second young master, we have expanded our search to numerous cities, yet we have not found the slightest trace of Luo Hao. It is as if he has vanished entirely, Qi Ling remarked, his expression grave. Qi Yu's eyes glinted with a cold light, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "If such an extensive search yields no results, I fear that Luo Hao may well be beyond our reach, perhaps even dead." Qi Ling furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Are you suggesting he has been murdered?" Qi Yu clenched his teeth and asserted, "Though I cannot ascertain who his assailant might be, I have a foreboding that the Xuanmong technique is likely in the hands of Zhou Yuan." Qi Ling's expression shifted unpredictably as he responded, "If that is the case, we are in dire straits. Ever since the last incident, Zhou Qing has intensified his protective measures around Zhou Yuan, and Lu Taizhan has expelled all unfamiliar faces from the vicinity of Zhou Yuan, making a repeat of the previous events virtually impossible." A ruthless glimmer appeared in Qi Yu's eyes as he fell silent for a moment before coldly commanding, "I need you to summon Lu Shi for me." Qi Ling cast a glance at Qi Yu, uncertain of his intentions, yet complied with the request. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the Grand Zhou city, Su Yuwei exited the Zhou residence after completing her lessons. She made her way along the streets towards her home in the southern part of the city. With Zhou Yuan's recent absence from the Zhou estate, she had not lingered there for long each day. Navigating the streets with familiarity, she suddenly halted as she turned a corner, raising her beautiful eyes to the scene ahead. There, leaning against the wall, was Lu Shi, accompanied by several shadowy figures. Lu Shi's delicate face was icy, her beautiful eyes coldly fixed upon Su Yuwei. The latter's exquisite appearance ignited a flicker of jealousy within Lu Shi, who scoffed, "Su Yuwei, come with me. What do you want?" Su Yuwei frowned slightly. "Zhou Yuan has stolen Qi Yu's belongings, and you will accompany me to exchange for them," Lu Shi retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuwei's charming face grew equally frosty. "What a joke! Does your highness truly covet Qi Yu's possessions? You insolent little wretch." Lu Shi's brows furrowed as she commanded, "Seize her." No sooner had her voice faded than two figures shot forth from behind her, their bodies radiating a faint aura, clearly two individuals who had opened 5 meridians. Su Yuwei coldly regarded the approaching figures, remaining utterly still. However, as their hands, resembling eagle talons, reached for her, she suddenly struck. With a swift motion, her slender fingers pointed out, emitting a luminous jade glow, as fierce source energy coiled around her, resembling a vortex that tore through the air. Sizzling sounds echoed as her fingers descended, sending the two figures hurtling backward, blood erupting from their shoulders. Lu Shi stared wide-eyed at the now formidable Su Yuwei, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. "You have actually opened the 6th meridian? I distinctly remember you only opened the 5th a little over a month ago. How could you have progressed so rapidly?" "I opened it 10 days ago," Su Yuwei replied calmly. During the past month, since Zhou Yuan departed from the Dezhou residence, Su Yuwei has not been idle. She has received comprehensive training from the estate's master, Chu Tianyang. Unlike the explosive Zhou Yuan, Su Yuwei's stable talents are deemed more reassuring in Chu Tianyang's eyes. Thus, she has been exerting herself to the utmost in her training. Consequently, while Zhou Yuan has been making progress, she too has not remained stagnant. Lu Shi's delicate face turned ashen, with jealousy simmering in her eyes. She had devoted considerable time and resources to break through to the 6th meridian just half a month ago. Yet Su Yuwei, who had half the time, had already caught up to her. This ignited a fierce envy within Lu Shi. "Do you think that just because you have opened 6 meridians you can walk away unscathed?" Lu Shi coldly declared. "Lu Yi, seize her. It would be best to mar that little vixen's face." As Lu Shi's voice fell, a figure slowly emerged from behind her, radiating a formidable source energy, clearly indicating a prowess of 7 meridians. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuwei's expression turned grave. Just as she contemplated her next move, a sudden shift in her heart prompted her to notice 2 figures swiftly darting from behind, landing before her. These appeared to be 2 ordinary men, yet the source energy emanating from them revealed that they too had attained the level of 7 meridians. "Who are you?" Su Yuwei asked, momentarily taken aback by their presence. The 2 men chuckled softly and replied, "Miss Su, we are sent by the Crown Prince. He was concerned that Qi Yu might become enraged and seek you out for retribution. Hence he has kept us concealed to protect you." Upon hearing this, Su Yuwei blinked her charming eyes. Although she did not utter a word, Her crimson lips could not help but curl upwards ever so slightly. Her spirits lifted despite the mischief caused by Lu Shi. The two men raised their heads to glance at Lu Shi across from them, their expressions indifferent as they remarked, "Miss Lu, please conduct yourself with propriety. Do not allow Chi Yu to use you as a pawn." Lu Shi, incensed by the interference of these two, felt her delicate features darken with anger. However, she understood that, with their protection, she could no longer act against Zhou Yuan. Cursed Zhou Yuan, Lu Shi muttered in frustration, choosing not to prolong the confrontation. With a decisive stamp of her foot, she retreated, taking her companions with her. "Thank you, esteemed gentlemen," Zhou Yuan replied, not refusing their assistance. After a brief pause, she inquired, "I wonder how His Highness is faring. He has been missing for 2 months now." Chapter 45. Before the provincial examination in the midst of the mountains, Zhou Yuan stood atop a rocky outcrop, surrounded by 5 colossal azure wolves that growled ominously from their throats. These were wind spirit wolves, a type of first-grade source beast known for their swiftness and their pack mentality, making them exceedingly formidable. Even a practitioner of the 7th pulse would find it prudent to avoid confrontation, as they ruled this territory with an iron paw. Yet, Zhou Yuan's countenance bore little trace of fear. Instead, he appeared eager for the challenge. Suddenly, one of the wind spirit wolves lunged forward, its azure form darting like a shadow, its sharp claws slicing through the air as it aimed a vicious strike at Zhou Yuan's back. However, the assault had little effect. Zhou Yuan's figure trembled slightly, becoming indistinct for a moment, as the sharp claws struck nothing but air. With a thunderous roar, the wind spirit wolf's attack missed its mark, and Zhou Yuan's counterattack erupted like lightning. His fingers clenched into a fist. A surge of formidable source energy coursed through him, and with a single punch, he struck the wolf's waist. There was a crack, and the wolf's bones snapped, resulting in its immediate demise. With a mournful howl, the death of this wind spirit wolf ignited a furious response from the other 4 wolves, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury as they charged forward with a piercing cry. In response, Zhou Yuan laughed heartily and charged directly at the 4 wind spirit wolves. Clenching his palm, the Cang Yuan brush expanded within his grip, resembling a long spear. With a sweeping motion, he sent one of the wolves flying. In the midst of the forest, a fierce confrontation unfolded between a lone man and 4 wolves. Zhou Yuan wielded the Cang Yuan brush like a heavy iron spear, unleashing a tempestuous wind that forced the 4 wolves to keep their distance. The brush's tip, adorned with pristine white bristles, gleamed with lethal brilliance. Each time it grazed the body of a wind spirit wolf, it left behind a deep crimson gash. The battle raged fiercely yet concluded swiftly. Minutes later, Zhou Yuan stood resolutely, the Cang Yuan brush angled towards the ground, droplets of blood trickling down from its tip. Around him lay the lifeless bodies of 5 wind spirit wolves, gradually growing cold. He exhaled a heavy breath, his eyes flickering with a sharp intensity akin to a blade, revealing a hint of ferocity cultivated over 2 months of arduous training in the mountains. The celestial pen in his hand swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a slender object of about a foot long, which Zhou Yuan then secured at his waist. Having immersed himself in the dense forest for over 2 months, he had successfully opened the 5th meridian a month prior. However, the thought of departing from this beast-infested wilderness, where the pace of his cultivation would inevitably slow, kept Zhou Yuan from leaving. Instead, he chose to hone his skills by engaging with the source beasts inhabiting the forest. Having previously lived in solitude with Cang Yuan in an uninhabited realm, he had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, and thus these past 2 months had been quite leisurely for him. With a smile, Zhou Yuan nodded and whistled sharply, prompting a dozen figures to emerge from the shadows of the forest. His vigilant guards, who had been lurking discreetly to ensure his safety. Watching the respectful retreat of the guards, Zhou Yuan turned his gaze outward, as if peering through the layers of trees to glimpse the Great Zhou city. Not long ago, he had received word from his guards that Qi Yu had successfully opened 7 meridians. This fellow, indeed, possessed some prowess. Zhou Yuan pressed his lips tightly together, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Ever since Qi Yu had entered the Zhou estate, he had persistently sought to create trouble for him, resorting to underhanded tactics, and even attempting to use Zhou Yuan as leverage after losing the Xuanmong technique. Such actions had ignited a desire for vengeance within Zhou Yuan. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity to retaliate, but with the upcoming estate examination. Qiyu, we shall settle these scores one by one. The Great Zhou Palace. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, Qiyu swiftly approached and embraced his shoulder, expressing his heartfelt concern. My dear child, you've been away for so long. Just look at how thin you've become. In truth, Zhou Yuan had become somewhat more robust, yet in Qiyu's eyes, his seclusion within the depths of the mountains for cultivation seemed nothing short of sheer hardship. Zhou Yuan smiled and returned the embrace, offering comforting words for a while before allowing Yaoyao to accompany Qiyu, while he and Zhou Qing stepped aside. Have you opened the 5 meridians? Zhou Qing inquired, casting a glance at Zhou Yuan with a smile. Zhou Yuan nodded in affirmation. I was informed of the previous events by Lu Taizhan. I never anticipated that Qiyu would have the audacity to strike at you. A glint of coldness passed over Zhou Qing's face. It seems that these years of forbearance towards the Qi Wangfu have emboldened them, allowing for such unbridled behavior. However, he too bears a burden. If the relationship with the Qi Wangfu were to deteriorate, the Great Zhou Dynasty would inevitably face a catastrophic conflict, which would be exceedingly detrimental to our realm. Thus, he felt a pang of guilt regarding Zhou Yuan's assault, recognizing that if he, as a father, had possessed greater strength, Zhou Yuan would not have found himself in such peril. Zhou Yuan understood Zhou Qing's silent sacrifices and smiled, retrieving the jade slip containing the Xuanmong technique from his robes. Father, there is no need to dwell on it. I do not consider this a loss. The Xuanmong technique? So it has indeed fallen into your hands. Zhou Qing exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into an uncontrollable smile. He was well aware that the Qi Wangfu had been in a frenzy searching for this very technique. Let them pay a small price this time. As for Qiyu, my father need not worry. In 3 days, during the provincial examination, I shall settle accounts with him. Although Zhou Yuan's expression appeared tranquil, his words exuded a sharpness and confidence that was hard to miss. Zhou Qing nodded with a sense of satisfaction. These 2 months of secluded training in the mountains had allowed Zhou Yuan's latent brilliance to emerge. This forthcoming provincial examination holds immense significance. Should the A Academy be defeated by the B Academy once more, the position of the Lord of the Great Zhou Prefecture may very well fall into the hands of the Qi Wang Mansion. Their schemes over the years have been awaiting this day. Zhou Qing spoke slowly. Zhou Yuan also nodded, fully aware of the importance of this provincial examination. What may seem like merely a rivalry between 2 academies actually conceals a struggle for influence between the Great Zhou royal family and the Qi Wang Mansion. In the past, he was unable to open his meridians, rendering him incapable of offering any assistance in this matter. However, having now opened 5 meridians, the Qi Wang Mansion must seek his consent if they wish to encroach upon the Great Zhou Prefecture. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze fierce. The arduous training of these past months had been in preparation for this very day. Chapter 46. The provincial examination commences 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the 3rd day arrived, an undercurrent of anticipation surged through the city of Great Zhou, with various factions directing their attention towards the direction of the Great Zhou Prefecture. It was widely known that today marked the provincial examination. Of course, a mere provincial examination would not ordinarily attract such scrutiny from the powerful, but this particular examination was intertwined with the conflict between the Great Zhou royal family and the Qi Wang Mansion. Consequently, the Great Zhou Mansion may covertly transform into the Great Qi Mansion. This would pose a significant blow to the imperial family, as it signifies that in the ongoing conflict, the Qi Prince's mansion has gradually gained the upper hand. Undoubtedly, this development may sway other indecisive factions to align themselves with the Qi Prince's mansion, leading to the decline of the imperial family. Thus, this forthcoming examination within the Great Zhou Mansion could potentially destabilize the imperial authority. The importance of this situation is self-evident. In the Great Zhou Mansion, within the First Academy, when Zhou Yuan stepped into the First Academy once more, he was immediately met by the gazes of numerous students, followed by a synchronized round of applause that left him somewhat bewildered. What are you all doing? Zhou Yuan inquired, puzzled. Zhu Yue, Song Qiushui, and Yang Zai approached him with cheerful smiles, stating, "We are here to express our gratitude." If it weren't for you securing an additional hour of training time at the Jade Spirit Falls from the Second Academy, our performance in this examination would have been jeopardized. All three of us have successfully opened our sixth meridian. Zhou Yuan chuckled softly. Yang Zai added with a grin, thanks to this extra hour at the Jade Spirit Falls. Otherwise, it would have taken us at least another month to achieve this milestone. Zhou Yuan was somewhat astonished. It seemed that this additional hour of training had indeed made a considerable impact. What about the Second Academy? They are left with only half an hour of training time. I imagine their progress has been minimal over the past 2 months? Zhou Yuan remarked with keen interest. Song Qiushui pondered for a moment before responding. Recently, the atmosphere in the Second Academy has indeed been rather dismal, and there is considerable resentment towards Qiyu. After all, during their 2 precious hours of training at the Yuan, they suffered a staggering loss of 3/4 due to Qiyue's relentless efforts. Such a disparity was truly unbearable. Although they refrained from voicing their grievances out of respect for Qiyue's status, their discontent was palpable. If one were to think that Yuan's loss of this hour and a half merely weakened their overall strength, they would be gravely mistaken. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. When Zhou Yuan and the others turned their gaze, they saw Chu Tianyang approaching with a serious expression and his hands clasped behind his back. "Dean!" The crowd greeted in unison. Chu Tianyang waved his hand dismissively, glanced at Zhou Yuan and spoke slowly. "To my knowledge, during the past 2 months, Qiyue has discreetly taken several of Yuan's students, who are set to participate in the provincial examination, to the Qiwang mansion." "Oh?" Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed at the revelation. "He intends to utilize the resources of the Qiwang mansion to train them rigorously?"
Chu Tianyang nodded gravely.
Qiyue's actions were quite distasteful, yet there was little that could be said, for how one chose to cultivate was a personal matter. The Qiwang mansion, with its abundant financial resources, could easily nurture a few individuals. However, Qiyue's approach had incited considerable dissatisfaction among the other students of Yuan, who felt it to be unjust. Consequently, there had been a surge of complaints directed at Qiyue recently, although these were forcefully suppressed by Su Hong. Thus, do not assume that merely opening the 6th meridian grants you a sense of complacency. For Qiyue, he has already attained the 7th meridian. Chu Tianyang warned sternly. Many students of the Jiao Academy have settled into a quiet state, their eyes reflecting a flicker of concern. The pressure exerted by Qiyu upon them is undeniably immense. Although Zhou Yuan had triumphed over Qiyu once at the Yuling waterfall, that encounter was severely constrained by numerous limitations. The impending provincial examination, however, demands a demonstration of genuine strength. The atmosphere is fraught with anxiety, and inevitably, several gazes converge upon Zhou Yuan. After all, he is the only one who has managed to put Qiyu in a difficult position over the past year, which naturally instills a sense of hope amongst them. "Rest assured, I will handle Qiyu," Zhou Yuan said with a reassuring smile as he glanced at Chu Tianyang. Chu Tianyang nodded, though a shadow of worry still lingered in his eyes. This time, the stakes are far higher than in the contest at the Yuling waterfall. Nonetheless, he recognized the importance of not dampening the spirit of his comrades and promptly gestured, "If you are ready, follow me to the examination platform." As his voice echoed, he turned to depart, and behind him, Zhou Yuan, Su Yuwei, and a throng of Jia Academy students hastened to keep pace. The examination platform is situated in the northern courtyard of the Dezhou Prefecture. A vast plaza unfolds, adorned with 5 elevated stages of varying heights, collectively known as the provincial examination platform. At this moment, the surroundings are teeming with spectators, a veritable sea of humanity, as nearly all the students from Dezhou Prefecture have gathered here, along with many from Dezhou City drawn in to witness the event. Upon their arrival at the plaza, Zhou Yuan's gaze was drawn to the 5 high platforms, ultimately resting upon the highest one, aptly named the headmaster's stage. Each year, the top-ranking academy in the imperial examination proudly raises its banner atop the esteemed platform. Presently, a flag emblazoned with a prominent character for the E-Academy flutters high above. Alas, the Jia Academy has relinquished this honor for 2 consecutive years. Beside him, Chu Tianyang lets out a quiet sigh, a sentiment shared among all Jia students, for this had once been their glory. Yet, for the past 2 years, the E-Academy has maintained its hold, rendering their title as the foremost academy a mere facade. Zhou Yuan pressed his lips together, his gaze sharp. Should the academy aspire to retain the platform this year, they would need to reckon with the strength of his fists. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the crowd around the examination platform swelled with fervor. The king and queen have arrived. A voice rang out, cutting through the air. At the center of the platform, Zhou Qing, Qin Yu, and Yaoyao made their entrance and took their seats upon the elevated dais. The significance of this imperial examination was paramount, compelling even Zhou Qing to attend personally. Shortly after Zhou Qing's arrival, another announcement echoed. The Qi King is here. From a different direction, a procession emerged, drawing countless gazes. Zhou Yuan focused intently on the figure leading this entourage, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, who walked with the poise of a dragon and the might of a tiger. His countenance was stern, eyes gleaming with intensity, emanating a palpable aura of authority that discouraged direct confrontation. Qi Wang, Qi Yuan. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes upon recognizing this individual, for he was the greatest malignancy of the Great Zhou, a covert thorn placed by the Great Wu. The Qi King, possessing strength at the initial stage of the Great Beginning, is undoubtedly one of the paramount figures of the Great Zhou. It seems that he places considerable importance on today's imperial examination, remarked Chu Tianyong coldly. On the high platform, Qi Yuan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting toward Zhou Qing, yet he did not perform the customary bow of a vassal. Zhou Qing's expression remained impassive, merely nodding slightly. The tension between the royal family and the Qi royal manor was palpable. Boom! The examination commenced. As the resonant bell echoed, an electrifying atmosphere enveloped the square. Chu Tianyong's figure appeared at the center of the plaza, and as the surge of energy flowed, his commanding voice reverberated in every ear. The rules of the examination remain unchanged. Each academy shall send forth 4 participants, who may freely challenge one another. To replace the opposing team, one must defeat all 4 of their adversaries. Participants from each academy, please ascend the stage. With Chu Tianyong's proclamation, figures from various academies swiftly darted forth, landing on the examination platform amidst a cacophony of cheers and applause. From Academy A, the chosen participants, Zhou Yuan, Su Yuwei Yang Zai, and Song Qiushui were already determined. Let us go. The students of Academy A shouted fervently. Exchanging glances, Zhou Yuan and his companions nodded in agreement, their forms moving as they ascended the examination stage. They occupied the second tier, while on the first tier stood the 4 representatives from Academy B, led by Qiyu. With hands clasped behind his back, Qiyu and Lu Shi gazed down from their elevated position, surveying Zhou Yuan and his companions below. The first seat of this academy still belongs to our department this year, and I advise you to abandon any expectations, Qiyu remarked, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yuan. I see disdain evident in his eyes. Zhou Yuan, upon hearing this, merely smiled and replied, thanks to the cultivation hours you provided at the Jade Spirit Falls, but I believe your Qi royal mansion, being affluent, can cultivate talents from its own resources, so it should not be overly concerned. Qi Yu's expression twitched slightly. Having lost to Zhou Yuan at the Jade Spirit Falls, his recent reputation in the department had plummeted, and the hearts he had painstakingly gathered had scattered considerably. What's there to be proud of? After this palace examination, you will completely lose the title of the first department, and these accolades will still belong to us. Lu Shi sneered beside Qiyu. Who truly prevails, it may be premature to declare now, Su Yuwei stated calmly. Who do you think you are to speak to me? Lu Shi retorted with contempt. Su Yuwei lowered her gaze slightly and responded. In this arena, status means little. Should one lose, it merely adds to the ridicule. Lu Shi's eyelids flickered. Her teeth clenched as she replied, sharp-tongued girl, should you fall into my grasp later, you'll see how I deal with you. Then you should be cautious. I intend to settle our previous encounter here as well. Su Yuwei's beautiful eyes also gleamed with a frigid light. Just hope you possess the capability. Even before the battle commenced, the atmosphere was charged with tension, as both sides were poised for confrontation. Zhou Yuan and his 3 companions settled onto the cushions on the platform, with his eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a glance at Qiyu. Behind Lu Shi stood 2 tall and robust youths, their bodies emanating faint waves of source energy. One was named Chao Ling and the other Fan Wu, both distinguished figures within the secondary academy. If his instincts were correct, it was likely that they had both opened their sixth meridian.
Zhou Yuan, seated beside Zhou Yuan,
whispered softly to him. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, observing the two young men more intently, as he sensed an unusual fluctuation in their auras. Thud! Thud! As participants from the various academies ascended the stage, the sound of the bell grew increasingly intense, culminating in a sharp, prolonged chime that heralded the official commencement of the provincial examination. Li Tong from Ding Academy challenges Wu Jian from Bing Academy. Chai Yanji from Wu Academy challenges Sun Qing from Ding Academy. The moment the bell ceased, a chorus of low shouts erupted, and figures began to dart out, landing on the expansive stone platform. I shall go first. From the Jia Academy side, Yang Zai rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on Chao Ling from the Yi Academy, and declared in a deep voice, Yang Zai from Jia Academy challenges Chao Ling from Yi Academy. On the platform, the youth named Chao Ling stood expressionless, then swiftly leaped onto the stone stage. Yang Zai followed suit, clasping his fists in respect towards Chao Ling. A referee descended onto the stage, glanced at the two combatants, and then waved his hand, exclaiming, "Begin!"
Bang!
The moment the referee's command echoed, both Yang Zai and Chao Ling surged forward simultaneously, their low voices resounding, "Open the sixth meridian." Both individuals possessed the prowess of the six meridians. Thus they harbored no intentions of holding back. As they engaged, they unleashed their full strength, channeling the energies of the six meridians. Streams of source energy entwined around their forms, and as their fists and feet struck, the very air was shattered, resonating with a fierce and formidable intensity. Bang! Bang! Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, the two figures became enmeshed, their punches slicing through the air, neither showing any mercy, aiming directly at each other's vital points, creating an atmosphere fraught with peril. Their strengths were indeed comparable. Su Yuwei observed intently and murmured softly. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly in agreement. Both were at the pinnacle of the six meridians, their powers nearly equal, and the outcome would hinge on whose source techniques were superior and whose battle instincts were sharper. His gaze shifted towards Qi Yu's direction, only to find the latter staring intently at the combatants with an oddly peculiar expression, prompting a furrowed brow from Zhou Yuan as he sensed something amiss. Boom! Boom! The battle between Yang Zai and Chao Ling intensified, yet none noticed the subtle crimson hue that had begun to manifest in Chao Ling's eyes, nor the surge of wild, heavy energy emanating from within him. This change was most palpable to Yang Zai, who felt an overwhelming pressure mounting. After several direct confrontations, he began to exhibit signs of being overwhelmed. How could this be? Yang Zai's heart was filled with uncertainty. Get away from me! As Yang Zai's movements faltered, a surge of red light flickered in Chao Ling's eyes, and a ferocious voice erupted, followed by a devastating strike akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey. In a single, thunderous blow, he sent the exhausted Yang Zai flying back, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. A sudden uproar erupted in the square, as no one had anticipated that the previously evenly matched contest would result in Yang Zai's abrupt defeat. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed an unusual fluctuation of source energy within Chao Ling, which had become increasingly ferocious and violent. On the elevated platform, Qi Yu wore a smug smile as he observed the scene unfold, his gaze eventually shifting towards Zhou Yuan, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. I shall take my turn, declared Song Qiushui, her delicate features serious as she rose to her feet. Be cautious, Zhou Yuan replied with a subtle nod. Witnessing Song Qiushui's decision to enter the fray, Qi Yu turned to Fan Wu and calmly instructed, You go. Fan Wu stood up and swiftly ascended the high platform, with Song Qiushui closely following. There was no exchange of idle words between the two sides. As the referee's voice fell, they simultaneously unleashed their six meridians, channeling source energy into their bodies, the surging power coursing through their limbs. The two figures shot forth, the stones beneath their feet cracking under the force of their speed. Zhou Yuan focused intently on the clash between the two, noting that, as before, their strengths were closely matched, resulting in a fierce stalemate. However, as the battle progressed, Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in alarm, for he sensed that Fan Wu's source energy was beginning to exhibit a wild, untamed intensity. Boom! Fan Wu's onslaught was relentless. Each punch was imbued with tempestuous source energy, shattering the air and generating a deep sonic boom. "It's over," Qi Yu remarked coolly, observing the unfolding spectacle. Now, with a thunderous roar, Fan Wu unleashed a formidable force that reverberated through the ground, akin to the onset of a tempest. His palm, imbued with a profound vitality, surged forth like an overwhelming tide towards Song Qiushui. The impact was tremendous. Despite Song Qiushui's ardent efforts to withstand it, the sheer power was insurmountable, and with a muffled groan, he was sent hurtling backward, ejected from the stone platform. Consequently, a clamor erupted around the square, for the academy had suffered an unexpected and consecutive defeat. High above, Zhou Qing's expression darkened at that moment, while Qi Yuan wore an inscrutable smile. Zhou Yuan fixed his gaze intently upon Fan Wu, and after a brief pause, his eyes glinted with realization as he slowly remarked, "I have discerned their intentions." Chapter 48. What does it mean? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Su Yue was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yuan's gaze turned icy as he regarded Chao Ling and Fan Wu, calmly stating, "If my calculations are accurate, they have etched the blood-boiling pattern." The blood-boiling pattern? This is a first-grade source pattern that utilizes the essence of a source beast's blood as a catalyst, inscribed upon the body, enabling the combustion of one's internal vitality, thereby rendering the source energy more ferocious and violent. However, such a method is rather insidious, as it leads to a depletion of one's own blood essence post-usage, potentially inflicting severe damage to the meridians and hindering future cultivation. Zhou Yuan explained, "The blood-boiling pattern bears some resemblance to the Nine Beasts meridian opening pattern, though it lacks the latter's exquisite intricacy." Su You's delicate countenance shifted, exclaiming, "Such a source pattern is forbidden. How dare they?" Zhou Yuan squinted slightly and remarked, "Their actions are exceedingly covert, making them difficult to trace, for there should be no source patterns discernible upon them." No source patterns? How then were they etched? Su Yue inquired, her curiosity evident, as she clearly lacked Zhou Yuan's expertise in the realm of source patterns. Prior to the imperial examination, she had been diligently inscribing the boiling blood pattern upon her body each day. The power of the boiling blood pattern would leave a residual force within, causing her blood to gradually boil as their battles intensified, thus enabling her to remain undetected. Zhou Yuan spoke slowly. However, this method inflicts greater harm upon the user's body. Thus, Chao Ling and Fan Wu may very well face dire consequences in the future. Unable to suppress her indignation, Su Yue bit her silver teeth and exclaimed, "Such cruelty!" She sensed that this imperial examination was of utmost significance to Zhou Yuan, and therefore resolved to exert every effort to assist him, clearing away any obstacles. At the very least, before confronting Qi Yu, she aimed to ensure Zhou Yuan maintained optimal condition, preventing any depletion from others. Zhou Yuan pondered thoughtfully on strategies to counteract the situation when, unexpectedly, a crumpled piece of paper was tossed his way, rolling to a stop beside him. Startled, Zhou Yuan picked it up and slowly unfolded it, revealing 3 elegant characters. Qingxin pattern. This character. Is it from Sister Yaoyao? Zhou Yuan was taken aback, then lifted his gaze toward the main stage in the distance, where Yaoyao was leisurely holding Tun Tun, gazing contentedly at the arena. As if sensing his gaze, she turned her head slightly and offered him a gentle smile. Evidently, she also discerned the root of the problem. Yet her mastery of source patterns surpassed that of Zhou Yuan, allowing her to swiftly devise a solution. So that was it. With Yaoyao's guidance, Zhou Yuan immediately grasped the underlying reason. He smiled at Su Yue and said, "The boiling blood pattern is indeed manageable. Extend your hand." Su Yue, somewhat perplexed, complied and stretched out her hand, which was delicate and snow-white, slender and tender, her nails resembling charming little shells, neat and lovely. Zhou Yuan, without a second thought, grasped Su Yue's small hand. Upon witnessing this action, Su Yue was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. However, before she could utter a word, Zhou Yuan retrieved the Tianyuan brush from his waist, his expression turning serious as he swiftly sketched something in the palm of her hand with the brush's tip. He soon finished the drawing, closed her hand gently, and whispered, "This is a clear heart pattern. Though it is merely an entry-level source pattern, It holds immense significance here. Clear heart pattern? Su Yuwei expressed her surprise. She was indeed familiar with this entry-level source pattern but could not comprehend how it could counter the boiling blood pattern. When the boiling blood pattern activates, you shall use this hand to strike its spiritual core, Zhou Yuan said with an enigmatic smile. Although she still harbored some confusion, Su Yuwei obediently nodded, her beautiful eyes glistening as she gazed at Zhou Yuan. Blushing as she remarked, "Aren't you going to let go?" Only then did Zhou Yuan realize he was still holding her tender, jade-like hand. He hastily released it, maintaining a composed demeanor, and said, "I was merely discussing serious matters. I had no intention of taking advantage." Su Yuwei let out a soft hum and remarked, "You have grown accustomed to it anyway. I apologize, we have lost." The two of them hung their heads, feeling dejected. Zhou Yuan had secured an hour of training time at the Jade Spirit Waterfall from the Second Academy for them, yet they still faced defeat in the provincial examination, leaving them feeling quite remorseful towards him. He lifted his gaze towards the podium, where he noticed Qi Yu casting a smirk in his direction, the corners of his mouth curving upward as if victory was already within his grasp, so pleased with himself. At that moment, countless eyes in the square were directed towards the First Academy. Clearly, after suffering 2 consecutive losses, many believed that the First Academy would once again be overshadowed by the Second. It seemed that the Great Zhou Prefecture was indeed destined to fall into the hands of the Qi royal family, as numerous factions murmured to themselves. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Su Yuwei rose gracefully. Today, she donned a black training outfit, black long pants that accentuated her tall figure, her chest rising and falling attractively, a belt cinching her waist, perfectly outlining her delicate curves. Her ponytail cascaded down her back, radiating youthful energy. "I'll go." Su Yuwei smiled at Zhou Yuan. "Do your best." Zhou Yuan nodded with a grin. As Su Yuwei looked at Zhou Yuan, the sunlight enveloped her, and amidst the crowd's attention, she flashed him a brilliant smile, captivating and radiant. In a voice only the two could hear, she softly said, "Your Highness, years ago, you helped me open a door. At that moment, I vowed to myself that I would strive to become stronger, to ensure that no obstacles would come my way." As the final word fell, the young girl lightly tapped her toes and gracefully leaped onto the high platform. Simultaneously, a clear voice resonated. "Su Yuwei from the A Academy challenges Xiaoling from the B Academy." This melodious announcement captured countless gazes, and as they beheld the strikingly elegant girl on the stage, they could not help but silently cheer in admiration. Lu Shi, observing the increasingly remarkable Su Yuwei, felt her jealousy intensify and coldly remarked, "Xiaoling, teach her a lesson." Xiaoling rose silently, ascending the high platform. "Begin." With the referee's thunderous command, Xiaoling's source energy erupted around him, instantly activating the 6 meridians. As his energy surged through his limbs and bones, his figure shot forth like a lightning leopard, fierce winds from his punches tearing through the air, creating a flurry of shadowy fists that enveloped Su Yuwei. Yet, in the face of Xiaoling's aggressive onslaught, Su Yuwei nimbly danced aside. Akin to a wisp of smoke, her form ethereal. Each time Xiaoling's attack drew near, she deftly evaded it by harnessing the gusts of wind, rendering his efforts futile. Thus, on the stone platform, Xiaoling unleashed a relentless barrage, while Su Yuwei remained composed, neither hurried nor flustered. As time progressed, a crimson glow re-emerged in Xiaoling's eyes, and the source energy within him grew increasingly turbulent with the boiling of his blood. "Get down." Xiaoling's foot stomped down, propelling him forward, as he appeared before Su Yuwei, launching a fierce horizontal palm strike. However, just as his palm swept forth with a howling force, Su Yuwei, contrary to her usual demeanor, advanced instead of retreating. Her delicate hand gently descended upon Xiaoling's crown, the intricate patterns upon her palm emitting a soft luminescence. In an instant, a refreshing aura penetrated Xiaoling's being, calming the tumultuous blood coursing through him. The once boiling blood suddenly stilled, and the fierce energy within him dissipated, creating a stark contrast that caused the source energy to scatter chaotically within him. With decisive swiftness, Su Yuwei struck. Her fingers, glimmering like jade, pierced the air and, akin to a lightning bolt, landed upon Xiaoling's chest. A gasp escaped Xiaoling as his body trembled. and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips before he collapsed backward, crashing to the ground. A wave of astonishment swept through the entire square. No one anticipated that the previously unstoppable Chao Ling would so easily succumb to Su Youwei's prowess. Amidst countless astonished gazes, Su Youwei's serene countenance remained as tranquil as water, her gaze directed toward the platform of the academy, her voice echoing softly. Next. Chapter 49. Battle against Lu Shi. Su Youwei's cool and composed voice resonated across the stone platform, eliciting a chorus of applause, for she had indeed triumphed with remarkable finesse. Although Chao Ling appeared fierce in his assault, he had been skillfully led by the nose throughout the encounter. At this moment, numerous students from the academy erupted in cheers, their voices resounding in support of Su Yuwei. Beside them, Chu Tianyong nodded slightly, relieved that Su Yuwei, whom he held in high regard, did not falter. The overwhelming roar of the crowd caused Chi Yu to furrow his brow, while Lu Shi gritted her teeth in frustration, unable to bear the sight of Su Yuwei basking in such attention. Fan Wu, Lu Shi uttered coldly. Upon hearing this, Fan Wu nodded, leaping onto the stone platform. Please enlighten me, he proclaimed, clasping his fists towards Su Yuwei, his voice grave. Begin, the referee shouted. Bang! Fan Wu was the first to strike, his foot slamming down with such force that the stone bricks shattered. He lunged at Su Yuwei, his hand transforming into a claw, fiercely executing the move known as Tiger's Claw. With a tearing sound, his claws sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing noise. However, regardless of the ferocity of his attack, he could not reach Su Yuwei, who moved like a wisp of smoke. As she countered with a punch, the smoke dissipated in the gust of wind. This was an advanced source technique, the cloud smoke dance. Zhou Yuan watched this scene with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. This movement technique was one of the most challenging to master within the Great Zhou Academy, yet Su Yuwei had achieved it. Though the cloud smoke dance may not rival his dragon step in complexity, it was remarkably unique, allowing her to move with the force of her opponent's attack, making it even more difficult for them to land a hit. It was clear that Fan Wu was destined to lose. As Zhou Yuan made his declaration within the stone platform, Fan Wu, akin to the previous Chao Ling, felt his blood boiling due to the prolonged battle. His eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, and his source energy surged violently. Su Youwei's charming gaze flickered. Suddenly, she pivoted and darted directly towards Fan Wu. Sensing her approach, Fan Wu let out a fierce roar and unleashed a punch, causing the air before him to explode with a ferocious force aimed squarely at Su Yuwei. However, at the very moment of impact, Su Yuwei gracefully tapped her jade foot upon the gust of wind, deftly maneuvering above Fan Wu. Simultaneously, her jade palm descended, striking the crown of Fan Wu's head. A refreshing wave of energy surged into Fan Wu's body, calming his tumultuous blood. In an instant, his source energy quivered. Without Su Yuwei needing to strike again, he emitted a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he fell backward, staring at the heavens. This scene undoubtedly incited a chorus of astonishment from the onlookers. Lu Shi, witnessing this, clenched her silver teeth, the sound echoing ominously, her eyes ablaze with fury. Chi Yu's expression darkened slightly as he remarked. She discerned the boiling blood pattern and devised a method to counter it. Although he was uncertain of the exact reasons, Chi Yu could sense that Su Yuwei deliberately awaited the moment when Chao Ling and Fan Wu's blood surged before making her move. Standing elegantly upon the stone platform, Su Yuwei gradually calmed her internal source energy. Her somewhat frosty gaze then turned towards Lu Shi on the main stage, and she calmly declared, Su Yuwei from the first courtyard challenges Lu Shi from the second courtyard. Her words once again elicited a flurry of murmurs, as Su Yuwei intended to fight consecutively for the third time. Heh! How amusing! This insolent girl dares to challenge me, utterly oblivious to her own limitations. Lu Shi couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Su Yuwei. With a swift motion, she lunged towards the stone platform, her eyes coldly locking onto Su Yuwei. Since you seek your own destruction, I shall oblige. Who truly suffers remains to be seen, Su Yuwei replied calmly. Do you genuinely believe that defeating those two inept fools grants you the right to challenge me? While I was honing my skills in the Great Zhou Mansion, You were likely scrounging for scraps elsewhere. Yet, in response to Lu Shi's scathing remarks, Zhou Yuan merely lowered her eyes, her voice unwavering. Precisely for that reason, I intend to clear away the obstacles you represent. Observing the tense atmosphere between the two women, the referee shook his head, choosing not to interject further. With a decisive wave of his hand, he declared, "Begin." The two women exchanged glances, sparks of intensity igniting between them. Open the 6 meridians. A cascade of energy enveloped both combatants almost simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shi made her move, her figure flashing to appear directly before Zhou Yuan. With a graceful yet fierce motion, she brought her hand down, energy swirling around her fingertips, exuding an ominous sharpness. Wind-cleaving palm. With a resounding crack, her palm struck down, the air itself splitting apart. Lu Shi showed no mercy, unleashing a superior source technique with astonishing power. Her strike was so forceful that it could cleave rock asunder. As the daughter of the Lu Marquis, she possessed vast resources, and her mastery of source techniques was anything but ordinary. As Zhou Yuan observed Lu Shi's fierce onslaught, she deftly pivoted on her toes, once again employing the ethereal cloud smoke technique to retreat gracefully. Do you presume me to be as foolish as those two? Wind spirit step. Lu Shi, noticing this, curled her crimson lips into a mocking smile. In an instant, her figure surged forward like a tempest, and in a mere stride, she appeared before the retreating Zhou Yuan, her palm descending with renewed intensity. Shattering jade finger. Seeing Lu Shi relentless in her pursuit, Zhou Yuan curled her fingers, radiant jade light flickering as she forcefully thrust them forward, colliding with Lu Shi's descending hand. Clang! The impact resonated as if jade were striking against stone, with their energies clashing, unleashing a turbulent gust that swept through the air, causing the ground beneath to crack. Both Zhou Yuan and Lu Shi staggered, retreating several paces. However, in this confrontation, it was evident that Lu Shi held the advantage, as her wind-slicing technique was of superior grade, whereas Zhou Yuan's shattering jade finger was merely of intermediate grade. Let us see how many of my strikes you can endure. Lu Shi scoffed, reinitiating her wind spirit step. Amidst the howling winds, her figure lunged toward Zhou Yuan, her palm imbued with fierce energy, slicing down repeatedly, shattering the air. With each surge of energy, the ground bore the marks of her assault. Faced with Lu Shi's relentless barrage, Zhou Yuan found herself retreating continuously, gradually succumbing to the pressure. The opponent's superior techniques were overwhelming. Observing this scene, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. Zhou Yuan undoubtedly possessed exceptional talent, yet superior techniques in the Great Zhou Mansion were considered the pinnacle of combat skills. To cultivate such prowess, one must contribute significantly. Thus she could never rival Lu Shi, who had access to an array of ancestral techniques. Many keen observers present discerned Zhou Yuan's predicament, and a wave of regret swept through them. They could see that had Zhou Yuan possessed a source technique of equal caliber, the tides of this confrontation would have surely turned. On the stone platform, two graceful figures flitted about like butterflies, one engaging in attack while the other deftly evaded. Humph, what does it matter if you possess talent? In my eyes, you are merely a resource-deprived, insignificant girl. Thus, challenging me is nothing more than a self-inflicted humiliation. Lu Shi sneered, reveling in Zhou Yuan's relentless subjugation.
Zhou Yuan remained silent,
focusing solely on evading the barrage of assaults. Do you feel this is unfair? How laughable! The chasm between us has long been predetermined. No matter how hard you strive, you shall never transcend the divide of our social standings. Lu Shi's lips curled into a cruel smile as she declared, with merely a superior source technique, I can force you into a corner. So, what of a profound source technique? A chilling light flickered in Lu Shi's beautiful eyes. She intended to utterly dismantle Zhou Yuan's confidence here. Such a defeat would inevitably affect Zhou Yuan's mindset, perhaps leaving her with psychological scars that would hinder her future cultivation. Suddenly, Lu Shi came to a halt. With a graceful motion of her jade hand, a torrent of source energy surged forth, wildly coalescing in her palm until it faintly transformed into a blade of wind. The wind blade trembled, emitting a piercing sound as the air around it was violently disrupted. Inferior profound source technique, Azure Wind Blade. A fierce intensity flickered in Lu Shi's eyes as her hand sliced down towards Su Yue, a razor-sharp wind blade howling through the air, tearing it apart with a swift whoosh, aimed directly at Su Yue. The spectators gasped in shock, and the nearby referee was already poised to intervene. Yet, she remained steadfast, unwavering. Fixing her gaze upon the smug Lu Shi, her crimson lips parted slightly, and she declared, "Indeed, I may lack your profound source techniques, but I do not concur with your assertion. The chasm between us is not as insurmountable as you claim. How could you fathom the extent of my endeavors?" With a graceful motion, Su Yue's delicate hand slowly clenched. In the next instant, a formidable surge of source energy erupted from within her, her garments billowing and her hair dancing in the wind. "Open the 7th meridian." As her commanding voice resonated, the entire square trembled with excitement, countless astonished gazes directed at her. No one anticipated that Su Yue would forcefully unlock her 7th meridian amidst this battle. Chapter 50. Stunning the crowd open the 7th meridian. The sharp command echoed, and an unceasing flow of source energy surged towards Su Yue, while an overwhelming aura erupted from within her. Her dark tresses swirled, the luminous source energy coursing through her body, ultimately converging at her fingertips, which gleamed like jade yet radiated a piercing energy that set the air vibrating. Shattered jade finger. Su Yue gazed intently at the azure wind blade hurtling towards her. The glimmer of blue was sharp enough to rend the earth asunder. Yet her countenance bore no trace of fear. Instead, she gracefully advanced. Her jade-like fingers pointed decisively at the wind blade. With a resounding clang, the two forces collided, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking stone. All present witnessed the azure wind blade tremble violently before it shattered with a loud bang, dispersing into countless azure specks of light. Although Lu Shi was able to wield this inferior Cang Yuan technique, it was still somewhat beyond her capabilities. Thus, upon Su Yue unlocking her 7th meridian, she drew upon the immense vigor of her source energy to forcefully obliterate it.
Impossible.
Lu Shi's face contorted in disbelief as she exclaimed sharply, unable to fathom that her Cang Yuan technique could be shattered by Su Yue's medium-grade source technique. However, Su Yue did not afford her the luxury of astonishment. With a swift motion of her lithe form, she propelled herself forward. Observing this, Lu Shi hurriedly employed her wind spirit steps to retreat. Yet, where she had once been able to match Su Yue's speed using the wind spirit steps, the latter had now unlocked 7 meridians, elevating her overall prowess significantly. In mere moments, Su Yue closed the distance to Lu Shi. "You wretched girl, do you dare to harm me?" Lu Shi's expression shifted as she coldly confronted the approaching Su Yue. In response to her, Su Yue unleashed a strike as swift as lightning, her jade-like finger cleaving through the air, ultimately landing upon Lu Shi's shoulder. Instantly, blood splattered forth, and Lu Shi let out a piercing scream, her body propelled backward, carving a long trace upon the ground. Su Yue approached with measured steps, standing beside the disheveled Lu Shi. Her delicate visage was as cold as frost, her gaze casting downwards, with a glimmer of icy light in her eyes that sent a shiver through Lu Shi. "Indeed, I do not possess a lineage as illustrious as yours. However, I shall compensate for it entirely through my innate talents and relentless efforts. Therefore, in my eyes, you hold no remarkable significance," Su Yue stated, her gaze fixed upon Lu Shi with an air of indifference. Lu Shi gritted her silver teeth in frustration. "Moreover, Lu Shi, there is something I have long wished to convey to you," Su Yue continued, her rosy lips curling into a dismissive smirk. "You once referred to His Highness as a toad, but I wish to inform you that, in comparison to him, you are the true toad, confined to your well and blind to the vastness beyond." Lu Shi was driven to the brink of madness. She never imagined that she would one day be likened to a toad. Yet, she found herself unable to retort, for she had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Su Yue, and such a humiliating one at that. Overwhelmed by rage, she rolled her eyes and fainted. The referee, who was just approaching, could only shake his head with a wry smile before announcing in a resonant voice, "In Section A, Su Yue emerges victorious." At that moment, the entire square erupted in commotion, a cacophony of astonished exclamations filling the air, as countless admiring gazes were directed towards the graceful figure standing poised upon the stone platform, exuding both elegance and valor. No one expected that she would turn the tide and defeat Lu Shi, who possessed the mysterious source technique. All the students of the A Academy rose to their feet, applauding and cheering, their gazes towards Zhou Yuan filled with admiration. This young girl, though lacking an illustrious lineage, stood resilient like a hibiscus swaying in a tempest, blooming fearlessly against the storm. This little girl is truly remarkable. On the high platform, Zhou Qing could not help but exclaim in admiration. He recognized that Zhou Yuan had forcibly opened her meridians earlier, an act fraught with enormous risk during combat. Yet, the courage and decisiveness she displayed were undeniably captivating. He mused that with Zhou Yuan's talent and temperament, had she been born into a favorable family, she would undoubtedly be a celestial beauty, drawing countless prodigies to their knees. The uproar and applause of the crowd continued unabated. Zhou Yuan paid no heed to the cheers. Instead, her beautiful eyes swept towards Zhou Yuan's direction. At that moment, he was giving her a thumbs up, prompting a gentle smile to curve her lips, and a glimmer of determination flickered in her gaze. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, she turned her head to face Qi Yu on the main stage, her clear voice ringing out. Zhou Yuan from A Academy challenges Qi Yu from B Academy. Silence. The tumultuous cheers abruptly ceased, leaving everyone gaping in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock, clearly taken aback that Zhou Yuan intended to continue her challenge against Qi Yu. Zhou Yuan was equally startled by Zhou Yuan's bold move, muttering, "This girl is being too reckless." Beside them, Yang Zai and Song Qiushui exchanged glances, at a loss for words. On the platform, Qi Yu's expression was somewhat somber as he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan. Rising to his feet, he spoke coolly, "You are not my match. It would be wise for you to withdraw. One must engage in combat to discern one's capabilities," Zhou Yuan retorted without yielding, her eyes narrowing with a glimmer of icy resolve. "Since you sought to exhaust Zhou Yuan, I shall employ your own tactics against you. Even if I cannot surpass you, I will ensure that you expend your energy." She understood the significance of this competition for Zhou Yuan and was determined to exert herself fully to secure every possible advantage for him. "Stubborn and heedless of your own mortality," Qi Yu replied coldly. With a swift motion, he propelled himself onto the stone platform. "Now, allow me to demonstrate the true might of having opened 7 meridians." As Qi Yu stomped down, the elemental energy surged into his body, radiant streams of light coiling around him, causing the stones beneath his feet to shatter explosively. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, surpassing even Zhou Yuan's previous display. After all, Qi Yu had long since opened 7 meridians, while Zhou Yuan had only just made her breakthrough. The gap between them was evident. "Should you manage to withstand a single blow from me, I shall consider it your victory," Qi Yu declared with a haughty smirk. In the next instant, he stepped forward, fingers clenched tightly, as the elemental energy within him surged like a tidal wave through his meridians and into his fist. Instantly, his fist radiated with brilliance, brimming with explosive power. Inferior Xian source technique, thunderous fist. With a chilling shout, Qi Yu unleashed a powerful punch, the sound reverberating like distant thunder. A formidable imprint of his fist surged forward, akin to a tempestuous storm, ruthlessly directed at Zhou Yuan. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's delicate countenance turned grave. The energy within her surged as her enchanting eyes fixated on the oncoming luminous fist imprint. In the next instant, she swiftly retreated, recognizing the overwhelming force of the blow. She understood that a direct confrontation was futile, thus she promptly altered her strategy, aiming to employ her agility to buy herself some time. Could she escape? Qi Yu, however, merely scoffed, his gaze sharp, as the speed of the luminous fist imprint suddenly escalated, striking like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, it surged towards Zhou Yuan, crashing down with immense force. Bang! The air seemed to explode at that moment, the stone platform beneath them fracturing under the pressure. Zhou Yuan felt an irresistible, domineering force surge towards her, and in the next heartbeat, her body jolted violently, a muffled groan escaping her lips as a trace of crimson blood appeared at the corner of her rosy mouth, sending her reeling backward. A chorus of regretful sighs filled the square. Indeed, Qi Yu remained the tyrant of the Great Zhou Prefecture, and even with Zhou Yuan's breakthrough to the 7th pulse, she was unable to contend with him. As Zhou Yuan's figure was propelled off the stone platform, another silhouette soared into the air, arms outstretched, catching the young girl mid-fall and gently descending. Zhou Yuan gazed upon the familiar face before her, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she shyly remarked, "It seems I still cannot prevail. Perhaps I have been too ambitious." As the hand that caught Zhou Yuan was none other than Zhou Yuan. He gazed at the vivid crimson at the corner of her mouth, a glimmer of chilling intensity and murderous intent flickering in his eyes. With a gentle tone, he remarked, "You have performed admirably. Allow me to take charge of what follows. Do not fret. We shall not be defeated." Zhou Yuan, utterly drained of strength, reclined in Zhou Yuan's embrace, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a languid cat, devoid of her earlier commanding presence. Zhou Yuan descended, entrusting the weakened Zhou Yuan to Song Qiushui before lifting his gaze. His eyes, sharp as a blade, were fixed directly upon Qiyu, who stood proudly on the stone platform. With a determined stomp, and under the scrutiny of countless gazes, he surged forward like a great rock, ascending the platform. Simultaneously, Zhou Yuan's voice, icy and penetrating, resonated throughout the arena. Zhou Yuan of the Jia Courtyard challenges Qiyu of the Yi Courtyard. Chapter 51. Zhou Yuan versus Qiyu. The instant Zhou Yuan set foot on the stone platform, the entire square erupted in fervor, nearly all eyes converging upon him, transforming the locale into a focal point of attention. Is that His Highness Zhou Yuan? Was it not rumored that he was unable to open meridians for cultivation? That is old news. His Highness Zhou Yuan was already capable of opening meridians during the grand examination, and it is said that he has now reached the level of 5 open meridians. 5 open meridians? How could he possibly contend with Qiyu? Did you not see that even Zhou Yuan, who had opened 7 meridians, was defeated by him? It appears that this time, the Qi Wang mansion is destined for victory. The air was thick with hushed whispers, and from an outward perspective, it was evident that many believed Qiyu held the advantage. After all, he had been the most formidable presence in the Great Zhou mansion for the past couple of years. On the high platform, even Zhou Qing and Qi Yuan straightened their postures, their gazes intensely fixed upon the stone stage. They understood well that the confrontation between Zhou Yuan and Qiyu would ultimately determine the fate of the Great Zhou mansion. Upon that stage, under the scrutinizing eyes of the multitude, Qiyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in flowing white garments that accentuated his dignified bearing. With a nonchalant expression, he regarded Zhou Yuan and remarked, "Your Highness, it truly surprises me that you have come this far." It was worth noting that a year prior, Qiyu had perceived Zhou Yuan merely as a prince incapable of cultivation, someone not deserving of his regard. Yet now, within a mere span of half a year, Zhou Yuan had seemingly awakened, progressing from an inability to open his meridians to achieving the remarkable feat of opening 5. Such advancement even astonished Qiyu. Nevertheless, your journey must reach its conclusion here. Qiyu's tone was calm, as if Zhou Yuan's fate lay firmly within his grasp, subject to his whims. Yet, that was not necessarily the case. Zhou Yuan remained unperturbed, though a flicker of murderous intent coursed through his deep-set eyes. As their gazes locked, sparks of hostility and lethal intent ignited between the two. The spectators in the square turned their full attention to the impending clash, for the ongoing matches from other academies had faded into insignificance. Everyone recognized that the duel between Zhou Yuan and Qiyu held the potential to stir tumultuous tides within the Great Zhou Dynasty. Let the contest commence. As the referee's low shout suddenly pierced the tranquility atop the stone platform, the calm was shattered in an instant. Qiyu was the first to strike. With a powerful stomp, his energy surged forth, and his figure darted towards Zhou Yuan like a beam of light. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch that shattered the air, producing a sound akin to a sharp gust of wind. The radiance of his fist expanded rapidly towards Zhou Yuan, who deftly sidestepped, momentarily blurring as he executed the dragon step. The fist's brilliance rushed forth, yet struck only empty space, causing Qiyu's eyes to narrow in realization. He had foreseen that Zhou Yuan possessed a wondrous technique, allowing him to obscure his form and evade numerous attacks. With his punch gone awry, Qiyu swiftly transformed his fist into a palm, his source energy surging forth like a blade, sweeping horizontally to cleave the air. Zhou Yuan's fingers clenched tightly, encapsulating immense power within his own fist, which met Qi Yu's sweeping palm in a fierce confrontation. The collision resonated with a thunderous bang, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere, visibly stirring up the dust from the ground. In the next heartbeat, both Zhou Yuan and Qi Yu unleashed a ferocious assault simultaneously, their fists and palms trailing ephemeral shadows as they charged at each other with unmatched ferocity, akin to a tempest. Another resounding clash echoed as their forms jolted, their feet skimming across the ground for several paces. In the square, a palpable stir arose among the onlookers, their expressions tinged with astonishment, for they realized that in the fierce exchange, Zhou Yuan, despite merely opening 5 meridians, had not succumbed significantly to his opponent. Originally, they all believed that once the battle commenced, Zhou Yuan would undoubtedly dominate Qi Yu. With the opening of 7 meridians, he proved to be formidable, far more challenging than those ferocious beasts. Zhou Yuan flexed his fists and remarked nonchalantly that amidst the Black Forest Mountains, he had slain numerous beasts comparable to those with 7 meridians, yet none posed a challenge as daunting as Qi Yu before him. Qi Yu's gaze darkened, although he was aware of Zhou Yuan's peculiarities and his exceptionally robust physical prowess. It was only through genuine combat that he could truly appreciate the extent of Zhou Yuan's strength. He was fully aware that he possessed the might of 7 meridians, with his physical attributes continually enhanced. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to contend with Zhou Yuan, who had merely opened 5 meridians, which was incredibly frustrating. Open 7 meridians. With Qi Yu's thunderous command, a torrent of source energy surged through the heavens, flooding into his body. Instantly, streams of luminous energy enveloped him, and an astonishing aura erupted forth. Crack! The stone slab beneath Qi Yu shattered quietly, revealing the immense power he had condensed within. Zhou Yuan squinted slightly, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. A lion spares no effort even when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, Qi Yu before him was hardly a defenseless rabbit. Open 5 meridians. Zhou Yuan's own source energy roared to life, a formidable strength radiating from his limbs and bones. Whoosh! With the amplification from opening 7 meridians, Qi Yu's speed surged several times faster than before, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Zhou Yuan. Thunderclap fist. Qi Yu no longer held back. His gaze was icy and resolute as he unleashed a profound source technique. The air erupted violently, and the floor beneath him began to crack under the immense pressure of his formidable presence. This strike was undoubtedly more potent than the one he had previously executed against Zhou Yuan. With the dragon monument hand, he shattered mountains. Zhou Yuan's palm struck horizontally, bearing an incredible weight, as though he were shouldering a colossal mountain. He met the fierce onslaught of a piercing fist with an overwhelming force. Boom! A shockwave radiated from beneath their feet, tearing apart the solid floor in its wake. You dare to obstruct me? Show me if you can. A fierce glint flashed in Qi Yu's eyes as he surged forward like a cheetah, transforming his fists, feet, and elbows into lethal weapons that sliced through the air with a storm-like ferocity, relentlessly targeting Zhou Yuan's vital points. He had pushed his own strength to its zenith, for he needed to seize the advantage and shatter Zhou Yuan's confidence. Such a torrential assault sent shivers down the spines of countless onlookers. Faced with Qi Yu's frenzied onslaught, even Zhou Yuan's expression shifted, feeling as though he were enveloped by the overwhelming barrage. Even employing the dragon step, he found it difficult to evade. Yet, despite the surprise, Zhou Yuan remained composed, his mind's eye flickering slightly as his perception expanded. Instantly, the seemingly omnipresent assault transformed before his eyes. With the aid of his heightened awareness, each trajectory of Qi Yu's strikes became strikingly clear to him. Thus, he boldly retaliated. In the realm of martial prowess, the surge of primal energy whistled through the air as his counterattack unfolded. Unlike the ferocity exhibited by Qi Yu, his movements appeared somewhat languid. Yet, it was this very slowness that allowed each strike to land precisely upon Qi Yu's weakest points, effortlessly dissipating the formidable force behind them, akin to using a mere 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Qi Yu's expression grew increasingly grim, for he sensed that despite the seeming ferocity of his assaults, he could not penetrate Zhou Yuan's defenses. The latter's seemingly unhurried counters were perfectly timed to neutralize each of Qi Yu's attacks. With a resounding thud, Zhou Yuan unleashed a powerful punch that struck Qi Yu's elbow, sending a jolt through his arm and momentarily halting his entire body. In the face of aggression, one must retaliate, Zhou Yuan thought, his eyes glinting as he swiftly transitioned from a punch to a palm strike. In that instant, a torrent of primal energy surged within him, coursing through his meridians and flooding into his palm, causing the air to vibrate with a resonant hum. An astonishing aura emanated from Zhou Yuan's being. Dragon Monument Palm, earth-shattering. Accompanied by a deep roar, Zhou Yuan thrust his palm forward, revealing a radiant source of light that erupted from his hand. The air transformed into a cannonade, hurtling towards Qi Yu with ferocious speed. At that moment, Qi Yu's countenance shifted dramatically, fully aware of the formidable nature of Zhou Yuan's counterattack. He hastily crossed his arms before him, enveloping them in swirling streams of primal energy. Supreme Source Technique, Stone Arm, boom! However, Zhou Yuan remained unfazed by this, delivering a mighty punch that struck heavily against Qi Yu's forearms, creating a thunderous sound as an overwhelming force erupted forth. Boom! With each strike, Qi Yu felt as though he had been struck with tremendous force. His arms trembled violently, and he stumbled backward, his feet leaving deep imprints on the ground, shattering the stone slabs beneath him. The audience gasped in astonishment, the intensity of their reactions surging with each of Qi Yu's retreating steps. Bang! Qi Yu managed to steady himself, but the atmosphere was filled with whispers of disbelief, and his face darkened with fury, as if it could drip with malice. His eyes blazed with rage as he glared at Zhou Yuan, a low growl of murderous intent escaping through clenched teeth. Zhou Yuan, you are courting death. Chapter 52. True strength. As Qi Yu's growl echoed through the arena, a fierce killing intent erupted from within him, his eyes glistening with bloodshot fury, making him appear exceptionally menacing. Initially, he had believed this battle would be easily won. After all, he had opened 7 meridians, granting him the power to effortlessly overpower any student within the Great Zhou Academy. Yet, who could have anticipated that against Zhou Yuan, who had only opened 5 meridians, he would not only fail to achieve a swift victory, but would also find himself gradually forced back. This was, without a doubt, a blow to his pride. Who would meet their demise remained uncertain. Zhou Yuan's voice remained calm, yet his eyes mirrored the same intensity of lethal determination. With bloodshot eyes climbing like tendrils, Qi Yu fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan. After a brief moment, the grotesque expression on his face gradually softened, yet his voice grew increasingly chilling. Zhou Yuan, your ability to reach this stage is indeed beyond my expectations. However, do you truly believe that this will enable you to triumph over me today? Observing Qi Yu's sinister demeanor, Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression becoming more solemn, for he understood that Qi Yu would undoubtedly be well prepared for this provincial examination. Qi Yu inhaled deeply, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his gaze. In the next instant, his body trembled violently as a deep voice resonated. Breaking pulse technique. A hum reverberated through the air, and Zhou Yuan's countenance shifted at that moment, slowly uttering, "So it is the breaking pulse technique, you truly are ruthless." The breaking pulse technique is a form of source art that forcibly assists an individual in breaking through a pulse within a short span of time. Qi Yu, having already opened 7 pulses, would reach the 8th pulse level should he break another. However, this method is inherently forceful and, once executed, inflicts damage upon oneself, significantly delaying the genuine opening of the 8th pulse. Streams of source energy swirled around Qi Yu, his robes billowing and rustling ominously. He felt the formidable power surging within him, his fingers clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. For the sake of securing this grand Zhou estate, such a cost was trivial. Qi Yu spoke with an indifferent tone. Moreover, my Qi royal estate has long been prepared with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I shall soon recover. However, before that, I believe the one paying the price will be you. Bang! The moment Qi Yu's voice fell, his figure shot forth with astonishing speed. How swift! Zhou Yuan was taken aback. After forcibly breaking through the 8 meridians, Qi Yu's overall strength had ascended to a new pinnacle. Dragon Step. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan executed the Dragon Step, his form slanting as he moved. Boom! A fist, enveloped in a stream of source energy, surged violently from behind, brushing past Zhou Yuan's chest. However, at the instant the attack missed its target, Qiyu abruptly transformed his fist into a palm, striking downward. The source energy clashed with the air, generating a piercing shockwave that slammed into Zhou Yuan's chest. Staggering back, Zhou Yuan felt a dull pain in his chest. The previous strike, even if merely a byproduct of Qi Yu's fist's wind, still possessed formidable power. Clearly, after breaking through the 8 meridians, Qi Yu's strength had intensified significantly. Let us see how long you can evade. Qi Yu's eyes glinted coldly as he once again surged forward, his onslaught as fierce as lightning, enveloping Zhou Yuan in relentless waves of attack. Faced with the overwhelmingly powerful Qi Yu, Zhou Yuan found himself retreating step by step, the situation rapidly tilting against him. In the square, countless gazes were drawn to the sudden shift in momentum, and it was evident to all that Qi Yu had completely seized the upper hand. If Zhou Yuan had no hidden cards left to play, he would likely fall completely under Qi Yu's control. On the side of the academy, all the students wore serious and anxious expressions. Su Yuwei clenched her delicate hands, her pretty face reflecting her concern, for Qi Yu was undeniably formidable at this moment. On the elevated platform, Zhou Qing's expression was grave, while Qi Yuan wore a smug smile. The air crackled with intensity as two figures relentlessly pursued one another on the stone stage. Qi Yu launched a fierce assault, waves upon waves of attacks, while Zhou Yuan deftly evaded, skillfully sidestepping Qi Yu's formidable strikes. However, under the relentless pressure from Qi Yu, Zhou Yuan found his room for evasion diminishing. At a certain moment, his steps brought him perilously close to the edge of the platform, and at that instant, a savage smile spread across Qi Yu's face. The violent gust of his palm swept downwards, causing fissures to form in the very ground beneath them. This strike was potent enough to send Zhou Yuan tumbling from the high platform, determining the victor. Consequently, a chorus of gasps erupted throughout the square. Get off! Do you truly believe you can alter anything? Qi Yu's menacing laughter echoed at that moment. As the tempestuous wind bore down upon him, Zhou Yuan suddenly lifted his gaze, revealing not a trace of alarm on his countenance. Instead, a chilling smile graced his lips. I have warned you, arrogance is never a virtue. With a thunderous sound, an unusual resonance emerged from within Zhou Yuan. The vital energies of the world surged into his body, causing his inner source energy to swell dramatically. This transformation did not go unnoticed. Incredulous gasps filled the air as onlookers exclaimed, His Highness Zhou Yuan has also opened the 6th meridian. Could it be that he employed the meridian-breaking technique? Yet it was clear that this was not the case. Zhou Yuan's internal source energy remained robust and harmonious, devoid of any signs of chaos, a testament to his adept mastery rather than a sudden rupture of meridians. This is a manifestation that can only be achieved after truly unlocking the 6th pulse. In other words, His Highness Zhou Yuan had long since opened the 6th pulse, yet he has consistently concealed his strength. Such profound cunning. Possessing such power, he deliberately feigned weakness, allowing Qi Yu to believe victory was assured, leading him to let down his guard. Countless voices erupted. All present were stunned by Zhou Yuan's sudden outburst. How could this be possible? At that moment, Qi Yu's pupils constricted sharply. He had thought Zhou Yuan was a cornered rabbit, yet in the next instant, that rabbit revealed its ferocious fangs. Did you truly believe that during my over 2 months in the Black Forest Mountains, I merely unlocked the 5th pulse? Zhou Yuan smiled grimly. In the Black Forest Mountains, day and night, he battled source beasts, while Yaoyao inscribed the 36 beast pulse patterns for him, enduring countless hardships. Thus, 5 days prior to leaving the Black Forest Mountains, he effortlessly unlocked the 6th pulse. He had simply chosen to conceal this advancement, presenting himself with the strength of the 5th pulse. Dragon Tablet Hand Earth Shatter. Zhou Yuan's strike was swift and his counterattack exceptionally fierce. With a horizontal palm strike, source energy surged forth, causing the air to explode continuously, the force of the wind overwhelming. Zhou Yuan's retaliation sent shivers down Qi Yu's spine, an ominous aura enveloping him, leaving him no time to think, forcing him to desperately channel his source energy. Thunderous fist. In a moment of haste, Qi Yu unleashed a punch, and in the next instant, it collided fiercely with Zhou Yuan's ferocious palm wind. Bang! A somber voice resonated. causing the stone slabs beneath the two to fracture completely, subsequently swept away by the ferocious winds. Amidst the swirling debris, it became evident that Qi Yu's body quivered as he was propelled backward, ultimately managing to stabilize himself with a muffled groan, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Zhou Yuan, though subjected to the fierce counterattack, merely retreated a single step. The entire plaza erupted in astonishment once more, countless spectators secretly applauding Zhou Yuan's move to feign weakness, which undeniably achieved remarkable results. What a formidable and astute combat awareness! Many discerning eyes nodded in approval. Although Qi Yu appeared to possess greater strength, in terms of battle instinct, Zhou Yuan outshone him significantly. Furthermore, Zhou Yuan's strikes were executed with seasoned ferocity, ensuring that every outburst bore fruit. On the stone platform, Qi Yu slowly wiped away the blood from his lips, his face twitching slightly. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fury that threatened to obliterate his rationality. To his astonishment, Yu had already opened the 6th meridian. Qi Yu spoke coldly. Had he revealed all his cards from the outset, the element of surprise would have been lost. At present, due to his carelessness, he had already sustained injury at Zhou Yuan's hands. With a chilling gaze fixed on Zhou Yuan, Qi Yu spoke slowly. Indeed, you have imparted a valuable lesson. He closed his eyes, nodded slightly, and indifferently declared, "Therefore, in gratitude, I shall employ my utmost strength to vanquish you, tearing apart your haughty cards, allowing you to experience true despair." As his voice faded, he slowly raised his palm, and everyone present beheld a faint azure glow emanating from it. The light fluctuated uncertainly, and an unsettling sharpness radiated from it, tearing through the air. Observing this azure luminescence, some discerning experts in attendance changed their expressions, astonished voices echoing, "Is that the Xuanmong technique, one of the pinnacle source arts of the Qi royal mansion? How could Qi Yu have mastered the Xuanmong technique? This complicates matters. His Highness Zhou Yuan is in peril." Although the Xuanmong technique is merely a low-grade source art, its might surpasses even some mid-grade source arts. With Qi Yu having acquired this skill, he is likely unmatched at the Qi nurturing stage. Chapter 53. I can do it too. The azure glow flickered around Qi Yu's palm, measuring no more than half a finger's length. Yet as it expanded and contracted, the azure light danced, slicing through the air with a sharp hiss, demonstrating its astonishing lethality. The gathered crowd instantly recognized the origin of this azure light. It was indeed one of the foremost source arts of the Qi royal mansion, the Xuanmong technique. The power of this technique was profoundly formidable, making it unwise for ordinary individuals to confront it directly. Therefore, as Qi Yu unleashed this art, bolstered by his current prowess at the 8th meridian stage, those capable of contending with him at the Qi nurturing level became exceedingly scarce. In an instant, the situation within the venue shifted dramatically once more. The circumstances have compelled me to this point, Zhou Yuan. I must concede your prowess. I never anticipated that a mere wastrel from 6 months ago could pose such a formidable threat to me. Qi Yu, exuding an aura of lethal intent, fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan, his voice cold and menacing. You have instilled in me a profound sense of danger. Thus I believe it is best to incapacitate you once more. Qi Yu bared his teeth in a ghastly grin. Zhou Yuan observed the fluctuating azure light emanating from Qi Yu's palm, his eyes revealing a flicker of surprise, for he had not expected Qi Yu to have mastered the profound light technique. However, the azure glow was faint and somewhat unstable, indicating that Qi Yu was barely managing to maintain it. Nonetheless, its power significantly surpassed that of the previous inferior profound source technique, the Thunder Fist. I find our positions to be entirely contrary. Zhou Yuan regarded the menacingly fierce Qi Yu with a calm demeanor and remarked, I have never regarded you as a threat. To me, you are merely a minor obstacle along my path of cultivation. Qi Yu's pupils constricted, his anger giving way to a sardonic laugh, feeling deeply insulted by being labeled a mere trifle by one he once considered a worthless prince. I can hardly wait for the moment when you kneel at my feet and utter such words. Qi Yu's murderous intent peaked, his aura radiating ferocity akin to a tiger, as the azure light surged in his palm. In the next instant, unable to contain his bloodlust any longer, he stomped his foot, shattering the stone slab beneath him, and amidst the cacophony of gasps, He launched himself towards Zhou Yuan with unbridled speed. The palm glided through the air, exuding a faint azure light that radiated an exceptionally sharp wave of energy. Qi Yu advanced with formidable momentum, while Zhou Yuan remained rooted in place, motionless, an image that appeared to render him stunned by Qi Yu's overwhelming aura in the eyes of the onlookers. From the direction of the First Academy, Su Youwei's delicate face paled, almost unable to suppress the urge to rush onto the stage, yet her reason held her firmly in check. Beside her, Chu Tianyang clenched his fists tightly, his expression taut, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the stone platform. On the elevated stage, Zhou Qing leaned forward, a faint surge of source energy stirring within him, clearly prepared to intervene at the crucial moment to prevent any unforeseen mishap for Zhou Yuan. Below him, Qi Yuan wore a slight smile, seemingly confident of victory. Under the gaze of countless sympathetic eyes, Zhou Yuan regarded the oncoming Qi Yu and seemed to whisper, "Is the profound radiance technique truly formidable?" He stepped forward, his body vibrating intensely, his spine undulating, and then opened his mouth. Dragon absorption technique. Roar. Faintly, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, as the tumultuous source energy of the heavens and earth coalesced into a white line, which Zhou Yuan swallowed into his being. With his growing proficiency in the 98th dragon play technique, Zhou Yuan no longer required the complete motion to execute the dragon absorption technique. Instead, he could manifest it through the vibration of his bones. As he inhaled the rich source energy into his body, it swiftly spiraled and compressed within his meridians. Zhou Yuan raised his gaze, staring at the menacing visage of Qi Yu, who was now strikingly close, and slowly extended his palm. To the astonishment of countless onlookers, a verdant radiance began to emanate from Zhou Yuan's hand, fluctuating and tearing through the air. The emerald glow mirrored that of the light in Qi Yu's grasp, yet it possessed an enigmatic depth seemingly more profound. Most importantly, the green light in Zhou Yuan's hand extended a full inch, while Qi Yu's merely measured half that. A cacophony of gasps erupted throughout the square. The technique displayed by His Highness Zhou Yuan was the Xianmang technique? How could this be? Wasn't this art unique to the Qi royal family? How could Zhou Yuan possibly possess it? Moreover, Zhou Yuan's emerald brilliance was more intense and longer, clearly indicating a mastery surpassing that of Qi Yu. How could this be? The reverberating exclamations of disbelief filled the air as everyone was left in shock by this spectacle. At such close proximity, Qi Yu's pupils dilated, fixated on the undulating green light in Zhou Yuan's palm. Observing Qi Yu's expression, Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a smirk as he teasingly remarked, "Xianmang technique. My apologies, but I can wield it too." Just as the last syllable escaped his lips, he took a powerful step forward, his palm enveloped in emerald light, resembling a blade of jade, and ruthlessly slashed toward the oncoming Qi Yu. With a sharp whoosh, his hand sliced through the air, creating a fissure that even marred the ground beneath them. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Zhou Yuan and Qi Yu's palms collided fiercely. Two beams of azure light, exuding a fierce aura, clashed together. A faint sound seemed to resonate in the air. The figures of Zhou Yuan and Qi Yu intertwined briefly before each surged forward several steps, gradually coming to a halt. Standing back to back, the azure light in their palms flickered incessantly. At that moment, the entire square fell into a profound silence, every gaze fixated on the two men, acutely aware that this fierce contest was on the brink of resolution. In the stillness, a low voice emerged from the stone platform as Qi Yu murmured, "How could you possibly master the mystic radiance technique? And to such an extent? It seems this was indeed your doing." Zhou Yuan remained unperturbed. Qi Yu's pupils contracted, as if recalling something, and his face contorted in realization. "So it was you who killed Luo Hao. No wonder he vanished without a trace. He had long since met his demise at your hands, and the mystic radiance technique has fallen into your possession, cultivated in secrecy." Zhou Yuan disregarded Qi Yu's words, gently waving his sleeve towards the rear, as if conjuring a fierce gust of wind. The wind swept through, leaving the crowd in astonished silence, for they witnessed Qi Yu's entire arm slowly detach, blood gushing forth as it fell to the ground. The severed end of the arm was smooth as a mirror. In that instant, Qi Yu's anguished scream echoed through the air. The entire square was enveloped in profound silence, with all eyes fixed, bewildered, upon the anguished cries of Qiyu. They realized that, from this moment forth, the outcome of the battle had been determined. Yet, this result was evidently beyond everyone's expectations. No one could have anticipated that Qiyu, who had dominated the Great Zhou Prefecture for 2 years, would find himself in such a disheveled defeat at the hands of Zhou Yuan today. Curious glances, tinged with astonishment, turned toward Zhou Yuan, who stood with his hands at his sides upon the stone platform. Unexpectedly, this rumored incapable prince, who could not cultivate, was gradually revealing his latent brilliance. Perhaps the Great Zhou royal family was not as diminished as they had perceived. With a thunderous shout, a golden column of energy surged forth from the crown of Zhou Yuan's head, ultimately transforming into a colossal golden hand that descended with a fierce roar, aiming to grasp Zhou Yuan on the stone platform. This strike threatened to shatter the entire platform. Fourth-grade source energy, golden stone mixed elemental energy. However, just as the golden hand descended, an equally formidable crimson energy erupted, morphing into a massive red hand that collided violently with the golden one. Fourth-grade source energy, flame thunder energy. A cataclysmic sound reverberated through the air, causing the earth to tremble, while a terrifying whirlwind swept across, enveloping the sky in dust and debris. Simultaneously, Zhou Qing's voice, deep and laced with fury, resonated. Qi Yuan, do you wish to rebel? Chapter 54, Victory. Boom! 2 formidable warriors from the primordial realm clashed, creating a tumultuous uproar that shook the very earth, causing the entire plaza to tremble violently. Even the mere aftershocks left countless spectators gasping for breath. As Zhou Qing's furious shout echoed, a multitude of imperial guards surged forth from behind the plaza like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, figures within the square began to reach for their weapons, subtly indicating a move towards the Qiwang. Both parties remained on high alert, and an atmosphere of deadly tension engulfed the plaza. Various factions felt a sense of shock. Could it be that today, the royal family and the Qiwang's estate were on the brink of open conflict? Clearly, neither side was prepared for war, and should hostilities erupt, it would undoubtedly plunge the Great Zhou into chaos and attract numerous opportunists. Zhou Qing's expression was stern, as a powerful crimson thunderous aura continuously surged from the crown of his head, with faint rumblings of thunder emanating, dominating the skies above with an astonishing presence. He fixed an icy gaze upon Qi Yuan, prepared to strike at the slightest sign of provocation. Under Zhou Qing's hawk-like scrutiny, Qi Yuan's face twitched slightly. Though fury and murderous intent surged within his eyes, he was no fool. He understood that engaging the royal family at this juncture would lead to mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting others. A dark smile crept across his somber visage as he clasped his fists in a gesture of respect toward Zhou Qing, saying, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. My impatience was reckless, and I hope for your understanding." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Zhou Yuan on the stone platform and remarked, "If I have startled your highness earlier, please do not take offense." Zhou Yuan, observing the smile on Qi Yuan's face, could not help but think, this King Qi is indeed a formidable character, adept at both yielding and asserting. No wonder he has caused my father such considerable trouble. In his heart, Zhou Yuan grew increasingly cautious of Qi Yuan, yet he maintained a pleasant demeanor and, with a tone full of contrition, said, "It is not King Qi's fault. The blame lies with me for losing control and severing Brother Qi's arm, hence my apology." Qi Yuan glanced at Qi Yu, who was still wailing while clutching his severed limb, and with a slight twitch of his eye, forced a smile and said, "Fists and feet are unpredictable. Accidents do happen. This can only be attributed to Qi Yu's lack of skill." The understanding from King Qi was a relief to Zhou Yuan, who felt a sense of ease and joy. "Ha!" Qi Yuan chuckled. Then his gaze flickered as he inquired, "Might I ask if the technique your highness demonstrated earlier is the Xuanmong art from our Qi royal residence? I wonder how you came by such a technique." Zhou Yuan responded with a smile. "Not long ago, while I was cultivating in the Black Forest Mountains, an assailant attempted to take my life. However, after I turned the tables, I discovered the Xuanmong art on him." "I see," Qi Yuan exclaimed with realization. "Some time ago, our Qi royal residence was beset by thieves, and it was the Xuanmong art that went missing. It seems the one who attacked your highness must undoubtedly be one of those thieves." With a gentle smile, Qi Yuan continued, "We owe much to your highness. Otherwise, our Qi royal residence might have permanently lost this technique." At that moment, Zhou Yuan let out a sigh and remarked, "If the Xuanmong technique were still within my possession, it would naturally be right to return it to the Qi royal mansion. Unfortunately, during a recent confrontation with a source beast, it was tragically shattered by its bite, prompting me to discard it." Qi Yuan's smile faltered, and his fists unconsciously clenched tighter. Zhou Yuan's words were so implausible that even a child of 3 would not believe them. It was evident that he had no intention of returning the Xuanmong technique. Yet, Qi Yuan found himself at a loss for recourse, unless he chose to openly sever ties with the royal family. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Qing could not help but smirk coldly. He restrained his surging source energy. Although he was deeply angered by Qi Yuan's audacity, he understood that now was not the time to engage in conflict with the Qi royal mansion. As the two men reigned in their imposing auras, the tense atmosphere in the square gradually eased. While everyone was aware of the opposition between the royal family and the Qi royal mansion, that final thin veil had yet to be pierced. Should it be torn asunder today, the entire Zhou realm would inevitably plunge into chaos, and no one could escape the turmoil. With the loss of personnel from the Yuan, the challenge concluded with the victory of the Jia Academy, claiming the title of this year's foremost institution. As the judge's voice resonated, the students of the Jia Academy erupted in cheers, while the crowd watching in the square responded with thunderous applause. Countless gazes, filled with astonishment, turned towards the slender figure of the youth on the stone platform. No one had anticipated that this once deemed incapable prince, who could not even cultivate his meridians, would achieve such remarkable heights. Some who experienced that event over a decade ago quietly lament the fact that such calamity ultimately failed to annihilate His Highness, highlighting the extraordinary resilience of his fate. However, it is undeniable that Zhou Yuan has lost the once great fortune of the sacred dragon, casting uncertainty on how far he may progress in the future. In stark contrast to the jubilant cheers from the Alpha Academy, the atmosphere in the Beta Academy was heavy and silent. Su Hong, the dean of the Beta Academy, wore a face as grim as a volcano on the verge of eruption. He was but a step away from seizing control of the Great Zhou Mansion, a position he expected to claim after today. Yet, who could have anticipated that the situation would evolve in such a manner? The seemingly invincible Qi Yu had been defeated by Zhou Yuan. At that moment, Lu Shi, who had been unconscious, finally regained her senses. However, upon hearing the referee's announcement, her complexion turned pale as she processed the shocking news. Qi Yu had lost to Zhou Yuan? How could this be? She stared blankly at the stone platform, where Zhou Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The young man's tall and slender figure radiated a sharpness that commanded respect, making it difficult not to take him seriously. How could it be? How could he possibly triumph over Qi Yu? He was merely a discarded prince. Lu Shi murmured, still unable to fully grasp the reality of the situation. The other students from the Beta Academy, witnessing Lu Shi's stunned expression, felt a sense of satisfaction. Lu Shi, who often regarded others with disdain, had always held herself above everyone else, even her fellow students from the Beta Academy. You once often referred to His Highness Zhou Yuan as a mere toad, looking down upon him with disdain. Yet now, he has proven himself to be extraordinarily exceptional, surpassing even Qi Yu. It appears that Su Yuwei was not mistaken. Compared to His Highness Zhou Yuan, Lu Shi is merely a self-important toad. Upon the high platform, Qi Yuan has come to realize that the scheme against the Great Zhou House has indeed failed. His countenance darkens as he glances at Zhou Qing and remarks with a faint smile, "This examination has truly been unexpected. Congratulations to your majesty." Zhou Qing responds with an impassive demeanor, "It is merely unfortunate for King Qi, who has invested so much effort in the Great Zhou House over the years." Qi Yuan chuckles, "This time it seems my Qi Wangfu has miscalculated. However, your majesty should not take too much pride. Without the Great Zhou House, my Qi Wangfu remains unchanged." He pauses, casting a glance at Zhou Qing, and continues with a smile, "I have heard that my eldest son, Qi Hao, is currently quite esteemed under the Great General's command. Therefore, your majesty may wish to exercise a bit more caution." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing's pupils constrict slightly, yet his expression remains unperturbed as he replies, "The great general is not a traitorous individual. I still hold faith in that. Let us hope so. But it seems that what your majesty believes often leads to less than favorable outcomes. Cang Yuan replies with a knowing smile, and with that, he does not linger, offering a respectful clasp of his fists before turning to depart. As he gazed at the departing figure of Cang Yuan, Zhou Qing's expression grew markedly stern. He understood that having thwarted the schemes of the Qi Wangfu against the Dazhou mansion, the Qi Wangfu would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. It seemed that in the days to come, the conflict between the two factions would intensify with ferocity. Nevertheless, he resolved that he would not allow the events of the past to recur under any circumstances. Chapter 55. Wei Kanglin. The imperial examinations of the Dazhou mansion had concluded, yet this particular examination had stirred quite a commotion within the city of Dazhou. The most talked about event was the remarkable performance of the rumored incapable prince, who, against all odds, showcased his prowess by defeating Qiyu, who had attained the opening of 8 meridians through the use of the breaking meridian technique, with an impressive display of his own strength at 6 meridians. This news spread like wildfire, eliciting numerous gasps of astonishment, and Zhou Yuan's name began to resonate throughout the Dazhou dynasty, no longer merely associated with his princely status. For, as he had conveyed to Qiyu, the latter posed no formidable threat in his eyes. Rather, he was but a minor stumbling block on the path to Zhou Yuan's cultivation and growth. With a swift kick, he cast aside this hindrance, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the horizon. A month later, within the inner palace of the royal court, Zhou Yuan entered the hall and looked toward Zhou Qing, who sat behind the desk. "Father, did you summon me?" he inquired. Zhou Qing looked up with a smile and asked, "How has your cultivation been of late?" With a nod of approval, Zhou Qing expressed his satisfaction, noting that the victory in the examinations had not caused Zhou Yuan to become complacent or neglect his training. "Thanks to you, the Dazhou mansion has narrowly escaped the clutches of the Qi Wangfu," he remarked, recalling the earlier examinations with a lingering sense of trepidation and unable to suppress a sigh of relief. As a member of the Great Zhou, it is only natural to contribute one's efforts, Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile. Zhou Qing's expression radiated increasing satisfaction as he slowly replied, "We have successfully curtailed the Qi King's manor from encroaching upon the Great Zhou, yet I anticipate they will not relent easily. Father, the Qi King's manor is a malignant tumor within our Great Zhou. To foster its growth, this affliction must be eradicated." Zhou Yuan's eyes glinted with cold determination. Zhou Qing nodded in agreement, stating, "I have always desired to eliminate the Qi King's manor, but its current strength rivals that of the royal family. Should we engage in battle, the outcome would undoubtedly be mutually destructive unless what?" Zhou Yuan interjected, taken aback. Zhou Qing spoke softly, "Unless the Grand General can steadfastly align with the royal family to aid us against the Qi King's manor." "The Grand General? Wei Kanglin?" Zhou Yuan felt a stirring within, clearly familiar with the name. Zhou Qing slightly nodded, explaining, "In the present Great Zhou, there are 3 formidable forces: the royal family, the Qi King's manor, and the Grand General Wei Kanglin. General Wei himself is a formidable powerhouse of the primordial realm, and he commands the Kanglin army, one of the 3 mightiest forces of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The other 2 are the Royal Guard and the Qi King's personal guard." "Father, does General Wei harbor ulterior motives?" Zhou Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhou Qing shook his head, stating, "Even during our confrontation with the Great Wu, General Wei remained steadfastly by my side. He is not one to entertain treachery. In truth, I owe him a debt of gratitude." At this juncture, Zhou Qing's countenance also darkened slightly. Zhou Qing rose to his feet and pointed to the grand map of the Zhou dynasty hanging on the wall. In the northwestern border, there lay a region known as Kanglin County, beyond which stretched a vast expanse of darkness, resembling an endless abyss. "Are you aware of this place?" Zhou Qing inquired, his expression grave as he indicated the sprawling dark land on the map. "This is the Black Abyss?" Zhou Yuan's countenance shifted subtly. The Black Abyss was notorious throughout the Zhou dynasty as a land of peril, teeming with ferocious beasts, rendering it uninhabitable for any dynasty. Consequently, countless rogue cultivators congregated there, forming various factions of differing sizes. These factions would intermittently invade the Zhou's borders, committing acts of plunder and slaughter, leaving no misdeed uncommitted. Among the most formidable of these factions was the city of Black Poison, ruled by the infamous Black Poison King, a formidable figure at the primordial realm. Zhou Qing continued solemnly, years ago, when the Black Poison King invaded our Zhou, he was thwarted by General Wei. However, the Black Poison King subsequently besieged Canglan County. Although General Wei ultimately drove him back, he fell victim to the Black Poison King's treacherous scheme, the poison of miasma. Though this poison tormented General Wei greatly, his strength as a primordial realm warrior allowed him to suppress its effects. Yet, unexpectedly, his only son, Wei Bin, was born tainted by the poison, leaving him paralyzed and suffering ever since. The affliction of his only son ignited a fierce wrath within General Wei, filling him with immense hatred for the Black Poison King. From that day forth, he never set foot outside Canglan County, viewing the Black Poison King as a thorn in his side, consumed by a desire for vengeance. Over the years, General Wei has resolutely guarded Canglan County, paying little heed to the circumstances surrounding the Great Zhou Dynasty. At this juncture, Zhou Qing's voice grew notably somber. I am aware that General Wei harbors resentment towards me, for it was I who initially urged him to detain the Black Poison King while I led the troops to assist him in the suppression. However, unexpectedly, the Qi King intervened, obstructing our progress. Consequently, by the time I arrived with my forces, General Wei had already succumbed to that miasmic poison. Thus, I bear a share of the responsibility for the fate of General Wei's only son. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, Zhou Yuan was enlightened. He realized that there existed such a backstory. It seemed that General Wei harbored some grievances towards the king, compounded by the waning authority of the royal family, leading him to fortify Canglan County. After all, had the royal family retained its former might, it is likely that Wei Canglan would not have dared to take such actions. Moreover, Wei Bin's predicament is quite similar, albeit with the distinction that the vengeful dragon poison coursing through him is exponentially more ferocious than the miasmic poison. Thus, it appears that General Wei adopts a neutral stance, disregarding the Qi royal residence while refusing to comply with the royal family's summons. No wonder Father remarked that wherever Wei Canglan aligns himself, that side would gain an overwhelming advantage. As far as I know, Qi Yuan's eldest son, Qi Hao, after graduating from the Great Zhou Academy, journeyed to Canglan County to serve under General Wei. It is said that he has gained some renown in Canglan County, clearly indicating that Qi Yuan intends to approach General Wei in this manner, hoping to sway him toward the Qi royal residence. Zhou Qing remarked slowly. Zhou Yuan's gaze sharpened. If Wei Canglan truly chose to support the Qi Wangfu, their royal family would indeed face the peril of upheaval. However, there is no need for excessive concern, for I am quite familiar with General Wei. He would never align himself with the Qi Wangfu against the Great Zhou, Zhou Qing remarked. Zhou Yuan replied slowly, yet he would not assist the royal family in their confrontation with the Qi Wangfu either. Zhou Qing paused momentarily, a wry smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. With a gentle sigh, Zhou Yuan reflected on the precarious state of the Great Zhou, beset by crises on all sides. His recent victory in the capital merely served to slightly diminish the Qi Wangfu's arrogance. As long as this malignancy persisted, the Great Zhou would know no peace. I have summoned you for a matter of significance, Zhou Qing stated gravely. What is it? Zhou Yuan inquired, noting the serious expression on Zhou Qing's face. Zhou Qing's gaze fixated on a region marked as Dark Abyss on the map. He spoke slowly. Some time ago, I received intelligence regarding a discovery within the Dark Abyss. There are remnants of an ancient site. Remnants? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Given the vastness of the Dark Abyss, the emergence of such remnants seemed rather commonplace. Yet, Zhou Qing's eyes ignited with fervor as he continued softly. Within that site, a peculiar plant was uncovered, blazing red as fire, thriving in sunlight, with seeds resembling fiery crystals. What is it? Zhou Yuan questioned, bewildered. Zhou Qing explained. If I am not mistaken, this should be a fire spirit ear, a fourth-grade source food. A fourth-grade source food. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan was finally moved. It is worth noting that their royal family's unique Shenjing rice is merely a second-grade source food. Nevertheless, it has proven immensely beneficial for his meridian opening and has helped to attract numerous talents. The effects of a fourth-grade source food are likely beyond imagination. Only during the height of their glory did the Dezhou possess the fourth-grade source food, the blood flood green barley. Should the Zhou royal family acquire the fire spirit ear, their strength would undoubtedly rise, potentially posing a threat to the Dawu in the future. This is a genuine strategic resource, bearing immense significance for a dynasty. Thus, upon hearing about the fourth-grade source food, Zhou Yuan finally comprehended why Zhou Qing appeared so excited. The fire spirit ear must fall into the hands of our Zhou royal family, he declared. It is unimaginable that if this item were to end up in the hands of the Qi Wangfu, their power would swiftly grow in the coming years, perhaps even surpassing that of the Zhou royal family. Zhou Qing nodded, casting a glance at Zhou Yuan, before continuing, in addition to the fire spirit ear, there seems to be a type of tree resembling jade within that ruin, bearing jade fruits akin to infants. Zhou Qing fixed his gaze on Zhou Yuan and slowly added, "This is the jade infant fruit, capable of extending one's lifespan." Boom! Zhou Yuan's mind erupted as if struck by lightning, his breath becoming labored, his eyes turning a deep crimson. His mother had once depleted her lifespan to save him, and now she had less than 10 years remaining. This has always been a thorn in Zhou Yuan's heart. He has sought every possible means to prolong his mother's life. Yet, the rare and extraordinary treasures that can extend one's lifespan are exceedingly scarce. Even the imperial family, despite exerting all their strength in the search, has not received the slightest tidings. However, Zhou Yuan could scarcely have anticipated that today he would finally acquire some news. Zhou Yuan licked his lips, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Zhou Qing, and he pronounced emphatically, "We must obtain the jade infant fruit. Indeed, it is imperative." Zhou Qing nodded solemnly. Had it not been for his own inadequacies as a father and husband, Zhou Yuan would not have endured the torment of the wraith dragon poison for so many years. Consequently, Qin Yu would not have sacrificed her own essence to save Zhou Yuan, thereby diminishing her own lifespan. For years, he had been burdened by this guilt. Therefore, now that the opportunity to procure such a life-extending treasure had finally presented itself, he was determined not to relinquish it easily. "Father, is this information credible?" Zhou Yuan inquired, his previously tumultuous emotions settling into a sober demeanor. "It is indeed true. Someone inadvertently stumbled into that ancient ruin and beheld both the fire spirit ear and the jade infant fruit. However, it appears that a formidable source beast guards the ruin, compelling the individual to retreat hastily," Zhou Qing explained. "If this news reaches others, it is likely that the Qi royal residents will also become aware of it," Zhou Yuan said, frowning. "Should the fire spirit ear fall into the hands of the Qi royal residents, the threat to our imperial family would be considerable. This is a genuine strategic asset, an indispensable resource for any power. With it in hand, whether for cultivating influence or enticing experts, it serves as an exceedingly potent bargaining chip." Zhou Qing nodded, his expression turning somewhat stern as he said, "Therefore, I intend to send Lu Taizhan and his men." "Father, allow me to accompany them," Zhou Yuan interjected. "His current strength is on the verge of breaking through the 8 meridians, and entering the Qi nurturing realm is merely a matter of time. Once he attains the Qi nurturing realm, he will qualify as a minor expert. Within the Great Zhou Dynasty, those in the primordial realm stand at the pinnacle, while those in the heavenly gate realm are the next strongest. The Qi nurturing realm represents the backbone of our elite forces. Possessing such power in the military means one can shoulder significant responsibilities." Seeing Zhou Yuan's eagerness to volunteer, Zhou Qing smiled and said, "It is precisely for this reason that I summoned you. I will have you assist Lu Taizhan, and I have a crucial task for you." "What is it?" Zhou Yuan inquired. Zhou Qing sighed, "On this journey you will first arrive at Cang County. If possible, I hope you can devise a means to win over the Grand General, persuading him to support our royal family against the Qi Wangfu. At the very least, we must ensure that Qi Hao does not sway the Grand General to his side." Zhou Yuan nodded slightly. With his status as a prince, traveling to Cang County would indeed demonstrate the sincerity of the royal family. "Father, rest assured, I will do my utmost," he replied. Zhou Qing smiled again, then reached into his robes and produced a crimson jade slip, which radiated with a brilliant light. "You are on the cusp of entering the Qi nurturing realm, and it is time to practice the formal techniques. This is the royal family's Yen Lei Ju, capable of cultivating the 4th grade source energy of Yen Lei. Take it and study it. If it suits you, you may begin your training." "Is this truly the Yen Lei Ju?" Zhou Yuan's gaze shifted. In the realm of the source law, the 9th grade yields the highest form of source qi. The more profound the technique, the greater the grade of source qi that can be cultivated. However, in their Great Zhou, 4th grade source qi is considered exceptional, while the majority of ordinary individuals can typically only cultivate 1st or 2nd grade common source qi. At that time, my master lacked the time to impart his techniques to me. I wonder if Sister Yaoyao possesses any. Zhou Yuan licked his lips. Given Master Cang Yuan's mystery and might, the techniques he left behind would surely surpass the royal family's Yen Lei Qi. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Yuan accepted the Yen Lei Ju. If Yaoyao did not have anything better, then he would have to cultivate this. In the Qi nourishing stage, Zhou Yuan tightened his grip on the jade slip, an expression of profound anticipation flooding his eyes. The meridian opening stage merely lays the foundation, while the Qi nourishing stage signifies true entry into the realm of cultivation. It is at this level that one can truly experience the formidable and enigmatic nature of source qi. In the Great Martial Dynasty, within the imperial city of Jinzhou, many years ago the Wu family rebelled against Great Zhou, seizing its territory. Now, this city serves as the capital of the Great Martial Dynasty, illustrating their intent to thoroughly suppress Great Zhou, preventing any chance of resurgence. The grand halls of the Great Martial Palace rise majestically, extending to the horizon, with towering structures that emanate powerful waves of source qi, enveloping every corner of the palace. Compared to the palace of Great Zhou, the Great Martial Palace undoubtedly exhibits a more austere and magnificent presence, showcasing the formidable strength of the Great Martial Dynasty. In a secluded chamber of the imperial palace, seated behind a desk was a young man clad in a yellow robe. His skin was as fair as jade, and his features were strikingly handsome, with eyebrows sharp as swords. Merely his presence exuded an air of nobility, elevated and regal, akin to a favored child of the heavens. Behind him, an ethereal aura seemed to rise, reminiscent of a dragon coiling and roaring. A crimson, blood-red and mysterious, adorned his brow, flickering with an enigmatic light. This young man was none other than the crown prince of the Great Wu Dynasty, Wu Huang. At this moment, a figure approached respectfully, kneeling before the desk, and spoke with utmost reverence. "Your Highness, news has arrived from the secret monitor." Wu Huang lifted his eyelids, extending his hand to receive a bamboo tube, extracting the parchment within and slowly unfolding it, his gaze sweeping across the contents. "Interesting," Wu Huang murmured, a peculiar expression flickering across his handsome visage. "So it is the sacred dragon of the Zhou family. This individual possesses remarkable resilience. Even after my father's wrathful poison was sealed within him, he has managed to survive. My prince, shall we take action to eliminate him?" The figure below inquired ominously. Wu Huang responded with a faint smile. "At present, our great Wu is engaged in a fierce contest with the 10,000 Beasts dynasty and the Sword dynasty. We have little inclination to concern ourselves with a languishing Zhou." The shadowy figure whispered. However, Zhou Yuan once bore the aura of the sacred dragon, famously known as the sacred dragon of the Zhou family. As soon as his words fell, he caught the glint of Wu Huang's indifferent gaze directed at him, hastily swallowing his remarks. Wu Huang's demeanor was serene, and the dragon aura behind him surged, radiating an unparalleled nobility. With a calm tone, he declared, "You are mistaken. Zhou Yuan is not the true sacred dragon. If he were indeed the sacred dragon, how could the Wu family prevail? The fortune of the sacred dragon rightfully belongs to me. He is merely an insignificant error that has briefly emerged, but now that error has been rectified. Therefore, Zhou Yuan is but a false dragon, burdened with fortunes that do not belong to him, and in the end, both he and the Great Zhou will pay the price. As for this prince, I am the true dragon, and thus, the fortunes of the sacred dragon have rightfully come to me. This is what one calls the rightful return of possessions. Do you understand?" Gazing at Wu Huang's smiling visage, the shadow trembled and promptly replied with respect. Wu Huang discarded the bamboo tube in his hand and remarked casually, "Let us observe what this false dragon is doing now. He is opening the 6 meridians. Do you know? His level of strength truly renders him unworthy to stand before me." The shadow responded earnestly, "Your Highness is the true dragon. In comparison, Zhou Yuan is indeed like an ant, utterly insignificant." "Indeed," the shadow affirmed. Wu Huang smiled and added, "Let this serve as a lesson for that wasteful dragon. He should content himself with being a mere failure from now on." His unassuming words seemed to dictate the fate of the Great Zhou. Turning to the shadow with a smile, he said, "Do you see? This is the true dragon. One word determines life and death. One word decides the rise and fall of nations." Chapter 57. The Ancestor Dragon Scripture in the Fragrant Chamber of the Great Zhou Palace. Before the crystal mirror, Yaoyao sat upright, cradling the languorous Tun Tun in her arms. Her dark tresses cascaded down, gently falling to her slender waist, while the mirror reflected a visage of exquisite beauty, imbued with a serene coldness. Behind her, Qin Yu was tenderly gathering Yaoyao's long hair, her demeanor warm and gentle. Since Yaoyao's arrival at the royal palace, Qin Yu had grown immensely fond of her, almost regarding her as a daughter. Despite Yaoyao's naturally aloof temperament, she softened considerably in the presence of the amiable Qin Yu, leading to an increasingly intimate bond between them. "How lovely," Qin Yu remarked as she simply fashioned Yaoyao's long hair into a high ponytail, instantly infusing the cool maiden with a sense of youthful vitality that was truly breathtaking. Yaoyao smiled subtly, responding, "Thank you, Aunt Qin." Qin Yu affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, replying, "No need for thanks. If you find yourself feeling stifled in the palace, you may have Zhou Yuan accompany you for a stroll." Yaoyao nodded slightly. At that moment, Tun Tun, nestled in her embrace, suddenly opened its eyes and let out a loud yelp toward the entrance, before darting out like a shadow and colliding into the figure of Zhou Yuan, who had just entered. "Ouch!" Zhou Yuan exclaimed, clutching his stomach as he caught the spirited Tun Tun, which was tugging at his collar with unrelenting vigor, nearly toppling him over. "Stop shaking! Stop shaking!" Zhou Yuan scolded, as a maid rushed forward with a meticulously prepared platter of seasoned beast jerky. Only then did Tun Tun release Zhou Yuan's collar, leaping onto the silver tray and squinting its eyes in delight as it began to savor the treats. "This little creature truly thinks of me as its meal ticket." Upon observing Tun Tun's demeanor, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of frustration, as this little creature now glared at him with envious eyes whenever they crossed paths. Shaking his head in exasperation, he chose to ignore Tun Tun and proceeded inside to greet Qin Yu. "Feel free to converse among yourselves. I shall not intrude," Qin Yu said with a cheerful smile, affectionately ruffling Zhou Yuan's hair before leisurely departing. Yaoyao, with her delicate hands resting on her ponytail, tilted her head slightly, the tip of her ponytail brushing against her shoulder as her enchanting eyes swept toward Zhou Yuan. She extended her graceful hand to accept the crimson jade bottle, gently inhaling its essence. Her eyes sparkled momentarily before she gazed at Zhou Yuan with a playful smile, inquiring, "What is it that you desire? To be so eager to please?" Zhou Yuan offered an awkward smile before candidly confessing, "Sister Yaoyao, I am on the verge of unlocking the 7th meridian, and the 8th should not be far behind. Once I achieve this, I shall enter the realm of qi nourishment and establish my qi residence. At that point, I will be ready to cultivate my techniques." "Ah, so it is the techniques you seek." Yaoyao chuckled lightly, her hand resting on her fragrant cheek. "What? Do you find the imperial family's Yanlei Zhu unworthy of your ambition? The Yanlei Zhu can only cultivate up to the 4th rank of source qi, and even if one were to find more advanced techniques later, considerable time would be squandered." Zhou Yuan sighed, realizing that while 4th rank source qi may be deemed exceptional within the Great Zhou, his aspirations clearly soared far beyond such limitations. Yaoyao pondered for a moment, then remarked there are indeed techniques available. However, it depends on the choices you make. Zhou Yuan was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Yaoyao reached for her waist, where a small and exquisitely crafted pouch hung. A Cang Yuan pouch, known for its spatial capabilities. This item was exceedingly rare. In fact, there were scarcely a few such treasures stored within the royal treasury of the Great Zhou. The pouch's interior was modest in size, spanning only a few meters. Suddenly, the Cang Yuan pouch gleamed, and a black jade slip materialized in Yaoyao's hand. This was the technique passed down by Old Master He, named the Tianyuan Classic, capable of cultivating 7th grade source energy. 7th grade source energy. Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted in disbelief, his voice faltering, his face awash with astonishment. 7th grade source energy was something he had never encountered, nor had even his father, Zhou Qing, ever witnessed such a level of source energy. The value of a technique of this caliber was beyond what the entire Great Zhou Dynasty could offer in exchange. Zhou Yuan's breath quickened, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure and refrained from hastily snatching it away. Instead, he took a deep breath and turned to Yaoyao, inquiring, "Are there other options?" Since Yaoyao had mentioned a choice, there must surely be alternatives. And anything comparable to the Cang Yuan classic would undoubtedly be of significant merit. Upon hearing this, Yaoyao paused in contemplation before gently pressing the Cang Yuan pouch. In the next moment, a fragment of bone appeared in her hand. The bone was mottled, with faint cracks visible upon its surface. However, the moment this fragment materialized, an indescribable sense of oppression radiated from it, causing Zhou Yuan's flowing source energy to momentarily stagnate. A roar echoed in the air. In the distance, the languid Tun-Tun, indulging in the consumption of source beast jerky, suddenly sprang forward, its fur bristling with an electrifying intensity. It lunged in front of Zhou Yuan, emitting a deep growl at the shattered remnants of bone, a faint crimson glow pulsating from its body. Clearly, the fragmented bone instilled a profound sense of threat within Tun-Tun. "What is this?" Zhou Yuan, equally unnerved by the oppressive aura emanating from the enigmatic bone, exclaimed in astonishment. Within this shattered bone lies a recorded technique known as the ancestral dragon scripture. Tun-Tun slightly parted its crimson lips and spoke. Legends tell of a being born at the dawn of the world, known as the ancestral dragon, a creature capable of devouring heaven and earth, a supreme existence. Ultimately, the ancestral dragon transformed into all things, giving rise to myriad forms of life in the chaotic realm. Is it stronger than the Cang Yuan classic? Zhou Yuan inquired. Yaoyao replied slowly, in the beginning stages of cultivation, it could only manifest 5th grade source qi. 5th grade source qi? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. The ancestral dragon scripture consists of 4 levels. The first level corresponds to 5th grade source qi, the heavenly profound python qi. The second level, 7th grade source qi, the world-suppressing celestial flood dragon qi, and the third level, 9th grade source qi, the cosmic sacred dragon qi. As Yaoyao's soft voice resonated, it struck Zhou Yuan like thunder, leaving him stunned, his scalp tingling with trepidation. 9th grade source qi. Zhou Yuan's voice quivered, for within the realm of source qi, the 9th grade represented unparalleled strength. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power one would possess if they could attain such mastery. "Wait," Zhou Yuan suddenly gasped, turning to Yaoyao, "did you not mention there were 4 levels? If the 3rd level already corresponds to 9th grade source qi, then what of the 4th level?" At that moment, Yaoyao's enchanting eyes seemed to deepen with an enigmatic wisdom. She gently nodded and, with an ethereal voice, spoke. "The 4th level is the true ancestral dragon aura, transcending the 9th grade." Zhou Yuan sank into the chair behind him, dumbfounded, murmuring, "Is it truly possible for a cultivation method to surpass the 9th grade in this world?" This technique surpassed Zhou Yuan's comprehension, and he found himself questioning how such a heavenly cultivation method could exist. Could it be that this very technique was the reason Master Cang Yuan and Yaoyao were relentlessly pursued by that mysterious enemy, constantly evading danger? The profound mysteries of the universe and the 9th grade source law were merely concepts. The absence of evidence does not equate to non-existence, Yaoyao remarked softly. However, while the ancestral dragon scripture is immensely powerful, its cultivation is unprecedentedly arduous. Moreover, once one embarks on the path of the ancestral dragon scripture, one cannot switch to another cultivation method. Otherwise, one would suffer a backlash. What a tyrannical technique! Zhou Yuan's expression finally shifted, realizing that this would effectively seal all other paths, forcing him to advance solely along the path of the ancestral dragon scripture. Yaoyao slightly nodded, adding, "Furthermore, there is an additional condition for cultivating this technique." "What condition?" Zhou Yuan inquired immediately. Yaoyao cast a glance at him and replied, "One must possess the dragon's fate." Dragon's fate? In legend, the ancestor dragon transformed into all living beings, and among the fortunate few, some are born with extraordinary omens, resembling koi serpents, pythons, or flood dragons, indicative of a dragon's destiny. This signifies that within them resides a trace of the ancestor dragon's essence, bestowing them with innate gifts. To cultivate the ancestor dragon scripture, This trace of essence serves as the catalyst. However, despite the potential for awakening, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to genuinely achieve mastery. Throughout history, perhaps only a single individual has attained even the third level, let alone the fourth. Yaoyao gazed intently at Zhou Yuan and remarked, "You possess the fortune of the sacred dragon, and the trace of ancestor dragon essence within you is stronger than that of others with dragon lineage. Should you endeavor to practice the ancestor dragon scripture, there might indeed be a glimmer of success. Yet, how far you could ascend remains uncertain. Regrettably, your sacred dragon fortune has been stripped away, and much of your ancestor dragon essence has been claimed by the Great Wu's python sparrow." Zhou Yuan clenched his fist involuntarily, managing a bitter smile as he replied, "If that's the case, it seems I am fated to be disconnected from the ancestor dragon scripture." He could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. After all, it is only natural to feel unsettled when witnessing such a transcendent technique slip away. Yet, Yaoyao shook her head gently, extending her delicate hand to clasp Zhou Yuan's. With a soft tone, she said, "It may not be entirely devoid of fate." Zhou Yuan looked at her in confusion. Yaoyao gradually opened his palm, revealing a blood-red mass nestled within, emanating a chilling aura of malevolence and resentment that sent shivers through his heart. Yaoyao lightly gestured towards the blood-red aura, softly proclaiming, "The martial king, in his folly, believes that by sealing the resentment of the sacred dragon's fate within your being, he can conjure the dragon of grievance's poison to ensure your eternal downfall. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that this poison of grievance is, in truth, a fragment of the ancestral dragon's essence." Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Yaoyao gently nodded, saying, "You can utilize the poison of grievance as a conduit to unlock the ancestral dragon scripture. Thus, you too can cultivate this profound text." With her luminous gaze fixed upon Zhou Yuan, her ethereal voice resonated. "So now, what is your choice?" Chapter 58. The source material in the fragrant pavilion. Yaoyao's bright eyes regarded Zhou Yuan intently, her words emerging like a delicate whisper, plunging him into a state of inner turmoil, his gaze shifting restlessly. Both choices posed a formidable dilemma. Naturally, from a standpoint of prudence, opting for the Heavenly Origin Classic would be the wiser path, offering a solid foundation of 7th grade source energy, sufficient for him to look down upon peers of equal standing. Even against adversaries of superior rank, the quality of his source energy would provide him with a fighting chance. In contrast to the reliable Heavenly Origin Classic, the enigmatic ancestral dragon scripture brims with unpredictable variables. From Yaoyao's words, Zhou Yuan sensed the formidable challenges inherent in mastering this technique, with the potential of remaining forever at its initial stage. Yet, that first stage merely corresponds to 5th grade source energy, clearly insufficient to satiate Zhou Yuan's ambitions. The ancestral dragon scripture demands relentless advancement, a pursuit that undoubtedly requires immense courage and resolve. Though the Zulong scripture is fraught with peril, its boundless potential for growth captivates Zhou Yuan's heart, rendering him unable to relinquish it. Thus, confronted with this dilemma, even the typically resolute Zhou Yuan finds himself ensnared in indecision, his expression shifting as he struggles to arrive at a conclusion. Yaoyao, however, does not press him. She simply observes in silence. The stillness within this fragrant chamber lingers until it is finally shattered by Zhou Yuan's lengthy sigh. He opens his slightly closed eyes, gazing at Yaoyao, and slowly declares, "I choose the Zulong scripture." Yaoyao's delicate hand seems to tremble slightly, clearly taken aback by Zhou Yuan's choice, especially considering the uncertainty that surrounds the Zulong scripture compared to the Tian Yuan classic. Zhou Yuan, meeting her gaze, offers a self-deprecating smile and confides, "Sister Yaoyao, I do not wish to endure the same fate as in my childhood, where others snatched away what rightfully belonged to me, inflicting immense harm upon those closest to me, while I remained powerless." Each time he witnesses his mother, Qin Yu, with her pale complexion, Zhou Yuan feels a pang of anguish, acutely aware that had she not tirelessly infused him with her essence, he might have perished long ago. Furthermore, there is Zhou Qing who, after facing betrayal and the loss of his dynasty, not only suffered the severing of his arm at the hands of the martial king in a bid to protect Zhou Yuan, but also succumbed to relentless guilt for his inability to safeguard his son. All of this stems from a lack of power. The adversaries I am destined to confront in the future may only grow stronger, Thus, to shield myself and my family, I must acquire the most formidable strength. I aspire to become powerful enough that no entity can pose even the slightest threat to those I hold dear. The Cang Yuan cannon possesses great strength, yet it falls short of enabling me to reach that pinnacle. Therefore, he gazed intently at Yaoyao, articulating each word with conviction. I choose the ancestral dragon scripture. Yaoyao perceived the unwavering flame in Zhou Yuan's eyes, and with a slight nod of her head, she extended the fragment of mottled bone in her hand towards him. Zhou Yuan reached out to accept it, applying a gentle force, yet he did not withdraw it. Zhou Yuan, once you make this choice, there will be no alternative paths for you, so do not harbor regrets in the future. A serious expression surfaced on Yaoyao's delicate face. Zhou Yuan chuckled softly, saying, Sister Yaoyao, I have endured the torment of the vengeful dragon's poison since my youth, and having been unable to open my meridians, I have experienced both warmth and coldness. Thus, I am acutely aware of the steadfastness of my heart. This path may be arduous, yet I am determined to see it through to the end. Zhou Yuan's voice resonated with resolve. Without hesitation, he exerted his strength to withdraw the mottled fragment of bone, carefully placing it within his embrace. The journey of cultivation emphasizes the importance of one's character. The trials he has faced over the years have taught Zhou Yuan that to possess power, one must harbor an unwavering heart. Once a goal is set, one must strive with utmost effort to achieve it. Thus, he possesses immense willpower. Observing Zhou Yuan secure the mottled bone, Yaoyao sighed softly, then added, to successfully cultivate the first level of the ancestral dragon scripture, you must possess 4 types of source materials. She produced a piece of paper and handed it to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan cast a glance at the paper, where elegant characters adorned its surface. However, upon discerning the 4 types of source materials listed, his expression involuntarily twitched with astonishment. Swallowing source stone, heavenly golden essence, 9 nether mysterious spring crystal, the soul of a 4th-rank python-type source beast. Each of these 4 materials evoked exclamations of disbelief from Zhou Yuan, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. Be it the swallowing source stone, the heavenly golden essence, or the 9 nether mysterious spring crystal, all are exceedingly rare materials. Among them, he was somewhat familiar with the heavenly golden essence, which happened to be stored in the royal treasury, albeit in limited droplets. Just a single drop of such a substance, when infused during the forging of source weapons, could render the weapon remarkably sharper and possibly elevate its rank, rendering it immensely valuable. What truly made Zhou Yuan's heart race, however, was the mention of the 4th-rank python-type source beast soul. 4th rank. This was comparable to a formidable practitioner of the primordial realm among humans. Within the entire Great Zhou, there were only a handful of such primordial realm experts, and now, to acquire the soul of a 4th-rank python-type source beast was akin to attempting to slay a primordial realm powerhouse. The very thought of the difficulty involved sent shivers down Zhou Yuan's spine. For practitioners in this world, upon entering the qi cultivation realm, the endeavor to refine a source energy unique to oneself necessitates using one's own body as a furnace. The pure source energy drawn from the heavens and earth serves as the primary ingredient, while the cultivation techniques act as blueprints and the source materials function as auxiliary components. According to the blueprint, these elements must be refined within the body, merging and tempering until one can cultivate a source energy that belongs solely to oneself. Each component is indispensable, and thus it is imperative to gather all auxiliary materials thoroughly. Do you harbor any regrets? There is still time to reconsider. Upon observing Zhou Yuan's pallid complexion, Yaoyao couldn't help but smile. Zhou Yuan let out a bitter laugh, feeling a tinge of regret. It was only the first level of the ancestor dragon scripture, yet it demanded such rare materials. He couldn't fathom what mysterious resources would be required for the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th levels. At that moment, he truly understood the arduous nature of cultivating the ancestor dragon scripture, as the prerequisites were already so daunting. Nevertheless, his gaze soon transformed into one of resolute determination. I will find a way to acquire these materials, he declared. Having made up his mind, he was resolute and would not waver. Otherwise, it would be better to abandon the endeavor altogether. Yaoyao admired Zhou Yuan's unwavering resolve and remarked, If you do not wish to rely solely on the most basic source energy for combat once you enter the qi-nourishing realm, you must hasten your search for materials. Source energy that had not been cultivated through techniques lacked attributes and special effects, rendering it far inferior in combat effectiveness compared to energy cultivated through techniques. Zhou Yuan smiled wryly and nodded. It seemed he would have to trouble Zhou Qing, for with his current capabilities, he feared he could not gather the necessary materials on his own. Chapter 59, Mid-stage of the Void Realm. On the 5th day after acquiring the Ancestor Dragon Scripture, Zhou Yuan's 7th meridian was finally fully opened, undoubtedly bringing him a step closer to the qi-nourishing realm. Simultaneously, his urgency for the materials required for the first level of the Ancestor Dragon Scripture intensified. In the hall, Zhou Yuan entered, his hopeful eyes fixed on Zhou Qing. "Father, are the materials I requested ready?" Upon noticing the expression in Zhou Yuan's eyes, Zhou Qing could not help but let out a wry smile. "Do you truly believe that our royal treasury possesses everything?" The 4 types of source materials that Zhou Yuan sought made even Zhou Qing tremble at the thought. Moreover, were these materials genuinely intended solely for the cultivation of a 5th-grade source energy? Zhou Qing, with his extensive experience, had encountered 5th-grade source energy before, yet the materials he had previously encountered were far less rare and advanced than those Zhou Yuan desired. Zhou Yuan chuckled awkwardly, for he had been instructed by Yaoyao to keep the Zulong Sutra a secret. Thus, he merely informed Zhou Qing that he wished to cultivate a technique for 5th-grade source energy. "Is it not possible to gather these at the royal treasury?" Zhou Yuan inquired with a hint of distress. Zhou Qing sighed helplessly and then retrieved a jade box from behind him. Upon opening it, he revealed a crystal-clear jade vial filled with water, within which floated a droplet of golden viscous liquid, slowly swirling. "This is the heavenly gold essence." Beside the jade vial lay a black crystal stone, riddled with pores, emanating an astonishing chill that caused frost to form in the air. Simultaneously, it seemed as though water flowed within the crystal, producing a gentle gurgling sound. "This is the 9 underworld mystic spring crystal. These are the only 2 types available in our royal treasury," Zhou Qing remarked, pointing at the jade box. Zhou Yuan scratched his head and asked, "Is there no source stone or the soul of a 4th-grade python beast?" Zhou Qing cast an exasperated glance at him and remarked, "You greedy rascal. The 4 types of source materials you seek, if one were to assess their value, would likely amount to nearly 500,000 source crystals, many of which are scarce and hard to procure. To put this into perspective, the total tax revenue of our Great Zhou in a year barely reaches a few million. This illustrates the immense value of the 4 source materials that Zhou Yuan requires." Zhou Yuan offered an awkward smile. 500,000 source crystals indeed represented a staggering sum, sufficient to procure a mid-tier Xian Yuan weapon at an auction. Among the royal family, only the 9 flame spear in Zhou Qing's possession could be classified as a top-tier Xian Yuan weapon. What to do? Zhou Yuan's brow furrowed in distress. Without these 4 source materials, he would be unable to cultivate the first level of the ancestral dragon scripture, the celestial python qi. Zhou Qing, deep in thought, finally said, "However, I have heard of the swallowing source stone." "Oh?" Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened. If there were leads, then he could devise a plan. In the general's manner, there exists a swallowing source stone. This stone continuously absorbs and emits the source energy of the world, and the energy it releases is purer than that which it takes in. Thus, placing such a stone in a room would significantly enhance one's cultivation efficiency. Zhou Qing explained. The general, Wei Kanglin? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. What a coincidence, as he was soon to embark on a journey to Kanglin County. Indeed, yet this item is precious. Whether you can procure it from the general will depend on your own capabilities. Zhou Qing expressed his inability to assist further, as he could not compel the general to part with the swallowing source stone. "I will find a way to try," Zhou Yuan resolved. Zhou Yuan nodded. At the very least, there was some news. As for how to obtain it, that would require further contemplation. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Qing, inquiring about the 4th-grade python source beast soul. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing felt a pang of headache and helplessly replied, "The 4th-grade python source beast is of such caliber that even I find it somewhat troublesome to contend with. You, my boy, wish to acquire its beast soul? I have scarcely heard of such a thing, but I shall endeavor to assist you in your search. Additionally, you will be heading to Kanglin County, which lies adjacent to the Black Abyss. Within the black abyss, countless source beasts abound, and numerous source masters hunt them there. Perhaps fortune may smile upon you, and you might encounter one. Zhou Yuan sighed in resignation. It appeared that the remaining 2 source materials would necessitate a stroke of luck in Canglan County. Father, when shall we set forth? Zhou Yuan inquired, his mind solely focused on swiftly gathering the remaining source materials to cultivate the first level of the ancestral dragon scripture, the celestial serpent Qi. Observing Zhou Yuan's eagerness, Zhou Qing offered a resigned smile and replied, in 5 days, I shall have Lu Taizhan lead a contingent of elite troops to ensure your safe passage to Canglan County. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for days had elapsed. On the 4th night, as Zhou Yuan lay upon his bed, his eyes were tightly shut, and a faint luminescence flickered at his brow, resembling a spectral figure in meditation. Indeed, it was the manifestation of Zhou Yuan's spirit. Boom! At that moment, a resonant sound emanated from his brow. It was the Chaos Great Mill in motion, clearly indicating that Zhou Yuan was engaged in the practice of the Chaos Divine Mill visualization method, refining his own soul. Since the inception of his practice with the Chaotic Divine Mill, nearly half a year has elapsed. Zhou Yuan's soul has undergone relentless refinement, becoming increasingly resilient and formidable. In the boundless expanse of the chaotic starry sky, the endless, modeled divine mill slowly rotates, reducing anything that ventures within to nothingness. At this moment, within the grand mill, a wraith-like soul struggles to endure. The upper and lower grinding discs gradually press down upon it, and with each compression, the phantasmal soul quivers, seemingly enduring immense agony. Amidst this torturous perseverance, suddenly, 2 golden vertical marks on the slowly rotating discs begin to converge ever so slightly. The divine mill turns 9 times. With each turn comes a weightier realm. After more than half a year's tribulation, Zhou Yuan's soul has finally completed the first full rotation of the divine mill. With a crack, as the golden vertical marks align, Zhou Yuan's wraith-like soul reaches its limit and shatters. However, swiftly, an invisible wave converges before the divine mill, and a phantom gradually reassembles. It is none other than Zhou Yuan's soul. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's soul remains tightly closed, yet it is undeniably more solidified than before, emanating a peculiar wave from its ethereal form. In the chamber, Zhou Yuan suddenly opens his eyes, a radiant light shooting forth, and at his brow, the fluctuations of his soul begin to surge dramatically. He has entered the mid-stage of the ethereal realm. Zhou Yuan felt the pulsation of his soul at the center of his brow, and a look of ecstatic joy emerged on his face. After more than half a year of cultivation, his soul had finally progressed from the initial stage of the void realm to its mid-stage. At this level, the power of the soul could manifest externally, enabling him to execute soul attacks akin to the soul needle patterns demonstrated by Qi Yu at the Jade Spirit Waterfall, which could achieve remarkable effects when delivered unexpectedly. Most importantly, having reached the mid-stage of the void realm, Zhou Yuan could now learn to inscribe second-tier source patterns. The potency of these second-tier source patterns would instill a sense of trepidation even in opponents at the Qi-nourishing stage. Initially, Zhou Yuan had been troubled by his inability to swiftly cultivate the celestial serpent Qi, but with the assistance of the second-tier source patterns, he could now face opponents who had mastered the source energy techniques of the Qi-nourishing stage with unyielding confidence. With a long exhale, Zhou Yuan gradually relaxed his body. At last, he could set off to the Canglan prefecture with peace of mind. Chapter 60. Departure. The following day, before the royal palace, a contingent of elite soldiers stood ready for departure. As Zhou Yuan conversed with Zhou Qing and Qin Yu, who had come to bid him farewell, his gaze frequently scanned the distance. Clop, clop. Suddenly, the sound of hurried hoofbeats echoed from afar, as a fiery red steed galloped towards him, finally halting with a graceful flourish. A lithe and elegant figure leapt down from the horse. This enchanting figure was none other than Su Yuwei, who today donned a refreshing outfit of slate gray, complete with long trousers and her long hair tied into a ponytail, exuding an aura of vivid charm and beauty. The imperial guards did not impede her, allowing Su Yuwei to enter freely. Approaching the carriage, her cheeks were flushed from the earlier journey, and a light sheen of sweat glistened on her fair forehead. Having met the king and the queen, Su Yuwei first saluted Zhou Qing and Qin Yu with a respectful clasp of her hands. Zhou Qing and Qin Yu responded with gentle smiles, Having witnessed Zhou Yuan's performance during the provincial examination, they held great admiration for this strong and independent young woman. Yue, consider this as an opportunity for training, and please keep a watchful eye on Zhou Yuan to prevent any mischief, Qin Yu remarked with a smile. Zhou Yuan chuckled beside them. Both Yaoyao and Zhou Yue would accompany him to Kanglan Prefecture. Yaoyao was merely seeking a reprieve from the confinement of the palace, while Zhou Yuan hoped that Zhou Yue would gain further experience, which would benefit her cultivation. After all, Zhou Yue was on the verge of opening her 8 meridians and entering the qi nourishing stage, rendering her stay at the Dezhou residence somewhat inconsequential. Thus, to avoid hindering her progress, Zhou Yuan decided to take Zhou Yue along on this trip to Kanglan Prefecture. The hour is nearly upon us. Let us prepare to depart, Zhou Qing said, glancing at the sky before turning his gaze to Lu Taizhan. I entrust the protection of this journey to you. Rest assured, Your Majesty, should anything happen to His Highness, I shall present my head as recompense. Lu Taizhan replied solemnly. I do not wish for any of you to encounter trouble. Zhou Qing waved his hand dismissively. Lu Taizhan nodded, rising to mount his horse, and with a commanding flourish of his hand, he called out, Let us set forth. Zhou Yuan also climbed aboard the carriage, waving goodbye to Zhou Qing and Qin Yu before stepping inside. The grand procession commenced its journey, resonating with the thunderous sound of footsteps, traversing through the myriad streets before finally exiting the city of Dezhou, heading resolutely towards Kanglan County. At the very moment when Zhou Yuan departed from Dezhou City, the Prince of Qi, Lu Taizhan, accompanied by 1,000 elite guards, escorted Zhou Yuan out of the city, presumably en route to Kanglan County. In a room, the steward of the Qi Prince's residence, Qi Ling, spoke respectfully. Behind the desk, Prince Qi Yuan nodded with an impassive expression. It appeared that the royal family was also aware of the news regarding the relic. A cold glint flickered in Qi Yuan's eyes as he remarked softly, though they have gained some advantages in the affairs of Dezhou, this time, the fire spirit spike shall be mine without fail. The fire spirit spike, a 4th-grade source food, would be of immeasurable value if obtained. With it, the Qi Prince's residence could cultivate and attract numerous skilled individuals. Consider this, the royal family maintains its position solely relying on the 2nd-grade source food, Shenjing rice. Should the Qi Prince's residence acquire the fire spirit spike, Qi Yuan believed that within a year, their power would overwhelmingly surpass that of the royal family. I shall remain in Dezhou City to keep a close watch on Zhou Qing. Therefore, you must immediately travel to Kanglan County to locate Howard, who has established a foothold there over the past 2 years. I want you to employ every means necessary to ensure that Wei Kanglan stands with our Qi Prince's residence. Qi Yuan's gaze was fierce as he declared, As long as Wei Kanglan aligns with us, we shall have no further concerns and can directly act to completely eradicate the Dezhou royal family. Of course, Qi Yuan, gripping the teacup, spoke coldly. If Wei Kanglan shows any signs of approaching the royal family, it would be wise to find a way to eliminate him. Once Wei Kanglan is dead, the Kanglan army will be left leaderless, at which point Howard can swiftly integrate them and shift focus towards the royal family. Yes, Qi Ling replied. Kanglan County is adjacent to Heiyuan. There, the death of an individual, even a prince, would not be considered unusual. Since that little wretch severed my son's hand, I shall ensure he pays with his life. In the study, Qi Yuan's voice was as chilling as a specter rising from the abyss, its malice unsettling. Qi Ling responded once more before turning to depart. Qi Yuan watched Qi Ling's retreating figure, then lifted his gaze towards the palace, his icy words echoing in the study. Zhou Qing, do not think that winning a single game against the Great Zhou House will grant you any satisfaction. Once that fire spirit spike falls into my hands, your royal family shall never rise again. This contest is destined for my Qi Wangfu to win. At that time, I will ensure you and your son taste the bitterness of being a defeated dog. Kanglan County, situated on the southwestern border of the Great Zhou Dynasty, is quite distant from Zhou City. Therefore, considering the speed of Zhou Yuan and his companions, it would take at least a dozen days to reach Kanglan County. However, with the presence of Yaoyao and Zhou Yue, whose striking beauty complemented each other, Zhou Yuan found his spirits lifted. The monotonous journey seemed to come alive. However, his indulgence in such visual delight did not last for many days, as it was abruptly interrupted by Yaoyao, who could not bear to see him so at ease. Seeing that you are so idle, and your spirit has reached the mid-stage of the ethereal realm, it is time to practice the second-grade source pattern, she declared. Inside the carriage, Yaoyao tossed a jade tablet to Zhou Yuan, upon which a complex source pattern shimmered with brilliance. This was a second-grade source pattern, the Golden Ape Mountain Transporting Pattern, which, when inscribed on one's body, could significantly enhance physical prowess and strength. Oh! Zhou Yuan exclaimed in surprise as he received the jade tablet. The efficacy of the second-grade source pattern far surpassed that of the first grade. If the Golden Ape Mountain Transporting Pattern were inscribed upon him, the enhancement it provided would be incomparable to the previous buffalo pattern. How intricate, Zhou Yuan mused, gazing at the elaborate source pattern on the tablet, unable to suppress a grin. By his estimation, this second-grade source pattern contained nearly 1,000 source traces. For someone lacking a strong spirit, merely glancing at it would induce dizziness. Shaking his head, Zhou Yuan shifted his gaze and noticed Su Yue stifling a giggle, her eyes sparkling as she regarded his apparent distress. "What are you staring at? Don't think you can escape easily," he retorted, casting her a playful glare before retrieving a jade slip from within his robe and tossing it toward her. Su Yue caught the jade slip with a sense of curiosity. "What is this?" she inquired. "It's a low-grade profound source technique, the Heavenly Net Hand, which I retrieved from the royal treasury. It is perfectly suited for you," Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Su Yue held the jade slip, hesitating as she remarked, "Your Highness, this is far too precious." She was undoubtedly aware of the value of the Xian Yuan technique. Within the entire Dezhou prefecture, there was no source technique of such caliber. If it were to be offered externally, it would command at least tens of thousands of source crystals, far beyond what she could afford even if she were to be sold. "Our purpose this time is not for leisure. You are on the verge of unblocking the 8 meridians and stepping into the qi-nourishing realm. Should you successfully cultivate the Tian Luo hand, you will possess the strength to confront adversaries when the time comes," Zhou Yuan stated earnestly. Su Yue bit her red lip gently, but she was not one to indulge in frivolity. Soon, she grasped the jade tablet firmly and nodded with determination, assuring, "Your Highness, rest assured, I will master it as swiftly as possible." Zhou Yuan smiled and nodded. Upon departing from Dezhou City, Zhou Qing bestowed upon him another mid-grade Xian Yuan technique, known as the Emperor's Seal. However, this technique was too forceful and ill-suited for Su Yue, so he intended to keep it for his own training. It seemed that the journey ahead would not be particularly comfortable. Zhou Yuan sighed, then collected his thoughts, dedicating his entire focus to the jade tablet, beginning to meticulously replicate the Golden Ape Mountain moving pattern. Thus, over the following days, Zhou Yuan devoted most of his time to studying the Golden Ape Mountain moving pattern, and during rare moments of respite, he attempted to practice the mid-grade Xian Yuan technique, the Emperor's Seal, keeping himself exceedingly busy. Under such intense study, Zhou Yuan and his companions gradually approached Canglin County. However, just before reaching Canglin County, an unexpected incident compelled Zhou Yuan to reduce their pace. After nearly 2 months of diligent cultivation, Su Yue had finally completely unblocked her 8th meridian. With the 8 meridians now open, her Qi Palace was revealed. Su Yue was on the verge of entering the Qi-nurturing realm. In the spacious carriage, Su Yue sat upright in a meditative posture, her bright eyes closed. A distant rumble akin to thunder emanated from within her, as the primordial energy of the universe continuously converged, ultimately flowing into her being. The thunder-like sound signified the vibration of her 8 meridians, heralding the opening of her Qi mansion. Zhou Yuan, beside her, observed with a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. This was his first experience witnessing someone establish a Qi mansion. The primordial energy in the air stirred her garments, and Zhou Yuan's gaze shifted downward, sensing that streams of energy were rapidly gathering towards her lower abdomen. The Qi mansion, a mysterious point within the human body, is elusive and difficult to perceive. It can only resonate when all 8 meridians are activated, allowing it to be opened and truly connecting the internal meridians. As more and more primordial energy converged in Su Yue's lower abdomen, a subtle popping sound quietly echoed moments later. At the heart of this gathering energy, it seemed a source point emerged, drawing in all the surrounding primordial energy. Simultaneously, even through her clothing, Zhou Yuan could distinctly see a glimmer of azure light at the location of Su Yue's qi mansion in her lower abdomen. An azure qi mansion? Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. The qi mansions, due to the varying foundations of individuals, are classified into different levels during their establishment. Generally, they are divided into 4 grades. The first grade is the colorless qi mansion, the most ordinary and common type. The second level is the azure energy reservoir. The third level is the violet energy reservoir, and the fourth level is the golden energy reservoir. The higher the level of the energy reservoir, the more resilient it becomes, and the greater the capacity for containing primordial energy. It is widely acknowledged that the human energy reservoir resembles a vessel for holding water, necessitating continuous expansion during cultivation. To possess a high-level energy reservoir from the outset undoubtedly bestows one with a significant advantage, resulting in a more abundant and enduring primordial energy during confrontations of the same rank. Not merely azure. Yaoyao interjected. Zhou Yuan, taken aback, focused his gaze and indeed noticed that as the azure light intensified, purple specks began to emerge, gradually overpowering the azure hue. A violet energy reservoir. Zhou Yuan could not help but feel a surge of emotion. As far as he knew, achieving an azure energy reservoir was already indicative of exceptional aptitude, while a violet energy reservoir was exceedingly rare, signifying a top-tier genius with immense potential for the future. He had not anticipated that Su Yue possessed such formidable roots. Zhou Yuan mused. Although her rapid cultivation speed had already indicated her as a prodigy, he was astonished that Su Yue could actually manifest a violet energy reservoir. The violet light blazed brilliantly for a time before gradually diminishing. At that moment, Su Yue's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a radiant glow of primordial energy erupted from within them. Her fair skin gleamed like jade, and a palpable aura of pressure began to emanate from her being. The qi-nourishing realm. Is this what the qi-nourishing realm truly entails? Indeed, it is distinctly different. Zhou Yuan marveled at the overwhelming aura emanating from Su Yue, which had intensified manifold compared to before, even imposing a slight pressure upon him. He surmised that without employing the Golden Ape mountain relocating technique, he might struggle to gain any advantage against her in her current state. Congratulations! You have not only entered the qi-nourishing realm but also opened the purple qi palace, Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile. Su Yue's delicate face was similarly adorned with joy, yet she soon furrowed her brows in contemplation and hesitantly said, "There seems to be something amiss with my qi palace." Zhou Yuan and Yaoyao exchanged puzzled glances, failing to grasp the meaning behind her words. Su Yue, somewhat perplexed herself, added, "For some reason, my qi palace feels as though it has been divided in two." Zhou Yuan, bewildered, responded, "Isn't the qi palace supposed to be a unified whole? What do you mean by being divided?" Yaoyao pondered for a moment, then suddenly leaned closer to Su Yue, casting a glance at Zhou Yuan. "Turn your head away," she instructed. Zhou Yuan, bemused, complied under Yaoyao's watchful gaze. Once he had turned his head, Yaoyao addressed Su Yue, "Allow me to take a look." After Su Yue nodded, Yaoyao delicately lifted the edge of Su Yue's garment, revealing her slender waist, smooth and flat abdomen, devoid of any excess flesh. Su Yue's cheeks flushed crimson as she comprehended why Yaoyao had requested Zhou Yuan to turn away. Yaoyao's slender fingers gently pressed against Su Yue's abdomen, her beautiful eyes slightly closed as she channeled her spiritual energy to sense. "Indeed, your qi palace is distinctly divided into 2 parts. Yaoyao spoke slowly, after a prolonged moment of contemplation. She finally articulated softly, "There seems to be no issue at hand. If I am not mistaken, her qi palace may be that legendary Yin-Yang qi palace." Previously, when she inscribed the source patterns for Su Yue, she had sensed a subtle presence of Yin-Yang source roots within her, a remarkably unique constitution. Now, with the apparent transformation of this qi palace, it is likely connected to those very Yin-Yang source roots. Yin-Yang qi palace? Both Zhou Yuan and Su Yue exchanged puzzled glances, evidently unfamiliar with the term. Rest assured, this Yin-Yang qi palace is not a detriment. Rather, it is an immense advantage. Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively, soothing their concerns. An advantage? Indeed, the greatest advantage is that she can cultivate 2 different techniques simultaneously. Yaoyao cradled the snoring Tun Tun in her arms, gently stroking it with a smile. Cultivating two techniques? Zhou Yuan and Su Yue were both astounded, realizing that it meant the Qi Palace would house two distinct types of source energy. Will they not conflict? They inquired, knowing that a typical Qi Palace can only accommodate a single type of source energy. Yaoyao nodded gracefully, explaining, however, she is different. This Yin-Yang Qi Palace functions as two Qi Palaces, allowing them to coexist without conflict. Nevertheless, in your future cultivation, you must focus on techniques of both Yin and Yang attributes. Under no circumstances should you cultivate techniques of dual Yang or dual Yin attributes. Otherwise, your Yin-Yang Qi Palace will lose its balance, ultimately leading to a backlash that could devastate the Qi Palace. Su Yue's delicate face shifted slightly in concern. Moreover, the cultivation of your Yin-Yang technique requires that the levels of each aspect remain relatively close. Otherwise, the equilibrium will be disrupted. With a serious expression, Yaoyao remarked, indeed, the Yin-Yang Qi mansion is formidable, yet it is not without its limitations. However, should you ever transcend the boundaries of the Qi mansion and achieve a harmonious fusion of Yin and Yang, you will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of existence in this world. Su Yue, feeling a twinge of anxiety, blinked and turned her gaze towards Zhou Yuan, who appeared overjoyed. He produced a jade slip from his bosom and exclaimed, a Yang attribute technique? How fortuitous! Our royal family's Yanlei is precisely a Yang attribute technique. Your Highness, this is a technique reserved solely for members of the royal family. Su Yue gasped in astonishment. She had certainly heard of the Yanlei, a method capable of cultivating fourth-grade source energy, its worth far surpassing that of the previous Tian Luo hand. But it is merely fourth-grade source energy, Zhou Yuan insisted, forcefully placing the jade slip into Su Yue's hands. I find its rank insufficient. However, should I acquire a technique of a higher tier in the future, I will have you switch to it. In response to Zhou Yuan's domineering act, Su Yue bit her delicate lip, her slender fingers clutching the jade slip tightly. Ultimately, she did not refuse again, but instead cast a deeply appreciative glance at Zhou Yuan, her bright eyes glistening with emotion. Since you have bestowed upon me a Yang attribute technique, allow me to offer you a corresponding Yin attribute technique. Observing this, Yaoyao smiled and retrieved a jade slip imbued with an icy aura from her Chengkuan pouch, presenting it to Su Yue. This is the Han Ming Jinjing, capable of cultivating fourth-grade Han Ming Qi. Upon receiving a method capable of cultivating a fourth-grade source energy from Yaoyao, Su Yue hesitated for a moment before glancing at Zhou Yuan. Only after seeing him nod did she accept it, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yaoyao. Yaoyao, unfazed, replied, it is merely a fourth-grade source energy technique. In the future, as your strength increases, you may seek out higher-quality Yin-Yang source energy methods. However, always remember that in the realm of Yin and Yang, balance is paramount. Should that balance be disrupted, the resulting disharmony will inevitably lead to backlash. Su Yue nodded earnestly, affirming, I will remember, Sister Yaoyao. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan observed the two young ladies seated together. One was strikingly delicate and charming, while the other exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of the interplay between stars and the moon, bringing a sense of tranquility to the heart. Yet, before he could fully appreciate their beauty, Yaoyao's bright eyes swept over to him. Have you mastered the Golden Ape Mountain moving technique? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan could only sheepishly turn away, burying himself in his practice once more. Seeing him in such a predicament, Su Yue could not help but stifle a laugh, while Yaoyao's lips curved slightly, their exquisite features illuminating the interior of the carriage. Chapter 62. Canglan County. Wei Qingqing Canglan County is situated on the southwestern border of the Great Zhou Dynasty. By the time Zhou Yuan and his companions arrived outside the county city, half a month had already elapsed. Standing atop the carriage, Zhou Yuan gazed at the expansive city. In comparison to the grandeur of Zhou City, Canglan City bore a more formidable aura, for it was close to the border and had long been plagued by the specter of war, naturally imbued with a more somber atmosphere. Moreover, among the passers-by, many figures exuded a faint scent of blood, each radiating varying degrees of source energy fluctuations. Canglan County, in close proximity to the Black Abyss, has become a gathering place for countless source masters who venture here to hunt source beasts and seek opportunities. In comparison, the Black Forest mountain range where Zhou Yuan previously resided seems rather insignificant. Your Highness, ahead lies the city of Canglan County. Given the size of our entourage, we cannot enter the city and must instead proceed to the Canglan military camp nearby, Lu Taizhan proclaimed, riding forward with a robust voice. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, saying, as the day is drawing to a close, let us head to the camp first and visit General Wei tomorrow. Lu Taizhan acknowledged and promptly relayed the command. Soon, a 1,000-strong contingent transformed into a surging torrent, marching with a thunderous rhythm, circumventing the city and heading towards the distant camp. The approach of such an unfamiliar army inevitably stirred commotion within the Canglan military camp. Before long, several swift steeds emerged from the camp, racing towards Zhou Yuan and his companions. Who goes there? A dozen magnificent horses blocked their path, led by a young officer clad in red armor, who, upon closer inspection, revealed herself to be a woman. She donned a crimson soft armor that accentuated her exquisite figure, and beneath her scaled skirt were long, straight legs that, especially when complemented by her battle boots, showcased an astonishing length. Beneath her helmet rested a strikingly cold visage, with arched brows that lent her an air of remarkable poise. Commander of the Imperial Guard, Lu Taizhan. Lu Taizhan gazed at the newcomer and spoke in a low voice. We have come to Canglan County under the king's command, intending to proceed to the Canglan military camp. It is indeed Commander Lu, the red-clad woman replied, her expression softening slightly, revealing that she had received prior news. I am Wei Qingqing. Wei Qingqing. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Yuan's heart stirred. Wei Canglan had a daughter and a son. His daughter was indeed named Wei Qingqing, and she seemed to be the valiant female general standing before him. Ah, the esteemed daughter of General Wei, Lu Taizhan remarked with a respectful clasp of his fists. In response, Wei Qingqing coolly stated, Here, I am merely the vice-commander of the Canglan army, not the daughter of the county governor. Lu Taizhan was momentarily taken aback but nodded in resignation, stepping aside to reveal Zhou Yuan. This is His Highness Zhou Yuan, who has accompanied me on this journey. Wei Qingqing raised her elegant eyes to Zhou Yuan. Although she had never heard of him before, she was aware of the recent buzz surrounding the grand examination at the Dezhou residence, where this rumored prince, said to be unable to cultivate, had surprisingly defeated the second prince of the Qi royal family, Qi Yu. However, her brows soon knitted together, for at Zhou Yuan's side were Yaoyao and Su Yuwei, both strikingly beautiful, causing Zhou Yuan to appear no different from a charming young prince surrounded by lovely companions. It is His Highness Zhou Yuan, she acknowledged, but due to her less than favorable first impression, she merely offered a polite nod, inwardly shaking her head. It seemed the recent events at the Dezhou residence had some underlying intricacies. She found it rather hard to believe that a dashing prince, who insisted on having two beautiful companions by his side even when stepping outside, could possibly defeat Qi Yu of the Qi Wangfu, who was reputed to possess considerable talent. Having been strong-willed since childhood, she harbored a particular disdain for men who indulged in the frivolities of beauty. Otherwise, she would not have ventured into the Canglan army in the guise of a woman. Zhou Yuan, sensing the situation, was somewhat perplexed. Why did this woman regard him with such disdain? Your Highness, let us proceed. We must remain discreet on their territory, Lu Taizhan suggested, concerned that Zhou Yuan might take offense. After all, a significant objective of their visit was to win over Wei Canglan. Should Zhou Yuan's interaction with Wei Qingqing result in discord, it would inevitably tarnish Wei Canglan's impression of them. Zhou Yuan chuckled nonchalantly. He had long since been accustomed to the vicissitudes of human relationships and would not allow Wei Qingqing's demeanor to provoke his ire. Let us go, he waved his hand, and the entourage promptly followed the path of Wei Qingqing into the expansive Canglan military camp. As 1,000 imperial guards surged into the Canglan encampment, they attracted countless curious and challenging gazes. In the Great Zhou, the three mightiest armies were the imperial guards, the Qi Wangwei, and the Canglan army. Among these formidable forces, the Canglan warriors, upon encountering the rare sight of the imperial guards, scrutinized them closely, eager to ascertain whether they were indeed worthy of their esteemed reputation. As they advanced, a pathway suddenly opened in the crowd of observing Canglan soldiers, and several figures emerged. Wei Qingqing observed them and gracefully dismounted, her delicate visage betraying a hint of indifference as she uttered a few words. Zhou Yuan and Lu Taizhan approached as well. Wei Qingqing turned to them and introduced, "These are the generals of the Cang Yuan army, and this is my cousin, Wei Ting." She gestured towards another woman clad in soft armor, whose figure was somewhat voluptuous, though her beauty paled in comparison to Wei Qingqing's. At that moment, the latter cast a scrutinizing glance at Zhou Yuan, her smile enigmatic as she remarked, "So this is the illustrious prince we have long heard about? Traveling such a distance, accompanied by two lovely ladies, indeed seems quite leisurely." Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow upon hearing her words, sensing a subtle antagonism directed at him. However, he soon discerned the source of this animosity, as a tall young man clad in white armor approached the woman. The young man, with his helmet tucked under his arm, revealed a handsome face adorned with a broad smile. An aura of formidable energy emanated from him, indicating his mastery in the qi-nurturing realm, specifically in its later stages. As Zhou Yuan scrutinized the youth, his eyes narrowed slightly. The young man's visage struck him as familiar. Under Zhou Yuan's gaze, the young man approached with a beaming smile and said, "Are you the esteemed Zhou Yuan? I believe we have crossed paths before." With an unwavering gaze akin to that of a serpent, he extended his hand towards Zhou Yuan. "I am Qi Hao. I have heard that my rather lackluster younger brother had a hand severed by you." Zhou Yuan's gaze sharpened. Indeed, this young man was Qi Yu's elder brother, Qi Hao. In the clash of fists and feet, there was little room for discernment, and it was understandable that one might falter in skill. Zhou Yuan remained composed, extending his palm to clasp Qi Hao's firmly, his tone devoid of embellishment. Qi Hao's smile deepened, and he nodded, saying, "Indeed, that lad is outmatched. Losing a hand is well-deserved." He regarded Zhou Yuan with apparent enthusiasm, remarking, "It is said that the royal palace's elite guards have arrived today, and the members of the Cang Yuan army are in high spirits. Hence, we have prepared a welcome banquet for everyone tonight. Your Highness must surely attend. The military is rather straightforward, and should your Highness choose not to come, it may lead them to feel you look down upon them." Zhou Yuan lowered his gaze slightly, assuring, "Rest assured, with everyone so warm-hearted, I shall certainly be present." Qi Hao nodded with a smile, then lowered his voice, however, "I must sincerely caution your Highness. This is Cang Yuan County, adjacent to the Black Abyss. Here, even the demise of a prince might not raise an eyebrow, so your Highness must exercise utmost caution." Zhou Yuan chuckled softly, responding in a lowered tone, "Then you must be even more vigilant. The death of a prince from the royal household is of even lesser concern." Qi Hao erupted into laughter, their hands gripping tightly before instinctively releasing. Yet within their exchanged glances, a glimmer of cold-blooded intent flickered. Chapter 63. A Show of Authority. Within the vast encampment, a roaring bonfire blazed, casting away the shadows of night and illuminating half the sky. At the center of the encampment stood a spacious platform, surrounded by clusters of flickering flames, with soldiers gathered around, heartily drinking and feasting, their raucous laughter rising to the heavens. Seated in the central position were Zhou Yuan, Yaoyao, Su Yue, and Lu Taizhan. "Your Highness certainly possesses a joyful spirit, bringing beauty wherever you go," remarked Wei Qingqing, casting a fleeting glance at the two women beside Zhou Yuan. Yaoyao merely shot her a glance without uttering a word, while Su Yue, unable to tolerate Wei Qingqing's perpetual disdain towards Zhou Yuan, promptly spoke up, her red lips parting to retort. "Vice Commander Wei is also a woman. Why must you regard other women solely as objects for viewing?" As she spoke, a surge of energy radiated from Su Yue, showcasing her prowess at the qi-nurturing stage. Wei Qingqing was taken aback, her gaze towards Su Yue becoming notably more respectful. To achieve such mastery at this tender age was undoubtedly a sign of genius, rather than a mere decorative vase. "I was mistaken, my apologies." Yet, Wei Qingqing was straightforward, nodding slightly to Su Yue as a gesture of contrition. However, when her eyes fell upon Zhou Yuan, her brows furrowed even deeper, seemingly disapproving of such an exceptional girl being in his company, deeming it a waste. "Your Highness, many of our brothers from the Cang Yuan army wish to spar with the brothers of the Imperial Guard for a bit of excitement. What are your thoughts?" At that moment, Qi Hao, seated beside Wei Qingqing, suddenly interjected with a smile. As his voice fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the surrounding soldiers of the Cang Yuan army, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Zhou Yuan cast a glance at Lu Taizhan, who nodded in agreement and bellowed towards the direction of the Imperial Guard. If someone wishes to challenge you, then be prepared to face them. Do not tarnish the honor of our Imperial Guard. Understood. The contingent accompanying them comprised the elite of the Imperial Guard, naturally filled with pride and ambition. Having long been provoked by the Cang Yuan warriors, they were eager to demonstrate their prowess. Tong Wudi of the Imperial Guard, which brother from the Cang Yuan army dares to test his mettle? A robust figure surged forth, landing on the platform, his voice resonant and commanding. This individual was enveloped in a swirling aura of energy, clearly a skilled practitioner at the initial stage of qi cultivation and an officer within the Imperial Guard. Ha! Well then, I, Sun Meng of the Cang Yuan army, shall accept the challenge. From the Cang Yuan direction, another figure shot forward, his strength evidently on par with that of Tong Wudi. As both ascended the stage, a chorus of cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Without further ado, the two clasped fists in greeting before launching into a fierce exchange, dust swirling as fists and feet clashed with intensity. The soldiers from both sides roared in fervor, the atmosphere charged with excitement. After a prolonged bout, the contest concluded with Tong Wudi narrowly emerging victorious, prompting a wave of cheers to cascade through the crowd. With this initial clash igniting the spirit of competition, a steady stream of skilled warriors from both sides took to the stage, their fierce confrontations eliciting a symphony of applause from the encampment. Zhou Yuan watched with rapt attention. These soldiers, seasoned in the crucible of battle, displayed a decisiveness and ferocity of action that far surpassed the mere sparring of the students from the Great Zhou prefecture. As the atmosphere grew increasingly heated, Qi Hao suddenly rose to his feet, casually remarking with a smile, "I have heard tales of His Highness's heroic efforts in the Great Zhou, where you have turned the tides and garnered great renown. The brothers of the Cang Yuan army are quite curious. Might you display a fraction of your prowess to enlighten us?" Countless inquisitive gazes turned toward Zhou Yuan, who was the subject of their curiosity. Although they had all heard of this prince of the Great Zhou, it was widely known that he could not cultivate due to his inability to open his meridians, leaving them astonished by the rumors surrounding the previous provincial examination. Indeed, he was aiming directly at me. Zhou Yuan maintained his composure, fully aware that Qi Hao intended to create trouble this evening. This fellow clearly sought to embarrass him before the Cang Yuan army, attempting to undermine his reputation and, by extension, the dignity of the royal family. Should Wei Cang Yuan choose to support the royal family thereafter, these soldiers of the Cang Yuan army might see the royal family as ineffectual and begin to harbor alternative sentiments. Thus, this seemingly trivial matter was, in reality, a manifestation of Qi Hao's insidious intentions. Qi Hao was astute. He had refrained from dispatching a practitioner of the qi-nourishing realm, aware that if Zhou Yuan were to lose under such circumstances, it would not be deemed dishonorable. Instead, he had chosen someone who had genuinely opened the 8 meridians but had not yet established a qi mansion, rendering this individual most suitable. It was evident that Qi Hao had invested considerable thought into this scheme. Of course, if your highness deems it unnecessary, then let it be," he added with a hint of condescension. "After all, we mere brutes are indeed vastly inferior to your highness's esteemed station." With a sigh, Qi Hao feigned understanding, yet his intentions were exceedingly malicious. Should Zhou Yuan reject his words, the soldiers of the Cang Yuan army would perceive him as someone who, due to his status, looked down upon these rugged warriors, inevitably leading to their disappointment. Meanwhile, Wei Qingqing's delicate face shifted slightly, as she discerned Qi Hao's ulterior motives and was poised to intervene. Under the scrutiny of those present, Zhou Yuan lifted his gaze to meet the beaming face of Qi Hao. Suddenly smiling, he remarked, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I certainly cannot dampen the atmosphere." He was fully aware of Qi Hao's intentions, yet to think he could suppress Zhou Yuan with such a tactic was rather naive. Rising to his feet, he lightly tapped his toes and ascended the platform. Grasping the Tianyuan brush, he activated its martial form, expanding it into what resembled a long spear. "Come forth. If you can withstand even a single strike, I shall concede defeat," Zhou Yuan declared. The brush pointed towards the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Oh!" Zhou Yuan's proclamation elicited a chorus of enthusiastic shouts from the crowd, both Cang Yuan soldiers and imperial guards alike, who could not help but cheer for him. Regardless of his prowess, His audacity was undeniably appealing. "That's quite a bold statement," Wei Qingqing remarked, momentarily taken aback. Beside her, Wei Ting scoffed dismissively. Ji Hao, with a calm smile, produced a fiery red long knife and tossed it to a lean man, saying, "Go ahead. If you win, this mid-grade source weapon shall be yours." The slender man quickly accepted the weapon, his eyes alight with joy. The value of a mid-grade source weapon was worth over 1,000 source crystals, a sum not easily afforded by a mere soldier. Clutching the long blade, he leaped onto the stage, his gaze fiercely fixed on Zhou Yuan. Unfazed, Zhou Yuan remained expressionless, as the source energy of the universe surged into him through his mouth and nose. In the next moment, he shot forth with great intensity, targeting the slender man.
Supérieur source technique, flamme blade slash.
The slender man, not daring to underestimate his opponent, bellowed and wielded his blade with both hands, executing a powerful downward strike. The blade shimmered with fiery brilliance, emanating a fierce and formidable aura. Clearly, the slender man was a distinguished practitioner among those who had opened 8 meridians. His assault was even more ferocious than that of Qi Yu during the provincial examination. However, in the face of such a savage strike, Zhou Yuan's form remained undeterred as he charged forward, the tip of his Tianyuan brush grazing the ground and igniting a shower of sparks. With a sudden deep breath, source energy surged within him, causing the Tianyuan brush to tremble violently, releasing streaks of azure light from its tip. Mystical radiance technique. Yet this time, Zhou Yuan's execution of the technique yielded azure light that extended several inches, and coupled with the enhancement of the Tianyuan brush, its power was incomparable to that of the provincial examination. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, the Tianyuan brush resembling a spear as it pierced the air, which split with a sharp sound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it collided heavily with the fiery blade slashing down from the slender man. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and sparks flew in all directions. At the very moment the sound resonated, all present witnessed a figure being forcefully propelled backwards, stumbling and tripping over his own feet. After several dozen steps, he finally managed to regain his balance. The crowd erupted in astonishment as they recognized the individual. It was the lean man who had opened the 8 meridians. No one could have anticipated that a person of such formidable prowess would falter against Zhou Yuan, unable to withstand even a single strike. Zhou Yuan, equally taken aback, slowly raised his fiery red long knife, revealing cracks that began to emerge along its surface, ultimately culminating in a resounding shatter. A wave of disbelief washed over the multitude of onlookers. Was it possible that Zhou Yuan had utterly destroyed a mid-grade source weapon? How immense must his strength be? Beside the campfire, Wei Qingqing gazed at the scene with wide eyes, acutely aware of the ferocity behind Zhou Yuan's earlier blow. That strike was so powerful that even a practitioner at the early stages of qi cultivation would feel threatened. It appeared that the rumors had indeed held truth. Wei Qingqing murmured, her beautiful eyes fixed in astonishment upon Zhou Yuan's figure. On the platform, Zhou Yuan held the Tianyuan brush at an angle towards the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Thank you for your kindness." Qi Hao had presumed that dispatching someone on the verge of establishing their qi mansion would suffice to undermine him. Little did he realize that during the interval following the palace examination, Zhou Yuan had refined his strength and successfully opened the 7th meridian. Now, beneath the realm of qi cultivation, few could withstand even a single blow from him. In the crowd below, the countless soldiers of the Kanglan army erupted in cheers, their gazes towards Zhou Yuan now imbued with a newfound admiration and respect. His stunning strike had evidently conquered these warriors, who held strength in the highest regard. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Amidst the cacophony of applause, Qi Hao's face, illuminated by the flickering flames of the bonfire, appeared somewhat rigid. He had clearly not anticipated that his intention to undermine Zhou Yuan's reputation and diminish the royal authority would ultimately elevate Zhou Yuan instead, earning the recognition of all the Kanglan soldiers for this prince hailing from the Great Zhou city. It was indeed a case of losing more than he gained. Chapter 64. Master Win, it seems the rumors about the provincial examination were true. You have defeated Qi Yu. Wei Qingqing gazed at Zhou Yuan with astonishment in her bright eyes. Previously, she had suspected some foul play in the examination, yet the formidable strike Zhou Yuan displayed had left even her in awe. That blow, perhaps, few could withstand at the qi-nourishing stage. I was blind to your abilities before. Allow me to toast you as an apology. Wei Qingqing, with a graceful demeanor, lifted her cup towards Zhou Yuan and downed it in one gulp, exuding elegance without pretension. Indeed, Your Highness Zhou Yuan possesses remarkable talent. However, Canglan County lies perilously close to the Black Abyss, fraught with danger. Thus, if you intend to remain here, it would be wise to exercise caution, remarked Wei Ting with a playful smile beside Wei Qingqing. Zhou Yuan responded with a calm smile. There is no need for such concern. He too discerned that Wei Ting seemed to harbor feelings for Qi Hao, thus extending her disdain towards him as well. However, he was indifferent, for Wei Ting was merely a niece of Wei Canglan, her status far inferior to that of Wei Qingqing. At that moment, Qi Hao's previously stiff countenance regained its composure, a smile once again gracing his features as he addressed Zhou Yuan. Your Highness Zhou Yuan possesses remarkable skills. No wonder my inept brother fell to your prowess. Thankfully, it was due to the Xuanmong technique of your Qi royal residence. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Qi Hao's expression darkened in an instant. Faced with Zhou Yuan's words, even his composure was nearly shattered, as he felt a strong urge to retort. Yet, he could not refute Zhou Yuan's statement, for it was indeed true that Zhou Yuan had triumphed over Qi Yu and that lean man of the 8 meridians using their Qi royal residence's Xuanmong technique. Your Highness must be cautious. The treasures of my Qi royal residence are not easily obtained, Qi Hao declared, his gaze shadowed. Let us hope no one else becomes a mere offering of treasure, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. The two exchanged glances, both harboring a surge of murderous intent. Suddenly, a soft cough from Wei Qingqing interrupted their confrontation. She cast a calm glance at the two and stated, Gentlemen, we are in Canglan County. Regardless of your grievances, it is best not to disrupt the regulations of Canglan County. As the daughter of Wei Canglan, she was acutely aware of the strained relations between the royal family and the Qi royal residence. However, now that Wei Canglan had chosen neutrality, they naturally refrained from assisting either party. As Qi Hao's gaze shifted to Wei Qingqing's cheek, his smile softened instantly. He leaned closer and said, Qingqing, tomorrow I shall bring someone to the general's residence to pay a visit to the general. Wei Qingqing furrowed her brows and replied, My father has not been in good spirits lately. It would be best not to trouble him. She understood that Qi Hao's intention was merely to win him over. Oh, Qingqing, do not say that. I have heard that Qi Hao has gone to great lengths to invite a master proficient in source patterns, who possesses profound knowledge in the art of toxin dispelling. He must be intending to assist Xiao Bin in this matter. Wei Ting chimed in with a smile. Wei Qingqing was taken aback and turned to Qi Hao, her delicate face softening slightly. The most pressing concern for the Wei family at present was indeed to help her younger brother dispel the toxins, for he was their sole hope. Her father's distress stemmed from her brother's deteriorating health. A master skilled in toxin-dispelling source patterns? Is it truly effective? Wei Qingqing asked anxiously. The realm of source patterns is vast and intricate, and there are indeed auxiliary patterns that can be employed for toxin dispelling. That master is well-versed in third-grade source patterns, Qi Hao explained. Third-grade source patterns? Wei Qingqing's eyes sparkled with interest. To possess such expertise in source patterns is exceedingly rare throughout the entire Zhou Dynasty, indicating that Qi Hao had indeed put in considerable effort. Well, I truly appreciate it. She nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her lovely face. It is only right. Seeing Xiao Bin in such a state pains me as his elder brother, Qi Hao replied, all the while subtly strengthening the bond between them. At the side, Zhou Yuan observed with a cold gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. It seemed that the recent offensive from the Qi royal residence had intensified, prompting them to engage an expert proficient in source patterns. Should they succeed in curing Wei Bin's poison, it would be an immense favor to the Wei family. Zhou Yuan thought that even if Wei Canglan remained resolute, he would inevitably waver under such circumstances. Thus, the primary objective of Zhou Yuan's visit to Canglan County was to steady Wei Canglan's resolve. With a flicker of his gaze, Zhou Yuan raised his head and smiled at Wei Qingqing, saying, Coincidentally, we intend to pay a visit tomorrow as well, so let us go together. Wei Qingqing nodded, then turned her head towards Qi Hao, persistently inquiring about the background of the source pattern expert, clearly placing great importance on it. Qi Hao wore a smile, yet his eyes briefly cast a shadow of smugness as they flicked towards Zhou Yuan. As night deepened, the banquet came to a close. Having received such significant kindness from Qi Hao, Wei Canglin was likely to lean towards the Qi royal residence, especially considering that he was the only heir of the Wei family, the sole continuation of their lineage. Zhou Yuan nodded solemnly. He then looked at Yaoyao and asked, "Sister Yaoyao, could you accompany me to the Qi royal residence tomorrow?" Yaoyao tilted her head, and even in the dim light of night, her exquisitely beautiful face still radiated a faint luminescence. She glanced at Zhou Yuan and replied, "I can help you assess the situation then." With that, she cradled Tun Tun and gracefully slipped into the tent. The following day, Zhou Yuan, Lu Taizhan, Yaoyao, and Su Yuwei arrived at the eastern gate of the encampment, where they beheld Wei Qingqing and Qi Hao awaiting them. However, beside Qi Hao stood an elderly man with graying hair. The old man had sunken eyes that possessed a certain coldness, and his demeanor exuded an air of pride. Even Wei Qingqing, with her usual temperament, wore a smile in the presence of this elder. "Your Highness, are you prepared?" Upon seeing Zhou Yuan and the others emerge, Wei Qingqing smiled and gestured towards the elderly man, saying, "This is Master Ing, a master of source patterns invited by Qi Hao to assist in detoxifying my younger brother." Upon hearing Wei Qingqing's introduction, Master Ing merely cast a brief, indifferent glance at Zhou Yuan and nodded slightly, his expression reflecting arrogance. A master capable of inscribing third-grade source patterns could be compared to strong practitioners of the Heavenly Gate realm. Yet, it was evident that such masters were exceedingly rare in the Great Zhou Dynasty. One dares to claim the title of master with merely a third-grade source pattern. And yet my companion here has said nothing. Zhou Yuan mused inwardly, offering a nod to Master Ing. "Let us proceed." Wei Qingqing did not elaborate further. She appeared somewhat impatient. With a wave of her hand, her steed surged forward, racing towards Canglin County City. With a hearty laugh, Qi Hao kicked off, his fiery steed galloping swiftly ahead. Watching his receding figure, Zhou Yuan's expression grew icy. Without further ado, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow suit. He harbored lingering doubts. Could a master well-versed in third-grade source patterns truly contend with the venom of the Black Poison King? That was something even formidable practitioners of the Tai Chu realm feared and dreaded. Today, he was determined to see what kind of tricks Qi Hao could conjure. Chapter 65. The Purge of Toxins. With Wei Qingqing leading the way, Zhou Yuan and his companions encountered no obstacles as they arrived at the Grand General's residence. Dismounting their steeds, they proceeded directly into the estate, traversing through a series of corridors and courtyards until they ultimately reached the main hall. Upon entering, Zhou Yuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the central seat, where a middle-aged man sat, draped in a purple robe, his frame somewhat gaunt, adorned with a few small dark spots upon his visage. Merely his presence exuded an aura of formidable intensity, instilling a sense of pressure among Zhou Yuan and his companions. Evidently, this man in the purple robe was none other than Wei Canglin, the Grand General of the Great Zhou Dynasty. "Dad," Wei Qingqing called out as she entered the main hall. Wei Canglin lifted his gaze, surveying the group, his eyes lingering momentarily on Zhou Yuan before he rose and spoke with a measured tone. "Wei Canglin greets His Highness Zhou Yuan." Zhou Yuan clasped his fists in respect. Replying, Zhou Yuan pays his respects to the Grand General. "My father has entrusted me to convey his regards." With his eyes slightly downcast, Zhou Yuan discerned from Wei Canglin's demeanor that there remained an air of unresolved tension regarding past events. After their exchange, Wei Canglin shifted his focus to Qi Hao and the elder beside him, inquiring, "I presume this esteemed individual is Master Ing? I have long heard of your renown." His previously austere countenance softened considerably, clearly directed towards Master Ing. "Greetings, Grand General," Master Ing acknowledged, tempering his pride as he bowed courteously. "I have heard from the young lady that you are proficient in source patterns and adept at using them to purge toxins," Wei Canglin remarked. Master Ing smiled gently and remarked, "I am aware that the poison afflicting the General's son is none other than the miasma toxin. Is it not? I have traversed the depths of the Black Abyss and encountered this very poison, ultimately finding a remedy." Upon hearing these words, Wei Qingqing's delicate face lit up with joy, and her gaze towards Master Ing brimmed with admiration. Even the stern countenance of Wei Canglin revealed a hint of a smile. We shall trouble Master Ing then. Should you succeed in curing my child, I shall offer my profound gratitude, Wei Kanglin said, clasping his hands in respect. At this moment, Qi Hao offered a slight smile and said, General, there is no need for such formality. It is largely thanks to my father's efforts that we were able to invite Master Ing. Wei Kanglin's expression shifted as Qi Hao's words implied that by accepting Master Ying's assistance, they would also be acknowledging the goodwill of the Qi royal house. While it might not lead to the outright subversion of the general's household, it was evident that Wei Kanglin's neutrality would inevitably tilt slightly. Casting a glance at Zhou Yuan, Wei Kanglin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, his concern for his only heir prevailed. He solemnly stated, Then I shall first express my gratitude for the kindness of the Qi prince. If you truly manage to heal my son, I shall personally come to convey my thanks. Qi Hao beamed, his eyes casting a subtle, triumphant glance at Zhou Yuan. If Wei Kanglin were to visit, it would undoubtedly send a signal, causing various factions within the Great Zhou to perceive a shift in the general's household. This would, without a doubt, impact the dynamics of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Zhou Yuan's gaze fell, his expression impassive, while Lu Taizhan beside him displayed a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Wei Qingqing cast an apologetic glance, yet remained silent, for Wei Bin's affliction was a shared anguish within their family. They had exhausted every conceivable means to restore him. Now, at long last, a potential remedy for the miasmic poison had appeared, and they were resolute in their determination not to relinquish this opportunity. Without further ado, the time to act was now. Wei Kanglin directed his gaze toward Master Ing, expressing his eagerness. Master Ing nodded with an air of calm assurance. Observing this, Wei Kanglin turned to Wei Qingqing and said, Qingqing, please attend to His Highness Zhou Yuan. After a moment's hesitation, he felt reluctant to refuse, given that he had previously wronged Zhou Yuan, and thus he glanced again at Master Ing, who evidently regarded Zhou Yuan as a potential pupil. Let us proceed, Wei Kanglin declared, refraining from further words as he led the way out of the hall and toward the rear courtyard of the general's residence, followed closely by the rest of the group. In the courtyard, they entered a spacious, well-lit chamber. Wei Kanglin and his entourage surged in, and Zhou Yuan's gaze quickly fell upon a small boy of around 8 or 9 years, lying on a bed. The child's complexion was pale and frail, his body marred by dark spots that emitted a foul odor. He looked up timidly at the throng that had entered. Do not be afraid, little brother. We are here to help you dispel the poison, Wei Qingqing reassured him, her tone gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier martial demeanor in the barracks. Wei Kanglin's heart ached as he gazed at the boy, stepping forward to gently caress his head. Then, with eyes filled with hope, he turned toward Master Ing, imploring, Master, please take action. Master Ing strode in with an air of confidence, prompting Wei Kanglin to hastily offer him a seat. Once settled, he cast a glance at the dark spots marring Wei Bin's body and remarked, The poison has penetrated to the very marrow. It is quite severe. If this persists, I'm afraid his life may be in jeopardy. At these words, Wei Qingqing's face blanched, and Wei Kanglin's expression shifted noticeably. Master, you must save my younger brother, Wei Qingqing implored, her beautiful eyes glistening with desperation. Fear not, Qingqing. Master Ing will undoubtedly rescue your brother, Qi Hao reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her delicate shoulder. Wei Qingqing nodded vigorously, oblivious to the warmth of Qi Hao's grip. Master Ing, with a calm smile, nodded in affirmation and declared with confidence, Rest assured, General Wei and Miss, my presence here signifies my certainty. Remove young Master Wei's outer garments, he instructed with a wave of his hand. Immediately, a maid approached, carefully stripping Wei Bin of his clothing to reveal his pale body, marred by dark splotches. Master Ing retrieved a dark gray source-patterned brush from his waist, focused intently, and then abruptly began to inscribe intricate, obscure source marks upon Wei Bin's body, the brush tip glimmering with a faint light. In the room, all present held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension. Wei Qingqing and Wei Kanglin wore expressions of anxious anticipation, while Qi Hao maintained a subtle smile, occasionally casting proud glances at Zhou Yuan and his companions, exuding an air of assuredness. Zhou Yuan remained impassive, whereas Lu Taizhan clenched his fists, betraying a sense of unease. because they all understood that if mastering truly healed Wei Bin, their position in Canglan County would become precarious, and subsequently, their chances in the competition for the relics within the abyss would diminish significantly. After all, without the support of Wei Canglan, their forces would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with others in the abyss. Thus, the stakes were remarkably high. In stark contrast to the expressions of Zhou Yuan and the others, Yaoyao held Tun close, her delicate and exquisite face displaying a cold indifference as she gazed at the source patterns being inscribed by Master Ying, a flicker of light momentarily sparkling in her bright eyes. Chapter 66. Unveiling within the room, the atmosphere was oppressive and silent, with everyone refraining from uttering a word. The only sound that permeated the air was the faint, hissing noise produced by the source pattern brush gliding across Wei Bin's skin. Time passed slowly, and a remarkably intricate source pattern began to manifest upon Wei Bin's body, enveloping half of him and emanating a subtle yet astonishing wave of energy. This was a third-grade source pattern. Wei Canglan's expression grew grave, followed by an exclamation. However, this source pattern appears to serve merely as an auxiliary, thus even Wei Bin's body can endure it. With a deft motion of his brush, Master Ying completed the final stroke, and at that moment, the source pattern coalesced entirely, radiating an extraordinary glow that incessantly penetrated into Wei Bin's body. On the bed, Wei Bin emitted a low groan of discomfort, his fingers clenched tightly. "Little brother," Wei Qingqing exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing this. Master Ying smiled gently and said, "My lady, there is no need for haste. I am currently employing my source pattern to resolve the miasmic poison within his body. The process may be slightly painful." Upon hearing this, Wei Qingqing suppressed her anxiety and nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Wei Bin. After a brief moment under their unwavering gaze, they noticed, to their astonishment, that the dark spots on Wei Bin's body began to recede. In less than a few minutes, those once terrifying black marks had entirely vanished. "The miasmic poison has been resolved," Wei Qingqing exclaimed, her cheeks glowing with joy. Wei Canglan's eyes widened with excitement, his fists clenched tightly, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. "This third-grade source pattern, which I acquired by chance, is known as the poison dissolution pattern. It has the ability to neutralize all poisons in the world. Although the miasmic poison is formidable, my poison dissolution pattern can still contend with it," Master Ying declared with pride. Wei Canglan nodded in agreement, praising, "This poison dissolution pattern is indeed remarkable. Despite being merely third grade, it can counter the miasmic poison of the Black Poison King." He turned to Master Ying and solemnly clasped his fists, stating, "You are truly a benefactor to the Wei family." Wei Qingqing hastily followed suit, paying her respects to Master Ying. "I am merely fulfilling a request," Master Ying replied with a gentle smile. Wei Canglan glanced at the smiling Qi Hao and the expressionless Zhou Yuan, and could not help but sigh inwardly. The debt of gratitude incurred this time was indeed significant. "Prince Zhou Yuan, you should remain in the encampment for the time being. The recent turbulence in Canglan County has stirred a chaotic mix of individuals. Only within the military camp will you find true safety," Wei Canglan advised. Lu Tiashan's expression subtly shifted. Was Wei Canglan truly intending to place them under house arrest? If so, how could they contend for the fire spirit spike and the jade jar fruit in the abyss? Qi Hao gazed at Zhou Yuan with a smile, his lips curling in a manner that was both playful and mocking. Wei Qingqing also sighed softly, shaking her head. "What are you so pleased about?" Just then, amidst the oppressive atmosphere in the room, a gentle and melodious voice emerged. Everyone turned to see Yaoyao, standing beside Zhou Yuan, speaking softly. "Isn't it a cause for celebration that young Master Wei has successfully dispelled the poison and regained his health?" Qi Hao remarked with a smile. Yaoyao gently stroked her silky hair and replied, "If the poison truly has been eradicated, then indeed it is a reason for joy. However, one must be cautious of superficial appearances that may inadvertently harm." As soon as these words were uttered, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted. "Little girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Master Ying was the first to scold, his face resembling a winter frost. Wei Canglan's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze fixed on Yaoyao like that of a lion, demanding, "What do you mean by that, young lady? If you continue to speak recklessly here, even as a person of the palace, I fear you shall have to face some consequences." Yaoyao paid them no mind, instead walking to the bedside, casting a glance at Wei Bin, and with her red lips slightly parted, she declared, "What poison-dispelling pattern? How utterly absurd." "Master Ing," furious, shouted, "Little girl, are you blind? Is there any poison left in him? If you continue to stir up trouble here, do not blame me for being rude." Beside them, Wei Qingqing furrowed her brows. At this moment, Wei Bin's pallid face had regained a hint of color, indeed suggesting that the poison had been successfully expelled. Wei Kanglin also wore a serious expression, for he had previously examined Wei Bin and confirmed that the miasma toxin within him had vanished. Ignoring Master Ying's furious outburst, Yaoyao calmly instructed Wei Kanglin, "Fetch a silver needle and pierce the acupoint located 3 inches from his lumbar vertebra." Upon hearing this, Master Ying's pupils seemed to constrict as he gravely addressed Wei Kanglin. "General, I am here at someone's behest, not to endure the indignities of a mere girl." Qi Hao interjected, "General, Master Ing has traveled a great distance to assist young Master Wei. If he is still met with suspicion, it would be truly disheartening." Observing the situation, Wei Kanglin hesitated for a moment. Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke up, "General, this matter pertains to young Master Wei's life. It is best to investigate thoroughly to avoid future regret." "Bring the silver needle," Wei Kanglin commanded sharply, and a maid promptly retrieved a silver needle. Grasping the needle, Wei Kanglin approached the bed and said in a low voice, "Only pierce 3 inches from the lumbar spine. All the miasma poison has been forced to this location by that master. Other areas are of no use, only here," Yaoyao replied coolly. Wei Kanglin cast a deep glance at Yaoyao before decisively plunging the silver needle into Wei Bin's lower lumbar region, inserting it halfway before gently withdrawing it. At the moment the needle was drawn out, the expressions of everyone in the room changed dramatically. They beheld the needle tip, shrouded in darkness and exuding a foul stench, undoubtedly the miasma toxin. Wei Qingqing's delicate face transformed dramatically as she abruptly lifted her head, her frosty gaze fixated on Master Ing. Master Ying's complexion paled significantly, yet he maintained his composure and said, "It seems the poison has not been entirely neutralized and still lingers." Qi Hao's face twitched as he forced a smile and suggested, "Perhaps the general should allow Master Ing another attempt?" Yaoyao's voice was cold as she remarked, "It is not that the poison was not resolved. Rather, the source pattern you employed is not a detoxification pattern but instead a suppression pattern. I surmise that those you previously saved with the detoxification pattern have met with a most tragic fate." Upon hearing this, both Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes fixed on Master Ing with an intense desire to devour him. Suddenly, a surge of source energy erupted from Master Ying's body, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting away as he could no longer endure Wei Kanglin's predatory gaze, seeking to escape. Wei Kanglin's countenance darkened, and with a flick of his fingers, he propelled a silver needle enveloped in azure source energy, which vanished in an instant. A scream echoed from a distance shortly thereafter. Outside the room, someone responded respectfully before hastily departing. Qi Hao's complexion also turned ashen, his hand trembling slightly, his gaze towards Zhou Yuan and Yaoyao filled with malice. What was once a flawless plan had now been marred by these two. "Please escort Prince Qi to rest," Wei Kanglin said indifferently. Guards entered and respectfully led Qi Hao away, his departing glance towards Zhou Yuan imbued with a chilling intent to kill. With the departure of Master Ing and Qi Hao, the atmosphere in the room once again grew heavy and silent. Wei Qingqing's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she wept softly, while Wei Kanglin sat despondently, appearing aged beyond his years. Yaoyao glanced at the two of them, her brows furrowing slightly, and remarked, "What is there to cry about? He is not dead." Wei Kanglin was taken aback, as if he had grasped the deeper meaning behind Yaoyao's words. He hastily lifted his gaze to this remarkably beautiful young lady and said, "I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. I hope you will not take it to heart." After the previous events, he no longer dared to underestimate this girl, who emitted no trace of elemental energy. Yaoyao tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, "I will not offer my assistance, but he may be able to help." She extended her jade finger and pointed directly at Zhou Yuan. Instantly, the gazes of Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing were fixed upon Zhou Yuan. Under their intense scrutiny, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of anxiety, nearly voicing his frustration. If even Master Ing, who could inscribe third-grade source patterns, was unable to contend with the miasmic poison, what could his own second-grade source pattern proficiency possibly achieve? Yaoyao, please don't put me in a difficult position, he silently lamented. At this moment, it would be ideal for her to showcase her abilities and leave them utterly astonished. However, faced with Wei Kanglin's hopeful eyes and Wei Qingqing's tearful, pitiful demeanor, Zhou Yuan could only muster a forced smile and reluctantly nod in agreement. He understood that refusing might lead to a fate similar to Qi Hao's, as he could very well be dismissed from the room. Chapter 67. The venom of 1,000 ants. When Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing saw Zhou Yuan nod, a glimmer of excitement flickered in their eyes. Although they were somewhat perplexed as to how Zhou Yuan could counter the miasmic poison, in this desperate moment, they could only cling to this final thread of hope. Zhou Yuan, steeling himself, approached the bedside, casting a glance at the little boy who gazed at him with hopeful eyes. He offered a wry smile before turning to Yaoyao and whispering, "How do I save him?" Noticing Zhou Yuan's expression, Yaoyao's red lips curved slightly, and she lifted her delicate face to Wei Kanglin, saying, "He mentioned that he needs to prepare some things, and it will take 10 days. Wei Kanglin was taken aback. "What does he require?" "I can assist. It involves gathering materials for inscribing source patterns." "There is no need to trouble General Wei," Yaoyao replied, shaking her head. Zhou Yuan nodded, glancing at Yaoyao. Her demeanor alleviated some of his apprehension. After all, she was not one to act recklessly. Since she had chosen this course of action, there must be a valid reason behind it. "General, I can intervene to save young Master Wei, but I have 2 conditions," Zhou Yuan stated, regaining his composure. "Please, speak your mind." "Wei Bin is the sole heir of the Wei family. For his sake, I would not hesitate to give my life," Wei Kanglin replied solemnly. "First, I wish for General Wei's assistance in obtaining the Fire Spirit Ear and the Jade Infant Fruit." Zhou Yuan articulated his objective without reservation. Wei Kanglin was not the least bit surprised by this. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The matter of the ruins has already spread throughout Kanglin County and Heiyuan. I anticipate there will be fierce competition, and perhaps even the Black Poison King will involve himself." At the mention of the Black Poison King, a fierce glint flickered in Wei Kanglin's eyes. "However, if His Highness can truly save Wei Bin, my general's manor will extend its utmost assistance," he declared solemnly, for in his eyes the life of Wei Bin was paramount. Wei Kanglin's resoluteness took Zhou Yuan aback for a moment, but he soon smiled and said, "The second condition is that I have heard the general's manor possesses a devouring source stone. I wish to procure this item." "The devouring source stone." Wei Kanglin pondered slightly before ultimately nodding. "Though it is indeed a treasure, it pales in comparison to my son's life. As long as His Highness can rescue my son, these 2 conditions are agreeable." With the 2 conditions established, a glimmer of joy crossed Zhou Yuan's eyes as he clasped his fists and said solemnly, "In that case, I shall spare no effort in ridding young Master Wei of the poison." "Very well, Qingqing. Please lead His Highness and the others to their accommodations and ensure they are well settled," Wei Kanglin said with a smile. Wei Qingqing nodded gracefully, her beautiful eyes directed at Zhou Yuan, her delicate face adorned with a rare soft smile. She elegantly strode forward to guide them. As Wei Kanglin watched their departing figures, his brow furrowed. Although Master Ing was despicable, his mastery of source patterns was considerable. Yet Zhou Yuan, in comparison, seemed lacking in that regard. Wei Kanglin's expression appeared somewhat despondent as he sighed softly, saying, "At this point, we can only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. I hope he hasn't deceived me. Otherwise, even if he is a prince, I will have no choice but to expel him from Kanglin County." In the guest room of the Grand General's residence, as soon as Lu Taizhan entered, he anxiously gazed at Zhou Yuan and asked, "Your Highness, can you truly resolve that miasma poison?" Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and replied, "If you inquire of me, whom should I consult?" Lu Taizhan smiled wryly, "In 10 days, we will likely be forced to leave Kanglin County." Zhou Yuan shook his head helplessly, then turned to the serene figure seated in the chair, playfully teasing the creature named Tun Tun. He chuckled, "Sister Yaoyao, are you not having a bit of fun at my expense? With your mastery of source patterns, resolving that miasma poison should be a mere flick of your wrist." Yaoyao, cradling Tun Tun, lightly tapped its forehead with her elegant fingers. With a charming gaze, she replied, That fellow previously threatened me and expected me to intervene personally to save someone? How audacious. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched slightly. It seemed this ethereal maiden harbored a rather petty disposition. Meanwhile, Su Yue stifled a laugh nearby. Zhou Yuan took a seat beside Yaoyao. His expression filled with worry. I do not possess the source pattern to dispel poison, and considering the severity of that miasma poison, how can I possibly remedy it? I could teach you. Yaoyao replied nonchalantly. I cannot carve third-grade source patterns, Zhou Yuan lamented. Given his current spiritual realm, he could at most manage second-grade source patterns. Achieving third grade would necessitate elevating his spirit to the late stage of the void realm. Who said it had to be third grade? Yaoyao shot a glance at Zhou Yuan and remarked, that old fellow lacks the capability. Thus he must rely on third-grade source patterns to suppress the miasma poison. Over the next 10 days, I shall teach you a second-grade source pattern known as the 1,000 Ants Erosion Poison Pattern, along with several first-grade detoxification source patterns. If you follow my instructions, eliminating that miasma poison should pose no challenge. Yaoyao produced a sheet of white paper and, with a source pattern pen, inscribed something before handing it to Zhou Yuan. Additionally, be sure to gather everything listed here promptly. Zhou Yuan accepted the paper and, upon glancing at it, his expression shifted dramatically. Sister Yaoyao, this is rather ruthless, isn't it? This list is filled with the venomous blood of various source beasts. Are you intending to bring about the demise of that young Master Wei? The contents of the paper detailed an array of highly toxic substances, prompting Zhou Yuan to question whether Yaoyao was still in a foul mood. Yaoyao retorted, exasperated, what nonsense are you spouting? These are merely the materials required for inscribing the 1,000 Ants Erosion Poison Pattern. This is a case of using poison to counteract poison. Could it truly be safe? Zhou Yuan expressed his concern. Young Master Wei is in a delicate state. What if he inadvertently succumbs to this? It would be impossible for me to clear my name, and perhaps Wei Kanglin might go mad and take my life as retribution for his son. This time, Yaoyao could not be bothered to respond to him further. She turned away, playfully teasing Tun Tun. Zhou Yuan could only smile wryly and handed the paper to Lu Taizhan, saying, go prepare. Lu Taizhan glanced at the paper, his expression twitching slightly, but ultimately refrained from comment. Gritting his teeth, he turned to carry out the task, though it was evident that he had already begun to mentally map out an escape route for the impending situation. Zhou Yuan gazed at Yaoyao, smiling, Sister Yaoyao, when shall we commence our study of the 1,000 Ant Venom Pattern? Yaoyao stretched languidly, revealing her alluring curves. Cradling Tun Tun, she rose and replied lazily, perhaps tomorrow. I am quite fatigued today. With that, she led Su Yue directly into the inner courtyard. Zhou Yuan watched the graceful figures of the two women fade into the distance, his thoughts drifting to the lethal 1,000 Ant Venom Pattern, and he could only shake his head in exasperation. Such a spirited young lady indeed. Truly, she is the embodiment of the martial world. Fierce yet taciturn, not to be trifled with. Chapter 68. Preparation. In the ensuing nearly 10 days, Zhou Yuan devoted nearly all his energy to mastering the 1,000 Ant Venom Pattern. After all, the method Yaoyao had chosen was rather ruthless. Should any mishap occur, given Wei Bin's physical constitution, he could very well meet his demise on the spot. Thus, in order to avoid incurring the wrath of Wei Kanglin, who might go mad with grief, Zhou Yuan had no choice but to exert himself in his studies. Fortunately, his talent for source patterns was commendable, and with his soul having reached the mid-stage of the void realm, learning a second-tier source pattern was not overly strenuous for him. Consequently, after 7 or 8 days, Zhou Yuan had already managed to grasp the 1,000 Ant Venom Pattern. The next step was merely to enhance his proficiency. In the general's mansion, within the study, what has His Highness Zhou Yuan been up to these days? Wei Kanglin inquired, lifting his gaze to Wei Qingqing. Wei Qingqing hesitated for a moment before responding. It seems he has been practicing source patterns. Zhou Yuan resided in the Grand General's residence, and his every action was easily discernible. Wei Kanglin's countenance twitched. Was this a desperate grasp at straws? What exactly was His Highness Zhou Yuan planning? Moreover, I have noticed that Commander Lu has recently acquired certain items within the city. Wei Qingqing hesitated for a moment before producing a note and handing it to Wei Kanglin, which detailed the lethal substances Zhou Yuan had instructed Lu Taizhan to procure. Wei Kanglin received it, cast a glance, and his face twitched once more. Were it not for his certainty regarding Zhou Yuan's identity, he might have begun to question the prince's motives. Father, are we truly to entrust my younger brother to His Highness Zhou Yuan for treatment? Should we seek others? Wei Qingqing inquired, her anxiety regarding Zhou Yuan palpable. Wei Kanglin sighed and replied, have we not sought enough individuals? The Black Poison King's miasmic toxins are not so easily dispelled. Otherwise, he would not have dominated the Black Abyss for so many years. For now, we must place our trust in His Highness Zhou Yuan. Wei Kanglin glanced in the direction of the guest house, his eyes narrowing slightly. Moreover, our prince is quite astute. He is no fool and must be well aware of the consequences of mishandling Xiaobin. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingqing nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan had been resolute that day, even laying out conditions beforehand, which suggested he possessed some assurance. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to self-deprecation. Then let us await the day after tomorrow, hoping he can indeed save my younger brother. Wei Qingqing sighed, for Wei Bin's poison had become a lingering affliction in their family. As long as this malady persisted, the general's manner would remain stiflingly oppressive. Zhou Yuan had brought a glimmer of hope, yet she wondered if this hope would ultimately yield an even greater despair. In a grand estate within the county city, Qi Hao's expression was dark as he faced Wei Ting. It was evident that she had divulged all the intelligence regarding Zhou Yuan's activities within the general's manor. That brash young man was indeed arrogant. Even the Master Ing whom you summoned could not resolve the miasmic poison. How could he possibly succeed?
Wei Ting scoffed dismissively.
Is there any other news? Qi Hao inquired. With a beaming smile, Wei Ting leaned closer to Qi Hao, who reciprocated by wrapping his arm around her slender waist. From her sleeve, she produced a slip of paper. These are the items that Lu Taizhan has recently purchased within the city. Qi Hao took the note, glanced at it, and his brow furrowed immediately. All our toxins, what on earth do they intend to do? After a moment of contemplation without arriving at an answer, he could only let out a cold laugh. Let them indulge in their schemes. If they end up causing Wei Bin's demise, it will be interesting to see if Wei Kanglin loses his mind. He too did not believe that Zhou Yuan possessed the capability to counteract the miasmic poison. Ting Ting, ensure you keep a close watch on Zhou Yuan at the general's residence. Relay any information to me at once. Moreover, should Zhou Yuan indeed falter, seize the opportunity to incite Wei Kanglin, ensuring that Zhou Yuan does not exit the general's residence alive. Qi Hao instructed. Furthermore, if Wei Bin meets his demise due to Zhou Yuan's actions, Wei Qingqing will undoubtedly be devastated. At that moment, lure her out, for her defenses will be lowered, providing me with the perfect opportunity to strike. Upon hearing this, Wei Ting pouted and said, you actually want me to assist you in pursuing another woman? Qi Hao replied with a subtle smile, Ting Ting, if you wish to marry into the Qi royal family, my father's approval is essential. If you aid me in obtaining Wei Qingqing, I will gain influence over the Kanglin army. Once that is accomplished, it would be a monumental achievement, and my father would surely consent to our union. Despite having mingled within the Kanglin army for a year, he had yet to penetrate its innermost circle, aware that Wei Kanglin was wary of him. Thus, the only path to securing the Kanglin army lay in winning Wei Qingqing's favor, for she held considerable esteem within its ranks. Is that true? Wei Ting asked, her eyes wide with intrigue. Qi Hao nodded with a smile. Wei Ting bit her crimson lip and then vigorously nodded, declaring, all right, I will do my utmost to assist you. After a brief moment of intimacy, Wei Ting left with satisfaction. Qi Hao watched her retreating figure, his smile fading into a cold expression as he lightly flicked the dust from his garments, muttering disdainfully, what a deluded woman. Emerging from behind the screen was the steward of the Qi Wang residence. Qi Ling, young master, what on earth is Zhou Yuan up to? Can he truly cure Wei Bin? Qi Ling inquired, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Qi Hao could not suppress a disdainful laugh. That brat? He must be dreaming. The miasmic poison has tormented Wei Kanglin for countless years. He has sought the aid of numerous experts, yet all have proven powerless. Thus, I harbor no belief that a mere novice, who has yet to step into the realm of Qi cultivation, could achieve such a feat. Nevertheless, Qi Hao acknowledged, Although I doubt his success, we must prepare for the worst. If by some stroke of luck Zhou Yuan manages to stumble upon a solution, Wei Kanglin will undoubtedly assist him in seizing the fire spirit ear. Qi Hao lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Grand General's residence, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Wei Kanglin, if you truly intend to aid Zhou Yuan, then I shall have no choice but to find a way to eliminate you. Rest assured, after your removal, I shall take good care of your daughter and the Kanglin army. As the attention from various parties converged, the final days approached slowly. In the courtyard, Zhou Yuan gathered his belongings, casting a glance at Lu Taizhan, who bore an expression reminiscent of one bravely facing death, and could not help but roll his eyes. He then nodded towards Yaoyao and Su Yuwei, declaring, "Let us go. Our fate shall be determined today." Chapter 69. Demonstrating skill in the rear courtyard within the chamber, as Zhou Yuan and his companions arrived, Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing were already awaiting their presence. Upon spotting Zhou Yuan, the two swiftly approached him. "Your Highness Zhou Yuan, will you take action today?" Wei Kanglin inquired with a smile. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, refraining from further idle chatter as he proceeded directly into the room. Approaching the bedside, he observed Wei Bin lying there, his complexion evidently improved compared to before. Yet, Zhou Yuan was acutely aware that this was merely a result of Master Ying's forcible suppression of the miasmic poison within him. Once the poison flared up again, could swiftly claim his life. Zhou Yuan reached for the black cosmic pouch at his waist. Upon departing from the Great Zhou city, Zhou Qing had also provided him with a cosmic pouch from the royal treasury. Although its quality was modest and its space limited to a few zhang in radius, it still offered considerable convenience. Several jade vials materialized in Zhou Yuan's hands, and then he retrieved a jade dish, carefully dripping the liquid from the vial into it for a delicate concoction. As the liquid emerged, it emitted a foul stench, and merely inhaling its scent induced a slight dizziness, clearly indicating its lethal toxicity. Although Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing had anticipated this, their expressions still shifted dramatically. "Your Highness, what are you intending to do?" Wei Qingqing asked, biting her crimson lip. Zhou Yuan smiled and replied, "The miasmic poison is exceedingly domineering. To neutralize it, one would need to find a master capable of inscribing a 4th-grade detoxification rune. However, such masters are quite rare in our Great Zhou. Thus, we must resort to an alternative method." He paused momentarily before adding, "We shall use poison against poison. As for the specifics of how to proceed, you shall observe shortly. However, General, rest assured, I am acutely aware of the consequences. Should I lack a modicum of confidence, I would not act so recklessly." Zhou Yuan cast a glance at Wei Kanglin, his tone measured. Wei Kanglin regarded Zhou Yuan intently and slowly replied, "Since your Highness possesses confidence, feel free to act. If you truly manage to cure my son, the Wei family shall owe you a profound debt of gratitude." Zhou Yuan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, and lowered his head to concoct the viscous poison. After a considerable time, when the noxious odor reached its zenith, he finally paused. He retrieved the Tianyuan brush from his waist, dipped its tip into the poison, and his expression turned solemn. Taking a deep breath, the brush's tip descended slowly. With a hissing sound, as the poisoned brush tip made contact with Wei Bin's skin, a dark source mark emerged. Zhou Yuan deftly maneuvered his wrist, the brush gliding effortlessly, as source marks rapidly manifested. Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing watched intently as Zhou Yuan inscribed each source mark, their brows furrowing slightly. Although their understanding of source patterns was rudimentary, they could discern that Zhou Yuan was currently inscribing merely a first-tier source pattern. Such a grade of source pattern would be utterly ineffective against the miasmic poison. Despite their myriad doubts, they refrained from voicing any interruptions, resolving to observe in silence. Zhou Yuan remained wholly focused, disregarding the gazes of others. After completing the first-tier source pattern, he continued to inscribe, and after a while another first-tier source pattern emerged. Over the ensuing half-hour, Zhou Yuan meticulously inscribed a total of 8 first-tier source patterns. The 8 exquisite origin patterns perfectly encircled Xiao Bin's lumbar region. Wei Kanglin's gaze flickered as he realized that the intricate designs crafted by Zhou Yuan resembled a strategic formation, effectively sealing off the concealed location of the poisonous miasma lurking beneath Wei Bin's lower back. After inscribing the 8 origin patterns, Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. He closed his eyes briefly to gather himself before proceeding once more, his expression now more solemn, for he was about to inscribe the newly learned second-grade origin pattern, the 1,000 ants corrosive pattern, a crucial element in countering the miasma's poison. Zhou Yuan focused intently for a moment, then suddenly set his pen to paper, his spirit flickering at the center of his brow, merging seamlessly with the heavenly origin pen in his hand. Hiss! One after another, dark source lines emerged, perfectly interconnecting, until Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing were astonished to witness the gradual formation of a complex and profound origin pattern. This was indeed a second-grade origin pattern. Exchanging glances, Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing both sensed that this second-grade origin pattern was anything but ordinary. At last, Zhou Yuan's pen tip came to a halt, and he gazed at the completed pattern, releasing a sigh of relief. The 1,000 ants corrosive pattern had finally been successfully inscribed. Now, the most critical moment had arrived. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's murmured words, both Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing felt a jolt of anticipation. Zhou Yuan gently tapped the tip of the heavenly origin pen against the innermost first-grade origin pattern, which immediately began to glow softly, undulating as if it were a provocative octopus. As the intricate pattern of the first-grade source began to swirl provocatively, Wei Bin suddenly cried out in pain, and the onlookers were horrified to witness the skin beneath his lumbar spine transform into an inky black hue. This darkness, akin to flowing ink, began to spread, relentlessly advancing towards the surrounding first-grade source patterns. The ferocious miasma surged forth, causing the singular first-grade source pattern to dissipate as if a battalion had fragmented into disarray. Consequently, the emerging miasma charged directly towards the layers of first-grade source patterns that encircled them. In that moment, all the first-grade source patterns activated, rotating in unison, and unbeknownst to them, they began to fragment the encroaching miasma into various sizes of toxic vapors. These noxious fumes caused Wei Bin's skin to blacken in patches, a sight that was truly alarming. Zhou Yuan remained composed, and with a deft stroke of the Tianyuan brush, he observed a strand of miasma break through the layers of defense, approaching the formidable 1,000 ant erosion poison pattern. This 1,000 ant erosion poison pattern was imbued with deadly toxins, and upon their encounter, it was as if 2 ferocious tigers had met in the wilderness, engaging in battle without hesitation. The black mist, transformed from the miasma, surged towards the 1,000 ant erosion poison pattern, which remained unfazed, its source pattern writhing as if it were the gaping maw of an abyss, willingly absorbing the miasma and consuming it entirely. As the 1,000 ant erosion poison pattern ingested the miasma, it began to rotate slowly, emitting an eerie black glow. Moments later, the brilliance dimmed, yet all present beheld a wisp of black toxic mist wafting from Wei Bin's skin, exuding a foul stench that was utterly repugnant. However, upon beholding the tendril of venomous mist, both Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing could not suppress their ecstatic expressions, for they were intimately familiar with it. It was none other than the miasmic demon poison. This signified that the miasmic demon poison within Wei Bin's body was indeed being neutralized. It's not over yet. This is merely the beginning, Zhou Yuan cautioned, as another stream of miasmic demon poison, meticulously divided by numerous first-grade Genesis runes, surged towards the 1,000 ant corrosion venom rune. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Wei Kanglin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration, unable to contain his praise. Wei Qingqing, however, was somewhat perplexed. How is it that this second-grade Genesis rune is capable of dissolving the miasmic demon poison? She inquired. This second-grade Genesis rune also harbors potent venom, employing the principle of combating poison with poison, utilizing venom to neutralize venom, thereby dissolving each and every wave of miasmic demon poison that surges forth. If this continues, the miasmic demon poison within Wei Bin's body will inevitably be completely eradicated. Such proficiency in Genesis runes, coupled with such ingenuity, left even Wei Kanglin, a powerhouse of the Alpha Origin realm, in awe. Wei Qingqing, upon hearing this, was similarly astounded, evidently not expecting Zhou Yuan to be capable of such a feat. It seems my little brother is truly saved, Wei Qingqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Her pearly teeth gently bit her crimson lips, and her beautiful eyes welled up with emotion. However, when her gaze fell upon the handsome young man sitting by the bedside, his figure upright and stalwart, she couldn't help but notice a hint of peculiar brilliance flickering within her gaze. In the spacious and well-lit chamber, wisps of black mist intermittently rose into the air, carrying with them a putrid stench that was utterly nauseating. However, the occupants of the room, upon encountering this foul odor, did not display any signs of disgust. Instead, their faces were adorned with expressions of unadulterated joy, because this signifies that an increasing amount of miasma poison is being neutralized. Wei Kanglin gazed with fervent eyes at Wei Bin's waist, where the patch of darkness had diminished significantly, its hue also becoming considerably fainter. Beside him, Wei Qingqing, her delicate hands clasped tightly, was palpably moved. Despite their excitement, neither of them dared to disrupt Zhou Yuan, whose countenance was solemn, his brow beaded with fine perspiration. The Tianyuan brush in his hand moved ceaselessly, the origin patterns showing signs of fading and fragmentation due to the relentless assault of the miasma poison. He had to continuously mend and reinforce the formation, lest the miasma poison breached it, making its subsequent entrapment and annihilation all the more arduous. Zhou Yuan's brow pulsed with light, a testament to the extreme exertion of his divine soul power. Even with his mid-stage void realm divine soul, controlling such a formation, comprising 8 first-grade origin patterns and 1 second-grade origin pattern, was almost beyond his capacity, and he could only persevere through sheer resilience. As perspiration trickled from his forehead, stinging his eyes, a delicate fragrance wafted over him. A jade hand extended, offering a handkerchief to wipe away the beads of sweat. Zhou Yuan turned in surprise, noting that the hand belonged to Wei Qingqing. Catching his gaze, she offered a gentle, red-lipped smile. Zhou Yuan nodded in gratitude before refocusing his mind on the origin patterns. Time flowed slowly, and before one realized it, noon had arrived. Meanwhile, the dark, inky mass of poisonous miasma at Wei Bin's lumbar region had diminished to the size of half a fist, its potency now considerably weakened. Judging by its appearance, complete dissolution would soon follow. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the poisonous miasma suddenly convulsed violently, as if driven mad, scattering in all directions. This was dire. The miasma sought escape, yearning to infiltrate the depths of Xiao Bin's body. Wei Kanglin's expression shifted slightly. The poisonous miasma proved to be quite troublesome, instinctively seeking refuge upon sensing a lethal threat. Should it manage to burrow deep once more, it would pose a significant risk. "Do not worry, it cannot flee," Zhou Yuan stated calmly. With a flick of the Tianyuan brush, the layered source patterns abruptly expanded, sealing off all escape routes. The originally peripheral Qianyi corroding poison pattern surged forward, initiating a counterattack. The poisonous miasma surged in all directions, yet it was futile.